Anime crossover, the strongest demon lord starting from Kuoh Academy. Male, Pokemon, Demon Slayer, System, Transmigration, Action, Adventure, Aircun, Fanfiction, Fantasy, Harem, Romance, Shonen, Supernatural, Urban Life. Roy is transported to the world of high school DxD, becoming Graphia's younger brother and the sole heir to the Lugiforgus family. He also acquires the Demon Piece system, embarking on a journey across countless worlds to collect familiars and become the strongest Demon Lord. Seiko Busujima. I swear by the honor of the Busujima family, I will become Roy's knight. Shinobu Kocho. If it can save my sister, I will become Roy's soldier. Death. If you want me to be your queen, then defeat me. The main world is the High School DxD world. Transmigrated worlds, High School of the Dead, Demon Slayer, Pokemon, Akame ga Kill, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, God Eater, to be continued. 1. Number 1 Section 1 Chapter 1 Multiverse, the strongest demon king starting from Kuoh Academy. Author, Great God Junmo Shao. Roy transmigrated to the High School DxD world and became Graphia's younger brother, the sole heir of the Lucifuge family. And after obtaining the Demon Chess Piece system, Roy embarked on a path of traveling through the multiverse to recruit retainers and become the strongest demon king. Seiko Tokushima. I swear by the honor of the Tokushima family, I am willing to become Roy's knight. Kochu Shinobu. As long as I can save my sister, I am willing to become Roy's soldier. Death. If you want me to be your queen, then defeat me. The main world is the High School DxD world. Worlds traveled, High School of the Dead, Demon Slayer, Pokemon, Akame ga Kill, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, God Eater, to be continued. Chapter 1. My sister is Graphia. The underworld, the legendary place where demons, fallen angels, and various spirits and ghosts reside. Inside a magnificent ancient castle, a young man was working hard swinging his sword in the courtyard. 9,997 9,998 9,999 10,000. Huff puff. The young man lowered his longsword, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and panted continuously. The 16-year-old boy had short silver white hair and a pair of bright black eyes. Although his handsome face was still a bit immature, he possessed a sense of perseverance and steadiness that didn't belong to his age. Roy, you can't be lazy today, you must swing your sword 100,000 times. A cold and serious voice sounded behind him. Understood, sister. Roy nodded helplessly. Seriously, she's always so serious during training, not cute at all. Roy muttered a few words and continued swinging his sword. Roy was a transmigrator. How he transmigrated was no longer traceable. His current name was Roy Lucifergus. When he first arrived in this world, he was somewhat skeptical. But after several years in this world, Roy had completely confirmed it. This world that gave him a new life was indeed the High School DxD world. Demons, fallen angels, yokai, spirits, angels, even dragons and gods. These beings that should have existed only in fantasy were all real in this world. And the person who just spoke was his sister, named Graphia Rucafugis. She was the retainer of the original Demon King Lucifer, known as the strongest queen among all retainers in the underworld, nicknamed the Silver-Haired Queen of Annihilation. However, she was no longer Demon King Lucifer's queen. Graphia was born into the Extra Demons, the prestigious Rucafugis clan, a family that had served as the confidants of the old Demon King Lucifer for generations. During the Demon Reformation, she fought against the Reform faction as a member of the old Satan faction, eventually competing with Demon King Seraphal for the title of the strongest female demon. Although she lost the competition, her strength was already at the Demon King level. This made the Rucafugis clan a powerful demon family in the underworld, and they broke away from the Lucifer clan. However, the entire Rucafugis clan, due to the war with the Reform faction, now only had 2 people left. And Roy was the last male of the Rucafugis clan. Originally, Roy thought that being born into a prestigious demon family and having such a powerful sister, he would surely possess great strength, crush the various demon kings, and take all the girls he liked as his retainers. In this regard, Riser Phoenix could be said to be a role model for all demons. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. As the last heir of the Rucafugis clan, Roy did not have strong cultivation talent. Despite his hard cultivation for over 10 years, he currently only had the strength of a lower-class demon. Looking at Rias and Sona, who were the same age, they had already reached the strength of a high-level demon long ago. With this kind of talent, even he wanted to give up on cultivation, but his sister Graphia had not given up on him. She still strictly watched him complete his cultivation every day. And because of this, Roy's reputation as a trash spread throughout the underworld. But he didn't care. 99,997, 99,998, 99,999, 100,000. Huff Puff finally finished the sword-swinging training. Roy's hands trembled as he bent over to support himself on his knees. Sweat fell from his face like large beans. He didn't even have time to wipe it. However, this was just the beginning of a day's training. Roy, take a break first, we'll start learning magic in a bit. Grafia, seeing how hard Roy was working, finally showed a slight smile. Huff got it, sister. Hearing that he could rest for a while, Roy finally sat on the ground in exhaustion. After resting for a while, it was time to learn magic. However, with his trash talent, he had only learned a few basic spells over the years, such as teleportation circles, memory erasure, magic bullets, healing magic, and the most important, contract magic. To sign a contract with a retainer or a familiar, one must use contract magic. Of course, signing a retainer also requires a demon chess piece. High School DxD is a very exciting world. Although humans make up the majority of this world, only demon kings and gods are the rulers of this world. Of course, above them are Orpheus, known as the Infinite Dragon God, and Triexia, the True Red Dragon God, also known as the Great Red. These are the beings standing at the ceiling of this world. In such an exciting world, Roy was naturally unwilling to be ordinary. He could never stand watching the girls he liked fall into the arms of others. Since he was unwilling to be ordinary, he would make it grand. If he lacked the talent for magic, he would practice swordsmanship. When other children were playing, he was practicing. When others were resting, he was still practicing. And because of this madness, his swordsmanship had reached mastery. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he was confident that no one in this world was his opponent. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person, but since he had come to this dangerous and exciting world, he naturally had to realize his dreams. And to realize his dreams, he needed strong power. P.S. New author. New book. Please give flowers, evaluations, reviews, and the triple support. Your support is the author's motivation. On the first day of the new book's release, there will be no less than 20,000 words. Please give the triple support. Love you all, moi. By the way, the author has High School DxD Uncensored Seasons 1 to 4. Recharge immediately. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 2, Senior Rias's Teasing. The next day, Roy packed his things and prepared to return to Kuoh Academy. The vacation was over, and he was now a second-year student at Kuoh Academy. Originally, each major demon family in the underworld had its own jurisdiction. The Rucafugis clan was no exception, but because Roy's strength was too weak, Grafia did not arrange for him to manage a region alone. Instead, she placed him in Kuoh Academy, which was controlled by the Gremory and Citri families. This way she could also feel at ease. After all, Roy was the last male of the Rucafugis clan. The revival of the Rucafugis clan depended on him. At the gates of Kuoh Academy, as usual, a group of youthful and beautiful girls came to school chatting and laughing. The sound of laughter and chatter filled the entire academy with the breath of youth. Most importantly, there wasn't a single boy, except for him. Because under Roy's interference, Kuoh Academy did not become co-ed like in the original story. It remained a girls' school. There was just one extra Roy. As for the original protagonist, Issei Hyodo, since he didn't transfer here, Roy wasn't clear about his situation. Perhaps he had already been killed by a fallen angel. At some point, the girls who were laughing and chatting seemed to discover something. They stopped in unison and turned their heads to look at Roy. Wow, so handsome. Which senior is that? You must be a freshman who just entered this year. You don't even know Senior Roy. Senior Roy is the only boy in our Kuoh Academy, and he's also a male god. And Senior Roy is also the president of our kendo club. Roy's handsome face carried a faint smile, leaving the girls who had stopped nearby in a daze. Handsome and elegant, and also the president of the kendo club. It could be said that he was the Prince Charming of all the girls in the entire Kuoh Academy. Hearing these discussions, Roy did not show any surprise and walked into the academy at a steady pace. He had seen this kind of scene many times, so it wasn't worth paying attention to. Roy Kahai. Suddenly, a voice came from ahead. The crowd parted, and a girl appeared in front of Roy. Red, a crimson hair color more vibrant than natural strawberry blonde. What came into view was a girl with hair as red as fresh blood. It was none other than the #1 popular idol of Kuoh Academy, Rias Gremory. The words just now were spoken by her, too. Number 2 Section 2 Chapter 2 Beside Rias were the second most popular idol of Kuoh Academy, Hamajima Juru, and the cutest idol, Tachibana Nakoma, Ohio Rias Senpei and Akeno Senpei and Little Cat. Roy smiled and greeted the three girls. As the popular female leads of high school DxD, how could Roy not get to know them? As early as his first year of high school, Roy had met Rias and the others, as well as Sona from the student council. Furthermore, they had a good relationship and were already friends. Ohio Roy Kahai. Rias smiled and greeted Roy. Rias had a very favorable impression of this junior who, despite lacking talent, worked exceptionally hard, and because of Roy's indirect influence, Rias had not received the two retainers, Gasper Vladi and Yuto Kiba. Rias's retainers still only consisted of Tachibana Nakoma and Hamajima Juru. Ohio. With her poker face, Tachibana Nakoma waved her hand and greeted Roy. Era Roy Kahai always greets Rias first. Is it because I'm not as important as Rias in your heart? Hamajima Juru pretended to be very sad, looking at Roy with teary eyes. She looked as pitiful as could be. Roy felt a bit helpless seeing this. Hamajima Juru's acting was truly top-notch. If Roy hadn't spent a year with them, Akino's teary-eyed look would have definitely made his heart ache. He had been teased like this during their first meeting. Akeno Senpei is naturally very, very important in my heart. Roy looked at Akeno with an incredibly serious gaze and said. Seeing him answer so seriously, Hamajima Juru was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned slightly rosy. Rias, who was nearby, pouted upon seeing this. Is Roy Kahai saying that I'm not as important as Akeno? Rias put her hands on her hips and leaned forward, looking at Roy while pretending to be very angry. Little did she know that this action brought a glimpse of her curves into view, catching the eye. Seeing Rias join in on teasing him, Roy couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Rias, please don't let Akeno corrupt you, he sighed helplessly in his heart. Seeing his troubled expression, Rias covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She had only been teasing her junior just now. Of course, this was also because she had a favorable impression of this junior. She wouldn't tease anyone else like that. Alright, class is about to start. Let's head inside, Rias said, taking the lead and walking onto the campus. Roy followed her. He was a student in class 1 of the second year, while Rias and Akeno were in their third year, and Little Cat was in her first year. They were not headed the same way. Roy arrived at the classroom door, and several girls inside immediately greeted him excitedly. President, Ohio, haven't seen you all break. President, you've become even more handsome. President, we haven't seen each other for a whole break. How about a hug? The girl speaking so boldly was named Kiryu Aika, and her favorite thing was discussing erotic topics. At first, when she just met Roy, she was very shy. However, after getting to know him, all sorts of jokes would come out of her mouth without a second thought. She could often discuss topics that boys were interested in with Roy. But she was actually still a very shy girl. Beside Kiryu Aika were Katase and Murayama, who were also very beautiful girls. They had quite a bit of screen time in the original work. The three of them were all elite members of the Kendo Club. P.S. New author. New book asking for flowers, evaluations, reviews, and the triple threat. Your support is the author's motivation. The new book's first day release will not be less than 20,000 words. Please support with a triple threat. Love you all, moi. Top up now. Event time. October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3. The Late Cheat Code. Seeing how hard they practiced Kendo, Roy taught them some Kendo knowledge, and surprisingly, the three girls' Kendo talent was quite good. Roy was even considering whether to take them in as retainers. However, after careful consideration, he decided to wait for a bit. Taking in retainers is a very important matter because there are only so many pieces. The demon chess pieces are modeled after international chess in the real world. In the rating game, there are 16 pieces in total. 1 king, 1 queen, 2 rooks, 2 knights, 2 bishops, and 8 soldiers. The 15 pieces other than the king are issued by the current demon lord. In other words, he only has 15 pieces at his disposal. Because the king piece can drastically strengthen the holder's abilities, it is considered too dangerous. Therefore, it can only be issued by Ajuka Beelzebub, the creator of the demon chess pieces. Thus, taking in retainers requires careful thought. Roy often wondered how great it would be if he could have infinite pieces, then he wouldn't have to go through all this trouble, but that was just a pipe dream. Ohio, everyone. Looking at the girls, Roy also smiled and greeted them. Class time was very boring. Roy even fell asleep lying on his desk. Finally, the boring day ended when school let out at 4 in the afternoon. Next was the free club activity time. Roy and several girls from his class in the Kendo club went to the club together. letting the girls practice kendo on their own. Roy entered his private training room alone and began his cultivation. Even without his sister's supervision, he wouldn't slack off, no matter how late it was. He had to complete the training tasks his sister assigned. 99,997, 99,998, 99,999, 100,000. Huff huff. Having swung his sword another 100,000 times, Roy's hands were trembling slightly. Is this the limit? Looking at his trembling hands, Roy fell silent. The plot was about to begin soon. Fallen angels, Riser Phoenix, the White Dragon Emperor, and so on, one powerful enemy after another. With his current strength, what could he possibly do? Thinking of this, he felt unwilling. Could his strength only stop here? Ding, the strongest Demon Lord system has been activated. Please check the functions yourself, host. Hearing the voice suddenly appear in his mind, Roy was stunned. He then became ecstatic. He was no stranger to the concept of a system. Originally, when he first transmigrated, he had looked forward to what kind of cheat code he would awaken. However, 16 years had passed, and the so-called cheat code had not appeared. He had already given up hope. What he didn't expect was that the cheat code actually came after all. As expected, a cheat code might be late, but it will never be absent. He closed his eyes and began to examine the system in his mind. After a while, he understood the system's capabilities. This system didn't have the function to grant Roy powerful strength instantly. Instead, it bestowed him with demon chess pieces. The demon chess pieces given by the system were all mutated pieces, much stronger than ordinary ones. These pieces were infinite. This meant Roy could contract as many retainers as he wanted. He didn't expect his earlier pipe dream of infinite pieces to actually come true. Furthermore, through the ability of the king piece he fused with, as long as he successfully contracted a retainer, his own strength would receive feedback. The stronger the retainer's power, the stronger the power fed back to him. In other words, as long as he had enough and powerful retainers, his strength could grow without limit. Of course, there were limits. If the strength gap was too large, the contract would fail. He currently had the strength of a lower-class demon, which meant he couldn't contract retainers above the Demon Lord level. Thinking about it, Roy realized that in his memory, there weren't many retainers he could contract, and he certainly wouldn't contract male retainers. Those he knew of were Isa Elgit, Asia Argento, Zenobia, Fujiwara Irina, Rossweiss, Lavier Phoenix, and so on. Or maybe add the 3 girls from the Kendo Club. Even if he contracted all of them, he estimated he would only barely reach the Demon Lord level, which didn't match his expectations. Maybe he could even add his own sister? Shaking his head, Roy continued to read the system function descriptions. Sure enough, the system already had a solution. That was the transmigration function. Every once in a while, the system would randomly pick several worlds that he could travel to. Seeing this function, Roy immediately gave the system a thumbs up. This solution was simply too perfect. As long as he could go to other worlds, contracting retainers wouldn't be difficult. He immediately clicked the transmigration function button with anticipation. In the next moment, 3 rectangular screens appeared before Roy's eyes, showing the worlds randomly selected by the system. The first world, Seikano, How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend. Seeing this world, the first people Roy thought of were the heroines, Ariri, Utaha Kasumigooka, and Megumi Kato. Unfortunately, they were all ordinary people with no combat talent. Even if he contracted them, they wouldn't bring him much of a boost. The second world, High School of the Dead. This world was one where the apocalypse had just begun, and the person who left the deepest impression on him was Seiko Tokushima. This woman was an excellent traditional female, skilled in cooking, humble and gentle, and well-versed in the ways of a wife. Moreover, she had a high talent for kendo, and her kendo strength, in Roy's view. 3. Number 3 Section 3 Chapter 3 It was already very good, at least compared to her former self. If compared to an average person, she would be considered a kendo genius. Moreover, this woman possessed a strong bloodlust, a personality trait that Roy did not dislike. In fact, he quite liked this aspect of Seiko Tokushima. It was exactly the mindset of the strong. If Ariri had been the one contracted, she probably wouldn't have much combat power even after becoming a demon. But Seiko Tokushima was different. Roy even suspected that after being reincarnated as a demon, she would possess the strength of a mid-class demon. This was Seiko Tokushima's potential. P.S. New author, new book. Please give flowers, evaluations, and reviews. Support the triple threat. Support the triple threat. Your support is the author's motivation. The first day's release will not be less than 20,000 words. Requesting triple support. Love you all. Mua. Chapter 4. I Choose You. Seiko Senpai. The Third World. Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. At a glance, Roy dismissed it. Not to mention that Toru and Kanna's strength was countless times greater than his own. Furthermore, they possessed Dragon Clan bloodlines, making the difficulty of contracting them quite high. In truth, the demon bloodline wasn't weak, as mentioned in the original work. A demon's life is almost endless, making them a so-called long-lived species. A bloodline capable of longevity couldn't possibly be weak. However, even so, to contract Toru or Kanna, one would need at least the strength of a demon king. Toru and Kanna's strength was roughly around the level of a transcendental. Combined with their bloodline, it further increased the difficulty of forming a contract. The system's world crossing function had limitations. Right now, he only had one chance to cross over, so he had to seize the opportunity. Of course, as his strength grew, the number of times he could cross over would increase. Moreover, these worlds he hadn't visited wouldn't disappear. He could always go there later once he became stronger. Thus, Roy decided on the spot. The world he would go to was the world of High School of the Dead. He figured that as long as he contracted Seiko Tokushima, his strength would surely break through to the level of a mid-class demon. After deciding, Roy lightly touched the box for High School of the Dead with his finger. In the next moment, Roy turned into a beam of white light and vanished from the Kendo club room. On the rooftop of a building, a flash of white light appeared, and Roy's figure materialized. "Ah no, don't bite me. Help me, someone help me. It hurts, you bastard. Let go." As soon as he appeared, various chaotic sounds reached Roy's ears. Roy looked down from the building. Good grief, people throughout the entire academy were biting and chasing each other. Screams of all kinds echoed incessantly. It was a total apocalyptic scene. Could this be Fujimi Academy where the story begins? Roy took a look. He was indeed inside an academy, but whether it was Fujimi Academy required further confirmation. Since it was his first time using the system's crossing function, he didn't know exactly where he would appear. No, bang. At that moment, Roy heard a noise from the other side of the rooftop. He walked over to take a look. He saw three people. Weren't they Takashi Komuro, Rei Miyamoto, and Hisashi Igo from the original story? The scene just now was Hisashi Igo turning into a zombie, followed by Takashi Komuro bashing his head in with a baseball bat. Meanwhile, Rei Miyamoto could only cry out "no" from the side. It seemed this was indeed Fujimi Academy, and the plot had only just begun. "Hello there, could you tell me how to get to the Kendo Club?" Roy appeared before Takashi Komuro and Rei Miyamoto, giving them a start. Seeing that the newcomer wasn't one of those zombies, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, having just experienced the death of her boyfriend, Rei Miyamoto was clearly in no mood to answer his question. Takashi Komuro felt the same way. Seeing this, Roy shrugged. If they wouldn't answer, then so be it. He turned around and jumped off the rooftop. What? He actually jumped. Takashi Komuro was shocked by Roy's action. This was the roof of the building. Could he even survive such a fall? Even if the fall didn't kill him, there were zombies down there. He hurriedly approached the edge of the roof and looked down, but he didn't see anyone who had fallen. On Roy's end, he naturally didn't fall to his death but instead landed on the corridor of the floor below. He planned to search floor by floor to see if he could find Seiko Tokushima's location. As for Takashi Komuro and Rei Miyamoto, he didn't care about them. He didn't have much of a favorable impression of those two. Roar! Just as he landed in the corridor, several nearby zombies heard his footsteps and immediately surrounded him. These zombies were covered in blood and tattered, with hideous faces and white eyes, looking rather disgusting. Slash slash. The wooden sword in his hand swept across the necks of several zombies at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In the next moment, the heads of all the zombies fell, and their bodies collapsed to the ground. This was the wooden sword Roy used while training in the Kendo Club. Despite being just a wooden sword, it could easily decapitate zombies. It was like cutting through tofu, and not a single drop of blood touched him. This was Roy's level of Kendo mastery. If he could learn breathing styles, he would likely be able to unleash sword chi immediately. Killing as he went, Roy moved very quickly, searching through several floors in a short time. After finishing the search of one floor, he went down the stairs to the next. Unexpectedly, on this floor, many zombies were gathered in front of a classroom, hideously terrifying creatures desperately squeezing inside. Bang! Under the pressure of so many zombies, the doors and windows finally gave way and shattered. All the zombies scrambled to pour inside. Ah! A piercing female scream rang out, making the surrounding zombies even more frenzied. Of course, this also drew the attention of some living people nearby. Hearing the scream, Roy decided to see who it was. No movement could be seen from the wooden sword in his hand, yet the heads of the surrounding zombies kept falling. This was caused by his strikes being too fast. After clearing most of the zombies in the hallway, Roy was somewhat surprised to see someone else clearing zombies from the other side of the corridor. Roy focused his gaze, and his eyes immediately lit up. Opposite him was a girl with long purple hair and a calm, cool expression. She had a tall figure, and even the most ordinary school uniform could not hide her superb physique. Every movement of hers seemed to carry the elegance and composure of a young lady from a prestigious family. The wooden sword in her hand was blood-stained. Every strike was precise enough to shatter a zombie's skull, clean and efficient. The girl fighting her way from the other side was precisely Roy's target, Seiko Tokushima. P.S. New author, new book. Please give flowers, evaluations, and reviews. Support the triple threat. Support the triple threat. Your support is the author's motivation. The first day's release will not be less than 20,000 words. Requesting triple support. Love you all. Mua. Chapter 5. Finally meeting Seiko Senpai. She held extremely high popularity in the anime, far exceeding even the main female lead Rei Miyamoto or Saya Takagi. And behind Seiko Tokushima was Shizuka Kurakawa. She was the school nurse of Fujimi Academy, and a mature beauty with waist-length blonde hair. Dressed in a classic professional black pencil skirt and white shirt, her figure was so explosive it was practically cheating. More importantly, such a great beauty had been single for as long as she had been alive, and she possessed a total airhead personality. Even Roy, who was well-traveled and experienced, couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Roy wasn't the type to be paralyzed at the sight of a beautiful woman. During his year at Kuoh Academy, he had seen more than enough beauties. There were Rias, Akeno, Sona, and others, all noble and elegant high-class ladies. Ordinary beauties, no matter how good-looking, generally didn't catch his eye. However, the Shizuka Kurakawa before him seemed to be a top-tier specimen. Seeing Seiko Tokushima still focused on killing zombies, Roy flickered and appeared before her, looking at her with piercing eyes. Watch out! Seiko Tokushima saw someone suddenly appear and thought it was a zombie. She swung her sword, only to realize that the person before her was not a zombie, causing her to cry out in surprise. Clack! To Seiko Tokushima's surprise, her strike was blocked by a wooden sword. Looking up, she saw a boy slightly taller than her own 174 centimeters, with silver-white hair fluttering in the wind. His face was exquisite and handsome, especially those eyes that seemed to sparkle like starlight, making it hard for her to look away. Furthermore, this boy, who was so handsome he didn't seem human, possessed a high and mighty noble temperament. He definitely came from a prestigious family. As the young lady of the renowned Kendo lineage, the Tokushima family, this was one thing she would never misjudge. Be careful. Shizuka Kurakawa, behind Seiko Tokushima, saw Seiko suddenly daze and immediately warned her. She saw that there were still many zombies ahead. However, just as she finished speaking, all the zombies in front of them collapsed, their heads rolling to the side. Seeing this, Seiko Tokushima's pupils suddenly constricted. What incredible swordsmanship! As a member of a Kendo lineage, Seiko Tokushima was shocked by this scene. With such Kendo cultivation, she actually hadn't seen clearly how he drew his sword. Moreover, it was only several seconds after the strike that the zombie's necks severed. Just how fast was that drawing speed? Who exactly was this noble youth? With shock and curiosity, Seiko Tokushima looked toward Roy. Number 4 Section 4 Chapter 4 Good day, Seiko Senpai. Roy greeted Seiko Tokushima with elegant aristocratic etiquette. As the sole heir of the Rukafuges clan, his sister Graphia had taught him plenty about noble manners. Such noble etiquette and elegant demeanor did not seem out of place, even in this hellish scene. Seeing Roy greet her so seriously, Seiko Tokushima also returned the gesture with a serious expression. Good day, Junior. Seeing Seiko Tokushima return the greeting so seriously, Roy couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He wasn't someone who placed much importance on aristocratic etiquette, but this was his first time meeting Seiko Tokushima. He didn't know how else to greet her, so he did it subconsciously. After all, he was a straight shooter in his past life. Seiko Senpai, I've taken a liking to you. Please become my retainer. After the greeting, Roy directly stated his purpose. Although his words were a bit blunt, as a straightforward guy, he really couldn't think of any sweet talk to coax a young girl. Moreover, Seiko Tokushima wouldn't necessarily fall for that anyway. Seiko Tokushima was clearly stunned for a moment after hearing Roy's words, thinking she had misheard him. Could you repeat that, Junior? I think I misheard you. Seiko Tokushima blinked and looked at Roy in confusion. Just as Roy was about to repeat himself, "Eek, don't come over here, don't come over here." In the classroom beside them, the voice of a girl filled with sobs and terror rang out. Roy was startled, only then realizing that he had been so preoccupied talking to Seiko Tokushima that he forgot there were people in the classroom next to them. The doors and windows had just been broken through, and several zombies had squeezed inside. Hearing the sound, Seiko Tokushima looked toward the classroom, intending to go save them. Suddenly, the noble youth in front of her vanished. Roy took the first step and arrived in the classroom. There were still 3 zombies in the classroom. The rest had all been shot in the head with a nail gun by a fat guy. However, the nail gun was out of ammo. The surrounded fat guy and a young girl could only watch in despair as the zombies approached. Step by step, Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Just as the two closed their eyes in despair, a sound like cutting through melons and vegetables suddenly erupted, followed by the sound of heavy objects hitting the floor. After a long time without feeling any pain, the girl slowly opened her eyes. What met her eyes was a handsome youth with silver white hair and exquisite features. Especially those eyes, which seemed to sparkle like starlight, making it impossible for her to look away. The girl stared blankly at the person who had saved her. Roy looked at the dazed girl and recognized her. She was none other than Saya Takagi. This genius girl's figure was actually quite good, despite her height of 155 centimeters. She gave off a very petite feeling, with long twin tails, that made one want to grab them and then launch an attack. Most importantly, she was only 16, yet she already had an F rank scale. It was truly breathtaking, a petite, soft-bodied, twin-tailed, huge-chested loli, and beside Saya Takagi was the fat guy, Hirano Kutra. Are you two okay? Roy asked, looking at the 2 dazed people in front of him. Saya Takagi perhaps hadn't come to her senses yet, as she continued to stare at him blankly without saying a word. Meanwhile, Hirano Kutra, standing to the side, gave a bitter smile with a pale face. He was clutching one arm with his other hand. It was already dripping with blood, clearly having been bitten by a zombie. Roy looked at him and frowned, not expecting Hirano Kutra to actually get bitten. P.S. New author, new book asking for flowers, evaluations, reviews, and the triple support. Your support is the author's motivation. On the first day of the new book's release, it won't be less than 20,000 words. Asking for triple support. Love you guys, moi. Chapter 6. Pink Twin Tails. Could it be that his appearance had caused the plot to change? But since things had come to this, it could only be counted as his bad luck. Just then, Seiko Tokushima and Shizuka Kurakawa also entered. Seeing the situation, Seiko Tokushima came to Roy's side. She looked at Hirano Kutra, who was slumped on the ground in terror from being bitten. She said with a calm expression, I am the captain of the Kendo Club, Seiko Tokushima, a second year. What is your name? Ugh. After spitting out a mouthful of black blood, Hirano Kutra said tremulously, Hi Hirano Kutra. He coughed a few more times before he could finish. Protecting your classmate, you're quite remarkable. I acknowledge your courage, Roy interjected. In this apocalyptic world, no matter how friendly relationships usually were, they would shatter when facing death. Betraying companions and pushing them into the abyss of death was a common occurrence. The fact that Hirano Kutra could stand in front of Saya Takagi at the critical moment showed he had some courage. However, you should know the fate of those who get bitten. Do you want your family and friends to see you in that state? Roy's indifferent words made Hirano Kutra's body tremble. If you don't, then let me help set you free. Hearing Roy's words, Hirano Kutra's face showed a struggle. Please, I'm counting on you. Ultimately, Hirano Kutra closed his eyes, his whole body relaxed, and he calmly accepted his fate of death. Seeing this, Roy raised his wooden sword. Wait, what are you going to do, student? Seeing Roy's movement, Shizuka Kurakawa hurriedly tried to stop him. School nurse Kurakawa, please don't stop him. Seiko Tokushima blocked her with one hand and said, protecting a man's dignity is a woman's reserve. A double entendre, referring to both Roy and Hirano Kutra. Roy smiled upon hearing this. He didn't expect to hear Seiko Tokushima's famous quote. He had a deep impression of that line. In the next moment, Roy's sword fell, letting Hirano Kutra find peace without a hint of pain. I am Seiko Tokushima from Class 3A. Junior, looking at your uniform, you don't seem to be a student of Fujimi Academy, right? Seeing that there was no immediate danger, Seiko Tokushima walked up to Roy and introduced herself, while also being very curious about Roy's identity. Furthermore, Roy's speed and kendo from just now made her incredibly curious. Hearing Seiko Tokushima's words, even Saya Takagi, who was silently weeping to the side, stopped. Looking at Seiko Tokushima in front of him, Roy smiled and said, Seiko-senpai, my name is Roy Lucifergus. I'm a student from Class 2-1 of Kuoh Academy. Judging by the name, you must be a foreigner. My name is Shizuka Kurakawa. I'm the school nurse here, the air-headed Shizuka Kurakawa said. Pleasure to meet you, Roy greeted her with a smile. Kuoh Academy? Seiko Tokushima repeated the academy's name, but unfortunately, she had no information about it in her mind. Everyone had introduced themselves to each other, except for Saya Takagi, who remained silent. And you? What's your name? Roy reached out his hand to Saya Takagi. He knew that facing such a terrifying apocalypse, Saya Takagi, who was just an ordinary student, was on the verge of a mental breakdown. It was the same in the original story. Hearing Roy's words, Saya Takagi raised her tear-stained face. Looking at Roy's gentle smile, for some reason, her nearly collapsing heart calmed down. She forced a smile and said, "My name is Saya Takagi. I'm a genius beautiful girl." Although the smile looked forced, Roy didn't mind it. After speaking, she took Roy's hand and stood up. "Pleasure to meet you," Roy greeted Saya Takagi with a smile. Then he looked at Seiko Tokushima and said solemnly, "We can't stay in this school anymore. We must leave immediately." "What do you plan to do?" Seiko Tokushima agreed with his words. As the school nurse, Kurokawa-sensei should have a car, right? Roy looked at Shizuka Kurokawa to the side. "I do." Shizuka Kurokawa nodded dizzily. "Then where are the keys?" Let me look." Shizuka Kurokawa rummaged through her bag for a while. "Found them, look." Shizuka Kurokawa held up the keys in her hand like a child, showing them off. Kurokawa-sensei's car should have no problem seating 4 people, right? Only Seiko Tokushima, Saya Takagi, Shizuka Kurokawa, and himself were present, exactly 4 people. Roy remembered that Shizuka Kurokawa's car was a small one, so seating 4 people shouldn't be an issue. "No problem at all," Shizuka Kurokawa replied happily. "In that case, let's set off immediately without further delay. I'll assign the roles now. I'll take the lead, Seiko-senpai will cover the rear, and Takagi-san and Kurokawa-sensei will be in the middle. Any problems?" Roy placed himself in the most dangerous position at the front, while putting them in the relatively safe middle and rear. Number problem," Seiko Tokushima agreed without hesitation. She naturally had no reason to refuse, and she knew the strength of this mysterious youth. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed. But, just as Shizuka Kurokawa was about to say something, she was interrupted by Saya. 5. Number 5 Section 5 Chapter 5 I know what you want to say, Shizuka-sensei, but the current situation is beyond our control. Having calmed down, Saya knew that Shizuka Kurokawa was still worried about the students in the school. "She's right, Shizuka-sensei, whatever it is, let's wait until we've escaped before talking about it," Seiko Tokushima also advised. Hearing this, although Shizuka Kurokawa showed a look of worry, she didn't say anything more. "Then let's set off." Seeing that no one else objected, Roy took the lead, and the group of 4 set out. Just as they stepped out of the classroom door, this were all these zombies killed by Senior Roy? Seeing so many headless corpses at the door, Saya Takagi recalled the moment she was rescued. She immediately connected the dots with the zombies falling before her earlier. Beside her, Seiko Tokushima recalled Roy's swordsmanship from just now and was full of praise. Such swordsmanship was truly something she had never seen before. "Yeah, they're just some ordinary zombies. Let's hurry." Roy waved his hand dismissively and then took the lead in walking out. The 3 didn't say more upon hearing his words and followed closely behind. P.S. New author. New book asking for flowers, ratings, and reviews. Please give me the triple support. Your support is the author's motivation. The first day's release will not be less than 20,000 words. Please give your triple support. Love you all moi. Chapter 7 Running away with 3 girls. Along the way, many zombies surrounded them. Roy held his wooden sword and swung it casually. Puff puff puff. The 3 girls only saw flashes of sword shadows, and several zombies had their heads separated from their bodies. There wasn't a single obstacle. It was like cutting through tofu. This was even with Roy intentionally slowing down his sword speed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to see how the zombies died at all. So powerful. Seiko Tokushima's eyes sparkled with admiration as she watched from behind. With Roy in front, they almost didn't have to do anything. Under his powerful perception, all zombies within his field of vision were completely cleared away. They didn't feel a hint of threat. The sense of security was absolute. The group rushed toward the school parking lot very quickly. They soon arrived at the parking lot and found Shizuka Kurokawa's car. Just as they were about to get in, a group of people followed the path they had cleared and ran over, blocking the front of the car. The leader was Koichi Shido, the most disgusting person in the original story. "Dr. Kurokawa, please take us with you." Koichi Shido stood in front of the car with a hypocritical smile. "But my car can't fit so many people," Shizuka Kurokawa said with a troubled expression. "I'm sorry, Shido-sensei. Please go find and drive a car yourselves." Seiko Tokushima also rejected Koichi Shido's request. This man clearly wasn't a good person, not to mention their car could only seat 4 people. However, Koichi Shido did not retreat, still wearing that hypocritical smile as he said, "I know that, but there are keys for the school bus in the first floor office. As long as we get the keys, taking everyone away won't be a problem, and with this student's strength, getting the keys should be an easy task, right?" As he spoke, Koichi Shido looked at Roy. He had seen Roy from upstairs earlier, slaughtering the surrounding zombies like cutting vegetables. He knew his chance to escape had come, so he decisively led a group of students to follow them. At the cost of several students' lives, they finally caught up. "He actually dared to set his sights on me?" Roy looked at Koichi Shido coldly and said in an icy tone, "I'll only say this once. Get out of my sight within 5 seconds, or die." Given his disgust for Koichi Shido, if it weren't for not wanting Seiko and the others to think he was someone who killed indiscriminately, he would have made this piece of trash, Koichi Shido, disappear from this world long ago. Seeing Roy's icy gaze, Koichi Shido's heart trembled instantly. However, for the sake of survival, he couldn't give up so easily. "Young student, you're not from this school, are you? You should know that I am a teacher. As a student, you must listen to your teacher's words. Besides," Koichi Shido continued to babble incessantly. 3, 2, 1. When Roy counted to 1, no one could see Roy make a move, yet in the next moment, Koichi Shido's head fell off and a large amount of blood sprayed from his neck. This scene caused the students Koichi Shido had brought to scream in terror. And this scream also caused the distant zombies to surround them. "What idiots," Roy cursed inwardly. "I suggest you hurry and find the bus keys, then drive the bus to escape. Otherwise." As he spoke, Roy looked at the zombies surrounding them from all sides. His meaning was self-evident. Of course, he only said this for show. He didn't care about the lives of these people. Hearing this, the students looked at the approaching zombies and immediately scattered in a panic. "Shizuka-sensei, hurry and give me the keys." Roy turned and looked at Shizuka Kurakawa. Oh. Shizuka Kurakawa was stunned for a moment, then quickly fished the keys out of her bag. Roy grabbed the keys and got into the car. "Everyone, get in," he said as he started the car. Hearing his words, Seiko Tokushima, Saya Takagi, and Shizuka Kurakawa all got into the car. But classmate Roy, do you have a driver's license?" After getting in, Shizuka Kurakawa, sitting in the passenger seat, asked blankly. Roy couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Of course not, but I don't need one of those." Before he could finish, the car lunged forward. Kuoh. The massive inertia caused Shizuka Kurakawa to lean back, her pair of G-cups bouncing instantly. It made him unable to resist taking a few glances, nearly crashing into a flowerbed. "Roy-kun, drive carefully." Seeing Roy's gaze from the back seat, Saya Takagi immediately gave an annoyed reminder. Cough. Roy gave a dry cough, turned his head back, and focused on driving. There were many zombies along the way. Hearing the roar of the car, they all surrounded it. To prevent the car from being damaged, Roy used magic power to envelop the vehicle's body. Ramming through the path, they broke out of the campus in no time. They entered the city. However, the scene before them made the 3 girls' expressions turn heavy. The entire city was in a state of deathly silence, with smoke rising from various places. It was clear the entire city had fallen. Roy turned on the car radio. A female voice was broadcasting. According to reports, the number of victims in Saitama Prefecture has reached over 10,000. Furthermore, the leader of the US has abandoned the cities and taken a helicopter, preparing to head to an aircraft carrier. Before the report could finish, a scream ended the broadcast. Then, a sound of tearing and biting came from the radio. Hearing such sounds, the expressions of Seiko and the others grew even heavier. Roy changed the station. Static. This station had no sound. He then changed a few more stations, but the result was the same. The atmosphere in the car instantly became somber. P.S. New author, new book asking for flowers. Ratings and reviews. Please give me the triple support. Your support is the author's motivation. The first day's release will not be less than 20,000 words. Please give your triple support. Love you all. Moi. Chapter 8. Shizuka-sensei is truly big. A zombie incident has happened worldwide? How could this be? Everything was fine when I was online this morning. No matter how airheaded Shizuka Kurakawa was, she still felt worried facing this apocalyptic scenario. Unbelievable. In just a few hours, the whole world has become like this, Saya Takagi said with a look of disbelief. If I had to say, it's very similar to the Black Death of the 14th century at that time. 1/3 of the population in Europe died, Seiko Tokushima analyzed calmly. Then how did the infection stop later? Shizuka Kurakawa turned her head and looked at Seiko Tokushima worriedly, hoping for some good news. There are many explanations, but the most prominent one is that it basically ended because too many people died, there was simply no one left to infect. Hearing this, Shizuka Kurakawa and Saya Takagi fell into silence. 6. Number 6 Section 6 Chapter 6 But all the dead people are walking around, and they actively attack humans, Shizuka Kurakawa murmured while looking at the scattered zombies outside the window. So there's no way to stop this from spreading? Saya Takagi also broke her silence and chimed in. Summer is coming soon. Once the flesh rots away and only bones are left, they might not be able to move anymore. Shizuka Kurakawa suddenly exclaimed with delight. How long would that take? Although she felt this method wasn't reliable, Seiko Tokushima still asked. Upon hearing this, Shizuka Kurakawa started counting on her fingers as she spoke. In summer, it takes about 20 days to decompose to bones. In winter, it would probably take several months. In any case, it shouldn't be too far off. As she finished speaking, Shizuka Kurakawa gave a silly laugh, as if she had truly solved the problem. No one knows if they will even rot. Corpses that walk around and attack humans are beyond the scope of medicine. They might just keep going on like this forever. Saya Takagi rejected Shizuka Kurakawa's speculation, delivering a merciless blow. How could this be? Upon hearing this, Shizuka Kurakawa sighed sadly once more. At this moment, Seiko Tokushima noticed that Roy hadn't spoken at all and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Roy Kahai?" Her question made Shizuka Kurakawa and Saya Takagi also turn their gazes towards Roy. I'm fine. I was just thinking about where we should go next. Roy, of course, wasn't worried about the issues that concerned them, so he hadn't interjected. Hearing Roy's words, the three girls' eyes lit up. They hadn't considered this question before, yet Roy was already thinking ahead, which made him seem very reliable to them. So, Roy Kahai, have you thought of a plan? Seiko Tokushima asked again. It's getting dark. First, we need to find a safe place to rest. Then we confirm our family's safety, and finally find an absolutely secure location. That's my plan in a nutshell. Roy stated his plan. Of course, this was just something he said casually. His real goal was to make them his retainers and then leave this world. Upon hearing Roy's plan, the three girls all agreed. There was no better alternative. So, where should we go first? Saya Takagi adjusted her glasses and asked, "Whose home is closest?" Roy asked while driving, glancing at the two girls in the rearview mirror. "I only have my father as family, but he's currently at a dojo overseas, so there's nowhere for me to go," Seiko Tokushima said calmly. "My home is in the city ahead. I want to go back and see my mother." Saya Takagi's expression was strange, a mix of wanting to go back but not daring to. Both my parents are gone, and my relatives are far away, so I don't really have a destination either. But if we're talking about a place to rest, a friend of mine has a house not far from here. As she spoke, Shizuka Kurakawa happily waggled her index finger. "Is it your boyfriend's house?" Saya Takagi looked at her suspiciously. "And no, it's not." Hearing Saya Takagi's misunderstanding, Shizuka Kurakawa quickly waved her hands to explain. "It's a female friend's house. Because of her special job, she asked me to help clean it. And there's a convenience store nearby, plus there's a vehicle as big as a rook parked there." As she spoke, Shizuka Kurakawa gestured with her hands. Roy glanced over. Her enormous bosom bounced a few times with her movements. "So bouncy. All right then, let's go to Teacher Kurakawa's friend's house to rest for the night. Tomorrow we'll head to the Takagi household to check." Roy made the decision. "True, I'm exhausted today. While there's still electricity, I'd like to take a bath." Saya Takagi looked at the bloodstains on her body, feeling quite uncomfortable. "Roy Kahai, you haven't told us about your family situation yet." Seiko Tokushima noticed that they had all shared their family situations, but Roy had not. My home isn't here, so don't worry about it," Roy said casually. "Really?" Seeing Roy's relaxed demeanor, Seiko Tokushima couldn't help but feel suspicious. The rest of the journey passed in silence. As it was about to get dark, they finally arrived at the house Shizuka Kurakawa had mentioned. "Look, it's like a rook, right?" Shizuka Kurakawa pointed proudly at a modified Hummer parked in the house's yard. Its massive body exuded a mighty and imposing aura. "Just what kind of person is your friend?" Saya Takagi couldn't help but exclaim. "Anyway, let's first clear out the zombies around us." Seiko Tokushima looked at the surroundings, where zombies had been attracted by their arrival. "You're right, Seiko-senpai. Please protect Saya and Teacher Kurakawa. I'll handle these zombies." Saying this, Roy picked up his wooden sword and walked towards the scattered zombies. "Wait, Roy Kahai." At that moment, Seiko Tokushima called out to him. P.S. New author. New book. Please give flowers, reviews, ratings, and triple support. Your support is the author's motivation. The new book's first day release won't be less than 20,000 words. Please give triple support. Love you all. Moi. Chapter 9. Confessing to Seiko Senpai. Roy turned around and looked at Seiko Tokushima with confusion. Don't treat me as a weak woman, I can fight too. Seiko Tokushima looked at Roy and said with a smile. Hearing this, Roy was taken aback. Indeed, Seiko Tokushima was a woman with a desire to kill. Because Roy had killed all the zombies every time, Seiko Tokushima hadn't been able to vent her inner bloodlust at all. Then I'll leave it to you, Seiko Senpai. Roy agreed to Seiko Tokushima's suggestion, letting her deal with the surrounding zombies. Roy, meanwhile, would be responsible for protecting them, including Seiko Tokushima. If Seiko Tokushima was in danger, Roy could rescue her immediately. Seeing Roy agree, Seiko Tokushima gave him a pleased smile, then took up her wooden sword and began the slaughter. Roy stayed by Shizuka Kurakawa and Saya Takagi's side, keeping an eye on Seiko Tokushima's situation. As the killing began, Seiko Tokushima's movements became faster and faster. Her swordsmanship was sharp and fierce, seemingly even stronger than before. This was also due to observing Roy's swordsmanship, which had greatly advanced her own swordsmanship cultivation. At the same time, Roy noticed that Seiko Tokushima's expression grew increasingly excited, as if she was enjoying the thrill of killing. Indeed, being born in this era of peace was simply a waste of her combat talent. She should follow him, witness the strong across myriad worlds, and enjoy the pleasure of battle. In no time, Seiko Tokushima had cleared all the zombies around them. Let's get ready to go inside. After slaying all the zombies, Seiko Tokushima's expression returned to normal. She let out a light sigh and spoke. Thank you for your hard work, Seiko Senpai. Let's go inside and rest. Saying this, Roy took the lead and entered the house belonging to Shizuka Kurakawa's friend. Once inside, Roy first inspected the entire house. Although no one lived there, it was possible someone had sneaked in to hide. The three girls, Seiko Tokushima, were surprised by his cautious and careful attitude. At the same time, they felt reassured by Roy from the bottom of their hearts. After checking and finding nothing unexpected, Seiko Tokushima and the other two girls headed to the bathroom first to freshen up. Roy went to another bathroom to wash up. Although he wasn't stained with blood, it still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He finished first and came out, while Seiko Tokushima and the others were still playing and splashing around in the bathroom. It seemed they wouldn't be out anytime soon. Roy went to the kitchen and simply cooked a few bowls of noodles. By the time the noodles were ready, Seiko Tokushima and the others had already come out. Sorry to have you, Roy Kahai, cook for us. Seiko Tokushima, wearing only a towel, came to the kitchen and couldn't help but apologize upon seeing Roy. For a traditional woman like Seiko Tokushima, having a man cook was practically an insult to her, but there was no helping it. Roy had quietly prepared dinner while she was bathing. This left her feeling quite helpless. Roy looked appreciatively at Seiko Tokushima before him. The simple towel couldn't hide her exceptional figure, and he couldn't help but give her a mental thumbs up. Hearing her words made Roy even more satisfied. Presentable in the living room, capable in the kitchen, able to kill Trojan horses, scale walls, drive good cars, afford good houses, fight off mistresses, beat up hooligans, capable on the battlefield. She was practically a perfect woman. It's fine. I just cooked some simple noodles. Come help me carry the bowls out. You must all be starving. Saying this, Roy stepped aside, gesturing for Seiko Tokushima to come in. No problem. 7. Number 7 Section 7 Chapter 7 Seiko Tokushima walked out with a smile, carrying 2 bowls of noodles and leaving a trail of fragrant scent behind her. Unable to help but smile, Roy also carried 2 bowls out. Come and eat the noodles. Roy handed a bowl to Saya Takagi. Saya Takagi looked at Roy warily because none of them were wearing clothes right now. They were only wrapped in bath towels. It would be very easy to expose themselves this way. If Roy were some kind of bad person, they would be in trouble. She looked at him and saw that Roy's eyes were clear, without a single trace of wicked thoughts. There was no ill intent, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and relax. Saya Takagi took the noodles Roy handed over and began to eat. After rushing around all afternoon and being frightened, she was indeed quite hungry. These noodles smell so good, they're delicious. After taking a bite of the noodles, Shizuka Kurakawa immediately praised them incessantly. Although Seiko Tokushima didn't speak, she also looked very satisfied. Seeing them eating so happily, Roy couldn't help but let out a smile. After finishing the noodles, by the way, Seiko Senpai, how have you considered the matter I mentioned to you before? What matter? Hearing Roy's words, Seiko Tokushima looked at him with some confusion. It's about what I said when we first met, about making Seiko-senpai my retainer, Roy said with a smile. Huh? Retainer? Just as Roy finished speaking, Seiko Tokushima hadn't yet reacted. On the side, Saya Takagi jumped up, looking at him with a shocked expression. What? If classmate Saya wants to become my retainer, I would welcome that as well. How could I? As she spoke, Saya Takagi's face turned red and she sat back down. The term retainer usually refers to family members, relatives, or spouses. So Saya Takagi took his words as a confession. They wouldn't associate it with matters concerning demons at all. However, becoming his retainer was indeed equivalent to a confession. It was a lifelong commitment. Seiko Tokushima also reacted at this moment, her face suddenly becoming flushed. Although she was a popular girl at Fujimi Academy with countless admirers and confessors. However, this was Roy's confession. Along the way, Roy's powerful swordsmanship and calm mind had led them out without a hint of danger, giving them a great sense of security. Furthermore, his noble, handsome, and gentle side had already made Seiko Tokushima admire him in her heart. Now that Roy was actually confessing on the spot, she suddenly felt an impulsive urge to agree. But before the words could leave her mouth, P.S. New author, new book seeking flowers, ratings, reviews, and the triple support. Your support is the author's motivation. The first day's release of this new book will not be less than 20,000 words. Seeking triple support, love you all moi. Chapter 10. I captured a poker, Seiko Tokushima. She remembered her dark side. Perhaps someone like her was simply unworthy of such a perfect man. Thinking of this, Seiko Tokushima's eyes suddenly dimmed. Roy Kahai, Just as Seiko Tokushima was about to refuse, she was interrupted by Roy. Looking at Seiko Tokushima's flickering and uncertain eyes, Roy knew exactly what she was thinking. Does Seiko-senpai have some reservations? When Seiko-senpai was slaying the zombies just now, you were acting a bit abnormal. Roy continued to look at Seiko Tokushima with a smile. Roy Kahai, you saw it? Seiko Tokushima's pupils constricted. She didn't expect that in just this short time, Roy would actually see through her. To the side, Shizuka Kurakawa and Saya Takagi were already completely lost, having no idea what the two of them were talking about. Yes, Seiko-senpai, do you have a strong desire for slaughter? Hearing Roy's question, Seiko Tokushima lowered her head, remembering things from her childhood. When Seiko Tokushima was in middle school, she was once targeted by a pervert on her way home from school who wanted to assault her. But because she carried a wooden sword with her, she intentionally let the pervert approach her. Then she used the wooden sword to inflict heavy damage on him, breaking his leg and shoulder blade. This kind of behavior was practically entrapment. After that incident, Seiko realized with pain that she had strong violent tendencies. When she struck that pervert, she felt extremely happy and excited in her heart. It was precisely because of this that she felt she had no right to confess, and no right to love or be loved by others. Seiko-senpai, there is absolutely no need to feel inferior because of this. I actually like this point about you very much. Roy's words made Shizuka Kurakawa and Saya Takagi, who were nearby, feel a bit strange. Is it true? Hearing Roy's words, Seiko Tokushima only felt touched, a sense of being accepted rising spontaneously within her. This issue had been a chronic ailment in her heart for many years. Because of this reason, she had no way to make true friends with others and no way to fall in love. Are you really willing to accept me as I am? She looked at Roy expectantly, hoping for an affirmative answer from him. Of course. In fact, it's precisely for a Seiko-senpai like you that I came to this world, because I am a demon. As he spoke, Roy gave a hearty laugh. The next moment, a blue light lit up on his body, and a pair of massive demon wings appeared behind his back. A noble and mysterious demon noble appeared before the three women. Seeing Roy's transformation, the three women were instantly dumbfounded, but they weren't afraid. Different from the demons they imagined, the demon Roy transformed into was only noble, elegant, handsome, and powerful. It lacked the hideous feeling they had imagined, so they weren't afraid at all. Instead, they were somewhat curious. Roy Kahai, what's going on? Seiko Tokushima looked at Roy with a face full of curiosity. A demon or whatever, you're joking, right? Saya Takagi couldn't help but complain. She felt like this was all a bit surreal. A classmate Roy looks really handsome like this. Shizuka Kurakawa, on the other hand, looked like she was captivated by Roy, staring at him blankly. Hearing this, Saya Takagi couldn't help but have her eyelid twitch. Shizuka-sensei's reaction time seemed different from theirs. Is now the time to worry about whether he's handsome? Although he really is handsome, let me reintroduce myself. I am Roy Lucifergus, the heir of the Lucifuge family, a demon clan from the underworld. Roy introduced himself elegantly. Now, Seiko-senpai, you don't have to worry about your desire for slaughter anymore. So, Seiko-senpai, become my retainer and fight for me. After saying that, Roy looked at Seiko Tokushima with a smile. Hearing Roy's words, Seiko Tokushima, who was already very touched, no longer hesitated. She knelt on one knee and swore an oath. I, Seiko Tokushima, am willing to pledge my life in loyalty to Roy Lucifergus, to become the sword in your hand and fight for you. Seeing this, Roy couldn't hide his smile. I, Roy Lucifergus, accept your loyalty. After saying that, a demon chess piece appeared in his hand. It was specifically a knight piece. Seiko Tokushima was a master of swordsmanship. Using the knight piece that boosted speed couldn't be better. Roy raised both hands, and a massive magic circle emitting blue light appeared beneath Seiko Tokushima's feet. In the name of Roy Lucifergus, I command. You, Seiko Tokushima, shall become my retainer demon and be reborn as my knight. The contract incantation slowly flowed from Roy's mouth. At the same time, the knight demon chess piece in Roy's hand slowly flew in front of Seiko Tokushima and merged into her body. The next moment, amidst a burst of blue light, demon wings sprouted from Seiko Tokushima's back. The light dissipated and the massive demon wings spread out. At this moment, a noble and elegant temperament appeared on Seiko Tokushima's body. Elegant and beautiful, she was even more perfect than before. So pretty. Shizuka Kurakawa looked at Seiko Tokushima blankly, feeling somewhat envious. You've got to be kidding me. Saya Takagi was dumbfounded, still wearing a face of disbelief. After the contract was completed, Roy's aura also surged wildly, only being withdrawn after reaching its peak. He couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, because after contracting Seiko Tokushima, his strength had successfully reached that of a mid-class demon. One must know that Roy hadn't broken through to a mid-class demon for over 10 years. Now, just by contracting Seiko Tokushima, he had easily broken through, which made him feel very pleasant. And just as he had expected, with the support of Roy's powerful mutated piece, Seiko possessed the strength of an entry-level mid-class demon immediately upon reincarnation. Seiko, how do you feel? Since she had already become one of his own, Roy was no longer formal and called her directly by her name. Hearing this, Seiko Tokushima carefully felt the changes in her body. She looked out the window. Her field of vision had become much broader, and she could actually see more clearly in the dark than during the day. P.S. New author. New book seeking flowers, ratings, reviews, and the triple support. Your support is the author's motivation. 8. Number 8 Section 8 Chapter 8 The first day of the new book's release will not be less than 20,000 words. Please support with a triple click. Love you all moi. Chapter 11 Recruiting 2 more retainers. Her ears also became exceptionally sensitive. Even the distant roars of zombies were clearly audible. She picked up the wooden sword and swung it again. Whoosh! She easily produced the sound of breaking through the air. With just a few random strikes, she was countless times stronger than before. It feels wonderful. Seiko Tokushima looked at Roy with eyes as gentle as water. Clearly, from this moment on, she belonged only to Roy. Roy nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Shizuka Kurakawa. Miss Kurakawa, how about it? Do you want to become my retainer? Shizuka Kurakawa didn't expect Roy to ask her so suddenly, and for a moment, she was hesitant. Become a retainer of my evil pieces, and from now on, you'll never have to worry about back pain again. Roy tempted her like a demon. Well, he was a demon to begin with. Shizuka Kurakawa's eyes lit up upon hearing this. You should know, as a woman possessing a pair of G-cups, while many envied her, she actually had her own troubles. They were too heavy. She often felt back pain, and her favorite position was leaning over her desk. This could greatly reduce her burden. Hearing Roy's words now, nothing was more tempting than this. I agree. Shizuka Kurakawa looked at Roy with a happy face. To the side, Saya Takagi felt like her head was full of black lines. What kind of eccentric is Ms. Kurakawa to be tempted by such a reason? But Saya Takagi looked at her own. They weren't small either. Would she have the same troubles as Ms. Kurakawa in the future? Roy-chan, can you promise me one thing? Shizuka Kurakawa looked at Roy and said somewhat hesitantly. No problem, Shizuka, go ahead. Roy agreed readily. He guessed it probably had to do with her friend, Nanrika. I don't know what's happened to my friend Nanrika. Could I trouble Roy-chan to help find her? Speaking of this, a worried expression appeared on Shizuka Kurakawa's face. As expected, of course, no problem. Hearing Roy agree, Shizuka Kurakawa showed a brilliant smile and then stood before him. Seeing this, Roy initiated the contract ritual again, and a blue magic circle appeared under Shizuka Kurakawa's feet. By the name of Roy Lucifergus, I command you. Shizuka Kurakawa, to become my devil retainer and be reborn as my monk. A monk piece slowly flew in front of Shizuka Kurakawa and merged into her body. The monk mainly strengthens magic power. Roy saw that Shizuka Kurakawa seemed to have the potential to be a healer, so he used the monk piece. The next moment, amidst a burst of blue light, demon wings appeared on Shizuka Kurakawa's back. The light dissipated, and the massive demon wings spread out, elegant, beautiful, noble, and graceful. The current Shizuka Kurakawa was even more perfect than before. However, in the next moment, that aura vanished. So I've become a demon? It feels so strange. As she spoke, Shizuka Kurakawa hopped a bit, and her little bunnies followed with a bounce. My back really doesn't ache anymore, Roy-chan. You're amazing. Saying this, Shizuka Kurakawa lunged at Roy for a hug, giving him a direct face smothering. So fragrant. Breaking away from Shizuka Kurakawa's embrace, Roy's gaze turned toward Saya Takagi. At this point, no matter how much Saya Takagi didn't want to believe it, she had no choice. After all, she had seen two people reincarnated into demons with her own eyes. Takagi-san, are you willing to become my retainer? You should also know that this world has completely collapsed, right? What awaits this world is total destruction. Why not come with me to the underworld? You'll have a new life there. And by the way, becoming a demon won't just stop back pain. You'll also stay young forever. Roy laid out one temptation after another before Saya Takagi. Even the most steadfast person couldn't help but waver. After becoming your retainer, I'll leave this world, right? Saya Takagi asked, trying her best to resist Roy's temptation. That's right. Then can you take my mom and dad with us too? Saya Takagi looked at Roy expectantly. She still had ties to this world, so she couldn't just leave like that. No, only my retainers can leave with me, and I won't accept your parents as my retainers. Roy refused without hesitation. He would not take men as retainers, let alone people he didn't like. Hearing Roy's blunt refusal, Saya Takagi slumped onto the sofa in disappointment. With her brilliant mind, she understood that Roy was right. This world would eventually come to an end, and what awaited her was a dead end. Besides, she didn't even know if her parents were currently alive or dead. In this apocalyptic world, hope was right before her eyes. Although it wasn't salvation from God, even if it was a demon, as long as he could lead her out of this apocalyptic abyss, she was willing. I agree, but can you let me go back and see my parents? Saya Takagi finally agreed. Her last wish was to check on her parents' situation. Since she couldn't take them with her, she would give them some helping hand at the final moment. No problem, Roy smiled. He certainly wouldn't refuse such a small request. Hearing this, Saya Takagi finally regained her smile and slowly walked up to Roy. By the name of Roy Lucifergus, I command you, Saya Takagi, to become my devil retainer and be reborn as my monk. Similarly, a monk piece slowly flew in front of Saya Takagi and merged into her body. Saya Takagi was a high IQ genius. Close combat definitely wasn't for her. But with her level of genius, she might be able to learn quite a lot of magic. The next moment, amidst a burst of blue light, demon wings appeared on Saya Takagi's back. The light dissipated and the massive demon wings spread out. The current Saya Takagi was elegant, beautiful, and breathtaking. P.S. New author. New book seeking flowers, ratings, reviews, and the triple click. Your support is the author's motivation. The first day of the new book's release will not be less than 20,000 words. Please support with a triple click. Love you all, moi. Chapter 12, Little Lowly Shirley Alice. Looking at the three girls who had all become his retainers, Roy couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Alright, it's getting late. Let's get some rest. Tomorrow, we'll go to Saya's house first, then look for Nanrika. The three girls nodded and each went back to their rooms to rest. Just as Roy turned off the lights and was about to sleep, the door opened. Seiko Tokushima, wearing only a bath towel, appeared at the door. She then closed the door behind her and walked in. Seiko? Roy looked at Seiko Tokushima curiously, wondering why she was coming over so late. As a retainer, it's only natural to serve my master well. As she spoke, a blush crept onto Seiko Tokushima's face. Hearing this, Roy didn't hesitate to prepare to devour Seiko Tokushima. There was no reason to refuse meat delivered to his doorstep. However, the door opened again. Roy-chan, I can't sleep. Shizuka Kurakawa dizzily climbed up as well. This left Roy a bit dazed. Why were they all coming in one by one? Still, if one was a dish, two were the same. He would devour them regardless. But just as he was about to make a move, the door opened yet again. Roy, I'm a bit scared, could I? Saya Takagi walked in with a blush, but froze when she saw Seiko and Shizuka. The next moment, her face turned as red as an apple, but she didn't run out. Instead, covering her face, she also climbed up and hid under the covers. Roy felt a bit helpless seeing this. It seemed tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The next morning, Roy woke up early. Actually, he hadn't slept all night. He looked left and right but didn't see Seiko. She must have already gotten up. Pushing aside Shizuka and Saya, who were clinging to him like octopuses, Roy got out of bed. Entering the living room, he smelled a fragrant aroma. He walked into the kitchen and saw Seiko, wearing only an apron, making breakfast. Seiko-chan, why did you get up so early? Saying this, Roy hugged her from behind. As a woman of the Tokushima family, these are things I should do. 9. Number 9 Section 9 Chapter 9 Having let Roy cook dinner last night made her feel very guilty. You're wrong, Seiko. Since yesterday, you have already been a woman of my Lucifuge family. Roy corrected Seiko's mistake with a serious expression. Seiko was stunned for a moment, then she reacted. That's right, Roy. Seiko gave a slightly apologetic smile and tried to turn around. However, Seiko, don't move. Get down, eh? Seiko turned her head to look at Roy in confusion. Hee, since you said the wrong thing, you must be punished. After finishing breakfast, Roy decided to take the three girls to Saya's house first to check things out. Although they had suffered some minor injuries last night, it was no longer an issue given the powerful constitution of demons. However, as soon as he opened the door, Roy discovered two people in the yard. One was a middle-aged man lying there with a large amount of blood on him. He was clearly dead. The other was a little loli. The little loli was lying motionless on top of the middle-aged man, seemingly asleep. Eh? Roy, what's wrong? Seiko, behind him, looked at Roy with some curiosity. A child has entered the yard. Saying this, Roy walked over. Looking at the pink-haired little loli, Roy guessed that this should be Shirley Alice, the little loli from the original story. Because last night was the first time, the battle had been quite intense and self-forgetting. He actually hadn't noticed these two people sneaking into the yard, but looking at Shirley Alice's deceased father, it seemed he still hadn't escaped his fate. Roy estimated that he had been stabbed by someone and then brought Shirley Alice here to escape. Hey, Roy patted Shirley Alice's shoulder. Shirley Alice finally woke up in a daze. However, upon seeing her dead father, tears immediately began to flow again. But she didn't make a sound. She must have been told by her father before he died that she couldn't make any noise. Your father died to protect you. He's a great hero. Hearing this, Shirley Alice finally looked up at Roy. Roy looked at her with a smile and said, "It's okay now. From now on, Big Brother will protect you." After hearing Roy's words, Shirley Alice finally couldn't help but throw herself into his arms and cry out loud. Some nearby zombies were also drawn over by the sound of the crying. Seeing this, Seiko picked up her wooden sword and walked out. Having just undergone the demon reincarnation, Seiko was currently eager to know how strong she had become. Roy picked up Shirley Alice and then used magic to dig a hole under the tree in the yard. He buried Shirley Alice's father inside so that he at least wouldn't become food for the zombies. Shirley Alice looked at her buried father and cried uncontrollably. Crying and crying, she eventually fell asleep in Roy's arms. Roy handed her to Shizuka to hold and then packed their luggage. Once the luggage was packed, they went to the Hummer. Seiko was already waiting there, and all the surrounding zombies had been cleared away. Moreover, she didn't have a single drop of blood on her, showing that her strength had improved to a terrifying degree. Seiko, get in the car quickly, we're ready to go. Seiko answered and jumped onto the car. The car started, and the group set off, passing through the riverbed to enter the city. Their goal this time was the 2nd district, which was where Saya's home was located. Roy, we haven't seen any zombies for quite a while. Saya and Roy were sitting on the roof of the car after crossing the river. They hadn't seen a single zombie along the way, so she found it a bit strange. It seems they've all been drawn to the central area. Roy understood what was happening, but he couldn't completely trust the original story. For example, Shirley Alice's encounter was different from the original story. Hearing this, Saya looked toward her home with some concern. P.S. New author. New book, please give flowers, ratings, and reviews. Triple support please. Triple support please. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a 200,000 word backlog, so please feel free to add to your collection. The first day's release will not be less than 20,000 words. Seeking triple support, love you all moi. Chapter 13. Yuriko actually committed suicide, while still warm. Just then, scattered zombies suddenly appeared ahead. Zombies have appeared. Saya cried out in alarm. Don't worry, remember that you're a demon now. Roy gave Saya a head pat and then directed the two girls. Saya, guide the way. Shizuka, we'll ram through. Oh, Shizuka-sensei, turn left. Saya kept giving directions and the zombies on the road became more and more numerous. Oh no, someone set up a roadblock. Saya cried out as she looked ahead. It's okay, leave it to me. Shizuka, get ready to drive through the middle, Roy said to Shizuka. Then he pointed his right hand at the roadblock ahead. Magic bullet. A blue magic bullet shot from his hand. This was one of the few spells he had learned. Bang! The roadblock was blown open with a gap just large enough for the car to pass through. So cool. Seeing Roy's magic bullet move, Saya was immediately full of envy. After reincarnating into a demon, Saya had become very interested in magic. She truly was a genius girl, curious about everything. When we get back, I'll teach you all. Really, that's great. Saya immediately became excited. Hey, it's a bit strange. Why are there still zombies inside? Shizuka said with some confusion as she looked at the scattered zombies ahead. It is a bit strange. If someone set up a roadblock, it proves there should be people from the self-defense force inside. Seiko analyzed calmly. Self-defense force? Mom. Hearing Seiko's words, Saya was a bit worried because her mother was a member of the self-defense force. It's different from the original story again, Roy thought to himself. The self-defense force that should have originally appeared had not appeared now. And one of the people in the self-defense force was Saya's mother. The car continued forward, and before long they saw Saya's house, which looked like a castle. However, the zombies gathered here were becoming more and more numerous. Even covering the Land Rover with magic wouldn't be enough to ram through. How can this be? Saya looked at their house with a slight sob in her voice. At this time, the place had already been surrounded by zombies and the gate was destroyed. The thing she had been worried about had finally happened. Looking at the situation before them, Seiko and Shizuka also fell silent. Just then, the sound of a gunshot came from the direction of Saya's house. Hearing the gunshot, Saya suddenly looked up in that direction. There are still living people inside. Saya's voice held a hint of pleasant surprise. Quick, Shizuka-sensei, hurry and rush in. But Shizuka looked at the dense crowd of zombies ahead and was a bit troubled. With so many zombies blocking the way, the car simply couldn't get through. Saya, don't be anxious. In this situation, the car can't be driven through. Then what should we do? Saya had completely lost her composure and had no ideas at all. She could only look at Roy pleadingly. Seeing this, Roy smiled and said, Saya, don't forget that you're a demon, now we can fly over. As he spoke, the huge demon wings on Roy's back spread out, and he looked at Saya with a smile. Saya was stunned for a moment, then she also spread her demon wings. Seiko and Shizuka also came out of the car, and they each unfolded their demon wings. Shizuka, hold Alice. Let's go. 10. Number 10 Section 10 Chapter 10 Roy said a word and led the way, flying toward the direction where the gunshots were coming from. Behind him, the three women and a little loli followed closely. Before long, they arrived at the location of the gunshots. This was the rooftop of Saya's house, where countless zombies were crowding against the doorframe. It looked like they would break through that layer of defense before long. Not far away on the rooftop, a mature woman lay in a pool of blood. Mom. Upon seeing the woman lying in a pool of blood, Saya cried out and rushed over. Hearing Saya's cry, Roy and the others understood. It turned out this mature woman really was Saya's mother. It seemed she had been driven into a corner by the zombies and chose to come to the rooftop to commit suicide. Watching Saya wail, Seiko and Shizuka couldn't help but shed tears as well. Mom. In the midst of her heartbreaking cries, Saya suddenly turned her head and looked at Roy. Roy, can you save my mom? You're a demon, you can do it, right? Saya looked at Roy with tearful eyes, her gaze filled with hope. Even though she knew that bringing someone back from the dead was almost impossible. Roy frowned and thought for a moment. He was wondering whether or not to save this woman. In the original story, Ryusa's pieces could bring back Isa, who had just died, not to mention his mutated pieces. But Roy was a perfectionist. As for the MILF in front of him, at this thought, Roy's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a good idea. It seemed he would have to pull a Sao this time. I'll give it a try, Roy said to Saya. Thank you, Roy. Saya thanked Roy joyfully. If you really want to thank me, I want the back. Roy leaned in and whispered into Saya's ear. Hearing this, Saya's face instantly turned red, but she still nodded. Seeing this, Roy gave a wicked smile. A huge magic circle appeared beneath Saya's mother, Yuriko. In the name of Roy Lucifergus, I command. Your soul, Yuriko Takagi, shall become my demon retainer and be reborn as my monk. This time Roy's incantation was different from usual. A ghostly silhouette of a soul emerged from Yuriko's corpse. Then, the monk piece in his hand slowly flew toward Yuriko's soul silhouette and merged into it. The next moment, Yuriko's soul silhouette shone with a brilliant light. After a while, the light finally dissipated, and a perfect body appeared in the air. P.S. New author, new book asking for flowers, ratings, reviews, and the triple play. Your support is the author's motivation. I have 200,000 words in storage, so please feel free to add this to your collection. On the first day of the new book's release, there will be no less than 20,000 words. Asking for triple support. Love you all, moi. Top up now. Event period. August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 14. Taking another retainer. This body looked exactly like Yuriko, only much younger than before. It felt like a larger version of Saya. This was Roy's solution, utilizing the power of the demon chess pieces. He directly reconstructed a perfect body for Yuriko. However, because too much magic was used to construct the body, Yuriko was quite a bit weaker than Saya. Mom. Seeing that her mother had truly been resurrected, Saya wept with joy and rushed over. Under Saya's gaze, Yuriko slowly opened her eyes. Ugh, is this heaven? Yuriko looked at her daughter in front of her, feeling a bit dazed. Her last memory was of herself committing suicide with a gun. Mom, it's so good that you're okay. Saya? Are you Saya? Don't tell me you died too, Saya? Yuriko asked several questions in her daze. Saya burst out laughing at this. She never expected her usually serious and earnest mother to have such a dazed side. Mom, you're not dead, none of us are dead, Saya explained to Yuriko. By then, Yuriko had finally regained her senses and stood up. Suddenly feeling a chill on her body, she instinctively hugged herself. Seeing this, Saya hurriedly took off her coat and gave it to her. After putting on the coat, Yuriko finally took a look around. Upon seeing Roy, she instinctively knelt down. Master, Yuriko called out respectfully. After saying it, even she found it a bit unbelievable. Why would she kneel to the boy in front of her and use such an embarrassing title? Roy wasn't surprised by this. As his retainer, there was a master-servant connection. Mom, it was Roy who resurrected you. Saya told Yuriko everything that had happened. Eh? Roy, I see. Yuriko finally regained her composure. She knelt to Roy again and said, Yuriko greets the master. Roy nodded and pulled her up. Then he looked at Yuriko's original corpse nearby, and a mass of magic power enveloped it. Before long, the entire corpse was obliterated by the magic power. Since Yuriko had been resurrected, there was no need to keep that body. Looking at her original body, Yuriko also felt a bit strange. Her body was now much younger. If she and Saya went out, they would definitely be mistaken for sisters. Then, at Saya's questioning, Yuriko told everyone why she had committed suicide here. It turned out that someone in the self-defense force had been bitten but didn't report it. And just as a large wave of zombies attacked, with enemies inside and out, the Takagi household was breached. Ultimately, Yuriko had no choice but to flee to the rooftop, but with nowhere else to go, she had to choose suicide. Saya fell silent upon hearing this. Alright, now that things are settled, let's go. Next, only Shizuka's friend, Nanrika, is left. By the way, Shizuka, do you know where Nanrika is right now? Saying this, Roy turned his head to look at Shizuka. Although I don't know her location, I remembered Rika's phone number this morning. Shizuka thought for a moment, then smiled happily. Saya, let Shizuka use your phone for a moment. Roy looked at Saya and instructed. Oh, Shizuka took Saya's phone. This is 1, this is 2 inches. Seeing Shizuka's ditzy look, Roy couldn't help but sigh. She really was adorably silly. Saya and Seiko were also a bit speechless. Beep beep. Before long, the call went through. Hello. A woman's voice came from the other side, and Shizuka cried out in surprise upon hearing it. Rika, it's great that you're still alive, that's just wonderful. Nanrika's lips curled slightly upon hearing Shizuka's voice. She was clearly very happy too. By the way, where are you now? At my place? No, we've left there. Oh, and we borrowed your car. Shizuka babbled on with a lot of small talk. Cough. Shizuka, hurry up and ask for her location. Roy finally couldn't take it anymore. Although he didn't know if things would still follow the original plot, where an electromagnetic pulse released by a nuclear bomb would destroy all electrical appliances. However, to avoid any accidents, it was better to find Nanrika as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Shizuka stuck out her tongue and acted cute. Right, Rika, where are you right now? Is there someone else with you? Nanrika also heard the noise on Shizuka's end. Roy-chan is the one protecting me. Nanrika understood in her heart, based on her knowledge of Shizuka. If no one were protecting her, it would have been impossible for her to survive until now. At this thought, she felt very grateful to the person protecting Shizuka. Rika, tell me your location quickly so we can come save you. Shizuka, there's no need. I'm relieved just knowing you're safe. It's very dangerous outside right now, so whatever you do, don't come out. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11 Section 11 Chapter 11 For Shizuka's safety, Nanrika didn't tell her the exact location. Hey, Rika, what's going on? Rustle bang. Suddenly, a white light shone down from the sky. The phone suddenly went silent, and Shizuka brought it in front of her face to take a look. She saw the phone was smoking. It was clearly broken. Could it be? Several people looked toward the sky. A white halo spread across the sky, appearing even more dazzling than the sun. As expected, it's a nuclear strike. Saya finally confirmed what the light was. Shizuka looked at Saya in confusion. If a nuclear warhead explodes in the upper atmosphere, gamma rays will cause atmospheric molecules to scatter electrons. Saya explained with a solemn expression. P.S. New author, new book, please give flowers, evaluations, book reviews, and the triple tap. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a 200,000 word manuscript, so please feel free to bookmark it. The release on the first day will not be less than 20,000 words. Please support with a triple tap. Love you all, moi. Chapter 15 Finding Nanrika. Roy felt somewhat helpless. He hadn't expected this to actually happen. Let's go. Based on what Shizuka said about Nanrika's job, if I'm not mistaken, she should be at the offshore airport. Anyway, let's head there and look for her first. But the cars don't work anymore. How are we supposed to get there? Shizuka asked worriedly. Shizuka's friend is in the special forces. The car she left behind should have an EMP shielding device. If it really doesn't work, we'll just have to fly over. Saying that, Roy picked up Yuriko in a princess carry and flew toward the car. Since most of the power of the piece Yuriko used was dedicated to constructing her body, even her demon wings couldn't unfurl, so he had to carry her as he flew. Wearing only Saya's coat while being princess carried made Yuriko quite bashful. However, now that she had a new life, she didn't care about that much anymore. She would just entrust everything she had to the person before her who had given her a new lease on life. The group returned to the car and found that it indeed hadn't been destroyed by the EMP. Afterward, Shizuka drove toward the offshore airport. I say, Mom, can't you put some clothes on properly? Saya looked at her mother, feeling a bit of a headache. After being carried back by Roy just now, she refused to get down. Was this still her mother? She even wondered if something had gone wrong with the reincarnation ritual. Had she reincarnated as a succubus? It can't be helped. It's all because Saya's clothes are too small, and Mom is too tired now. I have no strength at all. Yuriko acted with a bit of charm and a bit of shamelessness, simply refusing to get down. Roy looked at this masterpiece he had created with his own hands, feeling very satisfied. In fact, ordinary evil pieces only have a chance of successful reincarnation right after a person dies. It won't work if they've been dead for too long. Furthermore, ordinary pieces cannot use a soul as a foundation to directly create a physical body for reincarnation. This was the power of Roy's mutated pieces. They could directly rely on a soul to create a physical body. Yuriko was an example of this, and Roy discovered that while creating the body, he could change the physical age entirely based on his own will. Moreover, because they were created by Roy, the created person would have a strong sense of dependence on him. Mom, this is teacher Shizuka's clothing. It's big enough. Hurry up and put it on. Saya had no other choice and could only take Shizuka's clothes. Saya looked at her mother in front of her. She was practically a carbon copy of herself, yet more mature. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of jealousy. At this time, Roy also set Yuriko down and gestured for her to get dressed. After all, if this continued, he wouldn't be able to control himself. With no other choice, Yuriko put on Shizuka's clothes. A few hours later, they finally arrived near the offshore airport. The roads leading to the offshore airport were completely blocked. The car couldn't get through at all. They could only abandon the car. Roy got out of the car carrying Shirley Alice. By now, Alice had recovered. She really was a very strong little girl. Then we'll just fly straight over Saya. You carry your mother. Let's go. After speaking, Roy unfurled his demon wings and flew out first. Seiko and Shizuka followed suit one after another. Saya, I'm counting on you. Yuriko smiled at her daughter in front of her. I know already, honestly. Saya complained as she pulled Yuriko up, unfurled her demon wings, and followed. Wow, so pretty. In Roy's arms, Shirley Alice looked at the shimmering surface of the sea. She couldn't help but praise it. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten all her troubles. Even the girls behind were intoxicated by this scenery. It was truly beautiful. They didn't admire it for long before they reached the offshore airport. They saw that the entire offshore airport had fallen. The figures of zombies were everywhere. Rika, seeing this situation, Shizuka was quite worried about Nanrika's safety. Don't worry, it hasn't been long since Shizuka made the call. Nanrika should still be alive. Roy comforted Shizuka. Shizuka nodded vigorously. Let's fly to the center of the airport and look first. Roy looked toward the center of the airport. There should still be living people there. Arriving at the airport center, Roy and the others saw many zombies surrounding an armored riot control vehicle. Needless to say, there were definitely people inside that vehicle. Roy-chan. Shizuka looked at Roy pitifully. Don't worry, leave it to me. Saying that, Roy held Shirley Alice with one hand and aimed the other at the armored vehicle. Magic bullet. The next moment, several magic bullets shot out from his hand. Boom boom boom. With the sound of explosions, the dense pack of zombies around the armored vehicle were all blown away. Only a few scattered zombies continued to close in. Seiko. Roy called out to Seiko. Understood. Without needing an explanation, Seiko understood his meaning. Then she descended, her wooden sword turning into afterimages as it harvested the heads of the zombies. In less than a minute, the area around the armored vehicle was cleared. Let's head down. Seeing that the ground was cleared, Roy led the girls down in front of the armored vehicle. Hey, Rika, are you in there? Shizuka knocked on the door. In this kind of armored vehicle, you couldn't see the situation inside from the outside. Cough cough, is that Shizuka? A woman's voice came from inside, and then the door was opened. It really is you, Rika. Upon seeing the person in the car, Shizuka immediately wanted to go over and hug her with a beaming smile. However, Nanrika stopped her. Cough cough, Shizuka, I'm really happy to see you before I die. Although I don't know how you got here, you all should leave quickly, Nanrika said with a pale face. P.S. New author, new book, please give flowers, evaluations, book reviews, and the triple tap. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a 200,000 word manuscript, so please feel free to bookmark it. Chapter 16. Not sparing Alice either. Why, Rika? We specifically came to save you. Shizuka looked at Nanrika in confusion. Hee. Nanrika laughed miserably, then revealed her leg. The group looked and saw that the ankle area was bloody. It seemed she had been bitten by a zombie. How can this be? Shizuka cried out in shock. 12. #12 Section 12. Chapter 12. So you all should leave quickly. I was already planning to commit suicide just now, if you hadn't come. Nanrika paused, then looked at Shizuka and said, but being able to see Shizuka before I die is already very good. Rika. Shizuka was a bit flustered by Nanrika's words. Then she suddenly remembered something, turned to look at Roy, and held Roy's arm while using charm. Roy-chan, can I please ask you to save Rika? In Shizuka's view, Roy could even bring the dead back to life, so this zombie virus should be no problem. Actually, Roy had been observing Nanrika from the beginning. Long purple hair, healthy wheat-colored skin, a hot figure, she was quite good, and she was still single. Although she didn't have talent like Seiko, for Shizuka's sake, Roy still decided to take her as a retainer. Are you willing to become my retainer? Roy looked at Nanrika and asked. As long as he took her as a retainer, he naturally wouldn't fear a mere zombie virus. Nanrika was stunned, then looked at the young man Shizuka was holding onto. Silver white short hair, a handsome and almost bewitching face, and a noble temperament. Nanrika had never seen such a youth. Rika, don't just daze off, hurry up and agree. Seeing Nanrika stunned, Shizuka hurriedly urged her. Hee, I didn't expect someone to confess to me before I die. Young man, I accept. I hope you can take good care of Shizuka. Nanrika spoke as if she were giving her last words. She didn't understand Roy's meaning at all. Seeing her agree, Roy didn't waste words and directly used magic power to wrap around her, pulling her out of the car. Nanrika was a bit bewildered by this, but the zombie virus was already about to reach her brain. This caused her consciousness to begin to blur. At this moment, a blue magic circle appeared beneath her feet. In the name of Roy Lucifergus, I command you, Nanrika, become my retainer demon and be reborn as my soldier. A soldier piece slowly flew in front of Nanrika and merged into her body. The soldier piece has the ability to promote to any piece other than the king when the king deems it to be in the enemy's camp and can transform at will. Although it seems to be the weakest piece, it is actually the piece with the most potential. As someone from a special forces background, Nanrika had many different combat styles, making the soldier piece more than suitable. In the blue light, Nanrika finally transformed into a demon. Nanrika slowly opened her eyes and the first person she saw was Roy. Nanrika greets Master. Nanrika knelt on one knee and respectfully called him Master. Rise. Rika, that's great. Shizuka, who was nearby, couldn't wait to throw herself onto Nanrika. Shizuka, tell me about Master. Nanrika looked at Shizuka and whispered to her, inquiring about this mysterious master. Seiko. Roy looked into the distance at Seiko, who was constantly slaying the zombies that approached. Hearing the call, Seiko instantly retreated back. Good work, Seiko. It's nothing, it's only right. Seiko smiled at him with a flushed face. Let's go rest in the house next door for a while, Roy said, looking at the house not far away. Hearing this, the girls naturally had no objections. They cleared out a room and the girls took another bath. After washing up, everyone gathered in the living room. Alice, are you willing to become my retainer? Roy looked at Shirley Alice and asked with a smile. He decided to return to the high school DxD world immediately. Of those present, only Shirley Alice was not yet his retainer, and he couldn't leave Shirley Alice behind alone. Moreover, Roy found that Shirley Alice's talent was also quite good, so he decided to take her as a retainer. Eh? Is it the same as the big sisters? Shirley Alice asked curiously. Though young, the sensible Shirley Alice faintly understood that this was an important choice in her life. Alice, don't you want to be with the big sisters? We will protect you. Shizuka's relationship with Alice could be said to be the best. Alice was often held in Shizuka's arms. Every time Roy saw Shizuka holding Alice in her arms, he wondered if Alice would be crushed. Because Shizuka always liked to press her own heavy burdens against the top of Alice's head. Alice had already wanted to agree, and hearing Shizuka's words, she immediately nodded without hesitation. Brother Roy, I agree. Hearing this, Roy didn't waste words and directly performed the reincarnation for Shirley Alice. In the name of Roy Lucifergus, I command you, Shirley Alice, become my retainer demon and be reborn as my monk. A monk piece slowly flew in front of Shirley Alice and merged into her small body. The next moment, blue light bloomed, and a pair of small demon wings appeared behind her. The reincarnation was successful, and Shizuka couldn't help but pick up Alice. Alice is just too cute. As Shizuka spoke, she rubbed her face against Alice's, making Alice giggle. Alright, the purpose of coming to this world has been achieved, it's time to go back. Roy looked at the girls with satisfaction. He was especially satisfied with Seiko. Upon reincarnation, she directly became a mid-class demon combat power. Her talent was terrifyingly strong. P.S. New author, new book, please give flowers, evaluations, reviews and the triple support. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has 200,000 words in stock. Please feel free to add to your collection. Chapter 17. It's over. Elder sister's sucker punch has arrived. The other girls were also good, except for Yuriko, who spent too much magic power constructing her body. The other girls all had the strength of a lower-class demon, though they would need to learn some magic to fully utilize that strength. Roy himself received power feedback from them. Although his strength hadn't broken through to high-level demon, he had reached the middle stage of the mid-class demon level. With all the goals of this trip achieved, it was time to take the girls back to the high school DxD world. Are we going back to Roy's world? Saya had great expectations for Roy's world. From what Roy said, it seems to be in the underworld. Seiko was also very interested in the world Roy mentioned. The underworld? Speaking of the underworld, Shizuka couldn't help but start imagining things. You'll know when we get there. Is everyone ready? Roy asked, looking at the girls. Yes, we're ready. No problem. I've wanted to leave this place for a long time. I'm so looking forward to seeing what the new world is like. Amidst the girls' expectations, a white light enveloped them. The next moment, they disappeared from the room. In the Kendo Club of Kuoh Academy, inside a private training room, a white light appeared in the middle of the training room. As the light dissipated, several figures appeared. It was Roy and the others. We're back. Roy looked around. It was no different from when he left. Outside the door on the Kendo Club's training ground, there were still the sounds of many girls training. He had stayed in the high school of the dead world for a few days, but upon returning, time had barely changed. Is this Roy-chan's world? It doesn't seem any different. Shizuka looked around, feeling curious. In her imagination, the underworld should be the kind of place where the sun never shines and the environment is harsh. This is the human world, so of course there isn't much difference. Let's go home first. Saying that, Roy activated a teleportation array, and a blue light enveloped everyone. With so many people suddenly appearing in the Kendo Club, it was naturally impossible to just lead them out like that, so he had to use a magic circle. In a certain location in Komu town, there was a castle. In the hall of the castle, Roy emerged from the magic circle with the girls. Upon arriving here, the girls all looked around curiously. Shizuka, wow, is this Roy-chan's home? Seiko, it looks like a castle. Alice, so amazing. Yuriko, it needs a good cleaning. Nanrika, from now on, this will be our home, right? 13. Number 13 Section 13 Chapter 13 That's right, this will be our home from now on. Let's all clean it up together first. Roy took the lead in mobilizing everyone to start cleaning. Okay, arriving in a new world, life had a new beginning. The girls were all very motivated. Even Alice joined the ranks of cleaning. This castle was arranged by Roy's sister, but Roy had hardly lived here more than a few times. Because it was too big, it felt lonely, so the castle hadn't been cleaned for a long time and was very messy. In the evening, the huge castle was finally cleaned. This was only because Roy used magic. The castle was truly too large. After cleaning, Seiko led the girls to start preparing dinner. The entire castle had a warm and cozy atmosphere. Just as they were preparing to eat, a magic circle appeared beside Roy. Roy looked and immediately thought things were bad. This should be his sister Graphia arriving. Bringing so many women back suddenly, would he be severely criticized if his sister saw? In Roy's impression, his sister Graphia had always been very serious and solemn. Especially during training, she was exceptionally strict. The light of the magic circle dissipated, and Graphia appeared before Roy. Why did Sister Sama come over so suddenly? Roy greeted her with a nervous heart. Seiko and the others nearby were surprised to hear Roy's form of address. They didn't expect the person in front of them wearing a maid outfit to actually be Roy's sister. Graphia came out of the magic circle and frowned immediately upon seeing so many girls. She carefully sized up the girls, then looked at Roy and said, "Are these the retainers you just took in?" "Ah yes," Roy answered honestly. "Except for her, all the others are just ordinary people. As the heir of the Lucifuge family, the choice of retainers must be done with more caution." Graphia looked at Roy seriously. Since demon chess pieces are limited, what she said was correct. Except for Seiko, none of those present caught her eye. However, Graphia certainly wouldn't have imagined that Roy had infinite pieces. "I know that, of course. Sister, look at my strength first." Saying that, Roy released his aura. "Oh, you've broken through." Seeing Roy's strength break through to mid-class demon, Graphia was somewhat surprised. One must know that Roy hadn't broken through for over a decade, yet after being out for only a few days, he actually broke through. "Yes, sister. Don't worry, I will definitely make the Rukafuges family the most powerful family." Hearing this, Graphia finally showed a faint smile. Actually, Graphia didn't want to treat her younger brother so seriously. But the heavy burden of the Rukafuges family was all on Roy, forcing her to act this way. P.S. New author, new book asking for flowers, evaluations, book reviews, and the triple. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has 200,000 words in stock, so please feel free to collect it. Chapter 18. Taking Seiko and Saya to school. Seeing his sister finally smile, Roy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Would Sister Sama like to sit down and eat with us?" Roy looked at Graphia and invited her. "No need. I just came to see if you were slacking off, and it looks very good now. There are still many things to handle in the family, so I'll be heading back first." Graphia declined softly. "Ah, okay." Roy looked at Graphia with some disappointment. Graphia smiled slightly at this. A magic circle appeared beneath her feet, and she disappeared the next moment. Phew. Seiko and the girls couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after Graphia left. Because the pressure Graphia brought upon them was simply too great. "Haha, that was my sister Graphia just now. Don't be fooled by her serious appearance. She's actually a very good person." Roy couldn't help but laugh seeing the girls' expressions. "She seems so amazing," Shizuka exclaimed. "And so serious." Saya felt like Roy's sister didn't seem very easy to get along with. "That sister is so scary," Alice said somewhat fearfully. "Haha, don't be afraid, Alice. After spending time together, you'll know that sister is actually a person who is cold on the outside but kind on the inside." Roy patted Alice's small head to comfort her. "Really? Of course." When it was time for bed, everyone originally had their own rooms. But in the end, they all came to Roy's room. Fortunately, his room was big enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to fit so many people. He originally thought something might happen at night, but unfortunately, with Alice there, nothing could be done. The next day, Roy took Seiko and Saya to school. Shizuka, Yuriko, and Nanrika were not suitable for school anymore, while Alice was still too young. So Roy left them at home. Roy had already taught them some basic magic and given them some magic books. He let them study on their own first and would teach them after school. Although Roy's own magic studies weren't great, teaching them some basic magic was more than enough. At Kuoh Academy, in the student council room, Sona Senpai. As soon as he entered, Roy greeted Sona with a smile. Sona, whose real name is Sona Seatree, is the next head of the high-level demon Seatree family. She is skilled in water magic, is good friends with Rias, and holds the third highest popularity at Kuoh Academy. She is very intelligent and highly skilled in strategy and tactics, being one of the new Generation 4 elites. With short black hair and a pair of glasses, she has a refined and knowledgeable temperament. Although she doesn't seem as dazzling as Rias, Sona has a temperament no weaker than Rias's. And the glasses girl look is a charm point. It's Roy Kahai, what brings you here? Sona looked at Roy with some surprise, then looked at Seiko and Saya behind him. Seeing this, Roy took a step to the side, revealing Seiko and Saya behind him. It's like this, these two are the retainers I just took in. I'd like to ask Sona Senpai to help with the enrollment procedures. Roy stated his purpose directly. Although Kuoh Academy has a principal, the real power is held by Sona's student council. So if he wanted Seiko and Saya to enroll, he just had to come to Sona. Is that so? Sona looked at Roy with an indiscernible expression and then called Tsubaki Shinra over. Tsubaki Shinra is Sona's retainer queen and also Sona's right hand. Tsubaki, take them to handle the enrollment procedures. Yes, President Sona. Answering, Tsubaki Shinra looked at Seiko and Saya. The two girls, in turn, looked at Roy. Go ahead, I'll come pick you up after school, Roy said to the two girls. Hearing this, Seiko and Saya followed Tsubaki Shinra out. Roy stayed behind. He knew Sona still had something to say. Graphia Rucifugis, known as the silver-haired queen of annihilation, once competed with Mao Leviathan for the seat of the strongest female demon in the underworld. Under the leadership of Graphia Rucifugis, her family became a powerful demon family in the underworld, and as the sole heir of the Rucifugis family, even if your talent is average, I don't think you would want to bring shame to the Rucifugis family, right? Sona seemed to be recounting the glorious deeds of the Rucifugis, but she was actually berating Roy. Hearing this, Roy's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. After such a long detour, what Sona really wanted to talk about was Roy taking two ordinary people as retainers. Although not as direct as his sister Graphia, the meaning was very clear. Once he understood, he found it somewhat amusing. He knew Sona and Rias had high standards, but he didn't expect them to be this high. True, the two of them had absolutely no interest in ordinary people, unless they were humans possessing a sacred gear. Sona also hadn't seen Seiko's talent, which was why she gave him such a warning. Because her own sister and Roy's sister were rivals and also good friends. Sona usually acted like an older sister in front of Roy. She was also very concerned about Roy. So even though Sona's words were harsh, Roy wasn't angry, he was even a bit moved. Don't worry Sona-ne, I won't bring shame to the Rucifugis, Roy said solemnly to Sona. Hearing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Sona's face. It seemed Roy's performance didn't disappoint her. However, after seeing Sona's rare smile, Roy suddenly felt the urge to tease her. 14. Number 14 Section 14 Chapter 14 P.S. New author, new book asking for flowers, evaluations, reviews, and the triple play. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a 200,000 word manuscript, so please feel free to collect it. Chapter 19 A wave of schemes, Sona falls for it. Roy suddenly said to Sona, by the way, Sona-ne. What is it? Sona-ne, you used a rating game to break off your engagement with your former fiancé, right? Yes. Hearing Roy's words, Sona crossed her arms and looked at him leisurely, wanting to see what he would say next. If I could defeat Sona-ne using a rating game, I said, then could Sona-ne. Looking at Sona's half-smiling expression, Roy stopped awkwardly. I can. Roy thought he had misheard. I'm saying, if you can defeat me in a rating game, I'll be your fiancé. At this point, even Sona couldn't help but blush slightly. After all, she was still a young girl. However, how much of her words were genuine remained to be seen. After all, Roy was a well-known trash in the underworld, still just a lower-class demon after more than 10 years. Wanting him to defeat Sona was nothing short of a pipe dream. Perhaps her words were just to encourage him, but Roy didn't think so. With his cheat active, wouldn't defeating Sona be as easy as reaching for something? Really? Sona-ne? Of course. As the successor of the Sea-Tree family, I don't joke about such things. Sure enough, Sona didn't believe for a second that Roy could defeat her. However, Roy showed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. Then it's a deal. I'll tell my sister about our agreement. Then, Sona-ne, I'll be going now. With that, Roy quickly walked out of the student council room. Sona raised her hand to stop him, only to find he was already far away. She lowered her hand helplessly and rubbed her forehead. I hope sister doesn't find out, otherwise I really don't know what she'll do. At the thought of this, Sona couldn't help but get a headache. She had only intended to encourage Roy, but she hadn't expected it to turn out like this. Sona's sister was named Seraphal Leviathan, and she was also the current Demon Lord Leviathan. Seraphal had a very cheerful personality and was in charge of diplomacy in the underworld. She excelled in ice magic and loved dressing up as a magical girl. She doted on Sona to an extreme degree, even going so far as to start a war with the fallen angels in heaven for her sake. If she found out Roy wanted to snatch away her sister, she would definitely come to deal with Roy without hesitation. Roy's sister, Graphia, certainly wouldn't sit by and watch her brother be bullied. When that time came, two Demon Lord level powers might actually end up fighting. That was why Sona had such a headache, but there was nothing she could do now. She only hoped Roy wouldn't spread this matter everywhere. Meanwhile, after successfully scheming against Sona, Roy returned to the classroom in a great mood. Department head. As soon as he entered the classroom, Kiryu Aika, Murayama, and Katase came to greet him. What's wrong? Roy looked at them in confusion. Yesterday after finishing kendo practice, we went to the training room to find the department head, but we couldn't find you anywhere. What time did the department head leave yesterday? Why didn't any of us see you? Supplement. I asked all the members of the kendo club, and none of them saw the department head leave. The three girls asked one after another. It was clear that the three girls were very concerned about him. Hearing this, Roy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yesterday, because he was bringing Seiko and the others back, he had used a teleportation array directly, so it was normal that they didn't see Roy leave the kendo club. He hadn't expected it to worry them so much. Haha, don't worry, I'm fine, I just suddenly remembered something and left. Roy laughed it off, not intending to explain further. Before he decided whether to take them as retainers, it was better not to expose his identity as a demon. Clearly, his explanation didn't satisfy the three girls, who all puffed out their cheeks and stared at him. Alright, how about this? After school, I'll personally teach you kendo, okay? In the end, Roy surrendered under their gaze. Yay, X3. Hearing Roy's words, the three girls immediately got excited and high-fived each other. Seeing this, Roy knew he had been tricked again. The three of them were just waiting for him to take the bait. Without even looking, this idea must have been Kiryu Aika's. A short while later, class began. The teacher brought in an unfamiliar girl. The girls in the whole class began to whisper among themselves. This girl was none other than Saya. Since she was originally a second-year student, she was assigned to Roy's class. As for Seiko, she was assigned to the third year. Saya Takagi. Saya wrote her name on the blackboard. Although she had already had an intimate exchange with Roy, they weren't married after all, so she used her original surname. My name is Saya Takagi, please take care of me. Saya stood on the podium and gave a brief introduction of herself. The female students below looked at Saya with envy. To have such an exaggerated figure at such an age, and with those pink twin tails, her cuteness level was off the charts. They felt that the Academy's most popular idols was about to have one more person. Alright, Takagi-san, you can sit in that empty seat over there. The teacher pointed to an empty seat behind Roy. Because Roy's seatmate was Kiryu Aika, and in front of him were Murayama and Katase, she could only be arranged to sit behind Roy. P.S. New author, new book asking for flowers, evaluations, reviews, and the triple play. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a 200,000 word manuscript, so please feel free to collect it. Chapter 20. Actually chatting about this kind of topic with a bespectacled girl, walking down from the podium, as she passed Roy. Saya's tsundere nature couldn't help but flare up. HMPH. Maybe it was because she couldn't sit with Roy, or maybe it was pure tsundere. Saya gave a soft HMPH. Department head, do you know Takagi-san? Kiryu Aika was stunned by Saya's attitude. Of course. Are you living together? That's right. So bold. Kiryu Aika didn't expect to discover such a secret, and an unnatural blush immediately appeared on her face. Then have you guys done anything bold? Kiryu Aika asked in a low voice, her face crimson. Although she felt embarrassed, she still couldn't help but ask. This was the power of an eroge girl. Of course, let me tell you. Roy unhesitatingly shared some of his positions with Kiryu Aika, and upon hearing them, Kiryu Aika didn't retreat in shame, but instead discussed them with Roy with great interest. In fact, Roy didn't even know some of the positions Kiryu Aika mentioned. This made him have to marvel that eroge girls were truly too powerful. Of course, this was because he understood Kiryu Aika's personality, which was why he discussed these things with her. Behind them, because of a demon's powerful hearing, Saya heard every single word of their conversation. Immediately, her face turned as red as an apple. However, there was nothing she could do. After all, Roy was her master. But in her heart, she noted down this woman Kiryu Aika. To dare to teach Roy such embarrassing positions, she definitely wouldn't let her off. After school in the afternoon was free activity time. Since he had promised to teach Kiryu Aika, Murayama, and Katase kendo, after finding Seiko, several of them came to the kendo club together. At this time, many girls were already practicing in the kendo club. Hello, department head. The department head is so handsome today too. Can the department head personally teach us kendo? Many female students were very excited to see Roy arrive. 15. Hash 15 Section 15 Chapter 15 Most of the female students who joined the kendo club did so for Roy. Of course, there was no lack of girls who genuinely liked kendo, like Kiryu Aika and her two friends, who possessed good talent in the art. Everyone, practice on your own first. I will personally teach you some kendo knowledge in a bit. Facing the requests of so many girls, Roy did not refuse. Since he had already promised Kiryu Aika and the other two, he might as well teach everyone together. Watching from the side, Seiko and Saya felt very proud seeing how popular Roy was at the academy. Entering his private training room, Roy turned around and looked at Seiko with a smile. Seiko, I know you must really want to spar with me in kendo. As a kendo genius, the achievements Seiko had reached in kendo were already very impressive. That was, until she met Roy, a kendo monster. The first time she saw Roy's kendo, her heart was shaken to its core. As a kendo genius, she naturally wanted to spar with such a monster. Rather than a spar, it's more like seeking guidance. After all, in terms of kendo, Roy has far surpassed me. Seiko shook her head as she spoke. Hearing this, Roy didn't dwell on the matter too much. The two of them picked up wooden swords and moved to the center of the training room, preparing to begin their spar. That's Seiko Tokushima-senpai who just transferred today, right? She seems very close with the department head. According to the department head, this Tokushima-senpai's kendo seems to be extremely powerful. To actually be able to spar with the department head, it's so enviable. The department head and her are calling each other by their first names. Their relationship feels quite unusual. Kiryu Aika, Murayama, and Katase were whispering among themselves off to the side. When talking about the relationship between the department head and Seiko, Murayama felt that the bond between the two was anything but ordinary. However, only Kiryu Aika knew the true relationship between the department head and the two girls who transferred today, Seiko Tokushima and Saya Takagi. This was the conclusion she had drawn after her conversation with the department head this morning. This made her feel somewhat envious of those two girls. Let's begin, Seiko. Roy looked at Seiko with a smile, gesturing for her to attack first. Seiko didn't refuse. Gripping the wooden sword with both hands, she charged forward. Cleaving, parrying, hacking, thrusting, all kendo techniques are inseparable from these movements, and the Ei kendo that Seiko practiced was no exception. Seiko's rapid offensive, however, had no effect when facing Roy. Every single one of her moves was easily neutralized by him. Seeing that her attack was ineffective, Seiko decisively took a step back. She placed her sword at her left waist, assuming a draw and slash stance. The essence of Ei kendo is the art of drawing the blade. When Roy was practicing kendo, he had trained in all the various sword techniques stored in his mind, whether it was sword arts from martial arts novels or those from anime and light novels. He tried everything he could think of. Ultimately, his swordsmanship became a school of its own, founded on the principles of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. There were no flashy movements, but every strike carried immense power. Ei slash. Seiko looked at Roy with a serious gaze and then unleashed a slash. Like a flash of light, it reached Roy in the blink of an eye. However, Roy's wooden sword was already blocking the path. Clack! The two wooden swords clashed together. The three girls watching, Kiryu Aika and her friends, finally realized what had happened. So amazing. I didn't expect Tokushima-senpai, who just enrolled, to be so incredible at kendo. In my opinion, the department head is still more impressive. Look, all of Tokushima-senpai's attacks were easily blocked by him. Exactly. P.S. New author, new book seeking flowers, ratings, reviews, and the triple tap support. Triple tap please. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a 200,000 word backlog, so please feel free to add this to your collection. Chapter 21. Learning magic in a single day, truly terrifying. Seeing Roy's relaxed demeanor, Kiryu Aika and the other two girls immediately began chattering and discussing again. Although Roy had easily blocked Seiko's attack, his gaze still held on hidden admiration. Because Seiko's kendo had made massive progress compared to when they first met. With such talent in kendo, she was quite a bit stronger than the Kiba Yudo from the original story. Seiko, the kendo I practice doesn't belong to any specific school. Well, you could say it's a style formed by absorbing experience from various schools and eventually becoming my own. The essentials are just 3 words: speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. As long as you master this secret, even a casual strike will possess great power. For example, like this. As he spoke, Roy casually swung his sword at a nearby wooden post. Seiko and the other girls couldn't see when Roy had even swung his sword at all. But in the next moment, the previously intact wooden post was sliced into 2 sections. The cut was incredibly smooth, making it completely unbelievable that it had been made with a wooden sword. The department head is so amazing, too powerful. I knew the department head was the best. Seeing such a startling scene, Kiryu Aika and the others couldn't help but fall into deep admiration. Seiko stared blankly at the severed wooden post, lost in thought as if she had gained some enlightenment. Seeing this, Roy didn't disturb her and led Kiryu Aika, the other two, and Saya out of the training room. The main purpose of bringing Seiko to the Kendo Club today was to give her some pointers. Secondly, it was to handle the club registration procedures for the two girls, which was very simple and finished quickly. Arriving at the Kendo Club's large training hall, Roy began teaching Kendo knowledge to the many female students, with Kiryu Aika and her friends among them. Meanwhile, Saya could only watch from the side. She had no interest in Kendo and no talent for it either. After a while, the club activity time ended, and Roy took Seiko and Saya back home. We're back. Welcome back, Roy-chan. As soon as they got home, Shizuka pounced on him, giving him a face full of her cleansing milk. How is it? Are you getting used to being at home? Roy carried Shizuka into the room where they were studying magic. He saw Yuriko, Nanrika, and Alice all seriously reading magic books. Big brother Roy. Alice was overjoyed to see Roy back and immediately came over wanting a hug. Roy picked Alice up and smiled. Alice, have you been studying magic properly? Yes, I've been studying magic very hard. Look. Speaking of this, Alice nodded very excitedly. Then she held out her small hand, and a magic bullet the size of an egg condensed in her palm. Roy looked at the magic bullet in Alice's hand in surprise. He didn't expect that in just one day, Alice would actually learn the magic bullet. Although the magic bullet is one of the most basic spells, being able to learn it in a single day was enough to prove Alice's magical talent. He remembered that when he first learned the magic bullet, it had taken him several months. Alice is so amazing. Roy pecked Alice on the cheek and praised her without reservation. This made Alice's eyes crinkle with a smile. Even learning the magic bullet didn't make her as happy as a single word of praise from Roy. There's me too. Seeing Alice get praised, Shizuka beside them was not to be outdone. She also held out her hands, and a faint green light slowly appeared in them. It was healing magic. Roy was surprised once again. He hadn't expected Shizuka to be another one who learned magic in a day. Shizuka then stood there, waiting for Roy's praise. Yes, Shizuka is very amazing too. He patted Shizuka's head and gave her a word of praise. Then Roy looked toward Yuriko and Nanrika. When the two women saw him look over, they both felt a bit embarrassed. Because in one day, they hadn't managed to learn any magic at all. It's okay, not everyone has talent like the two of them. Just like me, it took several months to learn the magic bullet. Seeing their awkwardness, Roy took the initiative to comfort them. Hearing this, Yuriko and Nanrika breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, let's get ready for dinner. At that moment, Shizuka said to everyone with a smile. Following dinner, Roy personally taught the women magic. The next few days continued in this fashion. During the day, Roy took Seiko and Saya to school, and at night, he taught the women magic. This evening, Roy did not teach the women magic as usual. Instead, he gathered them together. Everyone has learned some magic now, so tonight, I plan to take you to see some lost demons. 16. Number 16 Section 16 Chapter 16 Lost Demons? Saya was a bit confused hearing this term. Let's talk while we walk. Roy was in no hurry to explain. Instead, he used a magic circle to take the girls and disappear from the castle. The next moment they arrived in a forest. The so-called lost demons were originally retainers of demons, just like us. Before Roy could finish, Saya couldn't help but interrupt out of curiosity. Exactly. Occasionally, there are demon retainers who betray or kill their masters and escape on their own. Eventually, they lose their nature and become monster-like existences. These are lost demons. As they spoke, they arrived in front of an abandoned house. That lost demons is inside this house. It lures humans here and eats them. Roy pointed to the house in front of them and said to the girls. It sounds so scary. Shizuka looked terrified, clinging to Roy and refusing to let go. P.S. Newbie. New book asking for flowers, evaluations, reviews, and the triple support. The triple support. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a 200,000 word backlog, so please feel free to add it to your collection. Chapter 22. The Lost Demons Lady is great. Hey Shizuka, we're demons now. How can you be afraid of something like this? Nanrika, true to her special forces background, was quite brave. She walked up to the house and pushed the door open. The other girls weren't afraid either. Even Alice looked curious. Seiko was even more excited, tightly gripping her sword. The sword she held was no longer a wooden sword. It was something Roy had taken from the family treasury, though not a famous blade like a sacred gear. However, its quality was decent. The group entered the house one by one. The dark environment didn't affect their vision. However, looking around, they didn't see the lost demons. Where is it? Where's the lost demons? Nanrika stood at the front carelessly. It's coming. Suddenly, Roy uttered 2 words. Before the girls could wonder, an eerie and terrifying voice came from behind the hall. There's a foul smell, but also a sweet fragrance. Is it sweet or bitter? The voice drew closer, as if describing the taste of food. Suddenly, a figure peeked out from behind a stone pillar at the corner. Once the girls saw the figure clearly, they all turned red in the face. Because it was a woman wearing nothing at all. Just looking at her face, she was quite beautiful. How can you be so shameless, woman? Saya was the first to step out and point at the shameless woman. Saya, don't forget she is a lost demons. Roy reminded her from the side. Hearing his words, Saya froze and observed closely. She noticed the woman only showed her upper body, and the upper body appeared at a height of 4 or 5 meters on the stone pillar. Then her lower body before Saya could figure it out. The lost demons in front of her gave a strange laugh. Ah ho ho ho. Then her entire body stepped out. Her lower body was a massive torso, a good 4 or 5 meters tall. The upper body she had peeked out with earlier was merely equivalent to a head. Seeing this scene, the girls present were all shocked. They never expected that a seemingly normal young woman would be such a monster. Didn't I just say? Because they lose their nature, their souls and bodies become hideous. Looking at the shocked girls, Roy couldn't help but smile. Hearing this, the girls finally snapped out of it. Realizing the situation, Nanrika provocatively challenged. So this is a demon that lost its nature. I'll be the one to eliminate you. With that, Nanrika took out her katana. Nanrika was skilled in using various firearms, but unfortunately, Roy didn't have any. Moreover, firearms might have some effect on lower-class demons, but they were completely useless against high-class demons. So Roy had also equipped Nanrika with a sword. Nanrika had learned military knife fighting in the army, but she wasn't skilled in using a long sword. But as someone who considered herself the second strongest combatant among Roy's retainers, she naturally couldn't back down. The strongest was, of course, Seiko. Arrogant little girl, use your blood to prove your conceit, ha 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 ha. After speaking, the lost demons laughed wildly, while rubbing herself vigorously with both hands. 2 magic circles appeared in front of her, and in the next moment, 2 beams of white light shot out from them. Nanrika froze in the face of this sudden white light. Watch out! Seiko only had time to shout a warning. However, in the next instant, Roy appeared behind Nanrika, scooped her up, and dodged to the side. The spot where they had been was hit by the white light, instantly corroding 2 large craters. Rika, you have to be careful. Roy's gentle voice sounded in Nanrika's ear. Nanrika then snapped out of it, realizing Roy had saved her. She had originally wanted to show her poise as the big sister, since she was older than the other girls and had more experience. After Yuriko's body was reshaped, she looked quite young. She didn't expect to be embarrassed immediately and even saved by Roy. Thinking of this, she felt a bit self-reproachful, and her expression dimmed. Roy knew what Nanrika was thinking at a glance and comforted her. Rika, don't blame yourself. I know you want to prove yourself, but after all, this is the first time any of you have faced a lost demons. It's only natural not to know how to respond. Hearing Roy's words, Nanrika also understood. Really, at my age, I still don't see things as clearly as my little master. Thanks, my little master. Nanrika finally cheered up, but Roy couldn't agree with her words. Am I small? Roy looked at Nanrika with a half smile. The topic was suddenly derailed, and Nanrika was stunned for a moment. Then, she immediately recalled that he was indeed not small. Then, with a blush on her face, she leaned into Roy's ear and whispered, "It's definitely not small." Hearing this, the corner of Roy's mouth curled up, quite enjoying Nanrika's words. However, Saya, who was beside them, couldn't take it anymore. "Hey, what time is it? How can you two be in the mood to discuss this?" Saya shouted with a flushed face. Seeing this, Roy stopped teasing. Seiko, yes. With just a glance, Seiko understood Roy's meaning. The two were almost in perfect sync. P.S. Newbie, new book asking for flowers, evaluations, reviews, and the triple support. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a 200,000 word backlog, so please feel free to add it to your collection. Chapter 23. Running straight into Rias. Seiko flickered in front of the lost demons and drew her katana, slashing at the creature. Squelch! A flash of a blade passed, and the lost demon's massive arm was sliced off. This lost demons was exactly the one that first appeared in the original story. Its strength was only that of a lower-class demon, with Seiko's strength as a mid-class demon. Dealing with it was easy, but Roy remembered that even if this demon's arm was severed, it could still be controlled. If one wasn't careful, they could still get hurt. So Roy said to Nanrika beside him, "Rika, go help her." But isn't Seiko?" Before Nanrika could finish, she was interrupted by Roy. "Because this demon has a special ability, it won't be settled that easily." Hearing this, Nanrika nodded seriously. Yes. With that, Nanrika rushed forward, but she didn't join the fight. Her swordsmanship was only average, and she couldn't cause effective damage to this demon. So she just observed carefully from the side, hoping to find the special trait Roy mentioned. 17. Number 17 Section 17 Chapter 17 The battle between Seiko and the Lost Demon had reached a fever pitch. Lacking experience against demons, and with the Lost Demon constantly firing corrosive light beams from its chest, she couldn't get close for a while, only able to use her speed to maneuver around it. Seiko's talent for combat was extraordinary. She found an opening and quickly closed in on the Lost Demon. Poochie. With a few swift slashes from Seiko, the Lost Demon's remaining arm and both legs were severed. Without limbs to support it, the Lost Demon's massive body collapsed. Fighting such a powerful enemy brought Seiko to a state of excitement that was almost peak. With a flushed face, she slowly approached the Lost Demon, preparing to finish it off. But just then, "Watch out!" Nanrika, who had been observing from the side, suddenly shouted loudly. Nanrika then quickly rushed behind Seiko. The arm that Seiko had previously severed actually started moving, reaching out directly towards Seiko. If caught by those sharp claws, even Seiko would be injured. So Nanrika unhesitatingly blocked Seiko's back, swinging her katana with force toward the claw. Bang! The strength of this claw was surprisingly great, and Nanrika was sent flying several meters back. However, she successfully blocked the strike. Seeing this, Seiko's pupils constricted, and her expression turned icy cold. Without hesitation, she struck with her blade. Squelch! The Lost Demon's head was severed directly. As the head was cut off, the giant claw floating in the air also fell to the ground. "Rika, are you alright?" Seeing the Lost Demon killed, Shizuka couldn't help but step forward to check on Nanrika's condition. At the same time, she began using healing magic on Nanrika. Although Nanrika was sent flying by the claw, she wasn't seriously harmed. It was because of this that Roy did not intervene. "I'm sorry, Sister Rika." Seiko came before Nanrika and apologized solemnly. It was because of her carelessness that Nanrika got hurt. "It's okay, Seiko. It was also because of Roy's reminder that I was able to notice the severed claw could still move." To Seiko's apology, Nanrika shook her head, indicating it wasn't her own credit alone. Hearing this, Seiko looked at Roy, the heat in her eyes intensifying. "Alright, let's not blame ourselves anymore." This demon subjugation was very successful, and both Seiko and Rika performed very well. Roy clapped his hands, deciding to move past the discussion. Yeah, Seiko-san is so amazing," Alice said, looking at Seiko with admiration. "And Rika's performance was good too," Shizuka said encouragingly while healing Nanrika. "Sigh, there was nothing for us to do at all." Yuriko sighed out of boredom. They were just watching from the sidelines and hadn't helped at all. "It's because Mama is too weak, she hasn't even mastered magic bullets," Saya teased from the side. "Besides, if it's just magic bullets, I doubt you could even break the defense of this Lost Demon." Based on her observation just now, this Lost Demon's defense could be said to be very strong. Even Nanrika's sword only barely broke through, and only Seiko, as a mid-class demon, could sever its limbs so easily. "Didn't Saya also do nothing? You were shivering a bit just now." As a mother facing her daughter's criticism, how could she not strike back? Saya blushed upon hearing this. When the Lost Demon's full body suddenly appeared earlier, it had indeed given her a fright. "Mama." Just as Saya was about to say more, Roy interrupted them. "Alright, let's just go home first and talk." This place filled with the smell of blood was indeed not a place to stay for long. After Shizuka's treatment, Nanrika was fine, as she wasn't heavily injured to begin with. Roy led the girls out of the house. Just as he was about to activate the magic circle to go home, a red magic circle appeared in front of them. The magic circle vanished, and appearing before them were Rias, Akano, and Little Cat. Rias looked at Roy's group with some surprise, not understanding why Roy would be here. Rias had received news and came to eliminate the Lost Demon. Roy was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Rias to show up. P.S. New author. New book asking for flowers, ratings, reviews, and the triple tap. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a 200,000 word backlog, so please feel free to bookmark. Chapter 24. The Heavily Discouraged Girls. In the original story, it was Rias's group that dealt with this Lost Demon. Rias-senpai, what a coincidence. Roy greeted her with a smile. Roy Kahai, what are you all doing here? Rias looked at Roy in confusion, then at the house behind him, from which the scent of a lost demon emanated. That's right, Rias-senpai, the lost demon inside has already been dealt with by us. Roy explained beforehand, as if knowing what Rias was going to ask. Our job has been snatched away. Akeno sized up Roy with interest. She knew Roy only had the strength of a lower-class demon, and their target tonight was a strong one among lower-class demons. Even if they were at the same level, it probably wouldn't have been easy for Roy to deal with this lost demon. But Roy didn't look injured at all. And what was with these girls behind him? Akeno looked at the girls with some doubt. Hearing Akeno say that, Roy felt a bit awkward. After all, handling lost demons around Kuoh town was originally Rias's job. Rias, I'm really sorry for doing this without your permission. It's fine. Rias gave a gentle smile and said, but won't you introduce the ladies behind you? Rias didn't care about the job being taken. She was curious about the identities of the girls behind Roy. She knew Seiko because Seiko had enrolled in the same class as Rias. They are retainers I've recently taken in, so I brought them to see a lost demon, Roy explained without hiding anything. Hearing this, Rias was somewhat surprised, as she could tell these people were just ordinary humans. They didn't have the aura of sacred gears either, so why would Roy take them as retainers? Her confusion was written all over her face, and Roy naturally saw it. Haha, don't look at them as just ordinary people. I dare say their potential is something even sacred gear possessors can't match, Roy said confidently. With his cheat, wouldn't increasing their strength be a simple matter? When the time comes, he just needs to go to other worlds and get some powerful weapons, equipment, or abilities. Their potential would be far greater than the sacred gear users of this world. Oh, is that so? Rias did not refute Roy's confident words. Instead, she felt somewhat interested and curious, wondering where his confidence came from. Since the lost demon has been dealt with, we'll head back. Goodbye, Roy Kahai. The job was finished, so Rias prepared to return. Roy Kahai, you should come to the Supernatural Research Club often to hang out. Akeno chuckled, covering her mouth. Goodbye, Roy Senpai. Tachibana Nakoma still had that expressionless face as she waved to Roy. Goodbye, I'll visit the Supernatural Research Club if I have time. And goodbye, little cat. Roy smiled and waved back. Then Rias activated the magic circle and vanished from the spot. Roy-chan, who were they just now? Shizuka looked at Roy in confusion. They are upperclassmen from the third year of Kuoh Academy. Rias Senpai, Hamajima Akeno Senpai, and underclassman Tachibana Nakoma. Saya took over the conversation. These three were the school's popular idols. Even if Saya didn't actively seek information, the students around her would always discuss them. Saya is right, but that's just their identity in the human world. Rias's true identity is the successor to the Gremory Duke family, one of the 72 pillars of demon nobility. 18. Number 18 Section 18 Chapter 18 Known as the crimson-haired ruinous princess, her strength is already at the level of a high-level demon, and her older brother is the current demon king Lucifer. Meanwhile, Hamajima Juru and Tachibana Nakoma are Rias's retainer demons. Among them, Juru has the strength of a high-level demon, while Nakoma is at the mid-class demon level. Roy explained the origins of Rias and the other two in one breath. Over the past few days, Roy had also introduced them to some things about this world, so they naturally knew how powerful a demon king was. After listening, Saya and the other girls were filled with emotion. That sounds so amazing. And a demon king, wow, that's too incredible. Compared to them, we seem a bit too weak. Shizuka's unconscious words gave the girls a sense of powerlessness. Someone like Tachibana Nakoma was already a mid-class demon at such a young age. And Hamajima Juru, who was about the same age as them, was actually already a high-level demon. Haha, there's absolutely no need to compare yourselves to them. After all, you've only just become demons. In my opinion, your potential isn't the least bit inferior to theirs. In fact, it's even stronger, because you have me. Roy encouraged the girls at the right moment. That's right, everyone, don't lose heart. As a former career woman, Yuriko understood this better than anyone. Mom, it seems like you're the weakest one here. Saya curled her lip and dealt a blow to her mother's confidence. Yuriko was left somewhat speechless by the remark. It was true, due to the process of reconstructing her body, her magic power hadn't even reached the level of a lower-class demon yet. Although she had learned a few basic spells, she couldn't unleash much power with them. Even Alice was stronger than her at using magic. However, also because of the body reconstruction, her magical talent had improved significantly, and she believed she would catch up. She was quite aware of this point, so she didn't offer any rebuttal. Alright, it's time for us to head back. Roy interrupted the mother and daughter's bickering and activated the magic circle. The next moment, they were back home. P.S. New author, new book, please give flowers. Evaluations and reviews. Triple support requested. Triple support requested. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a 200,000 word backlog, so please feel free to add this to your collection. Chapter 25. The blonde nun gives fanservice upon meeting. The next day, because Seiko and Nanrika were unusually excited last night, Roy went to sleep very late. Surprisingly, he slept in today, and seeing this, Seiko and Saya didn't wake him up but went to school on their own. It wasn't until 9 o'clock that Roy slowly woke up, gently pushing away Nanrika, who was still clinging to him. Roy got out of bed to wash up. I'm heading out. Roy called out to the girls in the house and headed out the door. Be careful on the road. Shizuka, wearing a maid outfit, waved to him at the door. Recently, Shizuka had been studying how to be a maid because she felt that since Roy was the successor to the head of the Lucifuge family, how could he not have a maid? So she had gotten up early to practice maid skills. Meanwhile, Yuriko and Alice were also working very hard to learn magic. After what happened last night, they had all become more diligent. Roy walked slowly down the street. Since he was already late, he wasn't in a hurry to get to school. Besides, with his grades, even if he skipped class, the teachers wouldn't say anything. Just as he was feeling bored, he suddenly saw a young girl ahead wearing a black nun's habit and a white veil. Whoa! The girl suddenly tripped and fell forward onto the ground, and her skirt flipped up due to the momentum. It ended up draped over her head, exposing her panties right in front of Roy. This scenery made Roy unable to resist taking a good look. At the same time, he knew exactly who the girl in front of him was. Oh, why did I fall? The little nun sat up blankly. However, when Roy appeared before her, she froze. Are you okay? Roy walked up to Isa and reached out his hand with a smile. That's right, this little blonde nun was none other than Asia Argento. Thank you. Seeing the hand extended toward her, Asia gave her thanks and then grabbed it to stand up. Just then, a sudden gust of wind blew off Asia's veil. Asia's cute appearance was finally revealed. Long blonde hair fluttering in the wind, large eyes and emerald green pupils. Her entire being radiated a holy aura. Because her veil had been blown off, Asia looked startled, her large eyes staring at Roy in a way that was truly endearing. The veil blew past Roy, and he caught it in his hand. Here, Roy smiled and handed the veil back to Asia. Thank you very much. Asia took the veil with a look of gratitude and put it back on her head. Haha, don't mention it. By the way, my name is Roy Lucifergus. You can just call me Roy. I don't know your name yet? Roy introduced himself with a smile. Looking at Roy's smile, Asia's face immediately flushed red. She tapped her index fingers together in front of her chest, looking very nervous. Roy-san, my name is Aisha Algert. Please call me Asia. Asia smiled and squinted her eyes as she introduced herself. So Asia, what are you doing here? When asked about this, Asia said with some embarrassment, I'm lost. After Asia finished speaking shyly, she also put on a pleading expression. Seeing this, Roy naturally couldn't let Asia down and took the initiative to say, let me lead the way for you. That's wonderful, thank you. Asia thanked him joyfully, but then she seemed to remember something. She looked at Roy worriedly and said, would that be an inconvenience for Roy-san? Haha, it's fine. I don't have anything else to do right now anyway. Going to school, could you even call that a thing to do? That's great. Asia visibly sighed in relief upon hearing Roy's words. Next, Roy led Asia toward the church. The two of them chatted as they walked. So, why did Asia come here? I'm here to take up a post at this city's church. Asia explained with a smile. Oh, as far as I know, the church here has always been empty, Roy said pointedly. However, Asia didn't react much to his words. She likely knew the situation there. After all, she wasn't here to take up a post as she had claimed. Instead, she had been expelled by the church and then tricked into coming here by a lost priest. It's truly wonderful to have met Roy-san. This must also be the Lord's guidance. Ha ha ha, is that what you think? Roy gave a hollow laugh. This silly nun really could relate everything to her Lord. Little did she know that her so-called Lord had long since passed away. Oh, is that it over there? Asia looked up into the distance, where a somewhat dilapidated-looking church appeared. That's right, that's the only church in this city. Wonderful, that's a huge help. I want to properly thank Roy-san. Could I invite you to come to the church with me? Asia looked at Roy with a face full of gratitude. Go to the church, no problem. Roy naturally couldn't let Asia go to the church alone. One had to remember that the fallen angel Ren-Rei had been eyeing Asia's sacred gear all along. If he let her go to the church alone now, there was a chance the fallen angel Ren-Rei would seize her sacred gear. After all, nobody knew what changes might occur in the plot. And even if the fallen angel Ren-Rei wasn't there, there was still the lost priest Fried Selzen. Vreed, P.S. New author. New book, please give flowers, evaluations, and reviews. Triple support requested. Triple support requested. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a 200,000 word backlog, so please feel free to add this to your collection. 19. Number 19 Section 19 Chapter 19 Chapter 26 The blonde nun was almost broken. This guy wanted to bully Isa in the original story, so how could Roy feel safe letting Isa go alone? With a major battle approaching, Roy also secretly notified Seiko and the others to come and help. With Roy's current strength, going alone wouldn't have been an issue. The fallen angel Ren-Rei was merely at the level of a mid-class fallen angel. However, there was also the lost priest Fried, who possessed the strength of a mid-class demon, plus many small fry, so it was safer to bring Seiko along. Roy guessed that the 3 mid-class fallen angels from the original story probably wouldn't appear. Those 3 mid-class fallen angels were specifically invited by Ren-Rei to stall Rias and Akano. Currently, Rias didn't know about Isa's situation yet, so Ren-Rei might not necessarily invite those 3 fallen angels. Before long, Roy and Isa arrived near the church. However, a young white-haired priest appeared at the entrance, blocking their path. This white-haired priest was none other than Fried. Isa-chan, we've been waiting for a long time, go on inside. Fried spoke to Isa with an exaggerated smile. But this person isn't allowed in. Fried looked at Roy with a gaze full of insane killing intent, though he hid it from Isa. Roy-san. Isa looked at Roy worriedly upon hearing this. Haha, it's fine. Isa, go on in. Roy patted Isa's small head and said with a smile. The naive Isa felt relieved after hearing Roy's words and walked into the church. Yo little brother, aren't you the trash of the Lucifuges family? As soon as Isa left, Fried revealed his true colors, looking at Roy with a crazed, hideous smile. Your goal is the sacred gear inside Isa, isn't it? Roy didn't answer Fried's question but asked one of his own. Ha ha ha, that's right, Isa-chan's sacred gear will be taken soon. What a pity, I originally wanted to have some fun with her. Fried let out a mad laugh as he spoke. Roy's eyes turned cold. He had already sentenced this priest to death in his heart. Just as Roy was about to make a move, Roy-chan, we're here. A group of girls rushed over. It was Seiko and the others. Yo, did you piece of shit demons come here to die? Ha 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 ha. Fried burst into laughter upon seeing so many demons. Hearing Fried's words, Seiko and the other girls glared at him with fury. Roy. Seiko stepped in front of Roy, her eyes cold as she looked at the priest, filled with killing intent. To her, anyone who dared to insult Roy had to be killed. Yeah, Seiko, I'll leave this person to you. Yes, I definitely won't let him escape. Seiko had a bloodthirsty look in her eyes. This person's weapons deal great damage to demons. Be careful not to get hurt. Roy reminded Seiko. Yes, Seiko responded and then charged out. She couldn't wait to torture and kill Fried. Don't be so arrogant, you stupid demon. Fried mocked as he saw a woman rushing toward him. However, his hands weren't slow as he pulled out a gun and a sword. Clang! Seiko's blade collided with Fried's sword, and Fried felt a surge of power. It made his hands feel a bit numb. Before Fried could say anything, Seiko's continuous slashes rained down on him. In the original story, even Kiba Yuto was no match for him, but he looked extremely pathetic facing Seiko. This was because Seiko's swordsmanship had already surpassed Kiba Yuto's. Because Kiba Yuto relied on his sacred gear, his swordsmanship wasn't actually that great. It was foreseeable that Fried's defeat was only a matter of time. I'll leave this guy to Seiko. You guys stay here too, Roy said to the girls behind him before walking into the church. The coming battle wasn't something they could participate in, so it was better for them to stay outside. Roy-chan, be careful. Good luck, brother Roy. The girls understood, so they could only cheer for him from the outside. Entering the church, everything in sight was in ruins, but Isa was nowhere to be seen. Roy knew Isa must have been taken to the basement by Ren-Rei to prepare for the sacred gear extraction ritual, so he wasted no more time and went straight to the basement. In the basement, on a high platform next to a cross, the wickedly dressed fallen angel Ren-Rei was saying something to Isa. Isa sat on the ground with her head bowed in disbelief, tears streaming from her eyes. Clearly, Isa now knew that the so-called priest taking her in was just bait to lure her here. The true goal was the sacred gear inside her, and now there was no one who could help her. She could only despairingly accept this fate. Welcome, demon of the Lucifuges family. Noticing a demon had broken in, Ren-Rei turned to look at him, unsurprised. The battle outside had alerted her to their arrival. Hearing Ren-Rei's words, Isa looked toward the newcomer with a glimmer of hope. Roy-san. Seeing it was Roy, Isa's expression immediately turned to one of pleasant surprise. Don't be afraid, Isa. I'm coming to save you right now. Seeing the innocent and lively little nun crushed like this, Roy felt a pang of heartache. P.S. New author, new book asking for flowers, ratings, reviews, and the triple tap. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has 200,000 words in stock, so please feel free to add to your collection. Chapter 27. Saving the little blonde nun. More than that was his killing intent toward the fallen angel Ren-Rei. Roy could have prevented Isa from coming to the church in the first place, but if she hadn't, how would she have known about the conspiracy of the priest and the fallen angel? If Roy had invited Isa to become his demon retainer, she might have refused. So, he had to let Isa experience it once. The fallen angel Ren-Rei before him was indeed quite sexy and beautiful. When watching the anime, Ren-Rei had quite a few fans, and Roy had been quite envious of this fallen angel back then too. But reality was not an anime. The real Ren-Rei was a very degenerate and evil creature. Roy would not show any mercy. Ahaha, that won't do. Isa is my property. Ren-Rei covered her mouth and giggled, as if joking with a friend. But in the next moment, her smile vanished, replaced by a crazed and cold killing intent. Go, kill him. Ren-Rei ordered her subordinates below the platform with eyes full of murder. Upon hearing the command, the group of subordinates pulled out light swords and rushed at him. These subordinates were just small fry lost priests. Roy ignored them completely. With a flash, he reached Ren-Rei and slashed out with his blade. Slash. Ren-Rei didn't even have time to react before a massive wound was carved into her chest. Damn it, you're just the trash of the Lucifuges family. How can you be this strong? Fortunately, Ren-Rei dodged in time and flew into the air, otherwise she would have been cut in two. Even so, the pain from the chest wound drove her nearly insane. She never expected that Roy, who was called a failure and had been a lower-class demon for over 10 years, would suddenly have such speed. However, Roy ignored Ren-Rei and pulled Isa up from the ground. Isa, are you okay? Roy asked with concern. Wa Roy-san. At this moment, Isa could no longer hold back and threw herself into Roy's arms, weeping. This ordeal was simply too big a blow for the pure and kind Isa. However, Ren-Rei wasn't going to let them off easy. A spear of light condensed in her hand and was fired at Roy's back in a sneak attack. Of course, Roy wasn't unprepared for a sneak attack from Ren-Rei. Holding Isa, he flashed away from the spot. Boom! The spear of light exploded on the ground. But it wasn't over yet. Ren-Rei, still in the air, quickly condensed more spears of light and fired them at Roy. The spears of light were extremely fast, yet Roy dodged every single one of them. 20. Number 20 Section 20 Light Chapter 20 Seeing Ren-Rei become increasingly frantic, she roared at her subordinates. Zui Yingshi, what are you useless things still standing around for? Hurry up and attack. Ah, yes, Lady Ren-Rei. These lost priests were terrified of Ren-Rei, but upon hearing the command, they charged fearlessly towards Roy. Roy was somewhat constrained because he had to look after Aisha. However, Roy didn't even spare a glance for these lost priests. Holding Aisha with his left hand, he casually swung his right hand, instantly slaying several lost priests. However, just as he was about to continue harvesting the lost priests, the spear of light shot down from the sky again. Roy had been paying close attention to Ren-Rei's movements and dodged before the spear of light arrived, but those surrounding lost priests were not so lucky. Several lost priests were directly pierced and exploded by the spear of light, leaving no corpses behind. This scene instantly stunned Roy. He hadn't expected Ren-Rei to be so ruthless. Because she couldn't hit him, she actually used her subordinates as bait. The remaining lost priests, seeing this, hesitated out of fear. You useless things, hurry up and attack whoever doesn't move. I'll reward them with a blast from the spear of light. Ren-Rei looked at the lost priests with murderous intent, holding the spear of light as if ready to fire at any moment. Faced with this situation, the lost priests had no choice. Not attacking meant death. Roy was content to watch them engage in internal conflict. These fallen angels surrounded him once more. However, they couldn't restrict Roy's speed at all. Under Ren-Rei's spear of light, Roy remained completely unharmed, while several lost priests died. The last few remaining lost priests could no longer hide their inner terror and prepared to flee. But how could Ren-Rei let these useless people escape? A few blasts from the spear of light wiped them out completely. That was quite a show. You actually killed off all your own subordinates. Roy gently set down Aisha, who had been curled up in his arms, and watched Ren-Rei with schadenfreude. Earlier, because of the presence of these lost priests, he hadn't dared to put Aisha down to fight with his full strength. It would have been bad if Aisha had been captured. Now that Ren-Rei had killed all her own subordinates, she had inadvertently solved this problem for Roy. Hearing Roy's mocking words, Ren-Rei's expression became even more frenzied and ferocious. Damn demon, die. A spear of light shot towards Roy again, but this time he did not dodge. With a single slash, the spear of light was shattered by him. How is that possible? Ren Rei saw that Roy, who had been dodging her spear of light moments ago, could now shatter it so casually. She immediately looked utterly disbelieving. Seeing this, Roy's lips curved slightly upward. It was only because he had to look after Aisha earlier that he hadn't met the spear of light head on. P.S. New author, new book seeking flowers, seeking ratings, seeking reviews, seeking triple support. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has 200,000 words in reserve. Please feel free to collect. Chapter 28. Even fallen angel girls get killed without mercy. Now that he didn't need to worry about Aisha, he naturally had no reason to dodge. Aisha, wait here obediently for me. I'll take you home soon. Roy smiled at Aisha. Aisha placed her hands over her chest and returned a gentle smile. To her, this person who had saved her in despair was her entire world. Ha 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 ha, did I hear that right, Aisha? You're actually going home with a demon? Have you finally fallen so far as to associate with demons? Ren Rei heard their conversation and began to mock them crazily, even explicitly pointing out Roy's identity as a demon. Roy didn't speak, but quietly watched Aisha, believing she wouldn't disappoint him. Aisha paused upon hearing Ren Rei's words but recovered instantly. Regardless of whether Roy-san is a demon or a human, I believe in him. In contrast, you fallen angels are the most evil ones. Aisha said this to Ren Rei with unwavering determination. In Aisha's memory, she had always been brainwashed by the church into believing that demons were the most evil creatures in the world. However, after experiencing this series of events, she finally understood that demons were not as evil as she had imagined. On the contrary, she felt that the lost priests and fallen angels who accepted her were countless times more evil than demons. Ha 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 ha, to actually be called evil. Being called evil, Ren Rei's expression was actually quite pleased, because she had always considered herself to be on the evil side. But the next moment, Ren Rei's distorted face became maniacal again. I must kill you. Aisha was startled by Ren Rei's crazed appearance and subconsciously hid behind Roy. Aisha, it's fine, I'll take care of her right now. Roy comforted Aisha behind him, then looked towards Ren Rei. How dare you frighten my little nun, you're simply asking for death. Ha ha ha, don't think you can defeat me just because you blocked my spear of light. Is that so? Before Ren Rei could finish speaking, Roy was already in front of her. Roy placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, making a drawing motion. Iajutsu/SSSSH. It wasn't clear when Roy drew his sword, but a bloody gash appeared on Ren Rei's neck. Blood splattered the next moment. How is this possible? Ren Rei reacted belatedly, clutching her neck, but she couldn't stop the blood from flowing out at all. Lord Azazel and Lord Kokabiel will not let you go. Ren Rei managed to spit out this sentence with difficulty while clutching her neck. Heh, let them come then if they dare to come. If those two fallen angels dared to come, his older sister Graphia wouldn't stand idly by. Moreover, given him some time, it wasn't certain who would be afraid of whom. After uttering her last words, Ren Rei finally collapsed. At this moment, Seiko and the other girls also arrived in the basement. Roy, are you okay? Roy-chan, let me check if you're hurt. Seeing that all the enemies were dead, the girls rushed over to check if Roy was injured. Don't worry, I'm not hurt at all, Roy said helplessly, but Shizuka still didn't believe him and insisted on checking his body. Ah, is Roy-san hurt? Aisha also looked at Roy worriedly upon hearing the girl's words. Seeing Shizuka groping all over him, Roy tapped Shizuka's head. This girl wasn't checking for wounds at all. She was clearly acting like a hooligan. MMPH. After taking a rap on the head, Shizuka pitifully held her head and finally quieted down. By the way, Seiko, what about that lost priest? Roy turned to Seiko beside him and asked. Hearing this, Seiko smiled happily. I did not fail my mission. The lost priest has been killed. As expected of Seiko, Roy gave Seiko a thumbs up. HMPH, because of someone, we almost let that lost priest escape. Saya complained from the side. Oh? What happened? Roy looked at Saya with some confusion. Hearing this, Yuriko on the side laughed awkwardly and tugged at her daughter's clothes. However, Saya ignored her completely, giving her mother no face at all, and insisted on telling the whole story. It turned out that while Seiko was fighting Fried, the other girls were using magic bullets to interfere and prevent him from escaping. However, in Yuriko's direction, due to her carelessness, she was almost held hostage at close range. If Seiko hadn't reacted quickly, it would have been troublesome if Yuriko had been taken hostage. The lost priest would definitely use that opportunity to escape, and they wouldn't be able to complete the mission. After hearing Saya's words, Roy looked at Yuriko. Originally, Yuriko, as a mature woman, shouldn't have made such a mistake. But ever since her body was reconstructed, her mental age seemed to have regressed. She often bickered with Saya. Of course, this carelessness this time was also because her own magic power was insufficient, allowing the lost priest to forcefully break through the magic bullets. Seeing Roy look over, Yuriko lowered her head, just like a naughty child who had made a mistake. In her heart, however, she felt some regret. She shouldn't have argued with Saya, resulting in Saya revealing everything. Roy placed one hand directly on Yuriko's head, startling her, making her think Roy was going to punish her. Alright, since everyone is fine, we'll let this slide for now, but there will be appropriate punishment. We'll discuss this when we get back. P.S. New book for a newcomer asking for flowers, ratings, reviews, and triple consecutive likes. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21 Section 21 Chapter 21 Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a stockpile of 200,000 words, so please feel free to add it to your collection. Chapter 29 Abducting a blonde nun home. Roy patted Yuriko's head and didn't blame her. Yuriko originally thought he was just going to let her off, but she didn't expect there to be a punishment, and her heart suddenly felt a bit apprehensive. What kind of punishment is it? You'll find out when we get back, Roy whispered softly into Yuriko's ear. Upon hearing this, how could Yuriko not know what the punishment was? Instead of being afraid, she became somewhat expectant. Alright, let's head back first. Saying that, Roy looked at Isa. Isa nodded with a smile. Afterward, the group returned together. Fortunately, the distance wasn't very far. In a short while, they arrived home. During this time, Roy had also renovated the castle. After all, the original castle's decoration was too ancient, which Roy and the girls, who were used to modern city life, found very uncomfortable. So, they carried out a major renovation of the castle, specifically hiring a large-scale renovation team from the underworld for this purpose. In just a few days, the castle was renovated to have a quite modern atmosphere. This also made the castle feel much cozier. He led the girls into the living room. Roy introduced Isa's background to everyone. In fact, everyone had already become familiar with Isa on the way back. By the time they returned to the castle, Isa had almost fully integrated with them. One must know that Isa's dream was to be able to make many friends, and now that dream had been easily fulfilled. This moved Isa deeply. So Isa, are you willing to become my retainer? Roy smiled as he extended an invitation to Isa. Isa looked at Roy blankly, thinking of their encounter and how Roy had saved her from despair. Tears couldn't help but well up in the corners of her eyes. I am willing, Isa answered firmly. Hearing this, Roy was very satisfied. He didn't waste any time and immediately began the devil reincarnation ceremony. In the name of Roy Lucifergus, I command you, Aisha Algert, to become my devil retainer and be reborn as my monk. A monk piece merged with Isa, and amidst a burst of blue light, the reincarnation ceremony was completed. Isa successfully reincarnated as Roy's devil retainer. Congratulations, Isa. Isa-chan is so cute. Isa Onisan, you can finally be with us. Seeing Isa's successful reincarnation, Shizuka and the other girls expressed a warm welcome. After all, Isa was so cute that they all liked her very much. Seeing how they welcomed her, tears welled up in Isa's eyes again. She instinctively made the sign of the cross on her chest. Thank you, everyone. This must be a blessing from the Lord. Woo. Isa had just prayed to the Lord when she felt a sharp pain in her head. Isa, what's wrong? Isa Onisan, what's wrong? Seeing Isa like this, the girls were all very concerned. However, Roy couldn't help but chuckle. Isa, you're a devil now. If you pray to the Lord, of course you'll get a headache. Roy didn't mind Isa praying to the Lord. After all, Isa had grown up in the church since she was a child. Prayer had become a part of her body, and wanting to change it wasn't something that could happen overnight. This must be a trial from the Lord. Woo. Isa habitually prayed to the Lord again, only to be struck by pain once more. This caused all the girls present to burst into laughter. In the evening, to welcome Isa's joining, Shizuka, Seiko, and the others prepared a lavish dinner. Isa officially joined this big family. When it was time to sleep, Isa had originally been assigned her own room. However, after seeing Yuriko secretly run into Roy's room, she felt curious and followed her into Roy's room as well. As a result, she didn't come out for the rest of the night. Early the next morning, the injured Isa, after using her sacred gear mother's smile to heal herself, got up to prepare breakfast. She found that Shizuka was already up. The two prepared breakfast together. Roy-san, it's time to wake up and eat breakfast. Roy opened his eyes groggily, only to see Isa leaning by the bedside, looking at him with a smile. It's Isa. When Roy saw it was Isa waking him up, he gave her a morning kiss. Then he followed Isa to the dining room to prepare for the meal. Isa, come to school with us after breakfast. During the meal, Roy said to Isa, "Eh? Yes." Isa blushed and agreed. The thought of going to school and making many friends made her incredibly happy. Isa was exactly at the age for school, and she desired friends so much. So, Roy naturally wanted to take her to school with them. They arrived at the student council room once again. Sona-ne, I have to trouble you again. Roy looked at Sona with a smile, then pulled Isa out from behind him. This is my newly recruited retainer, named Aisha Algert. Isa, this is the school's student council president, President Sona. Roy introduced the two of them. President Sona, Isa called out respectfully. Tsubaki, take Isa to handle the enrollment procedures. Sona had Tsubaki Shinra take Isa out to handle the paperwork. However, she turned her head to look at Roy and asked with a straight face, about that matter last time, have you? Sona didn't finish her sentence. But Roy already understood what she meant. Although Sona seemed very calm, she was actually quite flustered in her heart. Last time, she had been tricked by Roy into agreeing that if he could win against her in a rating game, she would agree to become Roy's fiancé. P.S. New author, new book Seeking Flowers. Evaluations, reviews, and the triple hit, Seeking the triple hit. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a stockpile of 200,000 words, so please feel free to add it to your collection. Chapter 30. The girl can't wait to join the harem. What Sona was worried about wasn't whether Roy could defeat her, but rather that if word of this matter got out, the impact would be enormous. Don't worry, Sona-ne. Before I have the absolute strength to defeat you, I won't tell anyone about this. Roy shook his head and said seriously. Hearing this, Sona finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Sona's reaction made Roy a bit unhappy. Cough, Sona-ne seems to not be worried at all that I can defeat you. Is it because you already like me, Sona-ne? Roy stroked his chin and said with a serious expression. After speaking, he even nodded, as if it were truly the case. Not at all, Sona said expressionlessly upon hearing Roy's words. Eh? Is that so? Roy looked as if he had suffered a great blow. Seeing this, Sona also felt a bit of pity in her heart. Of course, if you really can win against me in a rating game, then what? It would prove that you have enough qualification to be my fiancé, and I won't go back on my word then. Speaking to this point, Sona's face was slightly flushed. She was also a bit shy about such things. Hearing this, the corners of Roy's mouth curled up slightly as he gave a mysterious smile and said, "Don't worry, Sona-ne, that day won't be far off." After speaking, Roy turned around and left the student council room. Sona was stunned for a moment by Roy's sudden display of confidence and dominance. Then, a trace of a smile appeared on her lips. I'm looking forward to it. Watching Roy's departing back, Sona said in her heart. 22. Number 22 Section 22 Chapter 22 Clearly, Sona had already accepted Roy in her heart. Now, what was needed was for Roy to break through the numerous obstacles. And the greatest obstacle before Roy was Sona's older sister, Seraphal Leviathan. Without the strength to rival a demon king, he'd better not set his sights on her. In the classroom, students, we have another international transfer student joining our class today. Everyone, please welcome her. The teacher led Isa onto the podium. As the many students saw the blonde girl, their favorable impression of her soared. Facing a kind blonde girl like Isa, no one could possibly dislike her. Immediately, a burst of warm applause erupted in the classroom. Isa, please introduce yourself, the teacher said to Isa beside her. Yes, Isa was a bit nervous, as it was her first time receiving such a warm welcome. My name is Aisha Algert. I am currently living at Roy's house. Please take care of me. After speaking, Isa gave a polite bow. Another round of applause immediately followed from below. This was followed by a wave of discussion. This blonde girl looks so cute. I never expected her to be living at the department head's house. I'm so jealous. Damn it, I want to live with the department head too. How does this newcomer know the department head? The students below were buzzing with discussion. All sorts of people envious that Isa could live in Roy's house. Then, Isa, you can sit in that empty seat over there. The teacher pointed to the spot next to Saya and said, Isa agreed and happily walked over to Saya, saying with a smile, Saya, please take care of me. No need to be so polite, Isa. With that, Saya pulled Isa down into her seat. After spending time together yesterday, the relationship between Saya and Isa was already very good. Hey, department head, could this one be in that kind of relationship again? Kiryuika nudged Roy with her elbow and whispered in his ear. Well, I don't know exactly which relationship you're talking about. It's probably about the same. Roy thought for a moment and answered. What Kiryuika was guessing at was likely a romantic relationship between a man and a woman. But the relationship between them wasn't quite that simple. But aren't you and Saya in that kind of relationship? So now, again, Kiryuika looked at Roy in confusion. The relationship between us isn't as simple as you imagine. Roy only gave a perfunctory answer and didn't explain anything. However, Kiryuika maliciously speculated in her heart that Isa must be something like a mistress kept by Roy. After all, there was no other explanation. Of course, she wasn't surprised by Roy's behavior. She had seen plenty of such things. Besides, for a man as excellent and perfect as Roy, it would be abnormal not to have a few female confidants. Damn it, why didn't you look for me for something like that? What? Kiryu, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Ah, it's nothing. Kiryuika hurriedly waved her hands, signaling that she hadn't said anything. She had just unknowingly spoken her inner thoughts aloud. This caused her face to flush red instantly. Fortunately, he didn't hear her. Kiryuika glanced at Roy and breathed a sigh of relief. However, with Roy's devil constitution, how could he not hear Kiryuika's self-muttering? He found it a bit amusing. This girl was actually quite shy. At the same time, he was also wondering whether he should take Kiryuika, Yamamura, and Katase as his retainers. Roy still valued these three girls quite a bit. Moreover, he wasn't lacking in devil chess pieces now, so even taking them as retainers wouldn't be difficult. But after thinking about it, Roy decided to wait a bit longer. After school, Roy's senpai, department head Rias would like to invite you to the Supernatural Research Club as a guest. Roy, Isa, and Saya were just about to go find Seiko to head home together when they were unexpectedly stopped by Tachibana Nakoma. P.S. Give me some flowers. Brothers, give me some flowers, brothers. Chapter 31. An invitation from Rias, inviting him to the Supernatural Research Club as a guest. It was likely because Roy had killed the lost priest and the fallen angel at the church yesterday. Rias was responsible for the safety of all of Komu town, so it was only natural she would know about the church incident. Saya, Isa, you two go find Seiko first. I'll head over to the Supernatural Research Club, Roy said to the two girls beside him. Yes, Isa agreed very obediently. HMPH. Saya, on the other hand, gave a tsunere snort. To express her dissatisfaction, she knew the one inviting Roy this time was Rias. Regarding Rias, even she had to admit that she was a truly elegant young lady. But that didn't stop Saya's jealous nature from acting up. Saya, go find Seiko like a good girl, and I'll give you a reward tonight. Roy patted Saya's small head and whispered softly into her ear. Roy liked Saya's tsunere side and the way she looked when he teased her. I don't want any reward, Saya retorted with a blushing face. Seeing Saya get a head pat, Isa, who was standing nearby, looked at Roy expectantly with her large eyes blinking. Of course, Roy couldn't let Isa down, so he gave her a head pat as well. Isa immediately squinted her eyes in comfort like a little cat. Alright, let's go. Roy turned to look at Nakoma and said. Meanwhile, Nakoma was still staring blankly at Isa's head being patted. Roy looked at Nakoma with a bit of amusement and said, Does little cat want a head pat too? Hearing this, a blush appeared on Nakoma's expressionless face. Roy's senpai is a pervert. With a blush on her face, Nakoma said this to Roy and turned to leave. Roy shrugged helplessly at Isa and Saya, then followed after her. Before long, Roy followed Nakoma to the Supernatural Research Club. Roy Kahai is truly difficult to invite. As soon as he entered, Rias looked at Roy with quite a bit of dissatisfaction. Ever since she happened to run into Roy during the Lost Demon incident, Rias had invited him. As a result, after so much time, Roy hadn't come even once. So Rias was very dissatisfied. Ahaha, that's because I've been very busy lately. Roy gave an awkward laugh. It seemed he really had forgotten about this matter during this period. Could it be that Roy Kahai was busy doing some shameful things with the retainers at home? Akeno, who was carrying tea, walked over and giggled while covering her mouth. Cough, of course not. Roy denied it calmly. Although what Akeno said wasn't entirely wrong, how could he admit to such a thing? The reason for inviting Roy Kahai this time, besides wanting Roy Kahai to come as a guest, is also to ask about the matter regarding the church. Rias looked at Roy with a smile and asked, Here it comes. Roy knew it was for this matter. However, Roy had no intention of making excuses and admitted it directly. That's right, the church incident was indeed my doing. Who told that group of lost priests and fallen angels to target my cute retainers? After speaking, Roy nonchalantly drank his tea. Hearing Roy admitted just like that, Rias said somewhat helplessly, Roy Kuoh is truly willful. I actually think Roy Kuoh did the right thing. It must be a very happy thing to become Roy Kuoh's retainer, right? Akeno said from the side with a smile. Of course. How about it, Akeno-senpai, would you like to come and be my retainer? Roy invited her with a laugh. Well, I could consider it. Akeno touched her cheek, looking as if she were seriously considering it. If you two keep this up, I'm going to get angry. 23. Number 23 Section 23, Chapter 23. Rias pretended to be very angry. After all, Roy and Akeno were discussing changing allegiances right in front of her. Of course, this was just a joke between Roy and Akeno to tease Rias. Oh my, Rias is angry. Ahem, then no more jokes. Roy and Akeno exchanged a glance, their eyes full of smiles. Seeing this, Rias felt a bit helpless. The church incident has been suppressed by the Gremory family and the Seatree family, so you don't have to worry about retaliation from the fallen angels. Seeing Rias get serious, Roy stopped joking. Thank you. He thanked Rias with a serious expression. Actually, you don't need to thank me. After all, this incident was originally the fallen angel's fault, Rias said earnestly. Roy, of course, knew this. Even if it were Roy's fault, with his elder sister backing him, the fallen angels wouldn't dare to touch him. Roy sat for a while longer, chatted with Rias and Akeno, then took his leave. After leaving the Supernatural Research Club, Roy found Seiko and the others. Then they all returned home together. After dinner, Roy gathered everyone in the conference room. Oh, is there something important, Roy-chan? Shizuka was the first to ask. Yes, gathering everyone this time is indeed for something very important. Hearing this, the girls' expressions turned serious. By the way, Rika, this is for you, Roy said, taking out a black pistol and a round sword hilt and handing them to her. Nanrika took the two items and her eyes immediately lit up. She had seen both of these items before, during the battle with the lost priest. The weapons used by that lost priest were a spear of light and a light sword. The light pistol was mainly for long-range attacks, while the light sword was for close combat. The lost priest's pistol and sword worked together perfectly, their power unparalleled. P.S. New author, new book. Please give flowers, reviews, book reviews, and triple likes. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a draft of 200,000 words, so please feel free to collect it. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a draft of 200,000 words, so please feel free to collect it. Chapter 32. Preparing for a new adventure. If Seiko hadn't been stronger than the lost priest, and if they hadn't been assisting her from the side, even if the lost priest Fried was no match, he definitely could have escaped. But even so, it proved that these two weapons were very powerful. Moreover, Nanrika had also thought that this fighting style was very suitable for her. She was already a master marksman, and she had also learned some swordsmanship from Seiko, which was barely acceptable. If she could skillfully use gun and sword in combat, her strength would definitely increase significantly. Unfortunately, the lost priest's gun and sword were both light attributed, so she couldn't use them. She hadn't even mentioned it, and Roy had already given her these two weapons. Nanrika immediately jumped up excitedly and gave Roy a big kiss on the cheek. Thank you, I love these two weapons so much. Glad you like them. Roy smiled slightly. Before, Nanrika had never found her own niche because in swordsmanship, she wasn't as good as Seiko and Roy. In magic, she wasn't as good as Alice and Saya, and for healing, there were Shizuka and Isa. Only Yuriko was a bit weaker than her, but even though Yuriko's current strength wasn't good, her talent was much higher than hers. So when Roy saw Fried, he had kept an idea in mind. Congratulations, Rika. Shizuka hugged Nanrika and congratulated her. Sister Rika, hurry and try them out. Little lowly Alice was very curious about these two weapons and urged Nanrika to quickly try out their effects. In fact, Nanrika wanted to try them out as soon as she got them, so she looked at Roy. Then let's go to the training room to try them. Roy nodded in agreement. Then everyone eagerly went to the training room. Rika, pay attention, this weapon is used like this. In the training room, Roy taught Nanrika how to use these two weapons. Nanrika was seen inputting her magic power into the sword hilt, and then a black blade popped out. With a casual swipe, a training boulder nearby was cut into two, as easy as slicing tofu. Wow, it's so sharp. Nanrika looked at the cut boulder with some surprise. This energy light sword is much stronger than the lost priest's. Roy explained proudly, his arms crossed. These were weapons he asked his sister to get, so of course, they couldn't be compared to the lost priest Fried's weapons. Really, I love it. Nanrika, hearing this, immediately admired the energy light sword in her hand, unable to put it down. This energy light sword was dark attributed, so she wouldn't fear clashing with the lost priest's light sword in the future. And there was no need to say more about the pistol, it was also a dark attributed gun. As long as she input her magic power, she could shoot dark attributed bullets. The other girls looked at Nanrika's two weapons with great envy, but unfortunately, there were none for them. Seeing their envious expressions, Roy felt a bit helpless. It wasn't that he didn't prepare weapons for them, but the others were all beginners in magic. They couldn't use any weapons, so he hadn't prepared any for them. Alright, don't be envious, you'll definitely get your gifts in the future. Now, I'm going to talk about serious business. Returning to the conference room, Roy said to everyone. Hearing this, all the girls quieted down. Next, I plan to take Seiko out for a trip. I'll leave the house to Rika. Hearing Roy's words, all the girls were startled. Is there something important? Shizuka asked, looking at Roy worriedly. Yes, it's something very important, don't worry, maybe I'll be back in a day. After hearing Roy's words, Saya had some guesses in her mind. She pushed up her glasses and said directly, Roy is going to another world, right? Just like when you went to our world. Roy looked at Saya in surprise, not expecting her to have guessed it. As expected of Saya, she's so smart. Since it had been guessed, Roy no longer concealed it. That's right, next, I will take Seiko to other worlds to find opportunities to become stronger. You all stay at home. If nothing unexpected happens, I might even be back in the next moment. Last time he went to the high school of the dead world, only a few seconds passed when he returned. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the same this time. It's all this system's fault, it doesn't even have a system spirit, Roy secretly grumbled. I want to go too. As soon as Roy finished speaking, Nanrika immediately spoke up first. At the same time, she twirled the pistol in her hand a few times, striking a cool pose. She looked at Roy with a confident expression. Having just received two weapons, she was eager to show them off. Me too, as Roy-chan's maid, I must be taken along when he goes out. Shizuka raised her right hand high, indicating that she also wanted to go. As the strategist, my analysis is absolutely indispensable in an unfamiliar world. Saya crossed her arms, and in her tsundere way, she even appointed herself as a strategist. Alice, Yuriko, and Isa, though silent, all looked at him with teary eyes. Only Seiko looked at Roy with a smile, saying nothing. Hearing the girls' arguments, Roy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Please, I'm not going on vacation, how can I take so many people? Moreover, the place we're going this time is very dangerous. Hearing Roy's words, the girls all fell silent. That's right, it was all their fault for being too weak. Alright, don't be discouraged. Cultivate your magic well, and you'll become stronger too. After comforting the girls, Roy didn't waste any more time. He directly activated the system's traversal function. P.S. New author. New book, please give flowers, reviews, good reviews, and triple likes. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a draft of 200,000 words, so please feel free to collect it. Chapter 33. Deciding to go to the Demon Slayer world to flirt with girls. When Roy woke up in the morning, he discovered that the system's traversable worlds had increased by 3, and he also had 1 traversal attempt. The formidable enemy he was about to face was the high-level demon Riser Phoenix. Why would he face Riser Phoenix, you ask? 24. Hash 24 Section 24 Chapter 24 Isn't that obvious? Now, because of Roy, Rias is missing several of her retainer demons. It's impossible for her to defeat Riser Phoenix, so Roy has to step in. Roy wouldn't just stand by and watch Rias marry Riser Phoenix. Of course, with Roy's current strength, he has no chance of winning against Riser Phoenix. Riser Phoenix possesses the characteristics of a phoenix, an immortal body. He can be reborn from the flames regardless of the damage he takes. In the original story, even Rias's power of destruction was useless against him. Actually, if Riser Phoenix didn't have his immortal body, his own strength wouldn't be that great. However, with the bug-like ability of immortality, someone at the same level wouldn't be able to defeat him without special means. So he must get stronger quickly. Roy looked at the 3 newly appeared worlds. The first world, my little sister can't be this cute. Another slice of life anime. Although Kuroniko is cute, now is not the time to flirt with girls. He immediately looked at the next world. The second world, Pokemon. This is a world where Pokemon and humans live together. Humans, as trainers, capture Pokemon, train them, and battle alongside them. They raise Pokemon or keep them as pets. As a demon, a pet familiar is essential, but he'll wait for a future opportunity to go there. The third world, Demon Slayer. The moment he saw this world, Roy's eyes lit up. This was the one. Roy had a deep memory of the classic anime, Demon Slayer. This was also a world with man-eating monsters. These man-eating monsters are called demons. The first demon to appear was named Kibutsuji Muzan. Kibutsuji Muzan originated from the distant Heian period. Before he was even born, Muzan nearly died once due to his weak body. He was even born into the world as a stillborn. But Kibutsuji Muzan relied on his obsession with living to desperately crawl back from the brink of death. However, before he reached the age of 20, he was still bedridden due to a terminal illness. Until a kind doctor developed a medicine for him to extend his life. But the side effects of this medicine made Muzan think his condition was worsening, so he killed the doctor in a fit of rage. After the doctor died, Muzan discovered that not only had his health recovered, but he had also gained an ageless, immortal, and even tougher body, though he also began to crave human flesh and blood. Although this wasn't a problem for Muzan, who had gained great power. However, he would die if exposed to sunlight, which became Muzan's most fatal weakness. To overcome this weakness, after Muzan studied the medicine formula the doctor had developed for him, he discovered that the finished product of the medicine required the addition of a plant the doctor called the blue spider lily. However, the only person who knew the location and cultivation method of this blue spider lily was that doctor. Thus, in order to become the strongest ageless and immortal monster, Muzan began creating a large number of demons to find the blue spider lily for him. This is the origin of the demons. On the opposite side is the Demon Slayer core. The first Demon Slayer swordsman was Kagaya Yubayashiki, the second son of the Sugikuni family. Kagaya Yubayashiki was also the first swordsman to master breathing styles. He was exceptionally gifted. Not only was he born with markings, but he also naturally mastered the principles of the transparent world and breathing styles. After reaching adulthood, Kagaya Yubayashiki created sunbreathing based on the principles of the breathing styles he had mastered. Its main function is to strengthen cardiopulmonary function, thereby allowing the blood to absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short time. It can instantly and significantly increase physical abilities, thereby temporarily granting physical strength comparable to a demon. But because others could not withstand the power of the sun, they could not learn sunbreathing. Kagaya Yubayashiki then guided them to develop other styles of breathing based on sun breathing, including the 5 basic styles: water, thunder, flame, stone, and wind. After that, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, based on these 5 basic breathing styles, created a variety of derivative breathing styles. The emergence of breathing styles gave the Demon Slayer Corps a powerful tool to deal with demons and gradually gained an advantage in the war against them. What Roy was interested in was precisely the breathing styles. In fact, he had studied breathing styles a long time ago, but unfortunately, he could never get the hang of it. This was normal. Even Kagaya Yubayashiki was born with the ability to use breathing styles and used that as a foundation to create sun breathing. Otherwise, with Roy's talent in swordsmanship, he could have become a powerhouse just by creating his own breathing style. So the main purpose of going to Demon Slayer this time is to obtain a breathing style, which should be quite simple to achieve. The Demon Slayer Corps wouldn't keep the breathing styles to themselves. The secondary goal is to take a few retainers to enhance his strength, preferably enough to allow him to become a high-level demon. After thinking it through, Roy grabbed Seiko's hand. Then he smiled at the other girls and said, "See you in a bit." After speaking, Roy clicked on the world of Demon Slayer. In the next second, they turned into a beam of white light and disappeared in front of the girls. P.S. New author, new book. Please give flowers, evaluations, good reviews, and the triple threat. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has 200,000 words in stock, so please feel free to add to your collection. Chapter 34. First meeting with Makomo. Makomo is so cute. The world of Demon Slayer. On a misty mountaintop, a white light flashed. 2 people appeared here, namely Roy and Seiko. Roy surveyed his surroundings. There were tall thickets of trees all around, making the forest appear somewhat dim. It was currently winter. Snowflakes fell and melted upon landing on their shoulders. Where is this place? Roy was a bit puzzled, not knowing where the system had teleported him. Is this the other world? Beside him, Seiko curiously looked around. The dim environment did not affect a demon's vision. After looking around, there were tall trees everywhere, and Seiko didn't find anything interesting, so she withdrew her gaze. Roy, who was thinking about what to do, suddenly felt Seiko hug him from behind. "Eh? Seiko?" Roy snapped out of his thoughts and was stunned for a moment. It's rare to have time alone with Roy. Seiko hugged Roy from behind, her chin resting on his shoulder, and spoke softly in his ear. Roy was stunned to hear this. Thinking back, it seemed he really hadn't been alone with Seiko. He hadn't even had a normal date like an ordinary couple, and thinking of this, Roy felt a bit guilty. He turned around and hugged Seiko tightly, saying, "Don't worry, Seiko, we have plenty of time in the future. We're going to be together forever." Roy secretly decided that after returning, he must go on more individual dates with the girls. Hearing Roy's words, Seiko's face immediately blossomed into a smile, and her eyes grew even gentler. Seiko softly agreed. Then Roy couldn't help but kiss Seiko. After the two shared a moment of tenderness, it was time for business. "Seiko, let's fly into the air and see if there's anyone around." Roy thought that the system should not teleport him to a place unrelated to the plot. In other words, there must be a place nearby that appeared in the original story, just like when he went to the high school of the dead world. The system had teleported him directly to Fujimi Academy where the story began. Okay, Seiko smiled and agreed. Then the two unfolded their demon wings and flew into the air. The entire sky was very dark, snowflakes were drifting, and their vision was restricted. They couldn't see very far. However, Roy still observed the surroundings, but the trees were so dense that he couldn't see any sign of human habitation. Just as Roy was about to fly away with Seiko, he suddenly heard the sound of swords clashing. Someone is fighting. Roy's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked toward the mountain where the sound of swords was coming from. "Let's go, Seiko, let's go take a look." As he spoke, Roy took Seiko's hand and flew over. Soon Roy and Seiko arrived at the location of the sound and quietly landed nearby. Isn't that boy Tanjiro Kamado? Roy looked in surprise at one of the boys fighting in the field. Dark red hair, a scar on his forehead, a gentle yet resolute face, wearing green and black checkered clothes. This boy was the protagonist of Demon Slayer, Tanjiro Kamado. He then looked at the other boy fighting Tanjiro Kamado, who wore a mask and had pink hair. And the little girl watching from the side, with long black hair, a bit of a poker face, and a very cute appearance. Needless to say, these two must be Sakonji Yorokodaki's disciples, Sabito and Makomo. It seems the current time point is 2 years after Tanjiro Kamado began learning breathing styles from Sakonji Yorokodaki. 25. Number 25 Section 25 Chapter 25 Realizing the specific point in time, Roy immediately had an idea. Roy then looked toward Sabito and Makomo again. He could tell that these two were merely in a soul state. This was because these two had actually been killed by the hand demon long ago during the final selection. This made Roy want to complain about how miraculous this world was, that people who had been dead for years could still appear as souls. They could even fight against Tanjiro Kamado. No matter how you looked at it, it was very unscientific. Tanjiro Kamado? Beside him, Seiko heard Roy's surprised voice and looked puzzled. Yeah, that boy with the burgundy hair is Tanjiro Kamado. Roy pointed at one of them and explained to Seiko. Seiko nodded upon hearing this, not asking how Roy knew. At this moment, the two in the clearing finally got serious. Tanjiro Kamado held his sword with both hands, facing off against Sabito who stood before the boulder. Tanjiro Kamado said with a serious expression, "I will definitely win today." Sabito didn't speak. His masked face showed no expression as he waited for the attack. Tanjiro Kamado took a deep breath, unconsciously utilizing his breathing style, and in the next instant, he charged forward. There were no flashy sword techniques, just a simple downward slash. Sabito had only just raised his sword high, yet Tanjiro Kamado was still a step ahead, slashing down. What a fast strike! Seiko was somewhat surprised to see this strike from the sidelines. She believed that before becoming a devil, she absolutely could not have delivered such a stunning strike. Roy heard this and smiled. This is the wonder of breathing styles. This is also one of the reasons we came here. Breathing styles had been mentioned in the Busujima family's kendo, so Seiko naturally knew of them. However, such breathing styles had long been lost. She hadn't expected this world to actually have them. Now Seiko was very much looking forward to it, watching the battle in the clearing with great interest. At this time, as Tanjiro Kamado took the lead with his slash, Sabito's mask was split in two. Immediately after, the boulder behind Sabito was also split in two. Sabito had intentionally guided Tanjiro Kamado's strike toward the boulder. Slicing the boulder was the test Sakonji Yorokodaki gave to his disciples. Only by being able to slice the boulder could one participate in the final selection and become a demon slayer. The mask was split in two, but because he was a soul, he wasn't injured. Soon, Sabito revealed a smile. P.S. New author, new book asking for flowers, evaluations, good reviews, and the triple tap. Your support is the author's motivation. The author has a 200,000 word backlog, so please feel free to add this to your collection. Chapter 35. Tanjiro, I'm coveting your sister. That smile seemed happy, seemed like he wanted to cry, and seemed like he was relieved. The expression was quite complex. Tanjiro, well done. Don't forget that move just now. Beside him, Makomo also spoke softly with a smile. Win, Tanjiro, you must also win against that guy. As if implying something, after Makomo finished speaking, she and Sabito slowly vanished before Tanjiro's eyes. However, Roy could discover that Makomo and Sabito had not actually disappeared. They were still watching Tanjiro silently from the side. It was just that Tanjiro could no longer see them. Tanjiro Kamado was stunned for a moment seeing the two suddenly vanish. When he came to his senses, he found that the boulder in front of him had already been sliced through. At this moment, Roy's expression shifted as he noticed a figure rapidly approaching from down the mountain. The one who could come here at this time, without any surprises, should be Sakanji Yorokodaki. As expected, Sakanji Yorokodaki appeared beside Tanjiro in a flash. Looking at the sliced boulder before him, Sakanji Yorokodaki remained silent for a while. I didn't originally intend to let you go to the final selection. I don't want to see any more children die. I always thought you wouldn't be able to slice this boulder. Saying this, Sakanji Yorokodaki turned and gave Tanjiro Kamado a head pat. You've worked very hard, Tanjiro. You really are an amazing child. Wow, 2 years of hard work had finally been recognized. Tanjiro Kamado was so moved that he threw himself into Sakanji Yorokodaki's arms and began to cry. After all, he was still just a 15-year-old child. Seeing this, Roy stopped hiding and walked over with Seiko. With no attempt to hide their footsteps, the two walked across the snow, making a crunching sound. They were instantly noticed by both Sakanji Yorokodaki and Tanjiro Kamado. Sakanji Yorokodaki looked at the two approaching people with a solemn gaze, because he actually hadn't realized anyone was so close. Judging by the sound, they must have been there for a while. Both Sakanji Yorokodaki and Tanjiro Kamado had uniquely keen senses of smell. Reasonably, their noses should have detected the two first. Yet it was only when the other party walked out without concealment that they noticed them. This couldn't help but make Sakanji Yorokodaki's expression turn serious. Roy and Seiko slowly walked up to the two of them. Pardon us, could we have a moment of your time? Roy greeted them with a smile. You are? Sakanji Yorokodaki looked at the two before him and sniffed with his nose. His nose could easily determine if someone was a demon. After confirming they weren't demons, he felt relieved. Beside him, Tanjiro Kamado curiously followed suit and took a sniff. Although they weren't demons, their scent was entirely different from ordinary people, making him very curious about their identities. We are swordsmen from afar. May I ask if you are swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps? Swordsman from afar, huh? Sakanji Yorokodaki sniffed again and found that Roy wasn't lying. His nose could judge whether others were lying through their scent. This sniff resulted in the conclusion that the person before him wasn't lying, so he believed what Roy said. I am indeed a Demon Slayer Corps swordsman. Might I ask what your purpose for coming here is? Sakanji Yorokodaki asked their intention directly. Roy didn't hide it either, saying, our purpose for coming here is to learn breathing styles. In exchange, we will also contribute our strength when facing demons. Hearing this, Sakanji Yorokodaki pondered for a moment and said, let's head down the mountain first. Sakanji Yorokodaki decided to observe them first. The Demon Slayer Corps wasn't strict about teaching breathing styles. After all, having one more person who knew breathing styles meant one more source of strength when facing demons. But it couldn't be taught to others haphazardly. It would be bad if it were taught to a wicked person. Then, under Sakanji Yorokodaki's lead, the four quickly headed down the mountain. Along the way, Sakanji Yorokodaki didn't mention that there were traps on the path. One should know that this path down the mountain was filled with various traps meant to train Tanjiro. However, Roy and Seiko wouldn't be stumped by mere traps. As devils, their night vision was even keener than during the day. Simple traps were naturally no problem. The two followed behind Sakanji Yorokodaki at a steady pace. No matter how much Sakanji Yorokodaki increased his speed, he couldn't shake them off. On the other hand, Tanjiro Kamado had some trouble keeping up and was left behind, panting from exhaustion. After some testing, Sakanji Yorokodaki found that the two could easily keep up with his speed, so he voluntarily slowed down. There was no longer any need to test them. Sakanji Yorokodaki understood that these two were not weak. Subsequently, the group of four returned to the house at the foot of the mountain. While descending, the four had already introduced themselves to each other. Mr. Yorokodaki, what have you decided? As long as the Demon Slayer Corps gives me the training methods for all the breathing styles, I can even help you kill the source of the demons, Kibutsuji Muzan. Roy said to Sakanji Yorokodaki with a smile. At this time, the four were gathered around the hearth in the house, and Seiko took the initiative to take over the task of grilling fish. Beside them, Tanjiro Kamado smelled the aroma of the grilled fish and couldn't help but drool. Kibutsuji Muzan? Hearing Roy's words, Tanjiro was stunned. He was very unfamiliar with this name, but he was still very curious about anything related to demons. That's right, the reason demons appear in this world is all because of Kibutsuji Muzan. Facing Tanjiro's confusion, Roy explained a little. I agree. At this point, Sakanji Yorokodaki finally spoke. I agree to teach you breathing styles, but for the breathing styles of other sects, I must report to the master. P.S. New author, new book asking for flowers, evaluations, good reviews, and the triple tap. Chapter 36. Roy's purpose. Sakanji Yorokodaki ultimately decided to teach the two breathing styles. Because his nose told him that the two hadn't lied once, it was clear that the two before him were trustworthy. And what Roy said about helping the Demon Slayer Corps kill Kibutsuji Muzan wasn't a lie either. It proved that they indeed had some strength. Sakanji Yorokodaki was willing to do anything that could increase their demon-slaying strength. If they could use this to get rid of Kibutsuji Muzan, that would be for the best. Then thank you very much, Mr. Yorokodaki. Seeing Sakanji Yorokodaki agree, Roy thanked him with a smile. The fish is grilled, it's ready to eat. 26. Hash. Number 26 Section 26. Light. Chapter 26. Seiko, who was on the side, reminded him with a smile. Mr. Yorokodaki, please try Seiko's cooking. Roy handed Sakanji Yorokodaki a fish. Thank you. Sakanji Yorokodaki said thanks and took the grilled fish. And Tanjiro too. Saying that, Roy handed another grilled fish to Tanjiro. Thank you, big brother Roy and sister Seiko. Tanjiro took the grilled fish and began eating impatiently. He had been drooling at the smell of such fragrant grilled fish. Roy and Seiko weren't much older than Tanjiro, and they quickly became familiar with each other in just a short time. Tanjiro had already started calling them brother and sister. Roy was very fond of Tanjiro. Although Tanjiro had a gentle nature, he showed no mercy when facing demons. Even if the demon was pitiful, he would draw his sword without hesitation. Compared to some protagonists who are gentle yet indecisive, Tanjiro was clearly more likable. Of course, what Roy liked even more was Kamado Nezuko, because Nezuko was simply too cute. Roy secretly glanced towards the house. Nezuko should be inside, but now was not the time to disturb her. Thinking this, Roy also picked up a fish and started eating. This fish is incredibly delicious. After taking a bite of the fish, Tanjiro couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Sakanji Yorokodaki, who was on the side, didn't speak, but he was clearly amazed by the taste of the grilled fish, and the speed at which he ate clearly increased significantly. Thank you for the compliment. Seiko couldn't help but laugh seeing Tanjiro's reaction. This was normal. In this era, Tanjiro had never eaten such delicious food. When Seiko arrived, she had brought various seasonings specifically to take care of Roy's daily meals. With Seiko's advanced grilling techniques and seasonings, the taste of the grilled fish was naturally exceptionally delicious. While eating the grilled fish, Roy suddenly looked towards the outside of the door. By the way, Mr. Yorokodaki, I wanted to ask, are the children outside your disciples? Roy looked at Sakanji Yorokodaki and smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Sakanji Yorokodaki paused, then looked outside, but unfortunately, he saw nothing. Tanjiro, who was enjoying his meal, also looked outside, and similarly saw nothing. The two turned to look at Roy in confusion. There was clearly no one outside. Seiko also glanced outside. In her vision, there was a group of masked children watching the inside of the house. Most of these children appeared to be around 15 years old, and they were silently watching those inside. She also noticed that two of the children were the ones who had fought Tanjiro on the mountain. Although Seiko could see these children, she did not draw attention to it, because she knew Roy must have his reasons for doing this. Oh, I forgot you all couldn't see them. Roy slapped his forehead, looking suddenly enlightened. These children were in spirit form. Unless they actively allowed you to see them, ordinary people could not see them. Since Roy and Seiko were demons, naturally they could see them. Roy waved his hand, and a surge of magic fell upon the group of youths. Instantly, these children manifested. Sakanji Yorokodaki looked at the suddenly appearing group of children, his face filled with disbelief. His hands trembled, and he couldn't even hold the grilled fish, dropping it on the ground. He walked to the doorway. Sakanji Yorokodaki's eyes turned red, and his voice choked slightly as he looked at them. Children, is that you? Sakanji Yorokodaki looked at the familiar masks and the children. He could no longer hold back his tears. Sabito and Makomo, along with the others, were confused by this sudden turn of events. Because they had died during the final selection, they felt ashamed of Urokodaki's training. Therefore, they had never dared to show themselves before Sakonji Urokodaki. They never expected that the man only needed to wave his hand for them all to appear. However, now was not the time to just stand there stunned. Teacher Urokodaki, Sabito and Makomo led the group in kneeling down. Sakonji Urokodaki couldn't help but shed tears again. After a period of conversation, Sakonji Urokodaki finally understood how his dear disciples had died. Unexpectedly, it was ultimately due to his involvement. During the final selection, the hand demon on Fujiwara Mountain was indeed captured by Sakonji Urokodaki, and it was precisely because of this. The hand demon harbored extreme resentment toward Sakonji Urokodaki and remembered the distinct features of Sakonji Urokodaki's mask. Therefore, every time a child participating in the final selection wore a mask personally crafted by Sakonji Urokodaki, they would all be attacked by it and eventually eaten. Understanding this, Sakonji Urokodaki was instantly filled with immense regret. Mr. Urokodaki, please allow me to slay the hand demon and avenge everyone, Tanjiro said with a serious and earnest expression. He was quite happy to learn that the person who had taught him for over half a year were actually his senior martial brothers and sisters. Yet, he never expected that his senior martial brothers and sisters had already been killed by a demon. Having learned all this, Tanjiro immediately resolved to slay the hand demon and avenge his senior martial brothers and sisters. Since he was about to participate in the final selection anyway, he volunteered for the task. P.S. New author, new book asking for flowers, reviews, good ratings, and the triple combo asking for the triple combo. Chapter 37. Makomo, come into my bowl. No, the hand demon on Fujikasane Mountain is no longer suitable as a trial for the final selection. I will report to the master and slay the hand demon myself. Sakonji Urokodaki put on his Tengu mask again and said with a resolute tone. The hand demon on Fujikasane Mountain had eaten hundreds of people over the years, and its strength had become incomparably powerful. It was no longer something the children participating in the final selection could handle. Every time he waited in anticipation for the children participating in the final selection to return, the news he finally received always left him heartbroken. And now he understood that all of this originated from him. At this moment, Sakonji Urokodaki felt immense sorrow and anger. But he could not show it in front of the children, so he had to wear the mask to conceal himself. Tanjiro also fell silent after hearing this. Sakonji Urokodaki's resolute words left him no room to argue. Mr. Urokodaki, why not let them avenge themselves? It was Roy who spoke at this moment. However, the words he spoke caused the two of them a bit of confusion. Roy ignored the confused pair and turned to look at Makomo standing nearby. I presume you two have been hesitant to show yourselves in front of Mr. Urokodaki because you feel ashamed of his teachings, of course. Failing to kill the hand demon must also be your regret. Roy's words struck right at their hearts, and all the children looked at him with a hint of expectation. You are Makomo, right? Roy asked Makomo with a smile. Yes, Mr. Roy, I look forward to your guidance. Although Makomo's face showed little emotion, she bowed politely in greeting. Makomo, would you like to personally avenge your senior martial brothers and sisters? Is that possible? Hearing Roy's words, the emotionless expression on Makomo's face finally showed a slight change. Of course, it's possible, but before Roy could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Makomo. I accept, Mr. Roy, what should I do? Makomo asked with a serious and earnest expression. No matter what the cost, Makomo was determined to personally slay the hand demon and avenge everyone. Mr. Roy, if possible, please let me take Makomo's place. At this moment, Sabito, who was standing nearby, could no longer stay put. Avenging everyone was something that, by all accounts, should be done by him, the senior martial brother. Don't rush, although you don't care what price you might pay. I still need to state the terms. Hearing this, both Makomo and Sabito quieted down. Seeing this, Roy curled his lips slightly and smiled. I can resurrect one of you, allowing you to personally take revenge. But the price is that you must become my retainer afterward and serve me for life. Saying this, Roy's objective became obvious. It was Makomo. However, they did not know Roy's true goal. At this moment, they were astonished by Roy's words. After all, resurrecting a person sounded like something out of a fairy tale. But surprisingly, both Sakonji Urokodaki and Tanjiro believed Roy's words. Because their noses told them that Roy was not lying. He truly possessed the ability to resurrect someone. This made them even more shocked. Could Mr. Roy be an immortal? Tanjiro asked Roy with disbelief in his eyes. 27. Number 27 Section 27 Chapter 27 No, on the contrary, precisely because I am a demon. Roy did not conceal his identity. Rather, such an identity made them believe him more. Since demons already exist in this world, what is there to be surprised about a demon? Sakonji Yorokodaki was the first to accept this fact. Firstly, he trusted his nose. Secondly, if what Roy said was true, then his disciples would be resurrected. He couldn't be happier. Please, Lord Roy, you must save the children. Upon learning Roy's identity, Sakonji Yorokodaki immediately knelt on the ground, performing a deep bow to Roy. Mr. Yorokodaki, there's no need for this, Roy said to Sakonji Yorokodaki, then turned to look at Makomo. So, Makomo, are you willing to become my retainer? Faced with Roy's question, Makomo, who had been very firm just moments ago, hesitated. It seemed she was considering whether to give this opportunity to someone else. Makomo, don't hesitate, agree quickly. Seeing Makomo's prolonged silence, Sabito urged her. Faced with such an opportunity for resurrection, Sabito no longer brought up the matter of replacing Makomo. In truth, Sabito's talent was far greater than Makomo's. Sabito was a true genius. He only died at the hands of the hand demon because of a moment of carelessness. It's a pity Roy doesn't accept male retainers. Otherwise, Sabito would have been a good choice. Of course, Makomo's talent was also quite good. After all, at such a young age, she could split a giant boulder. She could even participate in the final selection, so her talent was undoubtedly solid. Sakonji Yorokodaki, standing to the side, remained silent, leaving the choice to Makomo. Meanwhile, Tanjiro was still in a daze. Being so young, he couldn't fully grasp the situation yet. Hesitating, Makomo turned to look at her senior brothers and sisters. She saw them all smiling at her, with no intention of taking her place. Seeing this, Makomo no longer hesitated. She turned to face Roy, nodded seriously, and said, Lord Roy, I agree to become your retainer, but I want to personally slay the hand demon to avenge everyone. By making a contract with a demon, she could personally slay the hand demon. The price was a lifetime of service to the demon. Don't worry, I will grant you the power to personally slay the hand demon. Roy smiled and gave Makomo his assurance. Follow me. Since Makomo had agreed, Roy didn't waste any more time and prepared to begin the demon transformation ritual immediately. Roy asked Sakonji Yorokodaki beside him, Mr. Yorokodaki, may I use a room? Of course, Lord Roy, please. Sakonji Yorokodaki respectfully ushered Roy inside the house. By the way, Seiko, you come in too. Next was the demon transformation ritual. During it, Makomo would be left naked as her body was reshaped. P.S. New author. New book, please give flowers, ratings, positive reviews, triple support. Chapter 38. Makomo is acquired. So Roy brought the two girls into the house. Makomo, don't be nervous. I will perform the demon transformation ritual on you next. Are you ready? Following Roy into the room, Makomo's restless hands were intertwined, showing her nervousness. Upon hearing Roy's words, she still gave a firm nod. Seeing this, Roy didn't waste words and directly began the demon transformation ritual. By the name of Roy Lucifergus, I command that your soul, Makomo, become my retainer demon, reborn as my soldier. As Roy chanted the incantation, a blue magic circle appeared beneath Makomo's feet. A soldier piece emitted a glow, slowly merging into Makomo's body from her chest. The next moment, a light enveloped Makomo. After a while, the light gradually dissipated, revealing a perfect body within the magic circle. Black shoulder-length hair, skin as smooth as jade, simply perfect. The only somewhat discordant part was that her chest was too large. It looked at least a D cup, which was quite a burden for Makomo, who was only 13. Overall, it was a case of a youthful face with an ample bust. Did Makomo originally have such a figure? Of course not. This was just Roy adding a little something extra while shaping Makomo's body. This move directly exposed his true nature as a lecher. Seiko beside him looked at him with a strange gaze. It made his old face flush red, feeling quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, Makomo's face was bright red, one hand covering her top, the other covering her bottom. Unfortunately, her small hands couldn't cover much, making it even more enticing. Why is this part different? Makomo, her face flushed crimson, asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Her head lowered. What's different? I think it's perfect. Seeing Makomo's adorable appearance, Roy couldn't help but tease her a little. It's just. Makomo stammered for a long time but couldn't get the words out. This matter was too embarrassing. How could she say it? Instead, she grew so flustered that her face turned red, even her ears flushing crimson. Seeing this, Roy stopped teasing her. It wouldn't be good if she fainted from embarrassment. Seiko, give your clothes to Makomo to wear. Roy instructed Seiko, who was standing to the side. Seiko was much taller than Makomo, so the clothes would definitely be too big for her. But there was no other choice, they would have to make do for now. He could buy Makomo some clothes later when he had time. Upon hearing this, Seiko took out the clothes she had brought. As she passed by Roy, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Roy, do you like them big?" The warm breath by his ear made it itch. Seiko seemed a bit jealous. "Ahem, don't worry, yours are already plenty big, I like them very much." Roy leaned close to Seiko's ear and whispered back. Hearing this, Seiko immediately showed a satisfied smile, then picked up the clothes and helped Makomo put them on. Once dressed, Makomo looked like a delicate and adorable doll. "Moss Master," Makomo called out timidly. Roy instantly felt utterly charmed. He placed his large hand on Makomo's head, directly giving her a head pat. "Makomo, you can just call me Roy, brother. From now on, we're family," Roy said with a smile. Receiving the head pat, Makomo was too shy to look up. Helpless, Roy pinched Makomo's cute little cheek, then took her and Seiko by the hand and walked out of the room. Sakanji Yorokodaki and Makomo's senior brothers and sisters were waiting anxiously. Seeing Roy leading out an adorable little girl who looked like a porcelain doll, they were stunned. "Ma, Makomo, so beautiful." Sabito was so shocked by Makomo's appearance that he began to stutter. "Makomo, are you really alive again?" Sakanji Yorokodaki looked at Makomo with tearful eyes. Makomo and Sabito had been orphans since childhood, raised by Sakanji Yorokodaki. As his female disciple, Makomo had always been dearly loved by Sakanji Yorokodaki. Now, seeing Makomo standing before him again, how could he not be moved? It was just a pity he wore a Tengu mask so no one could see his expression. "Yes, Teacher Yorokodaki." Upon hearing this, Makomo responded with a sweet smile. "Thank you, Lord Roy." Sakanji Yorokodaki bowed to Roy once more in gratitude. "Haha, number need to thank me, this is just an equivalent exchange. I gave Makomo a new life in the hope for revenge, and Makomo will serve me for life." Hearing Roy's words, Sakanji Yorokodaki still wore a grateful expression and said, "Even so, this old man is still deeply thankful to you, Lord Roy. Tomorrow, I will write a letter to the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. I believe that once the leader learns of you, Lord Roy, he will send the breathing styles as soon as possible." "That would be excellent." Roy nodded in satisfaction. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kagaya Yubayashiki, due to his blood relation to Kibutsuji Muzan, seemed as if his entire family was under a curse. All the children born were weak and sickly, dying young. Thus, Kagaya Yubayashiki had always been dedicated to eliminating Kibutsuji Muzan. If he learned of Roy's power and miracles, he would surely support Roy with all his might. For Kagaya Yubayashiki, any price was worth paying if it meant destroying Kibutsuji Muzan. On one side, Roy and Sakanji Yorokodaki chatted about the topic of breathing styles. On the other side, Makomo was pulled aside by a group of curious senior brothers and sisters, who began asking her all sorts of questions. "Little sister Makomo, are you really resurrected?" 28. # 28 Section 28 Chapter 28 Makomo, have you really become a demon? Makomo has become so beautiful. Makomo's fellow disciples surrounded her curiously, chattering incessantly, even asking her to show them her demon wings. P.S. New author. New book, please give flowers. 1 extra chapter for every 500 flowers. The author has 200,000 words in stock. Everyone please drown the author with flowers. Chapter 39. Turning attention to Nezuko again. Left with no choice, Makomo didn't want to disappoint them, so she showed off her demon wings. As a minor genius, Makomo's strength when she participated in the final selection was roughly at the level of a lower-class demon. After the demon transformation, a large amount of demonic power was consumed due to the reshaping of her body, but even so, she now has the strength of a newly advanced mid-class demon, all because of the breathing styles. One must know that Makomo's starting point was much higher than Seiko's. Because Makomo knows breathing styles, it was only because reshaping her body consumed a lot of demonic power. Otherwise, she would definitely be much stronger than she is now. Tanjiro, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded when he saw the demon wings behind Makomo. Are there really demons and angels in this world? It was truly hard to believe, but now that the facts were right before his eyes, he had no choice but to believe. Then Tanjiro thought about his purpose for coming to the Demon Slayer Corps. His goal was clear: to kill demons and find a way to turn his sister back into a human. Now, the opportunity to turn his sister back into a human was right in front of him. That was Big Brother Roy. Tanjiro had seen with his own eyes that Roy had resurrected someone. In his view, if he could even do something that defied the heavens like that, then turning his sister back into a human would definitely not be a problem. Thinking of this, Tanjiro's eyes suddenly lit up, but the words were on the tip of his tongue and he didn't know how to say them. After all, Tanjiro was a gentle and considerate child. Causing trouble for others was not something he would do. However, turning his sister back to her original self was very important. For a moment, Tanjiro hesitated. Roy, who was chatting with Sakanji Yorokodaki nearby, had actually been paying attention to Tanjiro all along. Seeing Tanjiro's hesitant look, how could he not know what he was thinking? He immediately walked up to Tanjiro and said with a smile, "Tanjiro, is there something you want to say to me?" Tanjiro was startled by Roy's sudden voice. Tanjiro hesitated for a moment but decided to speak up anyway. After all, his sister was more important. "Lord Roy, there is one thing I hope you can agree to." Tanjiro bowed 90 degrees directly to Roy and said loudly and respectfully. "Haha, Tanjiro, there's no need to be so polite. Just say what's on your mind. If I can help, I definitely will." Roy patted Tanjiro's shoulder and said with a beaming smile. Hearing this, Tanjiro was instantly moved to tears. "Please, Lord Roy, you must save my sister." After saying that, Tanjiro lowered his head even further, as if he wouldn't get up if Roy didn't agree. "Tanjiro, don't get excited. I agree. Tell me about your sister first." Hearing that Roy had agreed, Tanjiro looked up excitedly and gazed at Roy with gratitude. Then, Tanjiro told the story of how his sister had turned into a demon. "Can I see your sister first?" After listening to Tanjiro's story, Roy suggested seeing Nezuko first. Of course, Tanjiro didn't refuse and led Roy and Sakanji Yorokodaki to the room where Nezuko was. There was a girl wearing a kimono, with long black hair and a bamboo muzzle in her mouth, lying there with even breathing. This young girl was indeed Kamado Nezuko. Unfortunately, Nezuko was in a deep sleep at this time. "That Lord Roy, is there a way to turn my sister back into a normal human?" Seeing that Roy hadn't spoken for a long time, Tanjiro asked cautiously. I'm sorry, I have no way to turn your sister back into an ordinary human," Roy said after a moment of silence. He indeed couldn't turn Nezuko back into an ordinary human. After all, he didn't know any healing magic or anything of the sort. Moreover, healing magic might not necessarily work, because turning into a demon seemed like a bloodline inheritance. Hearing this, Tanjiro's head slumped in disappointment, like a frostbitten eggplant. However, Tanjiro, who was originally very dejected, immediately looked at Roy with a face full of hope upon hearing these two words. "However, I can make your sister a demon, just like Makomo. As long as she becomes a demon, mere demon blood is not worth mentioning before a demon bloodline." Roy was quite disdainful of these kinds of demons. This kind of flawed demon bloodline was simply too weak compared to a demon bloodline. Of course, demons are also divided into many types. For example, Ram and Rem from the Zero world are of the Oni race, and the Oni race in Gensokyo are also very powerful. They are far beyond what Kibutsuji Muzan can compare to. Hearing Roy's words, Tanjiro's face immediately showed joy. He peeked at Makomo, who was chatting with her fellow disciples. Although Makomo had become a demon, she didn't seem much different from an ordinary person. But thinking about the price of becoming a demon, Tanjiro felt a bit reluctant. Because after becoming a demon, Nezuko would have to leave him. But after thinking it over, Tanjiro finally agreed, because if he didn't agree now, it was unknown if his sister could ever turn back into a human. Perhaps this was the only chance. "Lord Roy, I agree. Please, you must treat Nezuko well." Tanjiro looked at Roy with reluctance and tearful eyes. It made Roy feel a bit embarrassed. "Don't worry, Tanjiro. I will take good care of Nezuko." As he spoke, Roy patted Tanjiro's shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Seeing this, Tanjiro felt a bit better and prepared to go out with Sakanji Yorokodaki. "Tanjiro, you don't need to go out. I'll need your help in a moment." Roy quickly stopped Tanjiro. Earlier, it was because he had to reshape Makomo's body that he didn't allow them to be present. P.S. Brothers, the data isn't moving. Are there still brothers watching? Give me some flowers and votes. One extra chapter for every 500 flowers. The author has 200,000 words in stock. Everyone please drown the author with flowers. Chapter 40. Nezuko is too strong. But now, for Nezuko's demon transformation, there was no need to reshape her body, so there weren't as many taboos. Furthermore, Nezuko is currently in a deep sleep. If she wakes up during the demon transformation ritual and doesn't see Tanjiro, she might struggle, and the demon transformation ritual might fail. So Tanjiro must be present. Tanjiro nodded upon hearing this and watched from the side. Seeing this, Roy began the demon transformation ritual. "In the name of Roy Lucifergus, I command. You, Kamado Nezuko, shall become my retainer demon and be reborn as my rook." With the incantation, a blue magic circle appeared beneath Nezuko, and the originally sleeping Nezuko floated into the air while lying flat. A rook piece slowly floated over. At that moment, the demon blood inside Nezuko's body seemed to sense a threat. It caused Nezuko to wake up early. As soon as she woke up, Nezuko looked at Roy with a fierce but cute expression, struggling as she tried to pounce. Unfortunately, she was restrained by Roy's demonic power and could only struggle continuously in the air, but because of Nezuko's struggling, the piece could not merge into her body. Tanjiro understood. Hearing Roy call his name, Tanjiro immediately understood what he should do. Nezuko, be good, be good. Tanjiro leaned close to Nezuko and kept comforting her. Nezuko had originally overcome the demon blood with great willpower and maintained some sanity. Although she almost went on a rampage under the stimulation of the demon blood, she gradually calmed down under Tanjiro's comforting. That's great, Nezuko, good girl. Seeing Nezuko calm down, Tanjiro finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stroked Nezuko's small head, and Nezuko closed her eyes, enjoying her brother's head pat. Nezuko, you have to be good, you'll be able to change back soon. MMPH. Nezuko only had the intelligence of a young child. Although she didn't know what her brother was saying, she still nodded to show she understood. Seeing this, Tanjiro took a few steps back and stood to the side, watching Roy nervously. Seeing that Nezuko was no longer struggling, Roy urged the rook piece to move closer to her. This time, Nezuko did not reject this power, and the piece smoothly merged into her body. Suddenly, a beam of light enveloped Nezuko. It took a long time for the light to dissipate. A more mature version of Nezuko appeared before their eyes. The bamboo muzzle in her mouth had disappeared, revealing small tiger fangs. 29. Number 29 Section 29 Chapter 29 A complete demon horn appeared on her forehead, and sharp claws grew from her hands. This was clearly the appearance of Nezuko after her full demonization in the later stages. Roy quickly checked Nezuko's status. One look was all it took for him to beam with joy. It turned out that during Nezuko's demon transformation, the devil bloodline directly devoured the demon bloodline within her body. Therefore, after the successful transformation, Nezuko could still possess the abilities brought by being a demon. One must know that Nezuko's demon abilities were extremely powerful. Her blood demon art was exploding blood. It allowed her to detonate her own spilled blood at will, producing high-temperature flames to burn her targets. It possessed the unique property of burning only what she intended to burn, making it incomparably domineering. It also had the power to destroy an opponent's blood demon art or the effects of toxins. At the same time, it could severely burn demons and render them temporarily unable to regenerate. When the flames produced by her burning blood adhered to a Nichiren blade, they could transform it into a burning blade, a bright red Nichiren sword. However, because using it consumed a large amount of her blood, the source of her power as a demon, it could not be used frequently. Furthermore, Nezuko's strength increased significantly after her full demonization. In this state, her desire for battle was extremely intense, and her destructive power was immense. Her regenerative ability even surpassed some of the upper-ranked demons. Even if her body was torn to pieces, she could easily fix them in place with her blood, pull them back, and complete regeneration immediately. In terms of regenerative ability, she was much stronger than a devil. Moreover, the flaws inherent to demons, the desire to eat humans and the fear of sunlight, had also disappeared. At this moment, Nezuko could be said to have no weaknesses. Even Roy didn't know exactly how strong she was. However, he estimated that if Nezuko got serious, she could at least unleash the power of a high-level demon. The current Nezuko was already stronger than her master, Roy. Meanwhile, under the feedback of Nezuko's power, Roy's strength had risen to the peak of a mid-class demon. He believed he would soon break through to become a high-level demon. Nezuko's full demonization only lasted for a while before vanishing, returning her to the appearance of a cute girl next door. Nezuko? Tanjiro still seemed a bit incredulous. He called out Nezuko's name cautiously. Oni-chan. Nezuko squinted her eyes and responded with a smile. Hearing this, Tanjiro immediately wept with joy. Roy did not disturb the siblings' reunion and left the room with Sakanji Urokodaki. Afterward, Roy spoke with Sakanji Urokodaki again about breathing styles, and after some inquiry, he already understood the principles of water breathing. Using it wouldn't be difficult. Breathing styles are primarily used to strengthen cardiopulmonary function. By relying on breathing, the blood is made to absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short period. This can cause physical abilities to rise dramatically in an instant. It could be said that the stronger the physical constitution, the more oxygen the blood in the body can absorb. Consequently, the boost in strength becomes even greater. Of course, if it were just this, breathing styles would not be enough to earn Roy's admiration. Because breathing styles are divided into several stages. P.S. Brothers, the data has stopped moving. Is anyone still reading? Send some flowers and tickets. 1 extra chapter for every 500 flowers. This author has 200,000 words in reserve, so everyone, please bury me in flowers. Chapter 41. Breathing styles are just this simple. First is the foundation of breathing styles, total concentration breathing. Then comes the advancement of total concentration breathing. Total concentration, constant. Only by maintaining total concentration breathing long-term can one's strength undergo a qualitative change. This advanced state of maintaining total concentration breathing long-term is known as constant. In the constant state, not only is physical fitness maintained at a high intensity, but basic physical strength also increases because of it. This is somewhat similar to the Super Saiyan full power mode in Dragon Ball's Cell Saga. Only after learning total concentration constant does one have the chance to manifest the markings. Once the markings are manifested, they can significantly improve physical constitution. To manifest the markings, one's body temperature must reach 39 degrees Celsius. Additionally, the heart rate must be over 200 beats per minute, which places an enormous burden on the body. The markings are a manifestation of human physical fitness reaching its ultimate limit. However, this improvement comes at the cost of one's lifespan. Almost everyone who manifests the markings does not live past the age of 25. Of course, Kagaya Yubayashiki is the only exception, because Kagaya Yubayashiki was born with the markings. Therefore, Roy suspected that total concentration breathing itself was a means of exchanging life for power. The burden on the body begins to intensify in the constant state, and by the time the markings are reached, the health bar is visibly burning. However, for a near-immortal existence like a devil, this was not an issue. Besides breathing styles, another state exists in Demon Slayer, and that is the transparent world. If the markings are the endpoint of physical strength, then the transparent world is the endpoint of combat technique. For those who reach the transparent world, their own presence completely disappears, as if they do not exist. In this state, external movements appear very slow and can be seen with absolute clarity. This move feels somewhat similar to Ultra Instinct from Dragon Ball. Of course, it is nowhere near as powerful as Ultra Instinct. But even so, it is still very impressive. Having discussed this with Sakonji Urokodaki, Roy could not wait to try out the wonders of breathing styles. Then the two of them went outside, and Seiko, Makomo, and the other fellow disciples curiously came out to watch. Water breathing is one of the 5 basic breathing styles derived from sun breathing. The user's Nichiren blade color will turn blue. As long as the mind is free of distractions, calm and steady, with an inner peace as still as water, success will naturally follow. Compared to other breathing styles, water breathing is the gentlest and also the easiest to master. Proficient use of water breathing allows one to launch sword chi attacks like flowing water, which is very formidable. In the middle of the field, Roy continuously adjusted his breathing. Slowly, his breathing pattern became peculiar. Concentrate on a single point, reach the pinnacle. Suddenly, he took a sharp deep breath, and at that moment, his body absorbed a vast amount of air. His body was instantly filled with power. He learned it. Sakonji Urokodaki stood by, staring at Roy in dumbfounded amazement. He hadn't expected Roy to learn water breathing in just an instant. One must know that even with talent like Tanjiro's, it took 2 years. The other disciples had also been practicing since childhood. Only after all kinds of guidance did they learn it, yet Roy had only tried it once and learned it instantly. This kind of talent was simply monstrous. Not only was Sakonji Urokodaki stunned, but everyone except Seiko, Makomo, the other senior disciples, and Tanjiro, who had just come out, were all shocked beyond belief. Only they knew just how difficult it was to learn breathing styles. So this is breathing styles. Roy felt the changes that the breathing style had brought to his body. He then drew the katana from his waist and delivered a casual slash. A stream-like sword chi flew out, heading toward a large tree several meters away like a crescent moon. It was silent. The crescent sword chi dissipated after passing through several large trees, and the trees it had passed through were already severed. The cuts were incredibly smooth, and it took a long while before they slowly began to topple over. So powerful. Tanjiro stared at Roy in a daze. He couldn't even imagine how that kind of sword chi was used. One must know that he had studied for 2 years just to be able to slice a boulder. And the trees here were each as thick as that boulder. Of course, this was just a casual strike from Roy. If he were to get serious, the power of this sword chi would be even greater. One must know that even Sakonji Urokodaki could not use this kind of projectile sword chi slash. Of course, this also had to do with Roy being a devil. Roy looked at the power caused by his casual strike and was very satisfied. Previously, it would have been impossible for him to use pure swordsmanship to unleash a sword. Chi slash. Now, having just begun learning breathing styles, he could launch such a strong sword chi slash. As expected, breathing styles were a great helping hand to his strength. By the way, Mr. Yorokodaki, I would like to see your water breathing, if possible? Roy turned to look at Sakanji Yorokodaki and said, "Of course, please watch closely, Mr. Roy." After speaking, Sakanji Yorokodaki drew his Nichiren blade and focused his mind. Then, he struck. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Sakanji Yorokodaki called out the name of the move. He swung his blade rapidly, initiating a horizontal slash that brought forth a flow of water. Although it was only a single strike, its power was astonishing. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Sakanji Yorokodaki performed a full front flip, unleashing a circular slash. 30. Number 30 Section 30 Chapter 30 All the way to water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Sakanji Yorokodaki demonstrated all the forms in one go. Wow, Master Yorokodaki is so amazing. Makomo and the other senior disciples looked at Sakanji Yorokodaki with admiration. Although Roy's performance was also very impressive in their hearts, their own teacher was still a bit more powerful. P.S. Thanks for the flowers, big bosses. I will work hard to update more. Chapter 42 Hamejima Gyomei's Challenge. Seiko takes the stand. Sakanji Yorokodaki's techniques were indeed very powerful. However, Roy had basically learned them after seeing them just once. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Yorokodaki. Haha, I'm glad I could be of help. Sakanji Yorokodaki understood that his techniques were nothing special in front of Roy. By then, it was already late, and everyone prepared to rest. Early the next morning, Roy went to a mountain peak. He was attempting to awaken the markings. That's right, awakening the markings. He had directly skipped total concentration, constant, because total concentration, constant was merely an advanced state of maintaining total concentration breathing for a long period. This state was not difficult for Roy. Since learning total concentration yesterday, Roy had been maintaining the constant state. The markings were the manifestation of human physical fitness being pushed to the limit. But Roy was a demon, and he wanted to awaken the markings. He had to use the total concentration breathing styles to push his physical fitness to the limit of a demon. Therefore, compared to an average person, it was much more difficult for him to awaken the markings. And this morning, after some instruction from Roy, Seiko also successfully learned the total concentration breathing styles. To Roy's surprise, Nezuko also learned the breathing styles easily. It seemed Nezuko's talent was indeed very strong, and not just her talent as a demon. In the time that followed, Roy continuously attempted to awaken the markings. Meanwhile, Sakanji Yorokodaki was teaching Tanjiro the forms of water breathing. The time for the Demon Slayer Corps' final selection was drawing closer. When the time came, Roy would take Makomo and Tanjiro to the final selection. A few days passed. As early as the second day after meeting Roy, Sakanji Yorokodaki had written a letter to Kagaya Yubayashiki, the head of the Demon Slayer Corps, informing him about Roy. When Kagaya Yubayashiki learned about Roy, he immediately replied, stating that the Demon Slayer Corps was willing to fully support Roy. Furthermore, he dispatched Hamejima Gyomei to deliver all the cultivation methods for the Demon Slayer Corps' breathing styles. Inside Sakanji Yorokodaki's house, Hamejima Gyomei handed over all the breathing styles to Roy. Hamejima Gyomei was a giant of a man in the style of a monk. He was often in tears, had an extremely long scar on his forehead, was completely blind in both eyes, and wore a brown kasaya. His strength was the greatest in the Demon Slayer Corps. Although he was blind, he could detect the hearts of people using his miracle eye. This was also the reason why Kagaya Yubayashiki had sent him. Thank you for the Demon Slayer Corps' trust. Rest assured, in exchange, I will kill Kibutsuji Muzan within a month. Roy said to him with satisfaction. Since Kagaya Yubayashiki had already sent him everything he needed, Roy certainly didn't mind helping to kill Kibutsuji Muzan. Moreover, according to the plot, shortly after Tanjiro became a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, he would go on a mission in Asakusa, where he would encounter Kibutsuji Muzan himself. In the original work, when Kibutsuji Muzan saw Tanjiro, he remembered the fear Kagaya Yubayashiki brought him and was scared away. Afterward, he only sent Yahaba and Susamaru, who claimed to be part of the 12 Kazuki, to attack. In reality, those two demons were just small fry and not part of the 12 Kazuki at all. This also proved that at that time, there were no other demons by Kibutsuji Muzan's side. That would be the best time to kill Kibutsuji Muzan, and that time was less than a month away. In that case, the entire Demon Slayer Corps thanks you, Mr. Roy. Hamejima Gyomei bowed in gratitude. He then added, I have heard that Mr. Roy is a legendary demon. Forgive my rudeness, but I wonder if I might be allowed to witness it for myself? Is he trying to test me? Hearing Hamejima Gyomei's words, Roy immediately began to ponder. He didn't know if this test was Kagaya Yubayashiki's idea or Hamejima Gyomei's own initiative. However, it was likely Kagaya Yubayashiki's instruction. Kagaya Yubayashiki was the head of the Demon Slayer Corps. How could he believe such an unbelievable thing based solely on a letter from Sakanji Yorokodaki? After all, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Therefore, Roy's expression didn't change. Instead, he instructed Seiko beside him. Seiko, why don't you spar with Mr. Hamejima Gyomei? Remember to keep it within limits. Roy roughly compared the power levels of the Demon Slayer world. The strength of the Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps was roughly that of a lower-class demon, and if they awakened their markings, they could reach the level of a mid-class demon. As for the demons, first were the lower ranks of the 12 Kazuki. Any Hashira could easily slay a lower-rank demon, so there was no need to mention their strength. The strength of the 6 upper-rank demons was roughly at the level of a mid-class demon. As for Kibutsuji Muzan, he estimated him to have at least the strength of a high-level demon. At this time, Hamejima Gyomei had not yet grasped the cheat known as the transparent world. So even if he awakened his markings, he would be no match for Seiko. After learning the breathing styles, Seiko's strength was very formidable even among mid-class demons. Yes, Seiko replied upon hearing Roy's words. With a bloodthirsty and dangerous smile, she looked at Hamejima Gyomei and said, please. As for this man who dared to challenge Roy, Seiko naturally intended to give him a good lesson. Seeing Roy send a woman out to fight him, Hamejima Gyomei did not show any contempt. His miracle eye could see that this girl was very powerful. Then, the group went outside. Hamejima Gyomei took out his Nichiren blade. His Nichiren blade was very unique, consisting of a broad axe and a spiked flail connected by a long chain. Miss Demon, please guide me, Hamejima Gyomei said with a bow. Mr. Hamejima Gyomei, please. Seiko also took out her blade. P.S. Thanks for the flowers, big bosses. I will work hard to update more. Chapter 43. Seiko crushes Hamejima Gyomei. Seeing Seiko standing there without making a move, Hamejima Gyomei had no choice but to attack first. Stone breathing, first form. Serpentinite bipolar. Hamejima Gyomei threw both the spiked flail and the broadaxe simultaneously from left and right to perform a pincer attack. The spiked flail and broadaxe moved with extreme speed, and in the blink of an eye, they were about to hit Seiko. Hamejima Gyomei thought Seiko lacked combat experience and couldn't cope, so he prepared to pull back the flail and axe. However, in the next moment, Seiko, who was surrounded by the flail and axe, vanished instantly. Seeing this, Hamejima Gyomei's pupils constricted. Just as Hamejima Gyomei was searching for Seiko's figure, her voice came from behind him. Mr. Hamejima Gyomei, you should be more serious, or else I'll defeat you in an instant. Seiko stood behind Hamejima Gyomei and chuckled softly. Miss Demon is indeed powerful. Please be careful from now on, Hamejima Gyomei said with a solemn expression. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around him changed noticeably. Stone breathing, second form. Upper smash. Hamejima Gyomei gave a sudden shout and stepped on the chain, causing the ground to crack. Then, he swung the spiked flail with one hand. With a massive sonic boom, the spiked flail smashed towards Seiko with incredible speed. This strike was powerful and heavy, as if it could crush even a mountain. However, facing this fierce attack, Seiko simply dodged it easily with a flash of her body. Boom! The spiked flail crashed into the ground, instantly smashing out a large crater. Although Hamejima Gyomei's strike had enormous strength, its speed was too slow. After dodging the attack, Seiko stopped evading and took the initiative to strike. She was extremely fast, approaching Hamejima Gyomei in the blink of an eye and delivering a slash. However, Hamejima Gyomei was worthy of being a Hashira with rich combat experience. Although his speed couldn't keep up with Seiko, his battle instincts were very strong. Subconsciously, he jumped back to dodge Seiko's blade. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31 Section 31 Chapter 31 Subsequently, centered on himself, he continuously swung his flail to defend against Seiko's attacks. Stone breathing, third form. Stone Skin. In the original story, this move had neutralized Kibutsuji Muzan's Blood Demon Art, Black Blood Brambles. Its defensive power was extremely strong. However, Seiko did not back down. Her right hand pressed against the hilt of her blade in a drawing stance. Water breathing, EI/. Seiko drew her blade with a flash, and the onlookers saw only a streak of water blue light pass by. The flail that Hamejima Gyome had been swinging in a seamless defense was instantly cut in two. This was the fruit of Seiko's hard work over the past many days. By merging the Busujima family's EI swordsmanship with water breathing, the power of her EI/ was immensely strong. What? Shocked, Hamejima Gyome couldn't believe his stone skin had been broken like that. One must know that his flail contained scarlet crimson ore. Moreover, its purity was extremely high, and its texture was exceptionally hard. He never expected it to be sliced into two segments. How could this not shock him? Of course, he also felt a bit of heartache. After all, scarlet crimson ore was very rare. Being able to cut the flail so easily had a significant connection to Seiko's blade. Because although Seiko's blade wasn't some divine artifact, it was at least a weapon forged by a demon. Naturally, it was much sharper than a Nichiren blade, but more importantly, it was because Seiko herself was stronger than Hamejima Gyome. Well then, Mr. Hamejima Gyome, do you still wish to fight? Seiko looked at the stunned Hamejima Gyome with a smile. No, I admit defeat. Hamejima Gyome sighed and straightforwardly conceded. He knew that the demon lady had shown mercy just now. Otherwise, with the speed she displayed at the very beginning, he would have lost long ago. Even if he activated his markings, he would only be on par with her in terms of speed. Furthermore, once the markings were activated, he wouldn't have much time left to live. It was a move meant for a life and death struggle against demons. And the demon lady before him was merely one of Roy's retainers. Just how strong Roy himself was had already become unimaginable to him. Thinking of this, Hamejima Gyome took a deep breath and knelt on one knee before Roy. Hamejima Gyome greets the Lord. What is this? Roy looked at Hamejima Gyome in confusion, not knowing why he suddenly called him Lord. Actually, even before I arrived, the master informed me that you are the new lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, and that I am to follow your arrangements for everything hereafter. It was my own initiative to try and test your strength. Please punish me, Lord. Hearing Hamejima Gyome's explanation, Roy finally understood. So that's how it was. It was said that Kagaya Yubayashiki possessed a special ability to foresee certain events. He likely foresaw Roy's elimination of Kibutsuji Muzan, which is why he ordered the entire Demon Slayer Corps to follow Roy's arrangements. There is no need for that, Mr. Hamejima Gyome. Please, stand up. Becoming the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps would make things more convenient when he went to slay Kibutsuji Muzan. Roy naturally had no reason to refuse. Lord, the other Hashira will return after completing their missions. What are your arrangements? Arrangements? Roy thought for a moment and said, tell them to wait for my command. Within a month, Kibutsuji Muzan will surely be brought to justice. Understood. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps finally began. Roy set out for Fujikasane Mountain with Seiko, the other girls, and Tanjiro. Meanwhile, Hamejima Gyome and the other Hashira were left behind to wait for his command on a mountain filled with wisteria flowers. Roy's group finally arrived at the site of the final selection. At this moment, there were already more than 10 young men and women waiting for the trial to begin. Their arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. P.S. Thanks for the flowers, everyone. I will work hard to update more. Chapter 44, The Clingy Nezuko. Roy scanned the scene and spotted several familiar figures. Tsuyuri Kanao, Agatsuma Zenitsu, and Shinazugawa Genya. Among them, the only one who didn't look toward Roy and his group was Tsuyuri Kanao. She stood there blankly by herself. Her expression was even more emotionless than Makomo's, yet she was also very cute. Whoa, so many people. Is this the trial grounds for the final selection? Tanjiro looked at the people around him with some excitement. That's right. Once the trial begins, our task is to survive for 7 days on this demon-infested Fujikasane Mountain. As long as you survive for 7 days, you can become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Makomo, standing beside him, answered his question. As someone participating in the selection for the second time, Makomo was very familiar with this. Just survive? Alright. Hearing that it was just about surviving for 7 days, Tanjiro immediately pumped himself up. During this period, Roy had also instructed Tanjiro in some swordsmanship. After all, he was his brother-in-law, he naturally had to look after him. Under his guidance, Tanjiro's strength was naturally greater than in the original story, so he was very confident he could pass the final selection. Stupid brother, you must be cautious whenever you face a demon. Seeing her brother's look of full confidence, Nezuko couldn't help but scold him. Yes, I understand. Seeing Nezuko's serious expression, Tanjiro replied helplessly. At the same time, he felt a bit dejected. Ever since Nezuko became a demon, although she was still close to him as her brother, it always felt like she wasn't as clingy with him as before. Thinking of this, Tanjiro looked at Roy with a bit of resentment. Now the person Nezuko clung to all day had become Roy. She was almost treating herself like Roy's wife. Just then, two little lolas, one in black and one in white, walked over from not far away. Of course, Roy knew that the one with black hair was actually a young boy, just dressed in female clothing. Both were children of Kagaya Yubayashiki. The black-haired one was named Kiraya Yubayashiki, and the white-haired one was named Hinaki Yubayashiki. This was a tradition of the Yubayashiki family due to the curse. The male children of the Yubayashiki family were prone to early deaths, while the girls survived more easily. So during childhood, boys were raised as girls. Greetings, Mr. Roy. The two of them bowed to Roy. No need for formalities. Announce the start of the final selection. Roy waved his hand. Yes, Mr. Roy. Answering in unison, the two began to announce the start of the final selection. Although the others were curious about Roy's identity, the final selection had begun, and they couldn't afford to worry about it. Subsequently, the participants entered Fujikasane Mountain one after another. Tanjiro, you go in too. Remember to return directly to Mr. Yorokodaki after completing the selection, Roy said to Tanjiro beside him. Eh? What about you guys? Our goal is the hand demon. We will leave after we deal with it. The final selection required surviving for 7 days, and Roy didn't want to waste time here. They would leave once the hand demon was dealt with. As for the final selection, after he dealt with Kibutsuji Muzan, there would be no need for this final selection to exist anymore. Of course, for Tanjiro, the final selection was a good trial. Tanjiro was dumbfounded upon hearing this, not expecting things to be this way. Thinking about being separated from his sister again, Tanjiro looked at Nezuko with a pitiful expression. Brother, you're not a child anymore. Why are you still like this? Seeing Tanjiro's dejected look, Nezuko began to scold him again. Normally, Nezuko was a very gentle and pleasant girl, but she was terrifying when she got angry. When she was young, she once scared an adult who was bullying children into kneeling and begging for mercy. Seeing Nezuko get serious, Tanjiro didn't dare say more. After saying goodbye to everyone, he entered Fujikasane Mountain. Nezuko wasn't worried. Given Tanjiro's current strength, he could easily take down even the hand demon, let alone ordinary low-level demons. Seeing Tanjiro go in, Roy looked at the girls and smiled. Let's go in too. One should know that in the original story, Tanjiro encountered the hand demon shortly after entering Fujikasane Mountain, so they had to hurry. At this moment, the final selection had just begun, so the hand demon probably hadn't woken up yet. Thus, their objective was very clear, the depths of Fujikasane Mountain. There's a demon, brother Roy, should we? The group, which was moving quickly, stopped because of Makomo's words. Makomo looked at a nearby large tree with a look of disgust. To be precise, it was at a demon behind the large tree. In fact, Roy had long since discovered this demon but simply didn't want to bother with it. Since Makomo brought it up, they naturally had to eliminate this demon. Clang. 32. Number 32 Section 32 Chapter 32 The ring of a sword echoed. Roy didn't even appear to draw his blade, yet a crescent-shaped sword chi slashed out. The target was that demon. The crescent sword chi sliced easily through a large tree and sank into the demon's body. Bang! With a loud explosion, the demon's body was shredded by the sword chi, turning into a mass of mangled flesh. With injuries of this magnitude, perhaps only an upper-ranked demon or Kibutsuji Muzan could survive. Even if other demons had tenacious vitality, they would ultimately be unable to escape death. Seeing this, Makomo was about to say that a demon couldn't be killed without a Nichiren blade. However, seeing that the demon had already become a pile of rotten meat, her eyes widened and she froze in a daze. This was different from what Sakanji-sensei had said. Wasn't it said that only a Nichiren blade and sunlight could kill a demon? Yet, even after a long time, there was no sign of the demon recovering. Seeing Makomo's dazed expression, Roy reached out and patted her small head. Haha, don't just stand there. Although demons are hard to kill, there are actually many ways to truly kill them. Hearing this, Makomo stopped thinking about it and instead narrowed her eyes, enjoying Roy's head pat. Nezuko, who was nearby, immediately became jealous upon seeing this and rubbed her small head against Roy. Roy had no choice but to give her a head pat as well. P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers, the author will work hard to update more. Chapter 45. Makomo slayed the hand demon. Having dealt with a minor demon, they continued on their way. Before long, they arrived at the deepest part of Fujikasane Mountain. As soon as he arrived here, Roy frowned because it was far too smelly. A demon's body emits a foul stench. The more humans a demon has eaten, the stronger the stench it gives off. Therefore, the one here must be the hand demon. Using magic power to block the unpleasant odor, Roy finally breathed a sigh of relief. The hand demon should be inside. Let's finish it off quickly, Roy said, pointing to the cave ahead. The three girls, including Seiko, also learned to use magic power to block the stench. Just then, a series of tremors suddenly came from the ground. A massive figure emerged from the cave. Its body was covered with grotesque hands, looking like a mountain of flesh, exceedingly hideous. The one that emerged was the hand demon. He. I didn't expect that as soon as I woke up, food would be delivered to my door. The hand demon gave a strange laugh as its massive body slowly walked toward Roy and the others. Every step made the ground tremble, which was enough to prove its massive size. Is this the hand demon? Seiko looked at the hand demon with quite some curiosity, her eyes showing a hint of eagerness to try her skills. That's right, it's the demon personally captured by Sakanji-sensei, and the culprit who killed us. Makomo looked at the hand demon with cold eyes. Today, she would definitely avenge her senior brothers and sisters. Hearing Makomo's words, the hand demon looked over. The moment it saw Makomo, the hand demon's eyes filled with delight. You've come again, my cute little fox. Hey fox brat, let me ask you, what year of the Meiji era is it now? The hand demon was in no hurry to strike, instead questioning Makomo. It seems you no longer recognize me. Makomo looked at the hand demon with icy eyes. Oh, the hand demon was somewhat puzzled by her words. Let me refresh your memory. After saying that, Makomo's speed was as fast as lightning as she circled around the hand demon, and then returned to her original spot, leaving behind afterimages. / Every single arm on the hand demon's body was severed. It wasn't until the arms fell to the ground that the intense pain caused the hand demon to react, and at the same time, it remembered who the person before it was. I remember now, you're the girl I ate last time. No, that's not right. Why are you still alive? You were clearly supposed to have been eaten by me. The hand demon was practically frantic, its newly grown arms scratching at itself and leaving trails of blood. It didn't understand why the little girl who had clearly been eaten by it was now appearing before it again. Then, as if lost in memory, the hand demon began to ramble. I have a particularly strong impression of those two. The strongest one had peach-colored hair and a scar on his mouth. The other was a girl in a flower-patterned kimono. Although she was small and lacked strength, she was very agile, but I still tore off her limbs. And that strongest brat, seeing you get your limbs torn off, charged at me frantically, trying to cut off my neck. Unfortunately, in the end, I crushed his head with a single punch. He. At this point, the hand demon suddenly burst into a mad laugh. I won't fall for your tricks again. After listening to the hand demon's account, Makomo was not moved in the slightest, still looking at it calmly. It's trying to provoke little sister Makomo, isn't it? Seiko, who was standing to the side, also saw through the hand demon's scheme. This fellow is truly too sinister and cunning. Sister Makomo, do you want me to help you kill it? Nezuko had already been quite angry, and only after hearing Seiko's words did she react. She became even more furious but also calmed down. Roy did not speak, leaving all decisions to Makomo. No need, this time I will kill it with my own hands. Makomo stared fixedly at the hand demon, her tone resolute. It had to be said that this hand demon was truly very sinister. Every time it encountered a disciple of Sakanji Urokodaki, it didn't just strike blindly, but first used words to provoke them. Once they were provoked and their breathing became erratic, their use of breathing styles would be greatly weakened. Finally, the hand demon would deliver a fatal blow. Makomo and Sabito had fallen for this trick, which led to their failure. Otherwise, with their strength, they could have slain the hand demon. Oh, you weren't provoked? The hand demon looked at Makomo with some surprise. In the past, every time Sakanji Urokodaki's disciples heard such news, they would be provoked and then killed by him. Unexpectedly, it didn't work this time. This time, I will definitely kill you. After saying that, Makomo drew her Nichiren blade and charged out. Seeing this, the hand demon narrowed its eyes and several arms suddenly shot out, reaching for Makomo. / Facing the grasping arms, Makomo casually severed them with a few slashes. Die. Seeing all its arms easily severed, the hand demon suddenly felt a sense of threat and instantly shot out a large number of arms. However, it was useless. No matter how many arms there were, they were all severed by Makomo. Makomo now possessed the strength of a mid-class demon, which was equivalent to an upper rank. How could the mere hand demon be her match? It's over. After severing another large number of arms, Makomo suddenly appeared beside the hand demon's head. Then, she delivered a slash. The hand demon's skull was sliced in two and half its head slowly rolled to the ground. How is this possible? With its head severed, the hand demon was in disbelief. However, in the next moment, it turned into flying ash and completely disappeared. Looking at the disappearing hand demon, Makomo's eyes filled with tears. Senior brother Sabito, and all my senior brothers and sisters, the hand demon has been slain by me. You can now rest in peace, Makomo murmured with some sadness. I'm sure they would be very happy to know that the hand demon has been slain. Roy came to Makomo's side and patted her small head as a sign of comfort. P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers, the author will work hard to update more. Chapter 46. Hee, the sisters are ours. Feeling the warmth on her head, Makomo couldn't help but turn and throw herself into Roy's arms, weeping silently. After a long time, with their comfort, Makomo finally calmed down. Looking at the clothes wet with her tears, Makomo lowered her head in a blush, not daring to look at Roy. Seeing this, Roy couldn't help but give a knowing smile. Since the hand demon had been dealt with, Roy and the others prepared to leave. Upon arriving at the place where the final selection began, an unexpected person was already waiting for them. Greetings, Lord. A young girl wearing a butterfly haori knelt on one knee before Roy. 33. Number 33 Section 33 Chapter 33 Black hair, purple eyes, and purple-tipped hair reaching her collarbones. She usually wears her hair in a night roll style, but unfortunately, she's only 1.5 meters tall. This young girl is the popular character from Demon Slayer, Kochu Shinobu. And you are? I am the insect Hashira, Kochu Shinobu. I would like to invite the Lord to the Butterfly Mansion for a discussion. Kochu Shinobu spoke with a smile on her face. Roy had originally planned to go to the Butterfly Mansion anyway, so since Kochu Shinobu had come to invite him personally, there was nothing more to say. Roy agreed on the spot, saying, "Then I shall trouble you, Miss Shinobu. Please follow me." Kochu Shinobu led the way, and the group soon arrived at the Butterfly Mansion. It was already the middle of the night, so everyone rested under Kochu Shinobu's arrangements. Early the next morning, after eating, Roy was comfortably sipping his tea. His eyes, however, glanced at Kochu Shinobu sitting opposite him. "Miss Shinobu, I heard that demons are afraid of wisteria flowers." "That's right. For demons, wisteria flowers are poison. A demon only needs to be touched by a little bit of it to die from the poison." Kochu Shinobu looked at Roy with a beaming smile. "So, does Miss Shinobu want to test the difference between a devil and a demon?" Roy looked at the wisteria tea in his cup and spoke with hidden meaning. "Of course not. This is just the Butterfly Mansion's way of treating guests." Kochu Shinobu continued to explain with a smile. "Like I'd believe you," Roy thought, rolling his eyes in silence. Looking at Kochu Shinobu's smiling face, Roy couldn't help but want to tease her a little. Roy suddenly appeared in front of Kochu Shinobu and tilted her chin up with a finger. "Let me tell you actually, it's not just demons that can eat humans, devils can eat humans too, especially a beautiful and cute girl like Miss Shinobu." As he spoke, Roy looked Kochu Shinobu up and down from a close distance with the gaze of a gentleman. Kochu Shinobu was startled by Roy's actions and quickly crossed her arms over her chest in a defensive posture. Seeing this, Roy couldn't help but chuckle. He returned to his seat and continued to drink his tea. Only then did Kochu Shinobu realize she had been teased. Her face immediately flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Miss Shinobu, you didn't invite us here just to treat us to tea, did you?" Roy looked at Kochu Shinobu's expression with interest. Hearing this, Kochu Shinobu remembered her important business and stopped thinking about what had just happened. Suddenly, Kochu Shinobu knelt down before Roy. "Please, Lord, save my sister for that. Kochu Shinobu is willing to do anything. Even if I am eaten, it doesn't matter." By the time she finished, Kochu Shinobu's face was crimson. It was obvious she understood the double meaning of what Roy meant by eaten. Oh really? Roy wasn't surprised by Kochu Shinobu's request. After all, Kochu Shinobu's sister, Kanae Kocho, had been killed by a demon long ago. He suspected that Kochu Shinobu had specifically invited him because she heard he could bring the dead back to life. Of course it's true. Kochu Shinobu looked at Roy and spoke seriously. Roy certainly wouldn't refuse such a gift delivered to his door. "I can do it, but for something like this, I still need to ask your sister personally." Kochu Shinobu was instantly excited. Ask her sister? Didn't that mean she could see her sister? Seeing Kochu Shinobu's excited look, Roy smiled faintly. Then, with a wave of his hand, a surge of magic flowed toward Kochu Shinobu. A beautiful figure then appeared beside Kochu Shinobu. It was the soul of Kanae Kocho. In truth, because she couldn't leave her younger sister Kochu Shinobu behind, Kanae Kocho's soul had always been following her. Under Roy's magic, Kanae Kocho's form was suddenly revealed. Seeing her sister suddenly appear, Kochu Shinobu was so excited she lunged forward to hug her. Unfortunately, she hugged nothing but air and fell to the ground. Because Kanae Kocho was currently a soul body, Shinobu is still so clumsy. A gentle voice rang in Kochu Shinobu's ear. Sister. Kochu Shinobu could no longer hold back her tears and they began to fall. The two sisters naturally had a lot to say to each other upon their reunion. Roy didn't interject until their emotions had calmed down. So, Miss Kanae, are you willing to become my retainer? As long as you agree, you can be resurrected that way, you two can be together forever. After speaking, Roy looked at the two women leisurely, a devilish smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Shinobu already agreed just now, didn't she? Kanae Kocho turned and looked at Kochu Shinobu teasingly. Why yes. Kochu Shinobu lowered her head, blushing, not daring to meet her sister's eyes. In that case, I agree. However, please let me take Shinobu's place. Kanae Kocho was referring to what Kochu Shinobu had agreed to earlier about being eaten. Roy wouldn't agree to that. How could he let the meat he'd already caught slip away? That won't do, because Miss Shinobu already agreed you can't go back on a deal with a devil. Roy wagged his finger and refused decisively. Hearing Roy's words, Kanae Kocho felt a bit helpless, but to be with her sister, she had no choice but to compromise. Mr. Devil truly is greedy. Hearing this, Roy smiled non-committally. P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers. The author will work hard to add more chapters for Yingming Yi Qi Shi and Siju Ba. Chapter 47 Packing up the Butterfly Mansion. Then please take care of me from now on, Mr. Devil. No problem. Then, let us begin the demon transformation ritual, Roy said with a slight smile. Since no one else was present, Roy began the transformation ritual immediately. In the name of I, Roy Lucifergus, I command, soul of Kanae Kocho, become my retainer devil and be reborn as my soldier. A blue magic circle unfolded, and light enveloped Kanae Kocho, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. A soldier piece slowly merged into her body. After a long time, demon wings unfolded within the light, and then the light dissipated. A perfectly naked Kanae Kocho appeared in the air and slowly descended. Makomo and Nezuko, who were nearby, blushed and quickly covered their eyes with their small hands, yet they still peeked through the gaps in their fingers. Roy found it a bit amusing. He was different, he directly and openly admired Kanae Kocho. Seeing this, Kochu Shinobu tried to cover his eyes but unfortunately, being only 1.5 meters tall, she couldn't reach Roy at all. She was so anxious she started jumping, but Roy pressed a hand on the top of her head, making it impossible for her to jump. In her helplessness, Kochu Shinobu had to take off her own haori and wrap it around Kanae Kocho. Kanae Kocho slowly opened her eyes and smiled as she saw Kochu Shinobu holding her. She then realized she wasn't wearing a single stitch of clothing, and her face immediately turned a rosy red. Haha, Miss Shinobu, take your sister to change her clothes. Roy didn't make things difficult for them. Hearing this, Kochu Shinobu led the embarrassed Kanae Kocho away to change. It took quite a while before they appeared again. As soon as they entered, Kochu Shinobu looked at Roy huffily. What is it? Roy was a bit confused. Why did sister become different from before? Kochu Shinobu questioned him angrily. Stupid. Older sisters grow up too, just like how Shinobu has grown up. Kanae Kocho patted Kochu Shinobu's small head and smiled. But why is sister so much taller than before? And that place has become too big. Her old clothes are all too small and don't fit anymore. Kochu Shinobu said, still puffing out her cheeks in anger. Roy looked at Kanae. She was at least a 36E, and her height was now 1.7 meters. Her old clothes would indeed be tight. Standing together, the 1.7-meter Kanae and Kochu Shinobu looked like an adult with a child. No wonder Kochu Shinobu was so angry. Shinobu doesn't need to be jealous of Kanae. If you want to grow bigger too, I can certainly help you. Roy rubbed his chin and said playfully, I don't want to. Kochu Shinobu rolled her eyes and refused decisively. Fine, since that's the case, let's forget it. Prepare to start the transformation ritual. Eh? I have to do it too? Kochu Shinobu pointed at herself, looking completely dazed. Don't you want to be with your sister anymore? You should know that after dealing with Kibutsuji Muzan, I will be taking your sister away. At that time, Shinobu will be left all alone again, and Shinobu did promise to be eaten by me. Roy looked at Kochu Shinobu and gave a devilish smile. Seeing this, Kanae Kocho couldn't help but feel pity for her sister. The simple Kochu Shinobu was no match for a devil like Roy. 34. Number 34 Section 34 Chapter 34 Under his words, Kochu Shinobu had no choice but to agree. But if my sister and I leave together, what will happen to the Butterfly Mansion? Kochu Shinobu was somewhat worried. The Butterfly Mansion still had her and her sisters Sugako, Tsuyuri Kanao. There was also the Butterfly Mansion trio, Teraushi Kuoh, Nakahara Sumi, and Takada Naho, as well as the medical girl, Kanzaki Aoi. If they chose to leave, what would happen to the remaining girls? That's a small issue. Just let them all become my retainers. It just so happens I feel the castle isn't lively enough anyway. Kochu Shinobu's worry was not a problem at all for Roy. If anything, it was exactly what he wanted. Hearing this, Kochu Shinobu immediately became very angry, her small face puffing up like a bun. Roy couldn't help but poke her little face, and Kochu Shinobu instantly deflated. With her sister resurrected, Kochu Shinobu no longer had to pretend, revealing her true and cute side. Isn't this better? Everyone can still be together. Kanae patted Shinobu's small head. Alright, I agree, but I still have to ask for their opinions. No problem, Roy agreed with a smile. Then, the devil reincarnation began once more. In the name of Roy Lucifergus, I command you, Kochu Shinobu, to become my retainer demon and be reborn as my soldier. Under the blue magic circle, a soldier piece slowly merged into Kochu Shinobu's body. Then, demon wings unfolded, and Kochu Shinobu successfully reincarnated into a demon. With the boost from the demon chess piece, Kochu Shinobu's strength instantly reached the peak of a mid-class demon. As for Kanae Kocho, because of the body reconstruction, her demonic power was slightly lacking, but since Kanae's original strength was greater than Kochu Shinobu's, after the reincarnation, her strength was also at the peak of a mid-class demon. With the strength feedback from the two women, Roy's bottleneck at the peak of a mid-class demon was instantly shattered. A massive surge of power surged wildly within his body. In an instant, he broke through to a high-level demon, and the breakthrough didn't stop until he reached the middle stage of a high-level demon. Then, it felt as if a power had awakened within his body. Suddenly, a frigid power emanated from within Roy, and everywhere this icy power passed was frozen solid. It spread for a radius of half a mile, and the entire butterfly mansion was frozen over. However, under Roy's control, no one was harmed. Achoo! In this freezing temperature, Kochu Shinobu couldn't help but sneeze. Although they weren't frozen, the temperature of the cold air emitted by the ice was far too low. Even though they had reincarnated as demons, they could hardly bear it. P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers, the author will work hard to add more chapters. Chapter 48. Kanao's difficulty in choosing. What happened to Big Brother Roy? Nezuko reached out her finger and poked Roy, who was self-encased in a block of ice. It should be a breakthrough in strength, leading to the awakening of a bloodline talent, Seiko explained thoughtfully. Roy had once introduced them to the demon races of the underworld. Among them, the demon families belonging to the 72 pillars would almost all awaken various talents. For example, Riasa's power of destruction, and Riser Phoenix's phoenix talent, and so on. Now that Roy had finally awakened a demon talent, Seiko felt very happy for him. After a while, the ice disappeared, and Roy finally opened his eyes. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would actually awaken a demon talent as well. This is truly unexpected. Roy really hadn't expected to awaken a talent. It seemed he would have to ask his sister about it after returning. From the current look of it, he had awakened an ice magic talent. This kind of talent had immense potential, and Roy instantly thought of many ice-based ultimate moves. Congratulations. Congratulations, Big Brother Roy. Seiko and the other girls congratulated him one after another. Haha, I'm happy today, so I'll accompany you all to go shopping. With a big wave of his hand, Roy took the girls out shopping. When it comes to shopping, few girls can refuse. Over the next few days, besides cultivating, Roy spent the rest of his time playing with the girls. Of the girls in the butterfly mansion, except for Tsuyuri Kanao, who had gone to participate in the final selection and hadn't returned yet, all the other girls had been taken in as his retainers. Although he said he would ask for their opinions, both masters of the butterfly mansion, Kanae Kocho and Kochu Shinobu, had already become Roy's retainers. Naturally, they had no reason to refuse. It wasn't until the final selection ended that Tsuyuri Kanao returned to the butterfly mansion. Seeing Kanae Kocho, she was instantly stunned and froze in place. Kanao, why are you still standing there in a daze after seeing your sister? Kanae Kocho looked at Kanao with a beaming smile and opened her arms. Hearing Kanae Kocho's voice, Tsuyuri Kanao finally reacted. She ran quickly toward Kanae and threw her arms around her. Then, tears flowed silently down her face. Seeing this, Kanae Kocho felt very heartbroken. Although Tsuyuri Kanao was relatively taciturn, she was still quite attached to Kanae Kocho. Kanao has grown up but she's still so cute. Kanae Kocho held Kanao and rubbed her face against hers. On the side, Kochu Shinobu felt speechless. The old Kanae used to dote on Kanao excessively, and she hadn't expected her to still be like this now. So, Kanao, do you want to become my retainer? Roy looked at Kuoh and issued an invitation. This was something both Kanae Kocho and Kochu Shinobu had agreed to. Since they had decided to follow Roy, they naturally couldn't leave the blank-faced Kuoh behind. Hearing Roy's words, Tsuyuri Kuoh looked blankly at Kanae, hoping Kanae would give her an answer. Because of her childhood experiences, Kuoh was not good at making choices, which was why she hoped Kanae could help her make one. Unfortunately, Kanae only looked at her with a smile and did not help her make a choice. Seeing this, Kuoh silently took out a coin from her clothes. This was the method Kanae had taught her. When faced with a difficult choice, flip a coin. However, Roy couldn't let her flip the coin. What if the result was a rejection? So he grabbed Kuoh's hand. How can you flip a coin for something like this? How about this, Kuoh? If you want to be with Sister Kanae and Sister Shinobu, just nod. If you don't want to, how about you just nod? As soon as Roy finished speaking, Kochu Shinobu couldn't help but complain. Hey, isn't that the same as having no choice? Well, I can see that Kuoh is a child who has difficulty making choices. So if there's only one option, she won't have to agonize over it. Roy shrugged and explained with a smile. This explanation was very cheeky, but unfortunately, Kochu Shinobu had no way to refute it because she absolutely couldn't leave this child, Kuoh, behind. Sure enough, with only one choice, Kuoh decisively nodded. Seeing this, Kochu Shinobu sighed. Although she really wanted to keep taking care of Kuoh, she still felt a bit disgruntled that Roy had gotten his way so easily. It seems little Shinobu already cares a lot about Mr. Roy. Kanae seemed to have noticed Kochu Shinobu's sigh and whispered into her ear. Hearing this, Kochu Shinobu's face instantly turned a bit crimson. How is that possible? I definitely don't, Kochu Shinobu retorted with a determined tone. Kanae smiled slightly at this and didn't say anything more. Then, Roy began the devil reincarnation ritual. In the name of I, Roy Lucifergus, I command you, Tsuyuri Kuoh, to become my retainer demon and be reborn as my knight. A night piece merged into Tsuyuri Kuoh's body, then demon wings unfolded, and the contract was successful. Kuoh's talent was even stronger than that of the two sisters, Kanae and Shinobu, and Roy just happened to be missing a knight, so he used the night piece. And Kuoh did not disappoint him. As soon as she was reincarnated, her strength caught up with the two sisters, reaching the peak of a mid-class demon. This way, among his pieces, he was only missing a rook and a queen. There was no rush for the queen candidate, and Roy already had someone in mind for the rook. Having effectively packed up the entire butterfly mansion, Roy was in a very pleasant mood. The final selection ended, and next, Tanjiro would be sent to a town in the northwest to solve the disappearing girls incident. And he would discover the mastermind behind the whole incident, the swamp demon. In the original story, the swamp demon ate a girl from the town, making the childhood sweetheart couple's situation miserable. So Roy had a Kasugai crow send a message a day in advance, ordering Tanjiro to head to the mission location, and even told him some information about the swamp demon. P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers, the author will work hard to add more chapters. Chapter 49. The final rook is here too. Although he didn't have Nezuko's help this time, Tanjiro's strength was much greater. Furthermore, with the information on the swamp demon, he believed Tanjiro could handle it alone. Although he knew Kibutsuji Muzan would appear in Asakusa, Roy couldn't go there in advance, as that would alert the enemy. If he took several Hashira there and they were discovered, with Kibutsuji Muzan's cowardly personality, he would definitely flee. When that time came, it would be difficult to kill him. Meanwhile, Roy didn't slack off at the Butterfly Mansion, still practicing breathing styles and ice magic every day. Ever since Hamejima Gyomei sent over all the breathing styles of the Demon Slayer Corps, Roy had practiced every single one of them. 35. Number 35 Section 35 Chapter 35 He discovered that one only needs to cultivate a single breathing style, because the state of total concentration constant requires maintaining one specific breathing method at all times. Since every breathing style in the Demon Slayer Corps uses a different method, one cannot cultivate multiple styles simultaneously. One only needs to practice the breathing style that suits them best. Roy continued to cultivate water breathing, which had an incredibly high compatibility with his ice element talent. Under Roy's suggestion, Seiko learned thunder breathing. Thunder breathing is the fastest among all breathing styles and is a perfect fit for Seiko. As for sun breathing, Roy also obtained it from Tanjiro, planning to give it to a suitable girl to cultivate. Meanwhile, Roy's ice element magic allowed him to manipulate ice freely. Consequently, he developed several ultimate ice techniques. Roy-kun, do you think demons and humans can live together in peace? After lunch, as the group enjoyed a leisurely afternoon tea, Kanae suddenly posed this question. Sister, how can you still be so naive? Hearing Kanae's words, Kochu Shinobu let out a helpless sigh. However, Kanae ignored Kochu Shinobu and simply waited quietly for Roy's answer. Hey, Roy chuckled and said, how about this? Let me ask you a question. Do you think humans can live in peace with chickens, ducks, and fish? When you're hungry, won't you still eat them? But that's different. Kanae was interrupted by Roy before she could finish. It's no different. In the eyes of a demon, humans are nothing more than delicious food. Roy waved his hand dismissively. I actually agree with Roy's point of view completely. Kochu Shinobu, standing nearby, nodded in strong agreement with Roy's words. Kanae fell silent upon hearing this. Hey, you might find it hard to accept when put that way. In that case, let's go ask a demon in person. Seeing Kanae's silence, Roy felt somewhat helpless. Kanae was simply too gentle, even toward demons. In person go ask a demon? Kanae looked at him in confusion. That's right. Speaking of which, you know this demon. It's upper rank 2, Doma. What? Upper rank 2, Doma? Do you know his location? Upon hearing the name of upper rank 2, Doma, Kochu Shinobu immediately became agitated. She would never forgive the demon who had killed her sister. Of course I know. Upper rank 2, Doma, is currently the leader of the Eternal Paradise sect. You could say he's the demon who interacts with humans the most. How is that possible? A demon actually founded a cult in the human world. Kochu Shinobu's eyes widened in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Roy shrugged. So, has upper rank 2, Doma, really been living in peace with humans? Kanae Kocho seemed not to care at all that she had once been killed by Doma. Instead, she was concerned about whether Doma was living peacefully with humans. Hey, well, we'll know once we go see for ourselves. Roy looked at Kanae with a playful smile. He imagined that when Kanae discovered upper rank 2, Doma was only using the cult to make it easier to devour people. It would surely dispel her ridiculous notion. No time to lose, let's go find upper rank 2, Doma right now. Before Kanae could speak, Kochu Shinobu was already impatient. She had wanted to kill Doma for a long time, but unfortunately, she lacked the strength and his whereabouts in the past. Now that she had become a devil and her strength had surged, she was eager for revenge. Then everyone who wants to go, stand over here. The Eternal Paradise sect was quite famous, so Roy had already looked up its location. He just needed to open a magic circle to teleport there. Hearing his words, the girls all stepped forward. Except for the Butterfly Mansion trio and Kanzaki Aoi, all the other girls stood together. However, Roy did not rush to activate the teleportation circle. Instead, he looked toward the door. Just then, a figure entered from outside. Lord, could you take me along as well? She had large, light green eyes, cheeks that often flushed red, and a small mole under each eye. She wore a snow-white haori over an open-chested uniform and a short skirt. The newcomer was none other than the love Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kanroji Mitsuri. Eh? Mitsuri, why are you here? Kochu Shinobu looked at Kanroji Mitsuri in surprise. Because my mission is finished. Also, I heard the new lord was here at Shinobu-chan's place, and that Shinobu-chan's sister had been resurrected, so I came to take a look out of curiosity. Oh, are you Shinobu-chan's sister, Kanae Kocho? Kanroji Mitsuri curiously sized up Kanae. With a similar face and outfit to Shinobu, this person had to be Kanae Kocho. This was just too incredible. He actually managed to resurrect someone who had died. Yes, I am Shinobu's sister. Kanae replied with a smile. The Lord is so amazing. Hearing this, Kanroji Mitsuri looked at Roy with admiration. By the way, were you just talking about going to find upper rank 2, Doma? I am the love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri. Lord, could you take me with you? As she finished, Kanroji Mitsuri looked at Roy, her face slightly flushed. Kanroji Mitsuri had joined the Demon Slayer Corps to find a husband stronger than herself. She had heard that the new lord of the Demon Slayer Corps was extremely powerful, so she came to see for herself. Now that she had met him in person, he certainly did not disappoint. Seeing the rook among his pieces appear, there was no way Roy would refuse. Indeed, Kanroji Mitsuri was the best candidate for the rook piece. P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers, the author will work hard to add more chapters. Chapter 50. Naive Kanae. Because Kanroji Mitsuri was a glutton, her muscle density was 8 times that of an average person. Tensing her body could significantly increase her defense while making her strength even greater than a man's. She was simply the most suitable candidate for the rook. Of course. Then, Miss Kanroji, please stand over here quickly. Eh? What am I standing here for? Kanroji Mitsuri was a bit confused, but she walked over nonetheless. Roy gave a mysterious smile and said, "You'll find out in a moment." Suddenly, a blue magic circle appeared beneath everyone's feet, emitting a dazzling light. The Lucifuge family's large-scale teleportation circle could transport others. In the next instant, they vanished from the butterfly mansion. They then appeared inside a cult's temple hall. Kanroji Mitsuri was still dazed when she realized they had changed locations in the blink of an eye. Where is this? Kanroji Mitsuri looked around in confusion. This is inside the temple of the Eternal Paradise sect. The sky was already dark, but this did not affect the vision of the devils. Eternal Paradise sect? Since Kanroji Mitsuri had only heard Kochu Shinobu say they were going to find upper rank 2 Doma and hadn't heard the previous conversation, she was still a bit muddled. We'll talk about that later. Let's find upper rank 2 Doma first. Follow me. As soon as they arrived at the temple, Roy keenly detected the location of upper rank 2 Doma. Roy then used his magic to hide everyone's presence, left the hall, and arrived outside the room where Doma was located. He had silver-white hair and rainbow-colored eyes. He wore a hat and often displayed a carefree smile, his speech steady and soft. Inside was indeed upper rank 2 Doma. Upper rank 2 Doma and a girl were sitting on their knees, facing each other. The girl was recounting her misfortunes to upper rank 2 Doma. After listening to the girl's story, Doma still wore that carefree smile. His voice was steady and soft as he said, "That truly is unfortunate, child. Let me grant you salvation." "Really? Lord Bishop?" The girl looked at Doma with a naive expression. "Of course, come here quickly." Hearing this, the girl stood up and slowly approached Doma. Doma pulled the girl into an embrace, and sharp demon fangs emerged in his mouth. He was about to bite down. It looked as though a youthful, lively girl was about to perish in Doma's jaws. Kochu Shinobu, who had been watching the whole time, could no longer restrain herself and burst through the window. She kicked Doma away and then snatched the girl back. "Damn it, who is it?" Having his food snatched away and being kicked made Doma very angry. Doma then rushed toward Kochu Shinobu at extreme speed, slashing at her with his iron fans coated in ice crystals. The golden iron fans were engraved with lotus patterns, and their edges were as sharp as blades. 36. Number 36 Section 36 Chapter 36 It was clear that Doma intended to kill with a single blow. Unfortunately, the current Kochu Shinobu was already far beyond what she used to be. With a simple leap, Kochu Shinobu easily dodged the strike. Once outside, Doma found himself already surrounded. "Who are you people?" Doma still maintained his smiling facade. In reality, Doma possessed no human emotions. This appearance was merely a disguise he had crafted. "Upper rank 2 Doma, it seems you no longer remember me." Kochu Shinobu looked at Doma with a cold sneer. "You are?" Doma looked at Kochu Shinobu with some confusion, finding her somewhat familiar. Then, under the shocked gazes of the girls, he thrust his fingers into his temples and began to stir. "I remember now, there was a girl wearing the same butterfly haori before. Unfortunately, I didn't get to eat her. What a shame." Doma finally remembered Kanae and shook his head with great regret. This display immediately sent Kochu Shinobu into a fit of rage, and she prepared to strike Doma down. However, Kanae Kocho spoke up. "It is truly an honor that Mr. Doma remembers me." Hearing this voice, Doma turned around, and his eyes immediately lit up. "Aren't you the girl from back then? You're not dead?" Doma's tone became excited, as not eating Kanae had always been a regret of his. Now that Kanae was standing before him again, he could make up for that regret. Because Roy used his magic to conceal everyone's presence, Doma sensed no danger. "Mr. Doma, I want to ask you, can humans and demons live together in peace?" Kanae asked with a smile. "Of course they can," Doma answered without hesitation. "As the leader of the Eternal Paradise sect, I have always been guiding people to their salvation. So, would you like to join the Eternal Paradise sect?" As he spoke, Doma actually invited Kanae to join the Eternal Paradise sect. "Hey, is the salvation you speak of just eating them up?" Roy said disdainfully. This kind of lie could only fool a fool like Kanae. With his true intentions exposed, Doma's expression did not change in the slightest. He continued to smile and said, "Every person I have consumed has been saved without exception. They feel neither pain nor sadness. It is a great happiness to become a part of my body." As soon as these words were spoken, the girls all scoffed at Doma's claims. Kanae lowered her head and murmured, "It seems I was indeed too naive. How could demons and humans live together in peace?" "Haha, Kanae, don't be sad, because there are still demons who can live in peace with humans." "Really? That's right. However, we don't need to worry about the demons who can get along with humans. All we need to do is kill all the man-eating demons." Hearing Roy's words, Kanae's eyes suddenly lit up. That's exactly right, it seems I was too foolish before. As long as all the man-eating demons are eliminated, won't the rest be the demons who can live in peace with humans? Seeing that Kanae understood, Roy finally breathed a sigh of relief. While there is nothing wrong with being gentle to an enemy is just foolish. P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers, the author will work hard to update more. Chapter 51. Kanae slaying upper rank 2. Mr. Doma, could you please die? Kanae drew her Nichiren blade and slowly walked toward Doma. Gia, you can't kill me just with that, because this place has long been enveloped by my blood demon art. Let me bring you salvation. Doma's blood demon art was toxic. Even as he spoke, he had frozen his own blood and turned it into ice crystal powder, then scattered it into the air with his fans. Once the ice crystal powder is inhaled into the opponent's lungs, it can cause breathing difficulties and lead to alveolar necrosis. Last time, Kanae died from this move. However, Kanae did not panic upon hearing Doma's words because, having reincarnated as a demon, she was not afraid of this level of toxic at all. All the poison that entered her body was neutralized by magic. This was also why they didn't make a move against Doma's little tricks. The only human, Kanroji Mitsuri, was also protected by Roy using magic. How is that possible? Seeing that his blood demon art had no effect on Kanae, Doma was suddenly shocked. Nothing is impossible. Flower breathing, 5th form. Peony of futility. Kanae didn't waste any more words. She launched 9 consecutive strikes from 4 directions, stabbing at the same point, with trajectories like peony petals lunging toward Doma. Poochie. Before Doma could react, his neck was pierced and a large amount of blood sprayed out. However, a wound of this degree was not enough to kill him. He suddenly pulled back and the large hole in his neck healed instantly. How can you be so strong? Doma touched his neck and looked at Kanae in disbelief. He hadn't expected to have his neck pierced in an instant, which made him feel the threat of death. Flower breathing, 6th form. Whirling peach. Kanae gave Doma no time for nonsense. She performed a sideways flip in midair and swung a horizontal slash while turning. Wherever the blade passed, petals would fall. This move was incredibly fast, and Doma was beheaded before he could react. Throughout the entire battle, Doma was overwhelmed by Kanae's speed. After beheading Doma, Kanae didn't pay any more attention. However, what she didn't notice was that the beheaded Doma was not dead at all. Because Doma was a demon who had broken through his limits, he would not die even if beheaded by a Nichiren blade. Kanae, Doma isn't dead yet. Helplessly, Roy had to call out to remind Kanae Kocho, otherwise this dummy would be ambushed. What? Hearing this, Kanae Kocho suddenly turned around. She saw that Doma had already reattached his head. I underestimated you. Next, I will kill you. Doma looked at Kanae with a ferocious expression. Blood demon art, crystalline divine child. With a loud shout, Doma instantly created 5 ice dolls capable of independent combat, their appearance being exactly like his own. Although the dolls were small, their combat power was impressive, and they could use the same strength of blood demon art as the original. Blood demon art, Lotus Ice. Blood demon art, scattering lotuses. After the 5 ice dolls appeared, each used different blood demon arts to attack Kanae. Flower breathing, 2nd form. Honorable Shadow Plum. Facing the overwhelming blood demon arts, the moment Kanae activated her breathing, she launched circular slashes in all directions, the trajectories like plum petals defending against the barrage of blood demon arts. Then her figure flashed, appearing instantly in front of the ice dolls. Within a breath, she slashed all 5 ice dolls to pieces. However, the destruction of the ice dolls was something Doma had already anticipated. So Doma released his ultimate technique, Blood Demon Art, Rhyme, Water Lily Bodhisattva. An incredibly huge ice figure appeared, about 10 meters tall, shaped like a bodhisattva sitting in meditation with hands pressed together. Just looking at its size, it possessed immense destructive power and could also release a large area of toxic ice mist. Gia. Doma laughed strangely, then controlled the ice bodhisattva to strike at Kanae with a palm. Kanae dodged with a jump. The ground shook. This palm strike actually created a deep pit 2 or 3 meters wide in the ground. What an impressive blood demon art. Seeing this power, Roy couldn't help but praise it. Originally, Doma's strength was only at the middle stage of a mid-class demon, but this blood demon art move displayed the strength of a peak mid-class demon. Even Kanae had to temporarily retreat from the brunt of the attack when facing this ice bodhisattva. Trying to run? Roy's eyes glanced at Doma, who was trying to escape. It turned out Doma saw the ice bodhisattva holding back Kanae and wanted to flee. After all, he stood no chance against Kanae alone, let alone several others who hadn't even moved yet. Although Doma had no human emotions, it didn't mean he wasn't afraid of death. Secret technique, Ice Princess Rose. A transparent ice rose was formed in Roy's hand. Then he threw it at Doma. The moment the ice rose touched Doma, it froze him solid, leaving only his head outside. 37. Number 37 Section 37 Chapter 37 Roy created this move by mimicking the ultimate technique of Ice Blue Moon, Ice Princess Rose. Not even the name was changed, and its power is extremely formidable. Without Doma's control, the Ice Bodhisattva also became sluggish. Kanae Kocho instantly bypassed the Ice Bodhisattva and arrived in front of Doma. The Nichiren blade in her hand slashed out repeatedly. Doma's head was instantly shattered into countless pieces. He should be dead for good now. Seeing no sign of healing from Doma, Kanae finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kanroji Mitsuri, watching from the side, was already stunned by how powerful Kanae was. And Roy's move of instantly freezing upper rank 2 Doma shocked Kanroji Mitsuri even more. This is just too strong. The opponent is upper rank 2 Doma. If she were the one fighting, she would definitely be no match for him. Could this be the husband she was looking for? P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers, the author will work hard to update more. Chapter 52, Kanroji Mitsuri comes to the door. Kanroji Mitsuri originally joined the Demon Slayer Corps to find a husband stronger than herself. Now seeing such a powerful Roy, her imagination ran wild, and her face unwittingly flushed red. The moment upper rank 2 Doma died, Kibutsuji Muzan knew instantly. Through the last images Doma saw, Kibutsuji Muzan knew it was a woman who shattered his head. Regarding Doma's death, Kibutsuji Muzan showed no change in expression. Kibutsuji Muzan lacks human sentiment and has very low empathy. All the demons he created are merely his tools. But even if a tool is destroyed, Kibutsuji Muzan couldn't just stand by and watch. He immediately summoned upper rank 1 Kokoshibu and ordered him to kill the woman who killed Doma. Upper rank 1 Kokoshibu is the strongest demon among the upper ranks, and was once the elder brother of the sun-breathing user Kagaya Yubayashiki. His strength is much greater than Doma's. After sending out Kokoshibu, Kibutsuji Muzan stopped worrying about the matter. On the other side, after dealing with Doma, the group returned to the Butterfly Mansion. Roy took the opportunity to extend an invitation to Kanroji Mitsuri. So, Miss Kanroji, are you willing to become my retainer? Kanroji Mitsuri didn't expect that as soon as they returned to the Butterfly Mansion, this new lord would say such a thing to her. And becoming a retainer, could the lord be confessing to me? Should I agree? Or should I refuse? After hesitating for a while, Kanroji Mitsuri decided to agree. Wasn't the purpose of her joining the Demon Slayer Corps to find a husband stronger than her? Now this new lord can not only resurrect the dead but also instantly teleport people to very distant locations. And he even froze upper rank 2 Doma with a casual move. Such a powerful man is exactly the perfect husband in her heart. I agree. So, without much hesitation, Kanroji Mitsuri agreed with a blushing face. Seeing this, the corners of Roy's mouth curled up slightly, and without wasting time, he directly began the devil reincarnation ritual. In the name of Roy Lucifergus, I command. You, Kanroji Mitsuri, shall become my retainer demon and be reborn as my rook. An ice blue magic circle appeared under Kanroji Mitsuri's feet, and a rook piece merged into her body. Light burst forth. A pair of demon wings spread out from the light. The rook piece possesses high attack and high defense, combined with Kanroji Mitsuri's own body, which is 8 times stronger than an average person's. Now, she could rival a high-level demon with just her physical body. She is truly incredibly powerful. So I've become a demon. Kanroji Mitsuri clenched her fists, feeling the power throughout her body, which was incomparable to before. It's just too powerful. If the power bestowed upon her is this strong, then how powerful is this lord exactly? Thinking of this, Kanroji Mitsuri looked at Roy with burning eyes. Haha Mitsuri, there will be plenty of time to see my strength in the future. Roy smiled slightly. At this time, Roy's strength was already at the middle stage of a high-level demon. Having awakened his demon talent, he felt he was already invincible among high-level demons. Thinking about facing Riser Phoenix upon his return, he looked forward to Riser's expression. In the following time, Roy continued to practice Ice-type ultimate moves. After awakening his Ice-type bloodline, his magic talent seemed to have been unlocked. Many spells that were only in his memory could now be used, and creating his own ultimate moves became much easier. Most of his Ice-type ultimate moves were developed according to the skills of Ice Blue Moon. Of course, in his memory, there were many people who used ice, such as Tsukuyomi, Aokiji, S-Death, and Toshiro Hitsugaya. Among them, Tsukuyomi was considered the strongest. Besides Tsukuyomi's moves, what Roy wanted to learn most was S-Death's ultimate move, Mahapama. This move is simply too broken. It can freeze the entire time and space within range, an unsolvable move. Even a Demon King would be helpless against this move. Unfortunately, this move is too profound, and it's too difficult to comprehend on his own. A few days passed, and Tanjiro's mission regarding the missing girls was perfectly resolved. The childhood friend girl was saved, and the swamp demon was slain. Next, Tanjiro will head to Asakusa for a mission, where he will encounter Kibutsuji Muzan for the first time. So it's time for Roy and the others to set out. Shinobu, go notify the Hashira to come over. Kibutsuji Muzan will appear soon. This is the best chance to kill him. Before setting out, Roy also prepared to take the Hashira along. After all, it's in a busy downtown area. To avoid involving civilians, the Demon Slayer Corps will need to evacuate the crowd. Hearing that they could kill Kibutsuji Muzan soon, Kochu Shinobu's eyes lit up, and she looked excited. Really? Of course it's true. Roy smiled and patted Kochu Shinobu's small head. Although Kochu Shinobu didn't like being patted on the head, she had no choice. Being only 1.5 meters tall, she had no power to resist Roy. Kochu Shinobu, who finally managed to escape, used a Kasugai Crow. In the afternoon, all the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps arrived at the Butterfly Mansion, one after another. These Hashira had already completed their respective missions and were waiting for Roy's orders at any time. In the Butterfly Mansion, the Hashira all stood together. I won't waste words. Tonight, Kibutsuji Muzan will appear in Asakusa, so I need you to take the Demon Slayer Corps members and follow me to Asakusa. Roy didn't mince words and directly stated the purpose of summoning them. When the Hashira heard they were going to surround and kill Kibutsuji Muzan, they all became restless. Great, we must kill Kibutsuji Muzan this time. Inferno Kyojuru shouted loudly and boldly. Is the long-cherished wish of the Demon Slayer Corps for hundreds of years finally coming to an end? Hamejima Gyome's eyes flowed with tears of emotion. P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers, the author will work hard to update more. Chapter 53. Preparing to surround and kill Kibutsuji Muzan. Since the other Hashira didn't know much about Roy, the new lord, they didn't say anything. Except for the Wind Hashira, Mujiro Hashira. Hey, you're called Roy, right? Mujiro Hashira shouted, pointing at Roy rudely. On what basis do you get to become the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps as soon as you arrive? Although Mujiro Hashira is famous for being crazy, combative, and bloodthirsty, with a very violent personality, he is extremely respectful towards Kagaya Yubayashiki. So, he naturally had no good feelings toward Roy, who had taken the lord's position. You're called Mujiro Hashira, right? Roy wasn't angry at his actions and still looked at him with a smile. That's right, I am the Wind Hashira, Mujiro Hashira. Do you want to know why I became the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps? Roy didn't wait for Mujiro Hashira to answer but said to Seiko beside him, Seiko, take him aside and give him a good lesson. No problem. Seiko agreed with a smile. Mr. Mujiro Hashira, please follow me. Then Seiko made a gesture of invitation, looking at Mujiro Hashira playfully. What? You want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end. Mujiro Hashira is bloodthirsty and combative. He naturally didn't refuse a fight. Then the two went to the open space outside the Butterfly Mansion, and Roy and the others followed them out. Mr. Mujiro Hashira, please. Seiko bowed and then said, 38. Number 38 Section 38 Chapter 38 HMPH You go first. Mujiro Hashira crossed his arms, looking at Seiko with disdain. In that case, please be careful, Mr. Mujiro Hashira. Mujiro Hashira's dismissive attitude made Seiko somewhat angry. She drew her sword and instantly vanished from her spot. The woman before him suddenly disappeared, causing Mujiro Hashira to freeze for a moment. He then looked around but couldn't find where she had gone. Instead, he saw a blade suddenly appear from behind, resting horizontally against his neck. This immediately caused cold sweat to pour down Mujiro Hashira's back. He didn't dare move a muscle. Hee how careless of you, Mr. Mujiro Hashira. Seiko, who had appeared behind Mujiro Hashira, let out a light chuckle. Then, feigning sudden realization, she said, it must be because Mr. Mujiro Hashira wasn't prepared. As she spoke, Seiko removed the blade and returned to her original position. This time, you can go first, Mr. Mujiro Hashira. The other Hashira understood perfectly well that Mujiro Hashira was no match for Seiko at all. However, they had little goodwill towards the combative and bloodthirsty Mujiro Hashira, so no one spoke up for him. Seiko's words infuriated Mujiro Hashira, making his eyes bloodshot. Being someone who relished fighting and violence, how could he possibly admit defeat? Ha! Mujiro Hashira let out a loud shout, as if to warn Seiko he was attacking. He held a Nichiren blade in each hand, swinging them towards her. Yet, facing this strike, Seiko merely chuckled lightly. She casually took a few steps to the side, easily dodging the attack. It was simply because Mujiro Hashira's attacks were too straightforward and direct. After dodging one blade, the other hand immediately swung another strike. Seiko continued to dodge with ease. The two blades were wielded by Mujiro Hashira in a seamless, impenetrable flurry. However, each time, Seiko dodged effortlessly, occasionally even placing her blade in front of Mujiro Hashira's neck without actually cutting him. This move, while not very damaging, was extremely insulting. Due to his combative and bloodthirsty nature, Mujiro Hashira's body was covered in scars. He wasn't afraid of being cut, but being unable to hit his opponent while being humiliated like this was unbearable. Mujiro Hashira shouted while attacking, "Have the guts to stop dodging." Clang! As soon as Mujiro Hashira finished speaking, a clear, crisp sound rang out. It turned out his Nichiren blade had been severed into two pieces. Immediately after, Seiko's blade once again rested against his neck, a trickle of blood flowing down. However, Mujiro Hashira ignored everything else, staring dumbfounded at the broken Nichiren blade in his hand. "I've lost." This time, Mujiro Hashira was truly shaken. Seeing this, Seiko chuckled lightly and turned to return to Roy's side. With the troublemaker dealt with, Roy immediately addressed the other Hashira. "Go and prepare quickly, we depart for Asakusa in 1 hour. Yes, the Hashira acknowledged and went to prepare one by one. 1 hour later, Roy led several Hashira and over 400 Demon Slayer Corps members on their departure. By the time they arrived in Asakusa, it was already dark. "Brother Roy, will Kibutsuji Muzan really appear here?" Tanjiro looked at Roy excitedly. Before coming, Roy had notified Tanjiro, which is why he was waiting for them here. To find Kibutsuji Muzan in the bustling Asakusa, they needed to rely on Tanjiro's nose. "That's right, I'm counting on you next." Yes. Hearing that he would be responsible for finding Kibutsuji Muzan next, Tanjiro became extremely excited. "All Hashira, stay behind us. Do not act without my orders. The others, remove your Demon Slayer Corps uniforms and blend in with the ordinary people. Once Kibutsuji Muzan is discovered, immediately evacuate the crowd." Roy assigned the tasks for the Demon Slayer Corps. Then, he and Tanjiro entered the lively Asakusa. The women beside them were dressed in kimonos on the outside, a very pleasing sight. Underneath, they wore Demon Slayer Corps uniforms for convenience in the upcoming battle. The group strolled while searching for traces of Kibutsuji Muzan. To an outsider, they might have seemed like they were out for leisure. Of course, Roy felt there wasn't much difference from leisure either. "Boss, give me a few skewers of dango." Roy brought the women to a street stall. Coming right up, the stall owner worked quickly, soon preparing several skewers of dango. Roy took them and handed them to Makomo, Nezuko, and the other girls behind him, who had long been impatiently waiting. P.S. Thank you for the flowers. Esteemed readers, the author will strive to add more chapters. Chapter 54. Kibutsuji Muzan is surrounded. Seeing Roy in such a critical moment still having the mood to buy food, Tanjiro felt somewhat helpless. "Hey, brother Roy, we're looking for Kibutsuji Muzan. What's the big deal? Oh, do you want some?" Roy picked up a skewer and offered it to Tanjiro. Smelling the sweet aroma, Tanjiro couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Though he wanted to refuse, his growling stomach betrayed him. "Yes." Tanjiro nodded, then took the dango and started eating. So delicious." After just one bite, Tanjiro couldn't help but admit it was truly fragrant. The group played and ate. They had pretty much explored the entire bustling street. At that moment, Tanjiro suddenly caught a whiff of an indescribable scent. It made his whole body stiffen, and the takoyaki in his hand slipped and fell. "Really, brother, even if you don't want to eat it, you shouldn't waste it like that." Nezuko beside him swiftly caught the takoyaki, then put one hand on her hip and began scolding Tanjiro. "It seems Kibutsuji Muzan has appeared." Seeing Tanjiro's expression, Roy immediately understood he had smelled Kibutsuji Muzan's scent. "Really? Kibutsuji Muzan has appeared." Hearing Roy's words, Kochu Shinobu quickly pressed for details. "Yes, Tanjiro, lead the way." Roy patted Tanjiro's shoulder, snapping him out of his daze. "All right." Then, Roy gestured with his hand for the Demon Slayer Corps and the Hashira to follow. Led by Tanjiro, the group arrived at the entrance of a secluded alley. Standing at the alley entrance were a mother and daughter. Roy recognized at a glance that this pair was the wife and daughter of the husband Kibutsuji Muzan was impersonating. This meant Kibutsuji Muzan was nearby. The smell is getting stronger. He should be inside. Tanjiro pointed solemnly at the alley ahead. Hearing this, Roy said to Kochu Shinobu beside him, "Shinobu, immediately have the Demon Slayer Corps members start evacuating the crowd. Oh, and take them away too." He pointed at the mother and daughter in front of them. "Yes." Kochu Shinobu acknowledged and went to arrange it. "Let's go in." Roy waved his hand and led everyone into the alley. The dark alley was filthy and chaotic, with the pale moon casting a cold, faint light. Thick, crimson blood flowed on the ground, making one shudder to step on it. Deep in the alley, a figure stood, with several people already lying in pools of blood at his feet. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The last surviving burly man had wet himself in fear, staring terrified at the merciless demon before him. They had intended to rob and assault passers-by. They never expected this man to so horrifyingly kill his companions. Now, the burly man's eyes were filled with despair. Hearing the man's pleas, Kibutsuji Muzan's expression turned delighted. Over the years, such people who are looking for death, people seeking death, weren't rare, and he most enjoyed hearing these death throes. Just as he was about to kill the burly man before him, he noticed many people had suddenly arrived behind him. "Yo, having quite a bit of fun, aren't you, Kibutsuji Muzan?" Looking at Kibutsuji Muzan, whose attire resembled Michael Jackson's, Roy couldn't help but tease him. "What? This person is Kibutsuji Muzan? So this is what Kibutsuji Muzan looks like." 39. Number 39 Section 39 Chapter 39 Damn demon, he killed someone again. We must kill him today. Hearing Roy's words, the Demon Slayer Corps members behind him began to whisper among themselves. Seeing someone call out his name, Kibutsuji Muzan's pupils constricted sharply. He then looked at the newcomers, only to see a group of people wearing Demon Slayer Corps uniforms. This immediately startled him. He was surrounded, and he felt an instant urge to flee. "Hey, Kibutsuji Muzan, don't think about escaping. You can't. The centuries-old grudge between the Demon Slayer Corps and demons will be settled here." Hamejima Gyomei pressed his hands together and spoke with tears in his eyes. "Lord, please let me be the one to slay Kibutsuji Muzan." Shinazugawa Sanemi came before Roy and knelt on one knee to request. Ever since being thoroughly beaten by Seiko, Shinazugawa Sanemi had become much more well-behaved. "Step back, you are no match for him." Roy waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Shinazugawa Sanemi clenched his fists and retreated unwillingly. "Demon Slayer Corps, how did you find me?" Kibutsuji Muzan was truly a bit bewildered. For 1,000 years, he had lived in the human world and had never been discovered by the Demon Slayer Corps. How did they suddenly show up at his door? "Humph, you don't need to worry about how we found you. All you need to know is that today is the day you die." Kochu Shinobu snorted coldly. Jia, you think you can kill me? Your Demon Slayer Corps hasn't even killed an upper-rank demon," Kibutsuji Muzan said disdainfully. Indeed, in this millennium quite a few Hashira had died at the hands of the upper ranks, but not a single upper rank had ever been killed. Hearing this, several Hashira felt somewhat ashamed. It was exactly as Kibutsuji Muzan said. Let alone killing an upper rank, they didn't even have clear intelligence on some of them. HMPH, this time is different, because our new lord is a demon, and he will definitely be able to kill you. Kanroji Mitsuri worshipped Roy immensely and believed that with Roy there, he could absolutely be killed. Oh, a demon? Hearing this, Kibutsuji Muzan finally carefully sized up Roy, who was standing at the very front. It was better not to look. This one glance immediately gave him a sense of crisis, as if the person before him could kill him at any moment. Alright. Who among you wants to go up and try? Roy interrupted Kibutsuji Muzan's continued nonsense and turned to look at the girls. P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers and monthly tickets, the author will work hard to add more chapters. Chapter 55. 4 girls battle Kibutsuji Muzan. The only ones present capable of fighting Kibutsuji Muzan were these few girls. Although Hamejima Gyomei and the other Hashira could exchange a few blows if they activated their markings, it wasn't necessary, because once they activated the markings, they wouldn't have much time left to live. In the original story, Kibutsuji Muzan was ambushed by Tamayo, who injected him with a drug to turn him into a human. Although Kibutsuji Muzan later completely decomposed the humanizing drug, once that drug was decomposed, it would turn into a potion that caused aging. This potion made by Tamayo could age Muzan by 50 years in a single minute. Subtracting the time it took for the potion to take effect, Muzan had aged at least 9,000 years. Due to aging, his speed and stamina were constantly decreasing, to the point where he couldn't even quickly kill a few Hashira. But even so, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps suffered heavy losses just to stall until dawn. Ultimately, Kibutsuji Muzan died under the sunlight. This showed just how powerful Kibutsuji Muzan was. Hearing Roy's words, the girls were all eager to try. Roy, let me go first. Seiko had long been impatient to fight a strong opponent, so she was the first to volunteer. Hearing this, Roy thought for a moment and said, Seiko alone is not his match. Then what if you add me? Kochu Shinobu stepped forward and said, and me. Kanae Kocho also expressed her desire to take the field. On the other side, Roy and the others' conversation was overheard by Kibutsuji Muzan. He was instantly furious, even forgetting his fear of Roy. When had he, the dignified Demon King, ever been fought over by others to be killed? This was simply an insult to him. An enraged Kibutsuji Muzan transformed his arms into spiked whips, sweeping them toward them from both sides. Wherever the spiked whips passed, the momentum was immense, and the walls on both sides of the alley collapsed into ruins. Seiko Shinobu, facing Kibutsuji Muzan's fierce strike, Roy calmly called out two names. Seiko and Kochu Shinobu knew what they had to do. They quickly met the attack from the left and right, their blades blocking Kibutsuji Muzan's spiked whip attacks. Kanae, Kanao, you go help to everyone else, step aside for now. As he spoke, Kanae and Kanao joined the battle. Roy then took Makomo, Nezuko, Mitsuri, and Tanjiro to a nearby rooftop. The several Hashira did the same. The reason he only let the four of them face Kibutsuji Muzan was that they were all at the peak of the mid-class demon level. They needed a battle to stabilize their strength. Kibutsuji Muzan possessed the strength of a high-level demon. If Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri joined in, there would be no suspense, as both were capable of going toe-to-toe with a high-level demon. Makomo was only a beginner mid-class demon, so naturally, he couldn't let her fight. She just needed to be responsible for being cute. Thinking of this, Roy placed his large hand on Makomo's small head and began to pet her. By now, the area within a 100-meter radius of Kibutsuji Muzan had been destroyed into ruins. By him, Kibutsuji Muzan split off 4 spiked whips. The whips could extend or shorten, serving as both offense and defense. Each spiked whip lashed out to attack one of the girls. Seiko and the other 3 were momentarily pinned down. Of course, Seiko and the others weren't content to be held back like this and unleashed their ultimate moves. Thunder Breathing, Thunder Flash, a move created by combining Thunder Breathing, First Form, Thunderclap and Flash with the Ido. This move was as fast as lightning. Lightning flashed around Seiko, and in the next instant, she vanished from her spot. She then broke through the obstruction of the spiked whips and appeared at Kibutsuji Muzan's side, slashing at him without hesitation. Pucci, Kibutsuji Muzan was caught off guard by this and was instantly struck in the neck. However, Kibutsuji Muzan's neck was too hard. Even Seiko only managed to cut halfway in before her blade got stuck. Seeing this, Seiko abruptly pulled her blade and retreated, dodging the spiked whip's counterattack. Wow, Seiko elder sister's strike is so powerful. If I remember correctly, Seiko has only been learning thunder breathing for half a month, right? That's right, so amazing. Seeing Seiko's successful strike, Kochu Shinobu and Kanae couldn't help but marvel. To be able to exert such power after only learning thunder breathing for half a month, and to combine it with her own swordsmanship to develop new techniques, this truly made the two of them admire her. Unfortunately, it didn't cause any substantial damage to him. Hearing this, Seiko shook her head and smiled slightly. This guy's regenerative power is too strong. Kochu Shinobu watched as the neck that had been cut halfway through instantly returned to normal. She couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. This was simply too unfair. Perhaps it's because Seiko isn't using a Nichiren blade. Watch me. With that, Kanae moved. Flower breathing, final form, equinoctial vermilion eye. This move was the ultimate technique of flower breathing. By increasing blood pressure to the eyeballs to raise dynamic vision to its limit, the movement of surrounding objects in one's field of vision appears sluggish. Kanae was like a nimble butterfly. She dodged and shifted under Kibutsuji Muzan's spiked whips, arriving before him without any hindrance. Flower breathing, 6th form, whirling peach. With a soft cry, the nimble Kanae performed a side flip in midair. She then delivered a horizontal slash, the Nichiren blade trailing a string of flower petals. This move looked beautiful but was incredibly dangerous. Pucci, the blade cut into Kibutsuji Muzan's neck, but again, it only went halfway and could go no further. In the next moment, Kibutsuji Muzan's neck healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Kanae had no choice but to pull back and retreat. It seems we can't cut off his head, Kanae said helplessly. When even the strongest among them, Seiko and Kanae, couldn't sever Kibutsuji Muzan's neck, killing him would be difficult. P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers and monthly tickets, the author will work hard to add more chapters. Chapter 56, Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri join the fight. 40. #40 Section 40 Chapter 40 On the other side, having had his neck slashed twice in a row, Kibutsuji Muzan was furious as he spoke to the 4 women before him. You Demon Slayer Corps are truly persistent. Why does everyone want revenge on me? Wouldn't it be enough if you just survived on your own? Huh? What are you talking about? Hearing Kibutsuji Muzan's words, Kochu Shinobu was suddenly moved to an angry laugh. Do you have any idea how much disaster your existence has brought to everyone? How many people have had their families destroyed because of you? And you actually dare to say such words? By the end of her sentence, Kochu Shinobu looked at Kibutsuji Muzan with killing intent, wishing she could tear him into 10,000 pieces. However, after hearing Kochu Shinobu's words, Kibutsuji Muzan showed no expression of guilt. Instead, he looked at them with contempt. People killed by me are actually no different from victims of a natural disaster. There's no need to look deeply into it. After all, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Isn't it enough to just live your own life peacefully? Why go through the trouble of seeking revenge against me? Kibutsuji Muzan actually compared himself to a natural disaster. Indeed, if one dies in a natural disaster, one believes no one would look deeply into it, nor could they. But Kibutsuji Muzan was not a natural disaster. Kibutsuji Muzan's words were not yet finished, but the 4 women could no longer listen. Kanae, who had always wanted demons and humans to coexist peacefully, also realized that Kibutsuji Muzan simply did not understand human bonds. She looked at Kibutsuji Muzan coldly and said, "You are a creature that does not deserve to exist in this world." The next moment, the 4 women attacked again, their assault even more violent this time. However, Kibutsuji Muzan was not so simple. Just now, he had been looking for an opportunity to escape, so he hadn't used his full strength. But he found himself surrounded layer upon layer, with no way to escape. So he directly ordered all demons to come to his rescue. At this moment, demons danced wildly, including the 12 Kazuki. Every demon surged toward Asakusa. None dared to disobey his command. At the same time, Kibutsuji Muzan decided to kill the 4 women in front of him first. 9 tube-like whips suddenly appeared behind Kibutsuji Muzan, striking toward the 4 women at extreme speed. Watch out! Kanae, possessing dynamic vision, was the first to notice these tubular whips and warned the other 3 women. Receiving the warning, Seiko and the others reacted, but the speed of these tube whips was simply too fast. In their haste, the 3 women, including Seiko, were all sent flying by the strikes of the tube whips. Kanae, who had reacted first, had originally blocked the whips. However, there were 9 tube whips in total, with 2 assigned to each person. The extra one chose to strike Kanae, who had been the first to react. Caught off guard, she was also knocked back. In an instant, the 4 women were defeated. As expected, the gap in strength between a high-level demon and the peak of a mid-class demon was still very large. Seeing the 4 women defeated, Roy was not at all surprised. He then said to Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri beside him, "You two go try as well, let Seiko and the others come back." Roy remembered that Kibutsuji Muzan still had a true trump card, the 8 tube whips on his legs. These 8 tube whips were the fastest on Kibutsuji Muzan's entire body, their speed far exceeding the 9 tube whips on his upper body and the spiked whips on his arms. The sonic boom generated during an attack could even crack the ground, showing its power. If Kibutsuji Muzan used these 8 tube whips, Seiko and the other 3 women would have no power to fight back. That was why he had Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri swap them out. Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri agreed and then stepped onto the field to face Kibutsuji Muzan. Though Seiko and the other 3 were reluctant, they obediently returned. Although they weren't heavily injured, being defeated so easily still gave them a sense of frustration. Haha, don't worry about it so much. Kibutsuji Muzan's strength is far beyond yours. Roy smiled and comforted the 4 women. Hearing this, Seiko and the others felt much better. On the field, as Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri entered, Kibutsuji Muzan became even more furious. The spiked whips in his hands and the tube whips behind him all attacked the 2 women. Demonization. Nezuko used demonization, and her body quickly grew into an adult female state. A complete demon horn grew from her forehead, and her body was covered in willow-like patterns. In this state, Nezuko's desire for battle was extremely intense, and her destructive power was immense. Her regeneration ability even surpassed some of the upper-ranked demons. Even if her body was torn to pieces, she could easily use her blood to fix and pull the parts back into place, completing regeneration instantly. However, facing Kibutsuji Muzan's attack, Nezuko did not dodge. Instead, she allowed several tube whips to pierce her body, blood flowing out. Yet Nezuko's expression didn't change at all as she slowly uttered 2 words. Blood burst. Before her voice faded, the blood flowing from Nezuko turned into flames that swept out, and her wounds healed instantly. Kibutsuji Muzan's spiked and tube whips were all burned to ashes, and the fire spread along the whips toward Kibutsuji Muzan himself. Seeing this, Kibutsuji Muzan hurriedly severed the tube whips. On the other side, Kanroji Mitsuri activated her markings, greatly strengthening her physical constitution. As for the side effects of activating the markings, they were negligible for a demon. She didn't dodge or evade, taking the attacks of several tube and spiked whips head-on. However, Kibutsuji Muzan's tube whip attacks failed to harm her, all blocked by her superhuman physique. Love breathing. First form. Shivers of first love. Then, Kanroji Mitsuri unleashed rapid slashes like a whip, instantly shredding several tube whips. In just one encounter, Kibutsuji Muzan suffered a major loss. The tube whips behind him all slashed to pieces. P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers and monthly tickets, the author will work hard to add more chapters. Chapter 57. Roy makes his move. However, this did not cause substantial damage to Kibutsuji Muzan. The tube whips behind Kibutsuji Muzan recovered to their original state within a few breaths. Such an intense battle made the surrounding Hashira break out in a cold sweat. They asked themselves, if they were the ones on the field, unless they risked their lives, they wouldn't be able to last even a few rounds. No wonder the Lord didn't let them on the field. It was for the sake of their lives. Kibutsuji Muzan, who had suffered a major loss, was not in a hurry to attack but instead looked at Nezuko. You are also a demon? But why can't I control you? Hearing Kibutsuji Muzan's words, Nezuko immediately showed a look of disgust and said, I am not a filthy demon, but a noble devil. Kibutsuji Muzan's eyes turned cold upon hearing this. In his view, Nezuko was just another demon who had escaped his control. He didn't believe anything about devils. For those who escaped his control, they must be killed. So Kibutsuji Muzan spoke no more, and the 9 tube whips behind him struck toward the 2 women again. Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri responded calmly to the incoming tube whips. But just then, the sound of a sonic boom rang out. Starting from under Kibutsuji Muzan's feet, the ground was directly carved into 8 gullies by the sonic boom. The direction of the gullies was precisely where Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri were positioned. Bang bang, the 2 women were instantly sent flying. What was that? The Hashira standing on the rooftops could not see clearly what had sent the 2 women flying. These Hashira had not experienced the final life and death battle, so they had not opened the transparent world. Even the 9 tube whips behind Kibutsuji Muzan were difficult to see clearly, let alone Kibutsuji Muzan's trump card. That's right, what sent the 2 women flying was indeed Kibutsuji Muzan's trump card, the 8 tube whips on his legs. Roy did not warn the 2 women because these 8 tube whips could not harm them. The 2 women who had been sent flying into the rubble piles burst out the next moment, shaking off the debris. Although Kibutsuji Muzan's trump card was faster, it couldn't break Kanroji Mitsuri's defense at all. It could only knock her back. And against Nezuko, Kibutsuji Muzan's tube whips didn't dare pierce her body. Otherwise, they would be burned to ashes by Nezuko's blood burst. So, facing Kibutsuji Muzan's trump card, the 2 women were not afraid at all. Once the 2 women knew about Kibutsuji Muzan's trump card, they were on guard and were no longer so easily sent flying. For a time, Kibutsuji Muzan was suppressed by the 2 women's offensive. The matured Nezuko was peerlessly overbearing. Every punch and kick could shatter mountains and crack stones. If she got close, she could shatter Kibutsuji Muzan's head with a single punch. Kanroji Mitsuri was not to be outdone either, directly braving Kibutsuji Muzan's attacks to slash at his neck. However, with Kibutsuji Muzan's abnormal recovery power, such damage could not completely kill him. Just then, the sound Hashira, Uzui Tengen, flashed to Roy's side. Reporting to the Lord, a large number of demons are gathering toward Asakusa from all directions. Hearing this, Roy was stunned for a moment. He immediately understood that this must be Kibutsuji Muzan summoning his subordinates to help him escape. The fastest to arrive would surely be the upper ranks, and the Demon Slayer Corps members on the perimeter wouldn't be able to stop them. Quickly order the Hashira to go and intercept them. Upon hearing the order, Uzui Tengen took several Hashira to intercept the demons. Then Roy said to Seiko and the other 3 women beside him, Seiko, you all go too. If you encounter an upper rank, they won't be a match, so you'll need to step in. No problem. Seiko smiled sweetly, and then the 4 women instantly disappeared from the spot. It seems it's also time to finish off Kibutsuji Muzan. Looking at Kibutsuji Muzan, who was being beaten quite wretchedly by the 2 women on the field, Roy decided to settle him quickly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Nakim arrived. Nakim was Kibutsuji Muzan's close attendant, and her blood demon art could be used to change the spatial layout within the Infinity Castle. She could also teleport other things. It wouldn't be good if Kibutsuji Muzan was teleported away by her. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41 Section 41 Chapter 41 Kibutsuji Muzan seemed to realize that Roy was about to take action, and the fear of death instantly gripped his heart. The man who had been incredibly fierce just moments ago suddenly saw his entire body disintegrate, splitting into countless fragments. These fragments then began to flee in all directions. Nezuko and Mitsuri Kanroji were somewhat bewildered by this, not knowing what kind of trick Kibutsuji Muzan was playing now. Roy, however, recognized it. This was the exact same life-saving technique he had used in his battle with Yoriichi Sugikuni 1,000 years ago. Kibutsuji Muzan could cause his body to explode, freely splitting into 1,800 fragments. It was one of his trump cards and his strongest means of survival. It didn't matter if the body fragments were destroyed after splitting, as long as a single piece of Muzan survived, he could use his unparalleled regenerative abilities to fully restore himself. Some of the body fragments after splitting were extremely tiny. Even Yoriichi Sugikuni could only destroy 1,500 of the larger fragments in an instant. However, facing this move, Roy couldn't help but laugh. Nezuko, Mitsuri, come back, Roy called out to them. The 2 girls then returned to his side. Secret art, 9 dragons profound ice. Roy extended one hand, and 9 ice dragons appeared, circling around Kibutsuji Muzan as the center. Then, the 9 ice dragons slowly converged toward the center. Kibutsuji Muzan sensed the danger. All his body fragments gathered back to the center, restoring his human form. The 9 ice dragons also merged, instantly freezing Kibutsuji Muzan and forming an iceberg on the spot. At this moment, whether it was the ordinary people witnessing this or the Demon Slayer Corps, everyone was stunned. This was simply a miracle. Immediately, some people knelt on the ground and began to pray. P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers and monthly tickets, the author will work hard to add more chapters. Chapter 58, Dealing with Kibutsuji Muzan. Even Nezuko and Mitsuri Kanroji were stunned. When they regained their senses, they looked at Roy with faces full of admiration. Seeing this, the corners of Roy's mouth curled slightly into a smile. This 9 dragons profound ice technique was indeed very flashy and extremely powerful. It was one of the stronger techniques among those Tsukuyomi knew. Of course, Roy could only unleash a portion of its power. Even so, this move was enough to instant kill Kibutsuji Muzan. Any life form hit by it would be destroyed. However, Roy didn't kill Kibutsuji Muzan just like that. He only froze him. Hey, Kibutsuji Muzan, how do you want to die? Roy said with a light chuckle. You can't kill me. Kibutsuji Muzan was very confident in his near-immortal regenerative abilities, speaking with a somewhat crazed expression. Oh, really? Then do you want to try the feeling of basking in the sun? Roy teased again. Hearing Roy's words, Kibutsuji Muzan's face instantly filled with terror. If you were to ask what could completely kill Kibutsuji Muzan, sunlight was the simplest way. Now, Kibutsuji Muzan could no longer speak. It's a pity. After you die, those upper-ranked demon subordinates of yours might just choose a new demon king. Roy continued with a smile. His goal was simple. Killing Kibutsuji Muzan wouldn't quickly solve the demon problem. Because the 12 Kazuki still existed, and the upper ranks alone were not something the Demon Slayer Corps could handle. And Roy and the others would eventually have to leave. That's why Roy said such things to Kibutsuji Muzan. The goal was to make Kibutsuji Muzan eliminate all the demons himself. As the progenitor of demons, Kibutsuji Muzan could use a bloodline curse to kill any demon. Sure enough, after hearing Roy's words, Kibutsuji Muzan was suddenly filled with murderous intent. With his cruel, heartless, and selfish personality, he would absolutely not allow the upper-ranked demons, whom he treated merely as tools, to become the new demon king. Now that he had no way to escape, he would make all the demons be buried with him. In the next moment, Kibutsuji Muzan activated the bloodline curse. Outside Asakusa, Seiko and the other girls had just slain a few upper ranks and were preparing to deal with the rest of the demons. Suddenly, all the hundreds of demons present collapsed to the ground, then slowly turned into ash and vanished into the air. Not only that, except for the demons who had escaped Kibutsuji Muzan's control, almost all demons turned to ash and disappeared at that moment. What's going on? Could it be that Kibutsuji Muzan is already dead? Seiko, Kochu Shinobu, and the other girls looked at each other in surprise, then returned to Roy's side. Looking at the iceberg in front of them, the girls couldn't help but marvel, while their admiring gazes were unashamedly fixed on Roy. Is Kibutsuji Muzan dead? Kochu Shinobu asked curiously, looking at Kibutsuji Muzan frozen inside. Not yet, let him wait for death here. After saying that, Roy ordered Hamejima Gyomei and several other Hashira to guard the place. Meanwhile, they were arranged by the Demon Slayer Corps to rest in a separate courtyard. He wasn't worried that Kibutsuji Muzan could escape. Unless the sun beat down on it for 10 days to half a month, this iceberg would show no signs of melting. Once the sun came up, Kibutsuji Muzan would inevitably be reduced to ashes. Let him enjoy the fun of waiting for death. At night, Kagaya Yubayashiki also came over. Originally, being frail and sickly, he hadn't planned to come, as his presence would only be a burden. However, after hearing that Kibutsuji Muzan had been trapped and the other demons had turned to ash, he still decided to come and see Kibutsuji Muzan. At dawn, under the first ray of sunlight in the world, Kibutsuji Muzan finally turned into flying ash and vanished between heaven and earth. At this moment, all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps breathed a sigh of relief. The entire Demon Slayer Corps thanks Mr. Roy. Kagaya Yubayashiki led the Hashira and all the Demon Slayer members in a bow to express their gratitude. Haha, no need for thanks, this was just a trade. With the mission complete, Roy returned the position of the Demon Slayer Corps leader. Since Kibutsuji Muzan has been dealt with, we're preparing to leave. Waving his hand, Roy said no more as an ice-blue teleportation array lit up beneath his feet. In an instant, Roy and his group disappeared from the spot. This lord is truly free and easy. Watching them disappear before her eyes, Amane Yubayashiki couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yes, thanks to this lord, the Demon Slayer Corps was able to kill Kibutsuji Muzan and many demons with almost no losses. Kagaya Yubayashiki was very grateful to Roy. On the other side, when they reappeared, Roy and the others were already at the Butterfly Mansion. Roy wasn't in a hurry to go back to high school DxD, instead, he stayed at the Butterfly Mansion for a while. At the same time, he instructed the two Kochu sisters to teach Tanjiro medical skills. Roy still had to look after this brother-in-law, since he was about to take Nezuko away. He naturally had to arrange things for him before leaving, whereas the other girls didn't have this concern. In the following month, besides practicing Tsukuyomi's various ultimate moves and breathing styles, Roy spent his time accompanying the girls. Tanjiro also gained basic medical knowledge during this month, but to learn it proficiently, 1 month was definitely not enough. However, for some simple ailments, Tanjiro was already capable, so Roy also prepared to return to the high school DxD world. Well then, Tanjiro, we should be going. In the Butterfly Mansion, Roy patted Tanjiro's shoulder to say goodbye. Brother Roy, Nezuko. Tanjiro looked at them with teary eyes, not knowing what to say. Brother is an adult too, why are you still such a crybaby? Nezuko put her hands on her hips, putting on a look of disdain, though her own eyes were also a bit red. P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes. This book will be launched at 12 o'clock tonight, and there will be an explosive update then. I hope all the big shots will support it. Please, big shots, help by subscribing. Chapter 59. A Great Harvest. A Great Harvest. Tanjiro, I'm leaving the Butterfly Mansion to you. Kochu Shinobu was very satisfied with Tanjiro as a disciple. Don't worry, Tanjiro, if we have time, we'll still come back to visit you. Roy left some wealth for Tanjiro, enough for him to live like a local landlord. Moreover, Tanjiro now had medical skills to support himself, which was enough to put them at ease. Then, Roy didn't hesitate anymore and directly activated the system teleportation. In the next moment, Roy and the girls disappeared from the Butterfly Mansion. In the high school DxD world, inside Roy's castle, Isa, Saya, Shizuka, Yuriko, Alice, and Nanrika were staring intently at the spot where Roy and Seiko had just disappeared. Because Roy had said they might return in the next second, none of them moved, waiting quietly. 42. Number 42. Section 42. Chapter 42. Why hasn't Roy come back yet? Even though only a second had passed, Aisha couldn't help but worry. No one answered her, because her question echoed the thoughts of the other girls as well. Right then, a light suddenly flashed before their eyes. In an instant, Roy and the others appeared before them. Aisha and the other girls immediately surrounded them in surprise and joy. Saya was about to pounce on him, but then she saw Kochu Shinobu and the others behind Roy. Her heart immediately soured with jealousy, and she forced herself to suppress the urge to pounce. I knew it, he'd definitely bring other women back with him. Saya's tsundere nature flared up again. She gave a haughty huff and turned her head away, yet she still peeked at Roy out of the corner of her eye. Roy naturally noticed Saya's reaction. One could say that Saya's reaction was exactly as he expected. If she wasn't being tsundere, she wouldn't be Saya, and it was exactly this side of Saya that Roy liked. He set down little Alice from his arms and then walked over to Saya's side. He whispered in her ear, "I like Saya the most. Remember to come to my room tonight." Dummy who would go there? Hearing Roy's words, Saya's face instantly turned beet red, and she even began to stutter. Hearing this, Roy chuckled. He loved how Saya would look so incredibly pleased yet have a face full of tsundere defiance as she said no. That evening, to welcome the new members, Shizuka, Seiko, Kanae, and Shinobu prepared a lavish dinner together. In the time it took to have a meal, the girls became as close as sisters. That night, Saya arrived as promised and was given a lesson by Roy. The next day, Roy returned to his normal daily life. Saya, Aisha, and Seiko, wake up, it's time for school. Served by the maid Shizuka, Roy got up full of energy and ate breakfast. He waited for a long time before Saya, Aisha, and Seiko finally got up. Then they all gathered at the door. "It's all because you guys woke up so late. Look, classes have already started." Seeing the time and realizing they were late, Roy couldn't help but complain a bit. I wonder whose fault it is that we woke up so late." Hearing Roy's words, Saya immediately huffed. She looked at him with disdain because her legs were still feeling a bit weak. Hearing this, Roy shrugged helplessly. He couldn't really argue with that. "What are you standing there for? Open the teleportation circle and let's go to school," Saya ordered him about without the slightest hesitation. Yes, my lady Saya." Roy helplessly opened the teleportation circle, but in his heart, he decided he would have to give Saya another lesson tonight. Saya suddenly shivered, feeling as if something bad was about to happen. Upon arriving at school, Roy returned to his seat with a straight face under the watchful eyes of the homeroom teacher and many classmates. Meanwhile, Saya and Aisha ran back to their seats with blushing faces. The teacher didn't say anything and continued with the lesson. "Hey department head, why are you suddenly late today? Did you do too many naughty things last night?" As soon as he sat down, the perverted girl next to him, Kiryu Aika, started again. "Of course, that's exactly why I woke up so late. My legs are still weak even now," Roy said calmly. Hearing this, Kiryu Aika immediately looked over with a gaze of utter disdain. Don't misunderstand, I'm talking about Saya. Look, aren't her legs still shaking?" Saying this, Roy pointed at Saya's legs behind him. Hearing this, Kiryu Aika peeked over and saw that Saya's feet were positioned in an outward V shape. Her upper body was slumped over the desk, looking completely drained of energy. Seeing this, Kiryu Aika nodded. It really did seem like what he had said. Seeing the two in front of her whispering again and glancing at her from time to time, Saya immediately felt that nothing good was happening. "It seems our department head is quite impressive." Kiryu Aika praised him with a thoughtful expression. Of course, Roy admitted the fact without any hesitation. The two of them didn't blush at all while chatting about perverted topics. "By the way, after school, the three of you come with me to the kendo club. I have something important for you," Roy suddenly said to Kiryu Aika. No problem." Kiryu Aika didn't press him on what the important matter was. After school in the afternoon, Roy took Kiryu Aika, Murayama, and Katase to his private training room in the kendo club. "Department head, what exactly is this important matter?" Kiryu Aika finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. Hearing this, Roy smiled and said, "I'm going to teach you a form of swordsmanship. If you can learn it within a month, I'll give you a surprise." "Wow, a new swordsmanship, that's great." Murayama and Katase were overjoyed to hear that Roy was going to teach them new swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Kiryu Aika wondered what the surprise Roy mentioned was. "Then let's begin." Roy planned to teach them water breathing. If they could learn it within a month, he intended to take them in as his retainers. PS. Thanks to all the big bosses for the flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes. This book will be released tonight at 12 o'clock, with a massive update. I hope all the big bosses will support it. Subscribing to one chapter costs a few cents, and 10 chapters cost just a few dimes. I beg the big bosses to help by subscribing. Chapter 60. Meeting Little Cat on a Date. If they couldn't learn it, then it could only be said that they were not fated to be with him. And water breathing is the simplest among the many breathing styles. The three girls, Kiryuika, Murayama, and Katase, had already developed very strong physiques due to their long-term kendo practice. Practicing breathing styles would yield twice the results with half the effort for them, which is why Roy set a 1-month deadline. Water breathing, first form, water surface / After explaining the cultivation method to the three girls, Roy gave a direct demonstration. A wave of water rose from Roy's wooden sword, easily slicing through several wooden posts. Wow, so powerful, x3. This move immediately made the three girls' eyes sparkle with intense admiration. Was that sword chi just now? That's amazing. How on earth did the department head do that? Hee, what I just taught you is called a breathing style. As long as you learn it, you can do things like this too, Roy explained with a smile. Really? Of course it's true. Having received a positive answer, the three girls couldn't wait to start trying to practice. In order to impress Roy and for the sake of the mysterious reward he mentioned, the three girls practiced desperately hard. By the way, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Roy seemed to have thought of something. Hearing this, all three girls looked toward him. Seeing this, Roy gave a mysterious smile and said, and that is hone a single point to perfection. Hone a single point to perfection? Although the three girls didn't understand the meaning of these words, they still etched them into their hearts. After guiding the three girls through some cultivation issues, Roy left. After returning home, Roy began teaching Saya and the others the breathing styles. Breathing styles are very practical. They can enhance physical fitness and improve reaction speed. Even Shizuka and the others who study magic can learn it. After all, for devils, learning breathing styles is relatively simple. On the weekend, Roy took Saya out on a date alone. He really didn't know much about Kuoh town. However, it looked like a modern city. Although it was called a town, its scale was quite large. Saya was naturally very happy that Roy had taken her out for a date by herself. Holding Roy's hand along the way, she skipped and hopped, completely returning to her true nature as a young girl. They made their way to a bustling district, where Roy and Saya went shopping and enjoyed delicious food, having a great time. By the way, Saya, let's go play over there. Roy pointed to the arcade across the street and said to Saya. Sure, I'm a genius beautiful girl, and I'm very good at games too. Saya nodded and lifted her chin proudly. Then let's go in. Saying this, Roy pulled Saya into the arcade. Let's play this game. Entering the arcade, Roy looked around and eventually chose a fighting game. 43. Number 43 Section 43 Chapter 43 Pulling Saya to sit down, the two began their battle mode. This fighting game looked similar to the King of Fighters, though it was far from being as classic. Moreover, the controls were almost the same, so Roy quickly got the hang of it. And Saya indeed lived up to her name as a genius girl, picking it up very quickly as well. The two began an intense battle. Take this Yi Chi Lu, close black lens bracket. Ying San M Jurl. Watch my ultimate move. Haha, let's see how you handle this move. The two played so enthusiastically that they completely ignored their surroundings, shouting and yelling. The people around them were also attracted by their exciting battle and gathered to watch. Although Saya was a genius girl, she lacked experience in playing games. After all, she was a good student. Roy was different. He used to be a master at the King of Fighters. After becoming familiar with this game, he was naturally a cut above. Soon Saya couldn't hold on anymore, and Roy defeated her without mercy. Humph, Roy doesn't even know how to go easy on me. Having been cruelly defeated, Saya immediately began to charm. The crowd of onlookers was instantly stuffed with dog food. A challenger? Just as Roy was preparing to leave with Saya, suddenly, a challenge invitation appeared on his arcade screen. Having just warmed up and not yet fully satisfied, Roy accepted the challenge without hesitation. Someone who dared to challenge him after seeing his previous battle was naturally no weakling. In just one round, Roy discovered the opponent was a master. First round, Roy lost. From the second round, Roy started to get serious. Saya, standing by his side, cheered him on. Subsequently, Roy defeated this master. Then he lost the third round, took the fourth, and all the way to the 10th round. Roy won the match with a record of 6 wins and 4 losses. The surrounding onlookers were already watching with boiling blood. It had been a long time since they had seen such an intense match. The opponent didn't challenge again. Instead, they walked over from behind the arcade machine opposite Roy. Why is it little cat? Roy saw the person walking over from the opposite side and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect the person he had just fought 10 intense rounds with was actually Tachibana Nakoma. Roy senpai is so amazing. Little cat praised him expressionlessly, and seeing him didn't seem to surprise her in the slightest. It seemed she must have seen the battle between Roy and Saya just now and couldn't help but challenge him. Haha, little cat is also very amazing, Roy laughed. Hearing his praise, Little Cat's emotionless face didn't change. Her clear and bright eyes looked at Saya and then at Roy, saying, "Is Roy-senpai on a date?" "Yes." "Does Little Cat want to join?" Asked this question, Roy affirmed it without any hesitation and even invited Little Cat to join the date. "No, I'm going back." Little Cat rejected his invitation. "By the way, Roy-senpai, I have a favor to ask of you." "Ah? What is it?" Roy looked at Little Cat in confusion. "The president's mood hasn't been very good lately. Akano and I have tried to comfort her to no avail. I hope Roy-senpai can come to the Supernatural Research Club." After saying that, Little Cat looked at him expectantly. Hearing Little Cat's words, Roy thought for a moment and immediately understood what Rias was worried about. Under family pressure, Rias had an engagement with Riser Phoenix, the third son of the Phoenix family and one of the high-level demons of the 72 Pillars. And they were to be engaged soon. But Rias didn't like Riser Phoenix at all, so she was very troubled by this matter. "Don't worry, Little Cat, I will definitely go to the Supernatural Research Club." Roy immediately gave his guarantee. Hearing this, Little Cat nodded and left. After Little Cat left, Roy and Saya continued their date. The next day, after school in the afternoon, Roy arrived at the Supernatural Research Club as promised. He knocked on the door. No one spoke inside, so Roy pushed the door and entered. But he saw that it wasn't that no one was there. He saw Rias sitting at the desk, her chin resting on her hands, staring blankly ahead, not knowing what she was thinking. Roy quietly approached Rias. "What is Rias-senpai thinking about?" Roy leaned close to Rias's face with a playful smile. Eek! Rias, who was spacing out, was startled by Roy's sudden appearance. Her panicked look was quite cute. "Ha ha ha ha." Roy couldn't help but burst into laughter. Rias then realized it was Roy's prank. She immediately gave him a coquettish glare and said, "Roy Kahai has really turned bad." "Haha, not at all, it's just that Rias-senpai was thinking too deeply about something," Roy retorted with an air of righteousness. Speaking of this issue, Rias, who had been coaxed into smiling, suddenly became a bit sorrowful again. P.S. Thanks to the big shots for the flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes. This book will be released tonight at 12 o'clock, and there will be a burst of updates then. I hope all the big shots will support it. Subscribing to 1 chapter costs a few cents, subscribing to 10 chapters costs a few dimes. I beg the big shots to help subscribe. Chapter 61. Rias's surprise, 10 chapters released upon launch. Does Rias-senpai have some troubles? Seeing Rias like this, Roy asked directly. Hearing this, Rias smiled and said, "No, Roy Kahai doesn't need to worry." In Rias's eyes, Roy was just a mid-class demon, so she naturally wouldn't tell him about this. Seeing that Rias was unwilling to speak, Roy didn't continue to ask. Instead, he changed the subject. "Since Rias-senpai is unwilling to say, then let's temporarily forget that trouble. Let's go on a date." Roy gentlemanly extended his right hand to Rias, looking at her with a smile. "Eh? A date?" Facing such a bold invitation from Roy, Rias's face suddenly turned crimson. No one had ever invited her on a date before. After thinking about it, Rias still put her hand into Roy's and looked at him with a smile, saying, "Then I'll leave it to Roy Kahai." Seeing this, Roy pulled Rias up. "Don't worry, Rias-senpai, leave it to me." Saying that, Roy hurriedly pulled Rias out of the Supernatural Research Club. Just as they stepped out, 2 figures appeared in the Supernatural Research Club. Oh my, as expected, only Roy Kahai can make Rias happy. Akano, with her well-proportioned figure, looked at the departing pair and couldn't help but tease. Tachibana Nakoma, who was by her side, nodded slightly. It's just a pity that Roy Kahai doesn't seem to be able to change anything. As if thinking of something, Akano sighed again. Hearing this, Little Cat remained silent and didn't speak. On the other side, Roy pulled Rias to a lively street and began shopping. Sure enough, there are no girls who don't like shopping, even if they are demons. Arriving here, Rias completely forgot about the engagement matter. She started shopping happily with Roy. Shopping, tasting various delicious snacks, visiting lantern festivals and shrines, and so on. It wasn't until very late that their date ended. Walking on the way back, "Roy Kahai, thank you so much for today." Rias looked at Roy with a face full of smiles. Since the date began, the smile on her face hadn't stopped. Today's date was the happiest day for her and the most memorable day. "Haha, no need for thanks. I was also very happy to go on a date with Rias-senpai." Roy laughed. "Roy Kahai can call me by my name." Rias blinked her eyes playfully. Hearing Roy say that, Roy's smile grew even wider, saying, Rias can also call me by my name." Hearing Roy say this, Rias also called out even more happily. Roy, 44. Number 44 Section 44 Chapter 44 After Roy agreed, he said, if Rias has any worries, she just needs to stay firm in her own thoughts. Hearing this, Rias was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled and said, I understand. Well then, see you tomorrow, Rias. Before they knew it, they had reached the entrance of the Supernatural Research Club. Roy waved his hand and said goodbye. See you tomorrow. Rias also smiled and waved back. Afterward, Roy activated a teleportation circle and vanished from the spot. Stay firm in my own thoughts, huh? I understand. Watching Roy disappear, Rias murmured to herself, having made certain decisions in her heart. President, how was today's date? Akeno and Kaneko suddenly appeared in front of Rias. Asked about the date, Rias's face immediately turned a bit red with embarrassment. Anyway, it felt really great. Rias gave a perfunctory answer and then walked into the Supernatural Research Club. Seeing Rias like this, Akeno knew immediately that she must have been very happy during the date. Era President must be very happy. This makes me want to go on a date with Roy Kahai too. Akeno followed behind Rias, teasing her. Akeno. Rias's voice rang out in dissatisfaction at being teased like that. However, Akeno wasn't afraid at all. Era, does Rias want to keep Roy Kahai all to herself? That simply won't do. Facing Akeno's blatant teasing, Rias could do nothing about her and could only quicken her pace. Seeing this, Akeno covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Roy returned home and, after some thought, felt it was time to return to the underworld. It was necessary to ask his sister Graphia about his own awakened talent, and it was also time to arrange things regarding Rias. Thinking of this, Roy gathered the girls and told them about returning to the underworld. The girls immediately began to discuss it among themselves upon hearing the news. What kind of person is brother Roy's sister? Nezuko was very curious about Roy's sister. Is it time to meet the family? Kanroji Mitsuri covered her blushing face with one hand, wondering what she was thinking about. The Kochu sisters were also a bit nervous. After all, it was their first time meeting Roy's sister. Haha, you don't need to be nervous. Although sister looks very serious, she's actually a person who's cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Roy patted Nezuko's head and said with a smile. Hearing his words, Kanae and the others felt a bit more at ease. As for Seiko and the others who had already met Graphia, they were naturally not very nervous. Subsequently, Roy activated the teleportation circle. In a flash of blue light, Roy and the others disappeared from the spot. The underworld, the Lucifuge family estate. Blue light flooded the hall as Roy and the others stepped out from it. As soon as they emerged, they saw Graphia already standing before them. Sister, I'm back. Roy looked at his sister with a smile. Welcome home. Graphia welcomed him with a cool expression. Although she didn't show a smile, it was clearly visible that she was still very happy. By the way, sister, let me introduce you. Subsequently, Roy introduced his retainers to his sister. Although Graphia had seen Seiko and the others last time, they hadn't had the chance to get to know each other. After the introductions, Graphia looked at Seiko with some surprise. Last time, she had seen that Seiko's talent was good, but she didn't expect that in such a short time her strength would reach the peak of a mid-class demon. What surprised her even more was that Kanae and the other girls were all at the strength of the peak of a mid-class demon. One must know that mid-class demons were already the backbone of the underworld, let alone those at the peak of mid-class. Even among Riser Phoenix's retainers, there weren't many mid-class demons. Most were still lower-class demons, and there was only one high-level demon. That was Yubaluna, known by the title of the Bomb Queen. How is it, sister? My retainers are pretty good, right? Roy said to Graphia with a bit of a boastful look. Hearing this, Graphia nodded, expressing her great satisfaction. Afterward, Graphia arranged rooms for the girls to rest, as it was already very late. Roy, meanwhile, went with his sister Graphia to her room. Sister, I have something to show you. Pulling Graphia's hand, Roy gave a mischievous smile. It was only in front of his sister Graphia that Roy would show such a childish side. What is it? Graphia looked at him with some confusion. Look, Roy reached out his hand, and a rose made of ice slowly materialized in his palm. Seeing this, Graphia's eyes narrowed. That's right, this is my awakened demon talent. Impressive, isn't it? Roy said boastfully. However, looking at the ice rose in his hand, Graphia did not show a surprised expression. Sister, you don't seem surprised that I was able to awaken a talent? Because your mother also once awakened an ice-type talent, only. Hearing Graphia stop halfway, Roy asked curiously, only what? Your mother was a direct descendant of one of the 72 pillars of the demon god families, which is why she awakened an ice-type talent, but the ice talent she awakened wasn't very strong. Graphia said so. Hearing this, Roy finally understood why Graphia wasn't surprised. It turned out she thought his ice talent would be like his mother's and not very strong. But the corners of Roy's mouth curled up into a slight smile. Then, a massive amount of ice-type magic power erupted, and the entire room was coated in a thin layer of frost. This was only because Roy had deliberately suppressed his magic power. Otherwise, the entire castle would have been instantly frozen solid. Graphia was suddenly quite surprised when she felt this ice-type magic power. Just now, she hadn't carefully observed Roy's strength since he had only just broken through to mid-class demon. Unexpectedly, upon closer look, Roy was already at the level of a high-level demon. Moreover, she could feel that this ice-type magic power was extremely vast. His strength had grown too quickly. Seeing his sister's surprised look, Roy couldn't help but smile. By the way, sister, I have something I want to ask of you. At this time, Graphia also snapped back from her surprise. Just say what's on your mind. You are the heir to the Lucifuge family. It's like this. I want to ask sister to help me with the Gremory and Phoenix families. Subsequently, Roy slowly explained his plan. Broadly speaking, it was to have Graphia propose a rating game to the Gremory and Phoenix families. Between Roy and Riser, whoever wins becomes Rias's fiancé. Is it for Miss Rias? It seems quite appropriate, Graphia said with a calm expression. Roy chuckled upon hearing this and did not object to his sister's words. I will go to the Gremory and Phoenix families to speak of this matter, but whether they will agree is still unknown. Thank you, sister. Seeing that Graphia had agreed, Roy hurriedly expressed his thanks. He wasn't worried that the two families wouldn't agree. One must know that the current head of the Gremory family doted on his daughter Rias very much. Furthermore, her brother, the current Demon King CSSK, doted on Rias even more. Previously, there was no other choice, so they had Rias get engaged to Riser, whom she didn't like. But if there were another option, it could also give the Gremory family a way out. He believed the Gremory family wouldn't mind letting Rias choose for herself. The next day, Graphia went to handle Roy's affairs. Roy, meanwhile, took the girls back to the human world. He still had to attend school. Perhaps because Graphia moved quickly enough, Rias received news from her family by noon. Rias, who had returned to the underworld, was somewhat confused when her brother CSSK informed her that there was a change in her engagement to Riser. However, upon hearing that Roy had dared to challenge Riser Phoenix to a rating game for her sake, she was instantly moved to tears. Thinking of her first date with Roy, her heart felt sweet. However, she then became worried. In her eyes, Roy only had the strength of a mid-class demon. And with only a few retainers, how could he possibly win against Riser, who was already a high-level demon? So, ignoring her brother's next words, she directly opened a teleportation circle and went back. Returning to Kuoh Academy, Rias couldn't wait to go to Roy's classroom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she pulled Roy away directly. 45. Number 45 Section 45 Chapter 45 This action directly left the entire class, including the teacher, dumbfounded. No one expected Rias, who usually maintained the poise of a noble young lady, to do something like this. Being pulled along by Rias, Roy didn't say anything either. The two of them went all the way to the Supernatural Research Club. Rias pulled Roy into the room, then closed the door and pinned him against it with a backhand. Kabedon. Roy Kahai, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Rias pressed her entire body toward Roy, her watery big eyes staring intently at him. What do you want me to explain? Roy spread his hands helplessly, pretending to know nothing. Rias was naturally dissatisfied with Roy's answer. Naturally, it's about you challenging Riser Phoenix to a rating game. Rias puffed out her cheeks and spoke with dissatisfaction. Seeing that Rias had laid it all out, Roy stopped playing dumb. He wrapped one arm around Rias and exerted some force, flipping their positions so that Roy was now the one pinning Rias against the wall. Rias was startled by Roy's sudden move. Is it possible that Rias is willing to be engaged to that fellow Riser? Of course not, but before Rias could finish, Roy interrupted her. There are no buts. Does Rias not believe in my strength? Or is it that Rias doesn't like me? Hearing this, Rias's face suddenly turned slightly red. It was certainly impossible to say she didn't like Roy. She already had feelings for Roy, and after their last date, her affection level was undoubtedly maxed out. However, Rias wasn't fooled by his words. She widened her eyes, trying to see Roy's true strength, but unfortunately, she couldn't see through him at all. What was going on? Generally speaking, one can only fail to see through someone if they are at the same level or higher. Could Roy's strength be? Rias opened her mouth wide and looked at Roy in disbelief. That's right, Rias, I now have the strength of a high-level demon, Roy said with a slight smile. Hearing this, Rias was quite shocked. You should know that when Roy broke through and became a mid-class demon a while ago, Rias was still happy for him. She didn't expect that after not seeing him for just a few days, Roy had become a high-level demon, breaking through continuously in just a few months. From the strength of a lower-class demon to a high-level demon, this was simply a miracle in the underworld. No wonder even she couldn't see Roy's strength clearly. Thinking of this, Rias's gaze toward Roy changed, as if she were looking at a freak. Roy keenly noticed Rias's gaze and said somewhat helplessly, "Hey Rias, what kind of look is that?" Hearing this, Rias covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh. But then Rias said with some concern, "Although your strength has reached high-level demon, Roy, Riser has already been a high-level demon for many years, and your retainers." At this point, Rias didn't go on, but looked at him worriedly. Roy naturally understood what Rias wanted to say. The rating game is a team battle, so it's not just personal strength that needs to be strong. The strength of the retainers is also very important. Riser Phoenix has an immortal body and can be reborn from fire, which is a very rogue move. But Roy had also awakened ice-type magic. He wanted to see just how powerful Riser's immortality was. As for the retainers, there was even less to worry about. Although he didn't have a queen yet, Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri both had the strength of high-level demons. If the two of them joined forces, even against Riser's queen, it shouldn't be a problem. Not to mention the other retainers, in terms of quality, Roy completely crushed Riser. So he didn't need to worry at all. "Don't worry Rias, my retainers are very strong. I'll take you to see them after school. As for now, let's go on a date." Saying that, Roy took Rias's hand and ran. But Roy, aren't you still in class?" Although she was looking forward to their date, Rias still reminded him. That kind of thing doesn't matter. Wasn't skipping class a normal thing? Besides, they were demons. The entire afternoon following that, the two of them were on a sweet date. In the evening, Roy invited Rias, Akeno, and Little Cat to his home as guests. Era, is this where Roy Kahai lives? It's truly extraordinary. Akeno looked around Roy's castle with a face full of wonder. The outside of the castle was in a retro style, while the inside had a modern decoration, looking very cozy. "Hey Rias, how about we move in here with Roy Kahai too?" Akeno seemed to really like the place, and then proposed to Rias beside her. This place is indeed quite nice." Rias nodded, and then both girls looked at Roy together, waiting for his answer. "Haha, if you want to come live here, of course there's no problem." He certainly wouldn't refuse the three of them moving in. Rather, he would be very welcoming. "Let's go, let's head inside. Everyone is waiting to welcome you." Saying that, Roy led the three girls into the drawing room. There, Seiko, Kanae, and the other girls had already prepared a welcome party, with various fruits and food laid out. "Welcome Rias, Akeno, and Little Cat." Seiko was the first to welcome them. "Welcome Rias Senpai, Akeno Senpai, and Kaneko-chan." Isa also followed with a welcome. Facing such a warm welcome, Rias, Akeno, and Little Cat were all very happy. Afterward, everyone introduced themselves to each other, and the atmosphere became lively. Roy felt like there was nothing left for him to do. "Hey Little Cat, do you want to play?" At this time, the lively and active Shirley Alice, leading the Butterfly Mansion trio of Lawless, ran up to Little Cat. She held two game consoles and shook them, saying, "This is the latest game console Big Brother Roy bought for me, do you want to play?" The latest game console? Originally, with Little Cat's stoic personality, she wouldn't play with children she had just met, but she couldn't resist the temptation of the latest game console. In the end, Little Cat was pulled away by Shirley Alice to play. Roy's home is truly lively. Akeno couldn't help but sigh as she watched Shirley Alice and the several little Lawless playing with Little Cat. Up until now, the Supernatural Research Club only had the three of them, and compared to here, it seemed a bit lonely. By the way, where did Roy find so many retainers? Clearly there were only a few people last time. Rias was puzzled, with a hint of envy. She remembered that when dealing with the lost demons last time, Roy didn't have so many retainers, and their strength was relatively poor. She didn't expect that at this meeting, Roy would have so many more retainers, and Rias could see that their strength was not bad. This made her very envious. You should know that in all these years, she had only contracted 2 retainers, Akeno and Little Cat. Hearing Rias's words, Akeno on the side also looked at Roy with curiosity. That's a secret. Seeing the two of them looking at him like curious babies, Roy couldn't help but find it funny, but he didn't tell them. Hearing this, Rias was a bit disappointed, but then she felt relieved. Such a thing naturally couldn't be told to others so easily. Seeing this, Roy's lips curled slightly, and then he leaned into Rias's ear and whispered, "If Rias becomes my fiancé, I'll tell you." Rias, who was still a bit disappointed, suddenly turned red in the face upon hearing Roy's words. Facing such a situation, Rias was still very shy. Looking at the shy Rias, Roy only felt it was quite interesting. Era Roy Kahai, if I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't have a queen yet. At this time, Akeno said thoughtfully. I indeed don't have a queen yet. Roy nodded truthfully. That won't do. You should know that Riser Phoenix's queen is Yubaluna, known as the Bomb Queen, and her strength is very formidable. Hearing Akeno's words, Rias on the side also nodded in agreement. Seeing that even Rias nodded, Akeno gave a light laugh and said, well then, why don't I become Roy Kahai's queen? As soon as these words came out, the face of Rias, who was still a bit worried, suddenly turned dark. Just now she was envying Roy for having so many excellent retainers. She didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, her only 2 retainers were about to jump ship. But thinking that Roy indeed didn't have a queen, she couldn't say anything to oppose it, so she could only remain silent with a dark face. And seeing Rias like this, Roy couldn't help but chuckle. He suppressed his laughter and said, this proposal is very good, right? Right. Akeno also blinked her eyes with a face full of smiles. However, if Akeno comes to my side, poor Rias would cry, wouldn't she? Hearing Roy's words, Rias immediately said stubbornly, I would not. Really? Ha ha ha. After saying that, Roy was the first who couldn't help but laugh. Akeno on the side also covered her mouth and laughed softly. 46. Number 46 Section 46 Chapter 46 It was only then that Rias realized Akeno and Roy had been teasing her together just now. Akeno, Rias called out in dissatisfaction. Era Rias's reaction is just too interesting. Akeno was already laughing so hard she was leaning on Roy's shoulder. Seeing this, Rias could only sigh helplessly. She truly had no way of dealing with Akeno. Haha, actually, you don't need to worry about me. Nezuko and Mitsuri can both erupt with the strength of a high-level demon, so the Bomb Queen is nothing to fear. Roy patted Nezuko's little head as he spoke to the 2 girls. Hearing this, both Rias and Akeno looked at Nezuko and Mitsuri with surprise, not expecting the 2 girls to possess such strength. Facing the surprised gazes of the 2 women, Nezuko and Mitsuri looked very proud. Chapter 62 The bathhouse plot is indispensable. The rating game is set for 10 days from now. Although I don't know if it will help, I want to invite everyone to a training camp together. This is the only way I can provide a helping hand to everyone. Although Rias trusted Roy deeply, she couldn't help but want to do something for him, which was why she invited everyone to the training camp. Facing Rias's kindness, Roy naturally wouldn't refuse. No problem. Then let's set off tomorrow. I'll have someone handle the leave of absence at school. Seeing him agree, Rias was very happy. 10 days wouldn't allow Roy and the others to make massive progress, so they treated it like going on a vacation. The next morning, Rias took Roy and the others to her secret training base. With everyone carrying large and small bags, it felt less like they were going to train and more like they were going on a trip. Wow, little cat is so amazing. Surely Alice jogged along behind Kaneko. So amazing, X3, chimed the Butterfly Mansion trio. The 4 little lollas surrounded Kaneko, looking at her with admiration. Kaneko was carrying a massive pack 3 or 4 times her height, climbing the mountain without even changing her expression. Also carrying packs were Seiko, Shinobu, Kanae, and the other women. This was the weight training Rias had requested, except for the few little lollas. Even the 2 healers, Shizuka and Isa, had weights, though theirs were relatively lighter. However, as they walked along, what surprised Rias was, none of them seemed to be struggling. In fact, they looked quite relaxed. Akeno, standing to the side, seemed to have noticed something. How interesting, their way of breathing seems a bit special. That's right, it's likely some kind of special magic. Rias had seen it too. Haha, it's not magic, just a type of breathing style. Roy spoke up to explain. Roy didn't intend to hide the existence of breathing styles. It was precisely because all the women had learned breathing styles that this level of physical training was no pressure at all. Even Shizuka, who had just learned a breathing style, and Nanrika's group were the same. Breathing style? X2. Neither woman had ever heard of breathing styles. After all, this was an era of magic. It's just a common cultivation method. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Rias and Akeno did not refuse, clearly interested in this cultivation method. Soon, everyone arrived at Rias's secret training base. Wow, it's so beautiful. It really is. As soon as they arrived, Isa and the others fell in love with the place. It was a massive estate, filled with lush trees, gardens, peaks, and lakes. It was practically a paradise for vacationing. Alright, let's start the training as soon as we go in, Rias called out. Then everyone entered the manor together, put down their luggage, and changed into combat gear. The group arrived at the training ground within the manor. The entire field was incredibly vast, enough for an intense battle. I've already taught you the basic use of magic over the past few days, so today we'll start direct practical combat. Saying this, Roy looked at Akeno and said, Akeno, I'll have to trouble you to be their opponent. No problem. Akeno gave a light laugh, then transformed into her shrine maiden outfit and flew to the center of the training ground. Seeing this, Roy turned to Seiko and the other women and smiled. So, who wants to be the first to challenge Akeno? Friendly tip. Akeno has the strength of a high-level demon. As soon as Roy finished speaking, Seiko stepped forward. Seiko licked her lips as she looked at Akeno, her voice full of fighting spirit. I'll be the first to go. Roy shrugged at this. He knew Seiko would be the first to step up. Then Seiko will go first. Both of you, go all out as much as possible with Isa and Shizuka here. There's no need to fear getting injured, and if necessary, Rias and I will stop the match. He said this mainly to encourage them to show their true strength. Otherwise, fighting with held-back hands would be meaningless. Rias frowned upon hearing this but didn't say anything. In that case, I'll be going all out. Akeno, flying in the sky, gave a soft laugh. Please, do not hold back. Seiko drew her blade and spoke seriously. The battle was about to begin. In the next moment, Seiko was the first to move. Thunder breathing, first form. Thunderclap and flash. Seiko turned into a streak of golden lightning, rapidly approaching Akeno like a thunderclap tearing through the air. So fast is this the breathing style. Rias, watching from the side, was somewhat shocked by her speed. However, Akeno, flying in the air, still maintained a calm expression. She raised her right hand and gave a sharp cry. Falling thunder. Rumble. Following Akeno's cry, countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, targeting Seiko. Even with Seiko's speed, she was still subjected to a lock-on by these lightning bolts. Helpless, Seiko had to change her move. Thunder breathing, first form. Thunderclap and flash, Godspeed. Seiko's entire body flickered with golden lightning. In the next instant, she vanished from her spot, turning into a flash of electricity to constantly dodge the falling thunder from the sky. This was a sword technique developed by Zenitsu Agatsuma, and with Roy's help, Seiko had successfully mastered it. Furthermore, it was even more powerful than when used by Zenitsu Agatsuma. In the original work, Zenitsu could only use it 8 times in a row, but with Seiko's demon physique, she could use it many more times consecutively. At this moment, Seiko turned into a golden shinny, constantly circling around Akeno. This speed left Akeno a bit overwhelmed. The smile had long since vanished from her face, replaced by a look of solemnity. Akeno had originally thought Seiko only had the strength of an ordinary mid-class demon. She thought she could defeat her easily, but she didn't expect Seiko to be this troublesome. Below the stage, Shirley Alice and the other little lollies had already begun cheering for Seiko. Big Sister Seiko is so amazing. Go, Big Sister Seiko. Big Sister Seiko will win for sure. In the field, Seiko continued to dodge the falling thunder while steadily drawing closer to Akeno. Seiko suddenly noticed that as she got closer to Akeno, the number of lightning strikes decreased significantly. Could it be that the falling thunder was afraid of hitting Akeno herself? Seiko thought to herself, but this was her perfect opportunity. Thunder breathing, fourth form. Distant thunder. After lightning erupted from Seiko's body, she turned into a golden flash and soared into the sky. In an instant, she arrived right in front of Akeno. The two women's eyes met, but Seiko found that Akeno wasn't panicked. Instead, she wore a smile as if her scheme had succeeded. Lightning light, Akeno shouted, and immediately a massive amount of lightning erupted from her body. In the blink of an eye, it reached Seiko. Not good. Instantly, Seiko realized she had been tricked. It turned out that when she was approaching Akeno, the thinning of the falling thunder had been intentional on Akeno's part. The goal was to let Seiko get close to her, then deliver a powerful strike. Facing the sky full of lightning, Seiko did not panic. The demon wings on her back unfurled, allowing her to hover in midair. Then, she sheathed the blade in her hand, assuming a drawing stance. The lightning on Seiko's body vanished, seemingly concentrating entirely into her hand. Thunder breathing, Chidori. This move was an advanced technique evolved from Seiko's own Iaido swordsmanship. It was many times stronger than a standard Ei slash. Lightning bloomed from the blade in Seiko's hand, as if she were holding not a sword, but lightning itself. Then, a golden light flashed as she slashed forward. The blanket of lightning in front of Akeno was cut through, vanishing instantly. 47. Number 47 Section 47 Chapter 47 Akeno was stunned by the sight. One had to know that she hadn't held back at all. That previous strike was her full power attack. She hadn't expected it to be directly broken by Seiko. Rias, who was off-field, was also shocked. She hadn't expected Seiko to be able to use her mid-class demon strength to fight Akeno, a high-level demon, so fiercely. It was truly impressive. Only Roy knew that while Seiko was powerful, she was still a bit short of defeating Akeno, the priestess of thunder. If it were an ordinary high-level demon, Seiko could certainly challenge them across ranks without pressure. But Akeno wielded a weapon of mass destruction like lightning. Sure enough, after releasing Chidori, Seiko was already panting heavily. Having used Thunderclap and Flash many times and then her strongest move, she no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Roy's figure flashed as he arrived in the center of the field, supporting the descending Seiko. Seiko, you did a great job. Roy praised her with a smile on his face. Hearing his praise, Seiko also showed a smile, but then said with some regret, "It's a pity I still lost." Haha, don't worry about that. You're already amazing. Roy gave Seiko a thumbs up. That's right, Busujima-san is indeed very powerful. If our strengths were equal, I would definitely be the one who lost. There was no fault in Akeno's words. If they were at the same level of strength, she might have been defeated in an instant. Hearing this, Seiko looked at Akeno with eyes full of fighting spirit. The two women who used lightning seemed to feel a sense of mutual respect at this moment. Alright, Akeno and Seiko should rest for a bit. Next, as he spoke, Roy looked at Kaneko nearby and said, "Kaneko, do you want to give it a try? You can pick any opponent you want." Hearing this, Kaneko looked around and finally chose Nezuko as her opponent. This was because Kaneko noticed that only Nezuko didn't carry a sword, while the other girls all had blades hanging at their waists. Kaneko's fighting style as a rook always involved using her fists, so she chose Nezuko, who didn't have a sword. Seeing this, Roy and Rias had somewhat strange expressions. It seemed that when Roy was introducing Nezuko and Mitsuri earlier, Kaneko had been pulled away to play games and didn't know that Nezuko possessed the strength of a high-level demon. Alright then, it'll be Nezuko versus Kaneko. Saying that, Roy leaned into Nezuko's ear and whispered, "Nezuko, remember not to use your demonization." Nezuko nodded obediently. Then the two girls took the field and began a hand-to-hand brawl. The two petite girls were fighting with punches that hit home, which felt a bit strange to watch. In the end, Kaneko lost. After all, Nezuko's strength was right there. Even without her demonization, her strength was much greater than Kaneko's. Roy's retainers are indeed very powerful, but a rating game isn't one just because your retainers are strong, Rias said in a slightly sour tone. She was truly envious of Roy's retainers. Oh, does Leah want to test my strength? Roy naturally heard the implication in Rias's words, that his own strength as the master was lacking. In that case, let's give it a try. That's exactly what I intended. Rias showed a triumphant smile. The two of them then moved to the center of the field. Leah, come at me boldly. Roy gestured for Rias to attack first. Then I won't be polite. After saying that, Rias released red magic power from her entire body, her bright red hair fluttering behind her. Ha! With a feminine shout, black-red magic power gathered into a crescent shape and shot towards Roy. Rias's power of destruction was said to be able to destroy anything and was extremely powerful. However, Roy simply flashed to the side and easily dodged it. Too slow. Roy uttered a few words lightheartedly. Hearing this, Rias immediately used her power of destruction to fire repeatedly. Leah, your attacks are a bit too monotonous, Roy complained. Indeed, whether it was Rias or Akeno, their means of attack were very simple. Akeno's lightning attacks were all straightforward, without any variation. There are countless people who use lightning as a means of attack, such as Enel from One Piece, who ate the Rumble fruit. The ultimate moves he developed included 30 million volts, Thunderbird, 30 million volts, Thunderbeast, 200 million volts, Amaru, Mamaragan, Raigo, and so on. The power of those ultimate moves was extremely formidable. By comparison, the lightning Akeno used was indeed quite inferior. And Rias was the same. Leah, let me teach you how to use magic power. Saying this, Roy stopped dodging and grabbed at the air with one hand. Secret art, ice prism mirror reflection. Chilling air condensed in his hand to form an ice mirror, and Rias's magic bullet of destruction was instantly reflected back. What? Rias hadn't expected her own power of destruction to be reflected back, and she dodged clumsily. However, it wasn't over yet. Secret art, profound cold ice bow. Roy used ice to create a magnificent bow, then he drew the string and fired an arrow. As the ice arrow shot out, it transformed into countless arrows. It instantly enveloped Rias. Faced with this attack, Rias could only use her power of destruction as a shield in front of her. However, the ice arrows easily passed through her power of destruction, but they didn't harm her, instead passing right by her body. Secret art, Wolf Fang, Roy shouted, raising his hands. Several ice peaks suddenly erupted around Rias, freezing her with ease. The series of magnificent attacks left the girls shocked beyond belief. So powerful. Akeno, standing to the side, was already staring slack-jawed. These magnificent techniques and terrifying power were completely incomparable to her own monotonous lightning strikes. But is Rias okay? Although shocked by Roy's strength, Akeno was still very concerned about the frozen Rias. Haha, she's fine. Roy hadn't used his full strength at all. Rias should be able to break this level of freezing quite easily. Sure enough, crack, crack, crack. The dozens of meters high ice mountain on the field slowly cracked open, and Rias, emitting black-red magic power, walked out. Achoo! Rias walked out with her arms wrapped around herself, shivering as she sneezed, looking extremely cold. Seeing this, Akeno gave Roy a glare and hurriedly took out a piece of clothing to drape over. Rias, are you okay? I'm fine. Rias shook her head while shivering. Sorry, Leah. Roy felt a bit awkward. It seemed he had been a bit too heavy-handed. He couldn't help it. He had developed many new ultimate moves recently and felt uncomfortable if he didn't throw them all out at once. Roy-senpai is too mean. Kaneko also spoke up to criticize Roy. It's okay, it's just that I'm too weak. Rias felt a bit dejected, not expecting to be defeated so easily. At the same time, she greatly admired Roy's strength. Those magnificent and powerful techniques were truly incredible. The combat training ended, and Rias suggested going for a bath. Roy was all alone in the men's bath. There was no helping it, as he was the only boy there. Right next door was the women's bath, and with the two sides not far apart, Roy could easily hear the sounds of the girls laughing and playing. Chapter 63. This morning, in the women's bath, Rias sat in the pool, staring blankly at the water, lost in thought. Rias, what's wrong? Akeno interrupted her contemplation. Tell me just how strong is Roy? Rias murmured to herself. I don't know how powerful Roy Kuoh is, but he will definitely be able to defeat Riser Phoenix. Hearing Akeno's words, Rias's eyes lit up and she nodded. Yes, that's right. When the time comes, Rias will become Roy Kuoh's fiancé. Akeno teased again. Hearing this, Rias's face turned slightly red, but she didn't refute it. As for Roy, he was lying in the pool with his eyes closed, resting his mind out of boredom. 48. Number 48 Section 48, Chapter 48. Just then, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Roy looked over at the sound and saw Akeno walking in. Hey Akeno-senpai, why did you come over here? Oh my, because Roy Kuoh was too lonely by himself, I came over. With that, Akeno had already moved closer. Seeing this, Roy sighed helplessly. He wasn't an incompetent male lead from a light novel, but now was clearly not the time to eat Akeno, so he could only sigh helplessly. However, a thought then occurred to him. If he couldn't eat her, couldn't he do something else? Girls' bathroom. Huh? Little cat, have you seen Akeno? Rias was momentarily stunned when she realized Akeno, who had just been talking to her, was gone. I haven't seen her. Little cat and Alice were having so much fun that they didn't pay attention to Akeno's movements. I saw Akeno go out just now. Seiko suddenly spoke at this moment. Oh, she went out. Hearing this, Rias nodded, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. The next day, Roy taught Rias and the other two girls breathing styles as promised. Akeno-senpai is good at controlling lightning, so learning thunder breathing is perfect for her. So, Seiko, you can teach Akeno-senpai. Roy handed the task of teaching Akeno to Seiko. No problem. Seiko readily agreed. After yesterday's battle, the two girls had become very good friends. So, having Seiko teach was the most suitable arrangement. Akeno had no objections either. Little cat is good at close combat, so learning stone breathing, which can enhance strength and defense, is most suitable. Thank you, Roy-senpai. Little cat thanked him earnestly. For little cat, her strength had always been difficult to improve because she had been suppressing the power of the cat demon within her. Now that Roy had brought her a new way to become stronger, little cat was very happy. Then finally, Rias. Which breathing style suits Rias? Roy thought for a moment, unsure which breathing style was suitable for Rias. Because Rias usually fought using power of destruction. Let Rias choose herself. After thinking, Roy decided to let her choose. Then, Roy introduced her to the characteristics of all breathing styles. After listening to Roy's introduction, Rias thought for a moment and said, then, what breathing style does Roy use? Hearing this, Roy was stunned for a moment, then replied, I use water breathing. Hearing his words, Rias smiled happily and said, then I'll learn water breathing too. Hearing this, Roy was a bit speechless, but he still agreed. Subsequently, Seiko was responsible for teaching Akeno thunder breathing, while Roy was responsible for teaching Rias and Little Cat. The other girls practiced by fighting each other. Just like that, a week passed. There were 3 days left until the raiding game with Riser Phoenix. This evening, everyone, I suppose you all don't have familiars yet. I've already contacted the familiar master, and we can go catch familiars tonight. Rias had gone to great lengths to help everyone become stronger. Familiars? Hearing the words, familiars, Kanae and the other girls were a bit curious. That's right, look. Saying that, Rias extended her right hand. Bang! After a puff of smoke in her hand, a small demon flapping its wings appeared. This is my familiar, Rias introduced with a smile. With a bang and a puff of smoke, the little demon actually transformed into a beautiful black-haired girl. Wow, how amazing! So cute! Isa and the other girls exclaimed upon seeing the little demon transform into a beautiful girl. My familiar is this. Akano, standing beside them, also summoned her familiar, which was a small imp, seemingly unremarkable. This is Shiro. Little cat also summoned her familiar. It was a small white kitten, looking like it had no combat ability, as if it were a pet. For devils, familiars are very important. They can help their masters, transmit information, track, scout, and so on. Rias introduced the uses of familiars to everyone. Then let's set off quickly. Isa was already eager to catch a cute familiar. Hearing this, Rias smiled. Then everyone, come closer. After everyone gathered, Rias activated the magic circle and the next moment, they vanished from the spot. Underworld, familiar forest. As a deep red magic circle appeared, Roy, Rias, and the girls emerged from it. This is the familiar forest. All our familiars were caught here. Rias surveyed the surroundings and introduced it to everyone. The sky was dark red, and there were all sorts of strange trees. Various noises occasionally came from all around, making the atmosphere somewhat terrifying. Even Alice, who was usually lively and cute, didn't dare to run around and was nervously clutching Roy's clothes. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the familiar forest. I am the legendary familiar master. A sudden voice rang out, startling the girls. They saw a skinny old man with a backpack standing on a large tree nearby, looking down at Roy and the others. Familiar master? Isa and the other girls looked at the skinny old man in confusion. That's right, tonight is also a full moon night, which is the most suitable for catching familiars. Follow me, and you'll catch any familiar you want. Saying that, the familiar master narcissistically struck a pose, which left Roy a bit speechless. He's an expert when it comes to familiars. Akano introduced him to everyone. Roy, however, was unimpressed. In the original work, he only found a familiar for Isa, right? Alright, what kind of familiars do you want? Powerful ones? Agile ones? Or poisonous ones? The familiar master gesticulated wildly as he introduced various familiars to everyone. When it came to knowledge of familiars, he was very confident. I want a cute familiar. Are there any dog-type familiars? Butterfly types? Preferably ones that can fly. I want. The girls spoke one after another, stating the types of familiars they wanted. The requirements they put forward also perfectly matched their personalities. Ha ha ha, leave it all to me. Let's go. The familiar master laughed heartily, then led everyone to search for familiars. Although he was a bit arrogant and talkative, he was indeed worthy of being called the familiar master. He knew all sorts of familiars very well, and he was also very familiar with the places where various rare familiars often appeared. Along the way, everyone encountered various familiars, but most of them were very common and ordinary. The cute types were very weak and not very helpful, while the stronger ones were extremely ugly, and none of the girls were interested. Just like the one in front of them, the familiar master led everyone to a lake and stopped. In this lake lives the water spirit, Undine. Oh, Undine is about to appear. The familiar master excitedly pointed to the center of the lake. There, a gentle light shimmered, and a muscular figure slowly rose from the lake. Hua, a muscular, fierce woman turned around and roared, her aura breathtaking. As expected, Roy sighed in his heart. He knew it would be like this. You guys are really lucky. That's Undine. The familiar master folded his arms across his chest, looking as if they were extremely fortunate. Circled.operator 49. Hash 49 Section 49 Chapter 49 Kochu Shinobu and the other girls found it hard to accept this image of a muscular Amazon. Only Isa looked eager, saying, her eyes are very clear, she must be a girl with a beautiful heart. Hey Isa, didn't you say you wanted a cuter familiar? Let's forget about this one. Roy tried to dissuade her, somewhat speechless. He really didn't want such a muscular Amazon appearing in their home in the future. What a shame. In the end, Isa obediently gave up on this Undine. There was no other choice. The familiar master led everyone to continue their search. Wait, look over there. The familiar master suddenly stopped, pointing at a branch not far away. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw a small blue dragon standing on the branch. It's a dragon, so cute. Isa and the other girls, seeing such an adorable baby dragon, immediately fell in love with it. The Azure Thunder Dragon is a type of baby dragon that uses blue lightning. If you want to catch it, hurry up. It'll be much harder to catch once it grows up. The familiar master turned and said to the group, "It looks very good indeed." Rias also thought this baby dragon was excellent. Only Roy really disliked this blue baby dragon, because in the original story, it was a little perverted dragon. He definitely wouldn't allow this dragon to appear in their home. Just then, the blue baby dragon on the branch suddenly flew towards them. As it got close to Roy, a bolt of blue lightning shot towards him. Perfect timing. The corner of Roy's mouth lifted slightly. He casually blocked the lightning and slapped it right back. Where could the tiny baby dragon withstand Roy's slap? In the blink of an eye, it was sent flying who knows where. Wait, the familiar master had just tried to call out to stop, but the baby dragon was already slapped away. Helpless, the familiar master could only explain, Azure Thunder Dragons are generally only interested in pure maidens. That baby dragon just now probably took a liking to this young lady. As he spoke, the familiar master pointed at Isa. Moreover, male Azure Thunder Dragons detest other male creatures, which is why it attacked this young man. Hearing this, the girls suddenly understood. So, that baby dragon attacked Roy because it liked Isa and Roy was nearby. Little did it expect to be slapped away by Roy. Now, it was too late to go look for it. Thinking of this, the girls all looked at Roy somewhat speechlessly. Haha Isa, don't be sad, maybe there will be an even cuter familiar later. Roy patted Isa's little head somewhat awkwardly to comfort her. MMHMM. Hearing this, Isa stopped thinking about what just happened. Afterwards, everyone continued searching for familiars but still couldn't find a suitable one. Well, let's call it a day for now. It was already very late. Rias decided to come back tomorrow. There were still 2 days left anyway. No one objected. Subsequently, everyone returned to the manor. Because they hadn't caught a single familiar all night, the girls were all feeling a bit down. Roy thought for a moment, then opened the system to take a look. He discovered that although no new worlds had refreshed in the system, the number of crossing opportunities had actually increased by 1. His eyes immediately lit up, because among the worlds available for crossing last time, there was a Pokemon world. Wasn't this a perfect fit for their current situation? If you're talking about a world with the most pet familiars, then of course it has to be the Pokemon world. The Pokemon there are countless, and their potential ceiling is also very high. Most importantly, there are many adorable Pokemon. It's decided. Tomorrow, I'll take them to the Pokemon world to catch familiars. Thinking of this, Roy smiled mysteriously at the girls and said, "Everyone, get a good rest tomorrow. I'll take you all to a special place to catch familiars. I guarantee everyone can catch one they like." Really? Of course it's true. Facing the girls' questions, Roy answered without hesitation. By the way, is there really such a place? Rias was somewhat doubtful. After all, the familiar forest was acknowledged as the place with the most familiars in the underworld. To catch familiars, what place could be better than the familiar forest? Haha, don't worry, there definitely is. And Rias, you all can catch one too. We can catch one too? Rias was stunned. Of course, Rias and the other 2 girls already had familiars, but the Pokemon in the Pokemon world don't require a contract to be caught. Afterwards, the girls went to rest with anticipation in their hearts. The next day, Roy greeted Rias who was beside him. "Good morning, Roy." "Yeah, good morning, Rias." Chapter 64. The Kochu sisters like butterflies. So, is everyone ready? In the manor's hall, Roy looked at the girls and inquired. Early in the morning, Roy had instructed the girls to bring some essentials. Since this trip was specifically for catching Pokemon, they would definitely be camping in the wild. Camping gear could be bought in the Pokemon world, but some things that couldn't be bought had to be brought themselves. No problem, the girls all answered in unison. By the way, Rias, you look very well today. Is it because you went on a night raid last night? Akano smiled at Rias beside her. Her words directly pointed out Rias's night raid from the previous night. That's not true at all. Having this brought up, Rias's pretty face turned slightly red. Akano watched the blushing Rias with great interest. Era, how interesting. It seems I'll have to go on a night raid against Roy Kahai tonight as well. Akano covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. No, absolutely not, Rias said sternly, placing her hands on her hips. He. Seeing Rias's serious expression, Akano couldn't help but laugh. Alright, Rias, Akano, are you two ready or not? Seeing the 2 girls still engaged in play rough, Roy reminded them. Ready. The 2 girls exchanged a glance and answered simultaneously. Then let's set off. As he spoke, Roy raised the corner of his mouth and snapped his fingers. The next moment, white light enveloped them, and everyone disappeared from the spot. The Pokemon world. In a dense forest, a flash of light vanished and Roy's group appeared here. Huh? Where is this? It's completely different from the underworld. Could this be the human world? As soon as they appeared here, Rias and the other girls curiously surveyed their surroundings. Haha, this isn't the underworld, nor is it the human world. This is the world belonging to Pokemon. Roy gave a simple explanation and then continued, for now, let's go to town to buy some things, then go catch Pokemon. Hearing this, the girls naturally had no objections. Although Rias and Akano were very puzzled about this place, they didn't voice it. Subsequently, the group followed the road towards the town. Hey little cat, come quick, look there's a caterpillar here. At that moment, Alice, leading the three little Lawless from the butterfly mansion, was hopping around and discovered a caterpillar in the nearby grass. She hurriedly called Little Cat over to see. Little Cat was dragged over to look and immediately made a disgusted expression. So gross. The other girls also curiously went over to take a look. This caterpillar is so big, so ugly, and so fat. I wonder if it's edible. The girls curiously surrounded the caterpillar, chattering about it. Roy couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon hearing this. Someone actually wanted to eat a caterpillar. He looked and saw it was Shizuka who said it. It seemed Shizuka had become somewhat obsessed with learning cooking lately, wanting to use everything to make dishes. Looking at the caterpillar, surrounded by the girls, wriggling in terror, Roy suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. That's right, Shinobu, Kanae, do you two want to capture it and make it your familiar? 50. Number 50 Section 50. Chapter 50. Kochu Shinobu and Kanae exclaimed when they heard his words. No, absolutely not, X2. The two girls shook their heads firmly. Are you really sure? Their evolved forms are very beautiful, you know. Roy chuckled as he looked at the two girls. Upon hearing this, the two girls shook their heads like rattles. Everyone, look over there. Roy pointed with one hand towards the flower bushes behind a large tree nearby. The girls looked in the direction he pointed. They saw several large butterflies dancing gracefully among the flowers. They were the evolved form of Caterpie, Butterfree. Butterfree's body was a deep bluish purple, and it had huge white wings with black veins growing behind it. Unlike real insects, Butterfree only had 4 legs, and they were pinkish cyan. Overall, it looked very beautiful and somewhat adorably clumsy. Wow, what beautiful butterflies. So cute. I really want to catch one. When the girls saw the Butterfree, they were immediately captivated by its graceful posture. Seeing the girls' reactions, Roy couldn't help but smile and say, hee hee, those butterflies over there are beautiful, aren't they? I've decided to catch one as a familiar. What do you think, big sister? Kochu Shinobu was very satisfied with this kind of butterfly, and then asked Kanae, who was beside her. That works, I really like these butterflies too. Kanae looked at the dancing Butterfree, her eyes filled with affection. Hee, if I told you those butterflies over there evolved from caterpillars, would you still like them? Roy said teasingly, looking at the two girls. Hearing his words, not only Kochu Shinobu and Kanae, but the other girls were also stunned. That such beautiful butterflies evolved from caterpillars was hard for the girls to believe, yet they didn't question his words. Kanae and Kochu Shinobu looked at the continuously wriggling caterpillars nearby with deep resentment. Did they really have to catch caterpillars as pets? Haha, although it's better to raise familiars from a young age, there's no choice. You should still catch those butterflies over there. Seeing the two girls look conflicted, Roy stopped teasing them. Kochu Shinobu and Kanae immediately breathed a sigh of relief when they heard his words. The two girls were afraid Roy would make them catch caterpillars as familiars. So how do we capture these butterflies? Kochu Shinobu looked at Roy and asked eagerly. It's very simple. You just need to defeat them. Defeat them? These butterflies don't look very strong. Hee, don't underestimate these butterflies. Their name is Butterfree, and they are bug-type and flying-type Pokemon. Their inherent skills, such as Stun Spore, Poison Powder, and Sleep Powder, are excellent support skills. If trained well, even a high-level demon could fall victim if they are careless. Roy briefly introduced Butterfree to the girls. Butterfree is not a very powerful Pokemon, but it is decent if trained. Rias, Akano, and Kaneko were all surprised to hear this. They knew their familiars were only functional familiars. They couldn't be used for combat. They never expected such a beautiful butterfly could deal with a high-level demon. This made them very interested in Pokemon as well. Kochu Shinobu and Kanae also rolled up their sleeves after hearing his introduction. Then the two girls acted together. These Butterfree were not high level. In an instant, nearly 10 Butterfree were knocked down by the two girls. Then each of you choose one and contract it as a familiar. Roy smiled from the side. Hearing this, Kochu Shinobu and Kanae began selecting. In the end, the two girls chose the two Butterfree with the greatest potential and contracted them. Since these Butterfree were defeated by the two girls, the contracting process went very smoothly. Big brother Roy, I want a Butterfree too. Alice ran over, tugged at Roy's sleeve, and pointed at the Butterfree lying on the ground. At the same time, the other girls were also tempted. In fact, let alone them, even Akano and Rias wanted to catch one. After all, familiars that are both beautiful and powerful are rare in the underworld. Haha, Alice, don't worry. There are many more beautiful and powerful Pokemon here. Roy smiled and patted Alice's little head. Hearing his words, the girls abandoned the idea of catching one immediately. Subsequently, the group arrived at the town. Pallet Town. What Roy didn't expect was that this was the town where the protagonist Ash lived. But he didn't pay too much attention to it. He took the girls shopping and started a major procurement. As for the money, it came from selling some magic items. The cultural differences between the two worlds were vast, so any magic item he casually took out could sell for an exorbitant price. Roy spent the entire day shopping with the girls, buying almost everything they would need. Of course, the most important item was the Pokédex. This Pokédex recorded almost all Pokémon, and the locations where they appeared were also marked. This way, they could search for specific Pokémon. Afterwards, Roy and his group departed from Pallet Town, preparing to camp overnight in the Safari Zone and look for suitable Pokémon. They arrived at a flat grassy area next to a small river. Roy immediately decided to set up camp there. He then arranged for Seiko, Isa, and some other girls to look for ingredients while he, Yuriko, and Nanrika set up the tents. By the time they finished setting up the tents, Seiko and the others had returned. But Roy noticed that Isa was holding a Pikachu in her arms. Huh? Isa, where did the Pokemon in your arms come from? Roy asked, feeling slightly confused. I found it over there when I was picking fruit and it was injured, Isa explained happily while stroking Pikachu. So cute, big sister Isa, I want to touch it too. Seeing something so beautiful and cute, Alice immediately wanted to touch it. Seeing this, Isa handed Pikachu to Alice. Big sister Isa, what is its name? Alice asked while petting Pikachu. This, let me tell you, its name is Pikachu. Saying this, Roy took out the Pokédex, scanned Pikachu, and then handed it to Isa. The other girls nearby also gathered around to look. Pikachu is the most representative Pokemon in the entire Pokemon franchise. Its cute appearance is very popular among girls. Moreover, its strength is not weak. In the original work, Ash relied on a single Pikachu to overcome various difficulties. When the girls saw Pikachu's information, they were immediately captivated. Have you finished looking? Since Isa found it and treated it, let Isa take it as her familiar. Hearing Roy's arrangement, none of the girls objected. Subsequently, Isa directly signed a contract with Pikachu. It seemed their luck was good. 3 people had already caught satisfactory familiars on their very first day. Just then, Shizuka and Akano, who were looking for ingredients on the other side, also returned. Phew, it's so heavy. Shizuka put down the bag she was holding and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Hey Shizuka, what did you bring back that's so heavy? I found something good. Look quickly. Shizuka gave a proud, simple laugh, then opened her backpack. Inside the backpack were several eggs the size of wash basins. Wow Shizuka, where did you find these eggs? Saya looked at the eggs in the bag in surprise. Just over there. Wait, these eggs. Roy felt that the eggs looked familiar, and quickly took out the Pokédex to scan them. They are Chansey eggs. That means there are Chansey nearby. Thinking of this, Roy immediately became joyful. Chansey? Shizuka tilted her head, looking at Roy in confusion. Yes, Chansey. A very rare wild Pokemon. Roy explained. The number of surviving Chansey is very small. It is said that catching a Chansey will bring happiness. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 51. Number 51 Section 51 Chapter 51 Chansey can lay several eggs a day. These eggs are not only rich in nutrients but also seem to be delicious. Even people with no appetite will eat them in one gulp. Furthermore, laying eggs with perfect nutrition can heal injuries. Many people want to catch it to obtain its nutrient-rich eggs, but it is rarely seen. Unexpectedly, Shizuka actually encountered one. Shizuka, quickly take me to where you found the egg. Your familiar has been found. Really? Shizuka was pleasantly surprised to hear this. She then led Roy to the location where she found the egg. However, they did not find Chansey's figure there. It seemed Chansey hadn't returned yet, or had gone out for some reason. Afterward, Roy led Shizuka and the other girls to search the surrounding area. Unexpectedly, they actually found it. In a patch of grass, a Chansey lay in a pool of blood with several scratch marks on its body. It looked like it had been attacked by another Pokemon. The world of Pokemon is not as peaceful as it looks in the anime. After a history of overhunting by humans aiming to take the eggs from its belly, the population of Chansey has become very scarce. Moreover, other Pokemon also target Chansey as prey, which is the main reason why wild Chansey are rare. Shizuka, hurry up and help treat it, Roy said to Shizuka beside him. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Shizuka hurriedly stepped forward to help treat Chansey. During this time, Shizuka's healing magic had improved very quickly, and its effect on treating external injuries like Chansey's was quite good. In just a short while, Chansey woke up. Lucky. Chansey's cry was very cute. It looked at the person who treated it and cried out a few times, with a gentle gaze. Once Chansey's injuries were completely healed, it began to cry out anxiously to Shizuka. At the same time, it waved its hands in a very urgent manner. Seeing Chansey's behavior, Shizuka was a bit confused and turned to look at Roy. It was probably targeted by another Pokemon, and it must be very worried about the egg from earlier. Roy rubbed his chin and guessed. This Chansey likely lured away the Pokemon attacking it in order to protect its egg. Lucky. Hearing his words, Chansey's cries became even more urgent. Anyway, let's take it back first, then we'll return the egg to it. Perhaps it understood Roy's words. When he and Shizuka's group prepared to leave, Chansey followed them of its own accord. Then the group, plus one Chansey, returned to the camping site together. Shizuka returned the eggs she had brought back to Chansey. Lucky. Looking at the 3 eggs in front of it, Chansey immediately cried out in joy. Its eyes were filled with the radiance of maternal love. Could these eggs not be ordinary eggs? Roy had some suspicions. If they were ordinary eggs, Chansey shouldn't be this nervous. Unless these eggs are all Chansey's children. If that's the case, then it's a huge gain. For a rare Pokemon like Chansey, Roy can never have too many. It took a while for Chansey to recover from its surprise. It then gave a polite bow to Shizuka, its savior, to express its gratitude. Quick Shizuka, take this chance to ask if it's willing to be your familiar, Roy reminded her appropriately. Oh, Shizuka was stunned for a moment, then realized and asked Chansey, would you like to become my familiar? Lucky. Chansey tilted its head and cried out a few times, although it didn't know exactly what Shizuka was saying. However, it knew that this human in front of it wanted to tame it. Chansey thought about it and then nodded. After all, this human not only saved it but also saved its children. No matter how you look at it, it had to agree. Chapter 65. Shocksaya actually caught this Pokemon. Seeing Chansey nod, Shizuka immediately started smiling foolishly. Don't just stand there foolishly, hurry up and form the contract. Seeing Shizuka's silly look, Roy couldn't help but pat her head. Hee. Shizuka stuck out her tongue playfully and then began the contract. I'm so envious. Shizuka-Nisan also found such an amazing familiar. This Pokemon is indeed very suitable for Shizuka, and Chansey is also a very powerful Pokemon. Nanrika checked the Pokédex, and seeing the introduction inside, she was immediately filled with envy. Really? Rika, let me see too. Although Shizuka also liked Chansey very much, she didn't know much about it. Wow, it can even lay eggs now, we don't have to worry about ingredients. After looking at Chansey's various descriptions, Shizuka took a fancy to the soft-boiled skill, and then she looked at Chansey curiously. She saw that Chansey was already holding an egg the size of a wash basin and handing it over. That's great, Chansey. Shizuka took the egg and praised Chansey. Lucky. Chansey was also very happy to be able to help its master. Afterward, Shizuka held the egg and started preparing dinner with Seiko, Akeno, and the other girls. Although there was only one egg, fortunately, this egg was large enough for everyone to have a bite. Just as the Pokédex said, Chansey's egg tasted truly delicious. From now on, they would always have something delicious to eat. In the evening, Akeno kept her word and came to night raid Roy. Just as she opened the tent flap, she found that there were already several girls inside, and Rias was among them. Akeno was stunned for a moment, but she did not turn around to leave. Era, it's lively here, then I'm coming in too. Akeno chuckled behind her hand, then walked in and closed the tent flap behind her. Hey, Akeno, there's no more room for you here. Rias glared at Akeno and said huffily. Indeed, to Roy's left were Rias and Seiko, and to his right were Shizuka and Yuriko. The small tent was already packed to the brim. Era, isn't this a spot right here? However, Akeno did not give up. She crawled directly into Roy's arms and looked triumphantly at Rias beside her. Seeing this, Rias was immediately fuming. Sigh, this is too hard for me. Roy could only sigh helplessly. The next day, Roy led the girls to continue searching for Pokemon in the Safari Zone. Because they had the Pokédex, the girls each chose the Pokemon they liked from it. Next, they just needed to search for them one by one based on where the Pokemon appeared. Of course, if they encountered a suitable Pokemon, they wouldn't let it go either. In just one morning, they had already found the Kanto region starters. Yuriko caught Charmander, Nanrika caught Bulbasaur, and Makomo caught Squirtle. Knowing that the Kanto starters are very strong, the three girls were also very satisfied. Afterward, the group walked out of the forest, and what appeared before them was a huge lake and a beach. Wow, it's a beach, that's awesome. Let's go swimming. It would be great if there were sun or umbrellas, lounge chairs, and a glass of iced fruit juice. Suddenly seeing such a beautiful beach, the girls were immediately excited. This was a wild beach, so there were no other people present. With the summer heat blazing, it was the perfect time for swimming. However, to enjoy swimming at the beach, some essential items were needed. Under the girls' persistent pleading, Roy had no choice but to teleport to the town alone to buy them. When he returned, he saw that the girls had already put on their swimsuits and were swimming by the lake. As for their swimsuits, they had asked Rias to open a teleportation circle to go buy them together. After all, they were too embarrassed to ask Roy to buy things like swimsuits. Afterward, Roy and the girls enjoyed the beach together. After playing in the water with the girls for a while, Roy went ashore and lay under a sun umbrella, drinking iced fruit juice. Suddenly, he noticed Kuoh squatting alone on a rock in the distance, staring blankly. 52. Number 52 Section 52 Chapter 52 Roy walked over, feeling somewhat curious. He discovered a Psyduck standing opposite Kuoh. The Psyduck is a Pokemon with platypus-like physical characteristics. Its body is yellow, and its eyes have extremely small pupils. Its beak is flat, it has 3 strands of black hair on its head, and its limbs are short and thick, making it look much like a kappa. It has a short tail and webbed paws, looking quite cute in its dazed state. At this moment, one person and one Pokemon were staring blankly at each other. It was as if they were competing to see who would lose by looking away first. Watching from the side, Roy couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Quack! Because of Roy's laughter, Psyduck and Makomo both looked over at him at the same time. Cough, sorry about that, please continue. Roy gave an embarrassed cough. However, Kuoh was still staring blankly at him. Kuoh, do you like this Psyduck? Roy walked to Kuoh's side and asked while patting her small head. Upon hearing this, Kuoh thought for a moment and then nodded. Then let it become your familiar. Hearing his words, Kuoh's eyes lit up. She then looked at Psyduck and directly used contract magic. Roy felt quite helpless seeing her form a contract without even asking for the Psyduck's opinion. To his surprise, the Psyduck actually agreed. Could it be a silent understanding between two airheads? Kuoh actually contracted a Pokemon too. At this time, Kanae and Kochu Shinobu also walked over. But this Pokemon looks so dazed. I wonder if it's strong? Kochu Shinobu said after looking at the Psyduck skeptically. Don't worry, Psyduck is actually very powerful. Normally, a Psyduck isn't very strong. However, when a Psyduck's headache becomes severe, it can use powerful moves like Confusion and Disable. It can be considered a very mysterious Pokemon. Furthermore, its evolved form, Golduck, is very cool. It loses Psyduck's weaknesses and is a very formidable Pokemon. I hate this, go away. Just as they were feeling happy for Kuoh catching a familiar, Saya, who was playing by the water not far away, let out a scream. Roy turned to look and saw a giant red fish following behind Saya, while Saya was running away for her life. The girls could all see that this fish didn't pose the slightest threat, so they didn't step in to help. Instead, they watched the panicked Saya with stifled laughter, eventually breaking into loud guffaws. Seeing this dramatic scene, Roy also watched with interest as Saya was chased by the Magikarp. That's right, the one chasing Saya was a Magikarp, known as the most useless Pokemon. This is because a Magikarp only knows one skill, Splash, which has almost zero attack power. After being chased for a long while, Saya finally remembered to run onto the shore. Huff huff, you damn fish, making me lose face like this. See if I don't turn you into fish soup. Panting heavily, Saya glared at the fish in the water that refused to leave, her teeth clenched. At the same time, a magic bullet condensed in her hand as she prepared to kill the fish in front of her. Wait, Saya! Roy's figure flashed as he arrived by Saya's side, stopping her magic bullet. Why do you want to kill it? HMPH, it made me look like a fool in front of everyone. I'm definitely turning it into fish soup. Saya gave a huff and spoke through gritted teeth. I think it's quite fun. Cough, I don't think it meant to scare you. It probably likes you. Having accidentally blurted out the truth, Roy awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. The Magikarp in the water kept wagging its tail and bobbing its head, looking very much like a lapdog trying to please its master. It actually looked quite cute, but Saya was still a bit hesitant about whether to forgive this fish. Why don't you just tame it and make it your familiar? Roy advised. Hearing his words, Saya felt a bit tempted. None of the Pokemon Roy had recommended along the way were truly weak. But this fish doesn't look very strong. Saya still hoped to catch a stronger familiar. After all, she wasn't good at fighting herself. Magikarp is indeed not strong, one could even say it's extremely weak. Roy nodded, agreeing with Saya's words. Hearing this, Saya's face immediately darkened, feeling that he had introduced powerful Pokemon to the others but gave her such a weak one. Saya suddenly felt a bit aggrieved. Seeing Saya pout her small lips with a look of great dissatisfaction, Roy stopped teasing her. Magikarp is indeed very weak, it barely even has any attack power. But, as he spoke, Roy paused. But what? Saya asked urgently. But when Magikarp evolves into Gyarados, it becomes very, very, very powerful. Hearing him use very powerful several times in a row, Saya found it hard to believe. Really? Of course. If you don't believe me, take a look. Saying so, Roy handed over the Pokédex. Saya took the Pokédex and looked at it. It was exactly as Roy had said. When Magikarp evolves into Gyarados, it becomes extremely powerful, with combat strength sufficient to crush most Pokémon. However, Magikarp that successfully evolve into Gyarados are few and far between. Magikarp can be said to be one of the most numerous Pokémon in the Pokémon world. But Gyarados are not commonly seen, which shows how difficult it is for a Magikarp to successfully evolve. Once it evolves into Gyarados, it becomes exceptionally powerful. The hyper beam fired from its mouth can incinerate everything. In ancient times, this terrifying Pokémon had records of burning entire cities to scorched earth, possessing city-destroying strength. This was at least at the level of a high-level demon. After reading the introduction for Magikarp, Saya's feelings were very complicated. On one hand, she liked a powerful Pokémon like Gyarados, but on the other hand, she was worried that the Magikarp would fail to evolve. Saya, don't hesitate. I think this Magikarp has quite a lot of potential. It should be able to evolve. Seeing Saya take so long to make a decision, Roy encouraged her from the side. Alright, Saya decided to trust him after all. Subsequently, Saya used contract magic and successfully took this Magikarp as her familiar. Once taken as a familiar, the Magikarp seemed even more joyful and active, using Splash to tumble incessantly in the water. Honestly, come here quickly. Saya waved helplessly at the Magikarp. Hearing its master's call, the Magikarp swam over in a flash. Magikarp, you must evolve into a Gyarados for me, otherwise HMPH. Saya patted the Magikarp and spoke petulantly. The Magikarp seemed to understand her words. The previously lively Magikarp suddenly quieted down. Then, the Magikarp's entire body began to emit a white light. This is? Saya stared blankly at the glowing Magikarp, looking at Roy with confusion. It's about to evolve. Roy saw what was happening to the Magikarp at a glance. Really? That's great. Upon hearing this, Saya immediately looked at the Magikarp in the water with pleasant surprise. However, the Magikarp didn't look like it was successfully evolving. Instead, the light on its body gradually began to fade. Oh no, it looks like the evolution is going to fail. Then what should I do? Saya asked anxiously. After thinking for a moment, Roy's eyes lit up. Saya, try using your magic power. Hearing his words, Saya directly poured magic power into the Magikarp without a second thought. A miraculous scene occurred. As Saya's magic power was poured in, the white light on the Magikarp's body flared intensely. As the light elongated, the Magikarp successfully evolved into a Gyarados. Roar! The newly evolved Gyarados let out an extremely excited roar. This caused all the other nearby Pokémon to prostrate themselves and tremble in fear. Seeing the Magikarp successfully evolve into such a majestic and domineering Gyarados, Saya was immediately beaming with joy. Magikarp, come here quickly, Saya called out excitedly, having already decided on a nickname. It is said that Gyarados has an extremely violent temperament. Once it goes on a rampage, it will never calm down until everything is incinerated. There are records of it once going on a rampage for an entire month. It is an extremely ferocious Pokémon. 53. Number 53 Section 53 Chapter 53 However, under Saya's summons, this Gyarados obediently lowered its head and became docile. Congratulations, Saya, on catching such a powerful Pokémon. Sister Saya is so amazing. Magikarp looks so domineering. I really want to ride on it and play. Shizuka and the other girls came over to congratulate Saya after seeing her catch such a powerful familiar. Saya's familiar was the strongest among them so far, and the girls were very envious. Saya, this is for you. Roy handed over a Pokeball. What is this? Saya and the girls were all a bit puzzled. This is a type of Pokeball called a dive ball. It's a tool used by people in this world to house Pokémon, and the environment inside a dive ball is very suitable for water-type Pokémon. The girls finally understood after hearing his explanation. Then Saya used the dive ball, and the massive body, over 6 meters in size, instantly turned into a streak of white light and entered the dive ball. So amazing, Shizuka exclaimed. Haha, you all have them too. Here. With that, Roy handed out a Pokeball to each of the girls. He had bought these while he was out earlier, and they were coming in handy now. Chapter 66 Dratini, commonly known as playing with snakes. Next, the girls continued playing on the beach. Saya even specifically released Gyarados, and she, Alice, and Little Cat rode on its head, frolicking in the water. A day filled with laughter passed, and the next day, Roy took the girls to continue searching for Pokemon. This time, they came to a dense jungle. Clang! Just as they entered the jungle, they heard a sound like the clashing of swords. Curious, everyone walked over to take a look and saw a group of green mantises forming a circle, with two mantises fighting in the center. Their sharp scythes were like swords, making a crisp sound with every collision. It's Scyther. After Saya took out the Pokédex and scanned these Pokémon, she said in surprise, "Wow, it's a very powerful Pokémon. Scyther is indeed a good Pokémon. It looks like today is the day for the replacement of the old and new patriarchs." Roy pointed at the two Scythers in battle. At this point, the younger Scyther clearly had the upper hand. The old patriarch was already covered in wounds and didn't look like it could hold on for much longer. So, who is interested in capturing that Scyther? Roy turned to the girls and smiled. "I'll do it." Seiko licked her lips and smiled. "I'm quite fond of this Pokemon." Scyther is a bipedal insectoid creature. It has 3 distinct horns on its head, and its forearms are 2 large white scythes used for hunting and fighting. It was as if it were born for slaughter, which was exactly why Seiko liked it. "Go, Seiko, go. Sister Seiko, you must capture this Pokemon. Go for it." Saya and the other girls cheered for her. By now, the battle-scarred old patriarch had fallen, and a new patriarch was born. All the other Scythers around prostrated themselves at its feet. Then, Seiko's figure flashed, and she appeared in front of the new Scyther patriarch. The Scyther looked at Seiko, its sharp scythes raised in a fighting stance. Seeing this, Seiko also drew the sword at her waist and pointed it at the Scyther, saying, "If you lose, you will become my familiar." Although Scyther couldn't understand Seiko's words, in the world of Pokemon, it was common knowledge that being defeated meant becoming the opponent's Pokemon. So, after Seiko finished speaking, the Scyther charged straight at her. Its speed was like lightning, but even faster were the scythes on its arms. In the blink of an eye, the Scyther's scythes, carrying a terrifying sharpness, reached Seiko's eyes. Clang! Seiko held her sword in her right hand and easily blocked the Scyther's attack. Although this Scyther was strong, possessing at least the strength of a mid-class demon, it was still no match for Seiko. After just a few rounds, the Scyther was defeated. In the end, Seiko successfully contracted the Scyther. Then, everyone continued forward. In this jungle, there were all kinds of Pokemon, and the girls all caught the ones they liked. Akano caught an Eevee, Rias caught a Ponyta, Alice caught a Growlithe, and Nezuko caught a Vulpix. Kanroji Mitsuri caught a Rhyhorn. The Butterfly Mansion trio Lawless contracted 3 of Chansey's children, and Kanzaki Aoi caught a Venonat. The only ones left who hadn't caught a familiar were Roy and Little Cat. Roy had an indifferent attitude toward Pokemon. He was a man who intended to catch Toru and Kana as his familiars. Therefore, unless it was a legendary Pokemon, he wasn't interested in Pokemon. Needless to say, Little Cat definitely liked feline Pokemon, but unfortunately, they hadn't encountered any yet. When it came to feline Pokemon, the first one Roy thought of was Meowth. Since Meowth are usually found in towns, he took the girls back to the city. In a restaurant, Roy and the girls were eating a delicious lunch. This was cuisine from the Pokemon world, and the girls were all eating very happily. But Roy noticed that Rias looked like she wanted to say something but was hesitating. "Rias, what's wrong?" Roy asked curiously. "Roy, aren't you worried about the rating game with Riser?" Hearing this, Roy naturally understood what Rias was worried about. "Haha, Rias, don't worry, no matter how long we stay here, when we go back, only an instant will have passed." Hearing his words, Rias was stunned. Although it felt a bit unbelievable, she still believed Roy. After that, she stopped worrying about the matter. Just then, Roy noticed that Little Cat, Alice and the other little Lawless had run outside. Roy followed them out of curiosity and found Little Cat feeding a dirty stray cat some food. This cat had pale yellow fur, with the tip of its tail and hind paws turning brown, and a shiny oval gold coin was attached to its forehead. Although it was dirty all over, it possessed a resilient temperament. It was exactly the Pokemon Meowth that Roy was looking for. It seemed that Little Cat and Meowth were quite fated, encountering each other as soon as they arrived in the city. Of course, Roy was wrong about that. There were actually many stray Meowth in cities. They often stole food, so they were disliked by people. It looks like Little Cat has found her partner too. At this time, Rias also came out and smiled as she looked at Little Cat. "Can I take it as my familiar?" Little Cat turned to look at the two of them and asked. Perhaps thinking of her own childhood experiences, Little Cat wanted to capture this stray Meowth as her familiar. Of course, no problem. Rias nodded with a smile. Meowth is also a good Pokemon, Roy added. Having received their affirmation, Little Cat took out a Pokeball and approached the Meowth. Meowth looked at Little Cat with a determined gaze, then without hesitation, it turned into a streak of light and ducked into the Pokeball. Having successfully captured Meowth, Little Cat showed a slight smile and then bowed to Roy, saying, "Thank you, Senior Roy. Haha, number need to thank me. Little Cat, you caught Meowth all on your own." Roy patted Little Cat's head. "Since everyone has caught a familiar, it's time for us to head back." Back in the restaurant, Roy said to the girls with a smile. Isn't Roy the only one who hasn't caught a familiar yet?" Akano looked at him in confusion. "Me? It doesn't matter." Roy waved his hand to show he didn't care. But secretly, he thought, I am a man who is going to become a Dragon Knight. As for Pokemon, since he hadn't encountered any legendary Pokemon, it naturally didn't matter. "That won't do." Roy-chan caught Pokemon for all of us, but didn't catch one for himself. "That's not right." Shizuka leaned in and wagged her finger, speaking in a charmingly naive manner. "That's right, how can everyone have one except Roy? Let's keep going and find a Pokemon for you," Rias also urged. Yeah. The other girls also chimed in. Unable to decline their kindness, Roy had no choice but to follow the girls' wishes and continue to the Safari Zone to search for a Pokemon. This time, Roy planned to just pick any Pokemon that caught his eye, since legendary Pokemon were just too hard to come by. In the evening, they camped by a river. The girls were busy preparing dinner. Just then, a large net flew toward the Chansey that was busy by the river. Caught completely off guard, Chansey was instantly trapped by the net. Lucky. Chansey's anxious cry rang out. Shizuka, who was nearby, was stunned for a moment. "Who is it?" 54. Number 54 Section 54 Chapter 54 Seiko reacted quickly, instantly realizing that someone was trying to steal the Chansey. "Since you have asked so sincerely, we will generously tell you, to prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world, upholding love and true evil, cute and charming villains, Jesse, James, we are Team Rocket, traveling through the galaxy, a white hole, a white tomorrow awaits us, that's the way it is, Meowth." After a series of impassioned lines, a man, a woman, and a Meowth appeared on the opposite bank. Hearing that familiar line, Roy didn't need to look to know who had come. Upon hearing Team Rocket's lines, the other girls immediately twitched at the corners of their eyes, finding the lines utterly cringeworthy. "Let go of my Chansey right now." Shizuka looked at the Team Rocket trio somewhat angrily. "Letting go is impossible. Chansey is a rare Pokemon, after all," James said with a frivolous, mocking laugh. "Oh, by the way, could you hand over that Pikachu over there to us?" Jessie pointed haughtily at the Pikachu in Isa's arms. "No." Isa shook her head, refusing while tightly holding Pikachu. If you're unwilling, then we'll just have to take it by force." Jessie snorted coldly. Coughing, Ekans. The two released their Pokemon simultaneously. "Quite arrogant, aren't they?" Roy looked speechlessly at Team Rocket. In the anime, the Team Rocket trio were comedic villains. He hadn't expected them to be so brazen. "Let me teach them a lesson." Kanroji Mitsuri stepped forward. "No need. Since this is the Pokemon world, of course, we should settle it with Pokemon." Roy stopped Kanroji Mitsuri. Hearing his words, Saya beside him immediately brightened up. She then threw a Pokeball, shouting, "Go, Magikarp." "What? It's a Gyarados." Seeing it was a Gyarados, Jessie, James, and Meowth were instantly terrified, hugging each other and trembling. Team Rocket's current strength was still very weak, far from their later prowess. Also trembling in fear were Ekans and Coughing. The two Pokemon didn't dare to attack at all upon seeing Gyarados. This was because Gyarados naturally had the Intimidate ability, and their power levels weren't even on the same tier. "Magikarp, use Twister." Saya pointed at the opponents, commanding Gyarados. "Roar." Gyarados let out a great roar, then spat out a Twister. Coughing and Ekans, along with the Team Rocket trio, were all swept up into the sky and disappeared. What a horrible feeling. "We'll be back." Meow. Hearing the familiar lines again, Roy couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Wow, Sister Saya is so amazing. Seeing Saya command Gyarados and defeat the two with one move, Alice and the other little Lawless were instantly filled with admiration. Ahaha. Hearing this, Saya looked quite pleased with herself. As a genius girl, she had already learned the Pokemon world's battle methods in these past few days. However, what she wanted to make complaints was, why did Pokemon need to be commanded by people? Wouldn't it be better to cultivate the Pokemon's own combat awareness? It seems Saya even has the talent to become a Pokemon master. Watching Saya decisively command Gyarados to deal with Team Rocket, Roy didn't hesitate to give praise. HMPH of course. Hearing his praise, Saya raised her chin proudly. At that moment, Nezuko nearby seemed to step on something soft. She moved her foot to look. She didn't know what it was. Roy noticed Nezuko's movement and walked over. This should be the shed skin of some snake-type Pokemon, right? No. Saya took out her Pokédex and scanned it, then exclaimed happily, "This is actually a Dratini's shed skin. Great. What's the matter?" Kochu Shinobu beside her asked, somewhat confused. Because Dratini is a legendary Pokemon now Roy has a familiar, Saya excitedly explained. Hearing it was actually a legendary Pokemon, all the women were somewhat happy. Roy also became interested, as he did know about Dratini. So, where would the Dratini be? Akeno asked curiously. Dratini is a serpentine Pokemon that likes to live in lakes and rivers. As she spoke, Saya put one hand on her hip and pointed at the nearby river with the other, declaring proudly, the Dratini must still be in this river. Hearing Saya's words, all the women looked toward the river. However, due to Saya having released Gyarados earlier, the entire river was eerily quiet. Some Pokemon didn't dare to show their heads at all, let alone the naturally timid Dratini. Seeing this, Saya felt somewhat awkward. Haha, it's okay, Saya. Since we know the Dratini is in this river, we can naturally lure it out. Roy smiled confidently. Really? Of course. How do we do it? That's where Shizuka comes in. As he spoke, Roy looked at Shizuka. Eh? Me? Shizuka pointed at herself. Yes. Chansey's eggs are food that many Pokemon love to eat, so we can use food to lure out the Dratini. Okay, no problem. Shizuka agreed energetically and then went with Chansey to prepare the food. Let's help too. All the women mobilized. In no time, the entire campsite was filled with a mouth-watering aroma. Many Pokemon, smelling this fragrance, came over drooling and stood watching. Dratini mainly feeds on things that sink into the water. So, after Chansey's eggs were prepared, Roy directly threw a portion into the river. Then, everyone waited for a while longer. But still, no Dratini appeared. It seems the Dratini has already left this area. Roy sighed with some regret. Maybe the Dratini will come out right away, Isa said with an innocent look. How is that possible? Before Roy could even finish his sentence, in the middle of the river, a small blue head emerged from the water. It had purple eyes, a small white bump on its forehead, white fins on the sides of its head, and a large, round white nose on its face. This adorable little creature was precisely a Dratini. It's Dratini. Seeing the Dratini appear, Saya was so excited she almost jumped up, but she still lowered her voice, afraid of accidentally scaring the Dratini away. Seeing this, Roy didn't try to capture it forcefully. Instead, he quietly placed some Chansey eggs on the riverbank. Smelling the fragrance, Dratini's eyes immediately lit up. However, being naturally timid and seeing so many people on the bank, it hesitated, not daring to approach. Roy and the others didn't actively look at the Dratini either, instead focusing on eating their own dinner. After a long while, the lure of the food finally overcame its fear, and Dratini slowly swam over. Seeing that no one was paying attention to it, Dratini began eating in small bites. After finishing, Dratini still seemed unsatisfied. After all, even in its juvenile stage, Dratini's body length exceeds 2 meters. The small amount just now was barely enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. At that moment, Roy placed some more Chansey eggs beside him. Perhaps sensing they had no ill intent, Dratini boldly came over and started eating. Seeing this, Roy couldn't help but let a slight smile curve the corner of his mouth. Roy continued to feed Dratini. After a feast, Dratini had come to trust him greatly. When Roy fed it too slowly, Dratini would even rub against him affectionately, as if acting cute. 55. Number 55 Section 55 Chapter 55 Next, Roy successfully captured Dratini and made it his familiar. That's great, Roy-chan succeeded. Seeing him successfully capture Dratini, Shizuka was even happier than he was. Haha, since everyone's familiars have been caught, I announce that this familiar catching trip has come to an end. Let's prepare to head back tomorrow. Hearing his words, none of the girls objected. The next day, Roy took the girls back into the city once more. He still needed to buy some Pokemon Express shares. With the Express shares, Pokemon could learn many other skills. By then, the strength of the Pokemon would become increasingly powerful. There were also the ites necessary for Pokemon evolution. He needed to purchase some of those as well. After everything was ready, Roy and the girls returned to the high school DxD world together. Chapter 67. Riser comes looking for a beating. In the high school DxD world, at Rias's manor. We're finally back. This trip was truly quite fruitful. It is. Everyone caught powerful familiars. Lord Roy is truly amazing. As soon as they returned to the manor, the girls all began to chatter away. Everyone released their Pokemon, and now the entire manor became even more lively. After playing for a while, everyone went to rest. After all, they had been camping in the wild these past few days, and it wasn't as comfortable as sleeping at home. In the large lounge, only Roy and Rias remained. Rias must have many doubts, right? Roy said softly as he sipped the tea brewed by Akano. After all, this trip to the Pokemon world had exposed too many incredible things. But if Roy didn't speak, the girls wouldn't ask of their own accord. This was also why Roy trusted them. There are indeed many doubts. Saying this, Rias put down her teacup and sat down beside Roy. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her bright eyes looking at him quietly. If Roy wants to talk, I will listen seriously. Looking at such an understanding Rias, how could Roy hold back? He pressed his lips against her red ones. Caught off guard by the sneak attack, Rias was stunned for a moment, but then she threw herself into it. Just then, a burst of flame appeared in the room. Then a flame magic circle appeared, with a crest like carved flames inside it. Rias seemed to sense who was coming and placed a hand on Roy's chest, giving it a gentle push. Roy naturally knew who was coming as well. It was none other than Riser Phoenix. He didn't care about all that. Right now, he only wanted to taste Rias. As the magic circle appeared, the lounge was covered in a dazzling fiery red light. Flames swirled up from the magic circle, and the entire lounge was enveloped in a wave of heat. Then, a figure stepped out from the magic circle. Yo Rias, I've come to pick you up. The figure who stepped out of the magic circle had only said one sentence before seeing the two of them kissing. Suddenly feeling like his head was covered in green, his face instantly darkened, and his aura gradually became violent. At this moment, Roy had finally had enough of a taste of Rias and subsequently let her go. After Rias took a few breaths with a flushed face, she looked at the newcomer and warned, Riser Phoenix. This is the territory of the Gremory family. The newcomer was dressed in a red suit, his jacket casually open with a thuggish look. It was indeed Riser Phoenix. Rias, you are a demon noble. How can you hang around with this kind of trash? As if what just happened hadn't occurred, Riser Phoenix regained his composure and spoke to Rias with a look of arrogance. HMPH, who I am with is none of your business and Roy is not trash. Rias snorted coldly, her face like frost. Rias, don't forget that I am your fiancé. This time I've come to pick you up, so come back to the underworld with me. Saying this, Riser walked over flippantly, reaching out as if to stroke Rias's face. His attitude was as if he treated Roy, who was beside Rias, as if he were air. I can't act as if I didn't hear that sentence about me being trash. Before Roy's voice had even faded, the entire sweltering room was instantly replaced by an icy chill. Then he vanished from his spot, instantly appearing in front of Riser and smashing a fist directly into his face. Thump. Unable to react in time, Riser was sent flying directly by the punch. After smashing through several walls in succession, he was buried in the rubble. It was clear that Roy had not held back at all with this punch. HMPH, daring to touch my woman. With a cold snort, Roy returned to his original spot and pulled Rias's slender waist into his arms. This domineering appearance left Rias dazed. The gaze she turned on Roy was so tender it seemed as if it would melt him. What happened? What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened to brother Roy? The group of girls outside gathered around because of the commotion here. It's nothing, just an uninvited guest. Roy waved his hand and spoke nonchalantly. Boom. Just then, the rubble-burying Riser exploded outward. Riser, his body burning with raging flames, stepped out from the ruins. A mere lower-class demon dares to be so insolent. I'm going to turn you to ashes right here. Riser looked at Roy with a distorted expression. As the third son of the Phoenix family and a demon noble of the 72 Pillars, he had never been so humiliated. And the opponent was just an unofficial demon who didn't belong to the 72 Pillars. With a wave of his hand, accompanied by the light of a fiery red magic circle, more than 10 beauties of various forms appeared behind him. These beauties were Riser's retainers. Possessing more than 10 beautiful retainers, Riser was the object of admiration and envy for most male demons in the underworld. Riser Phoenix, I will not let you act recklessly. Rias stood in front of Roy and spoke coldly. HMPH, if you want to hurt Roy, you'll have to see if we agree. Saya snorted and then took out a Pokeball. Magikarp, come out. Roar. A beam of light shot out from the Pokeball, and the massive form of a Gyarados appeared before them. The tyrannical aura directly caused several of Riser's lower-class demon girl retainers to turn pale and start shivering with fear. Even Riser's queen, the high-level demon Ubaluna, looked on with a solemn expression. Only Riser remained dismissive in the face of Gyarados. HMPH, it's just a mere beast. Indeed, although Gyarados was strong, it could do nothing against Riser, who possessed an immortal body. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a silver magic circle appeared between the two sides. With beautiful silver hair and a maid's outfit, the newcomer was Roy's sister, Graphia. As soon as Graphia appeared, a powerful aura erupted, pressing directly towards Riser Phoenix's side. Several of Riser's lower-class demon retainers were already pale from Gyarados' fright, and this sudden aura caused them to collapse directly to the ground. Even Riser and his queen, Ubaluna, were intimidated by this aura and had to lower their heads. Seeing this, Roy secretly gave his sister a thumbs up. She truly was a brother-protecting demon. Without asking for the reason, she used her pressure to suppress others as soon as she arrived. He even felt a bit of frustration on Riser's behalf. He had already been punched for nothing, and now he had to endure the pressure of a Demon Lord level. Riser was practically about to cry from the grievance. Third son of the Phoenix family. The Phoenix family and the Gremory family have unanimously decided that Miss Rias's marriage will be decided by a rating game between you and Roy. So before then, please do not do anything meaningless. Graphia spoke indifferently. The silver-haired queen of annihilation, damn it. After Riser recognized the person before him, he immediately didn't dare to be insolent anymore. After all, the person before him was a powerhouse who dared to compete with the Demon Lord, Seraphal Leviathan, for the title of the strongest female demon. You dare to have a rating game with me? HMPH, just you wait, I'll make you lose miserably. Riser left behind some harsh words and then teleported away with his retainers. Although Riser was very arrogant, he was a powerhouse ranked in the top 10 among newcomers in rating games. In his record, he had only lost once, and that loss was intentional to curry favor with the opponent. On the other hand, Roy was a well-known talentless person in the underworld and had never participated in a rating game. Whether he had retainers or not was unknown to outsiders. That was why Riser treated him with such disdain. After Riser left, Graphia looked at Roy and said, "Come with me." "Yes, sister." Roy agreed, signaled the girls to rest, and then followed Graphia away. After the two left, the girls immediately began to chatter and discuss. 56. Number 56 Section 56 Chapter 56 Oh my, so this is the one known as the silver-haired Queen of Annihilation. Roy Chan's older sister is simply too domineering. How amazing. I wonder what big sister wants to say to Roy. Leaving aside the lively discussion among the crowd, on the other side, Roy followed Graphia to a private room. The sister before him was noble and cold, though her maid outfit felt a bit out of place. He didn't know since when, but Graphia had taken a liking to maid uniforms. Of course, Roy also liked his sister in a maid outfit. Roy, among your retainers, you shouldn't have a queen yet, right? Yes, sister. Roy seemingly didn't expect his sister to ask this question, but he answered honestly. After all, when he brought the girls back to the underworld last time, he hadn't introduced their ranks to her. Then let sister be your queen. Graphia looked at Roy and spoke indifferently. Roy's eyes widened, as if doubting he had heard correctly. Although he had thought about making Graphia his queen, it was just a thought. He wouldn't dare actually make that request in front of Graphia. He never expected Graphia to bring it up herself. Roy immediately agreed excitedly. No problem, sister. After speaking, Roy took out the queen piece and handed it over. A long time ago, he had been very envious of Riser Phoenix because Riser not only had only beautiful girls as retainers, but he had even taken his own younger sister into his retainers, fulfilling the little sister attribute in his team. That move was a grand feat that many demons envied, and Roy was no slouch either, because he was about to take his older sister into his retainers. He was thrilled just thinking about it. Graphia also didn't expect Roy to agree so readily. Seeing his excited look, she suddenly felt both annoyed and amused. Afterward, she took the queen piece and merged it into her body. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted, and the entire manor was enveloped by this pressure. The girls and the Pokémon were all so intimidated that they didn't dare move. And this was just an aura Graphia released unconsciously. Immediately following that, another aura that was not weak appeared, soaring into the sky. Even Graphia's aura could not suppress it. This was the aura erupting from Roy. Because he had taken his sister Graphia as a retainer, he received a feedback of her power. It caused Roy's strength to promote directly from mid-stage high-level demon to demon lord level. A long time later the two of them finally retracted their auras. Graphia was the first to wake, and she immediately discovered the change in herself. Her strength had actually increased by a large margin, almost reaching the peak of demon lord. If she could break through, she would become a transcendental. One must know that a transcendental is a level of demon at least one rank stronger than the demon lord level. An ordinary queen piece couldn't possibly make someone with demon lord level strength like her grow this much stronger. Thinking of this, Graphia looked at her younger brother with great curiosity, only to find that she could no longer detect his strength. This made her even more curious about her brother. Just what is going on? Graphia couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Haha sister, the piece I gave you is a mutated piece I obtained by chance. Every time I get another retainer, my strength increases. Now, I also possess Demon Lord level strength, Roy explained with a smile. He described the pieces bestowed by the system as mutated pieces obtained by chance, so it wouldn't seem too abrupt. As for the matter of the system, he had no intention of telling anyone for the time being. Even so, Graphia was shocked. She had never heard of such miraculous and powerful pieces. Moreover, she felt very gratified that Roy could trust her so much. Even though sister has become my queen, I won't let you participate in the raiding game against Riser Phoenix. After all, if sister participates, it would be too much like bullying. Roy shrugged and said, as for why his sister Graphia proposed becoming his queen, Roy naturally knew. It was simply out of concern that he might lose the raiding game against Riser. Now that his strength could already crush Riser, there was naturally no need for Graphia to take the field. In fact, even with his previous level 3.7 demon strength, Roy had absolute certainty of victory. Graphia nodded upon hearing this, agreeing with his words. Now that Roy also had Demon Lord strength, she naturally wasn't worried. No matter how perverted Riser's immortality was, he was still just a high-level demon. It was impossible for him to win against a Demon Lord. Afterward, Roy and Graphia returned to the lounge. Seeing that the damaged wall had already been restored to its original state, he couldn't help but marvel at how useful magic was. Looking at the girls in the lounge, Roy announced with a smile, next, I have something to announce. Hearing this, all the girls turned their gaze toward him. That his sister has already become my queen. Eh? Hearing his words, the girls were all a bit dumbfounded. They hadn't expected the cold and serious Graphia to become Roy's retainer queen. That's great, now the raiding game against Riser is a guaranteed win. Isa held her hands to her chest in a prayer-like posture. She had been a bit worried about this match, but now she finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, big sister is not weaker than a demon lord. She can definitely easily defeat that bastard roasted chicken. Alice, this little one, was very likable. Even Graphia liked her very much. No, sister will not participate in this raiding game match. Roy dispelled the girls' fantasies and added, after all, sister has demon lord level strength. Going to play a raiding game with Riser, isn't that just bullying him? And even without sister there, I believe we can easily win the match. That's right, haven't we been working hard for this all this time? Everyone's strength has become much stronger because of it, Seiko said with a smile. Chapter 68, the raiding game with Riser begins. Speaking of hard work, Seiko could be said to be the most hardworking one. And her words were met with everyone's approval. HMPHI must participate in this raiding game. Saya shook the Pokeball in her hand and looked at Roy with a face full of confidence. Because according to the rules of the raiding game, only one queen, 2 monks, 2 knights, 2 rooks, and 8 soldiers can take the field, plus Roy as the king. And Roy's monks included Saya, Shizuka, Isa, Yuriko, and Alice, 5 people. That's why Saya was the first to apply for battle. She had obtained a powerful familiar like Gyarados, so naturally, she wanted to show off a bit. Meanwhile, Shizuka, Isa, and the others obviously hadn't realized this problem yet. Hearing Saya's words, Roy thought for a moment and then nodded. Then let Saya take the field. Upon hearing this, Saya was immediately overjoyed, deciding she must perform well in this ranking match. Since Saya brought up the issue of the roster, let's first determine the participants. Looking at the girls, Roy continued. For the rooks, let Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri take the field. Leave it to us with confidence. Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri glanced at each other, both girls very confident. Because they were the only ones among Roy's retainers who already had high-level demon strength. For the knights, I'll leave it to Seiko and Kanao. No problem, Seiko replied with a smile on her face. Kanao also followed with a nod. For the monks, it will be Saya and, as he spoke, Roy looked at the 4 girls, Isa, Alice, Shizuka, and Yuriko. Yuriko's current strength was still very weak, and her familiar Charmander was the same. Alice was also like that. As for Shizuka, her healing magic was not yet very proficient, and her familiar Chansey was not good at fighting. But Isa had the sacred gear, Mother's Smile. She was the most suitable to be the team's healer. Moreover, Isa's familiar Pikachu had decent combat power and could protect Isa. Then for the monks, Saya and Isa will take the field. That's great. Hearing that Roy finally chose her, Isa was incredibly happy. Saya is really too cunning. Yuriko puffed out her cheeks, looking at her daughter Saya with frustration. This girl must have known the rules of the rating game long ago, which is why she asked to fight so early. 57. Number 57 Section 57 Chapter 57 HMPH. Hearing her mother's words, Saya crossed her arms and let out a soft huff, a smug smile she couldn't hide spreading across her face. As for the final soldiers, let's have Nanrika, Kanae, Kochu Shinobu, Makomo, and Kanzaki Aoi take the field. Up to 8 soldiers could be deployed, but these were the only ones Roy had available to fight. No problem, leave it to us, Nanrika shouted with an excited expression. After practicing for this period of time, Nanrika's strength had improved significantly, and she was itching to show it off. Lord Roy, what about us? At that moment, the Butterfly Mansion trio approached him, looking up and speaking in unison. Technically, the Butterfly Mansion trio also held the rank of soldier, but they were so small that Roy had simply overlooked them. He patted the 3 little lawless on their heads and said, "You guys will be in charge of cheering for us." Okay. Hearing his words, the Butterfly Mansion trio nodded obediently, looking incredibly adorable. I'm so jealous that you found so many excellent retainers, Roy. Rias watched Roy from the side, speaking with envy. Not only were Roy's retainers strong in both power and potential, but they also got along exceptionally well with each other. One had to remember that in all these years, she only had 2 retainers, Akeno and Kaneko. Yet Roy had gathered so many excellent retainers in such a short time, which left Rias beyond envious. Ha ha ha, no need to be jealous, Rias. You'll meet excellent retainers too. Roy laughed and offered some comfort. Seeing how pitiful Rias was, he decided that when he encountered the Holy Sword duo, Zenobia and Fujiwara Irina, he would definitely help her secure them. Well then, it's time for me to return to the underworld. After playing around for a while, Graphia suddenly brought up returning to the underworld. Big sister, won't you stay and play a bit longer? The little girls, like Alice, surrounded Graphia to try and make her stay when they heard she was leaving. Graphia patted the little girls' heads. She smiled and said, "Originally, the Gremory family and the Phoenix family planned for me to be the referee for this rating game, but I refused. Now that I don't have to worry about things here anymore, I'm preparing to take on the referee duties." As she spoke, Graphia looked at Roy again and smiled. "Roy, I'm looking forward to your performance." Roy smiled with great confidence. "Don't worry, sister, I'll definitely put on a good show." Perhaps because Roy was becoming stronger and stronger, the smile on Graphia's face had also become more frequent. Hearing his words, Graphia nodded with satisfaction, and then a magic circle opened, and she disappeared from everyone's sight. As that magic circle vanished, another one lit up in the lounge. Who's here now? Rias looked at the location of the magic circle in confusion. The light faded, and 2 figures appeared before them. Sona-chan. Neither Rias nor Roy expected the visitors to be Sona and Tsubaki Shinra. I didn't expect President Sona to come personally. Akeno chuckled softly and then went to prepare tea. "Sona, what brings you here this time?" Rias asked Sona curiously. "Naturally, it's about Rias's engagement. After all, this matter has spread throughout the entire underworld," Sona said, giving Roy a meaningful look. Feeling Sona's gaze, Roy couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Not long ago, he had flirted with Sona, making her promise that if he defeated her in a rating game, she would become his fiancée. He hadn't expected that in such a short time, Roy would dare to participate in a rating game against Riser for Rias's sake. Even Sona was very surprised by this change in Roy, and of course, she was also a bit jealous. After all, she had always been paying attention to this younger brother, and they even had that agreement between them. However, Sona did not bring up that matter and instead chatted happily with Rias. Roy sat on the side, feeling bored. After chatting for a while, Sona proposed to leave. "Sona-chan, let me see you out." Roy took the initiative to stand up and say. Of course, seeing her out was just a pretense. He really wanted to talk to Sona. Otherwise, Sona could just teleport back, so why would she need to be seen out? Sona looked at him and nodded, then said to Tsubaki Shinra beside her, "Tsubaki, you go back first." "Yes, President." Tsubaki Shinra agreed and then teleported away. Then Roy and Sona left the manor together. Under the moonlight, the two walked slowly. For a moment, Roy didn't know how to start the conversation. "You seem to have forgotten our agreement." At this point, Sona, who was walking ahead, took the initiative to speak. Hearing Sona's words, Roy flashed in front of her to block her path and countered, "Of course I haven't forgotten." Upon hearing this, Sona looked up at him calmly. "Then why are you entering a rating game against Riser Phoenix for Rias?" Regarding this question, Roy said helplessly, well, I can't just watch Rias get engaged to that bastard Riser. Then what about the agreement between us? About that, Sona-chan, don't worry, I will definitely defeat you and make you my fiancé. Hearing this, Sona finally understood. Her younger brother was actually so greedy that he wanted both. You really are greedy, I've changed my mind. Ah? Roy panicked, thinking Sona was going back on the promise that she would become his fiancé if he defeated her in a rating game. Just as he was about to speak, Sona spoke first. I've changed my mind. Unless you can defeat my sister, I won't agree to be your fiancé. Sona pushed up her glasses and said slowly. Roy was stunned for a moment, then looked at Sona strangely. Isn't this condition the same as saying nothing? In the first place, if Roy wanted to go after Sona, he would have to pass the hurdle of her sister, Seraphal Leviathan. This was something he had long prepared to face. After all, Seraphal Leviathan's sister complex was known throughout the underworld. Don't worry, Sona-chan, even a devil king can't stop my determination. Roy patted his chest and guaranteed. In his heart, however, he thought, if I defeat your sister too, would it be a buy one, get one free deal? Sona was moved by his words because she didn't know Roy's current strength and still thought he had the power of a mid-class demon. To think he dared to challenge a devil king for her sake. Thinking of this, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Sona's face. Looking at Sona's small face under this romantic moonlight, how could Roy remain indifferent? He pulled Sona into his arms and sealed their love with a kiss. 2 days passed easily. During these 2 days, Roy and the others didn't train but instead relaxed and rested well. In the early morning hours, now, in a subspace modeled after Kuoh Academy, Roy and his group of retainer girls appeared in the occult research club room. And at the moment they appeared, Graphia's voice rang out from above. Everyone, I am the referee for this rating game between Roy Lucifergus and Riser Phoenix, Graphia. Lucifergus. This rating game is based on the opinions of both parties, using a subspace modeled after the human world's Kuoh Academy as the battlefield. In the venue where the underworld's rating game was held, the match could be watched in its entirety through a large screen. At this time, the venue was already crowded with people. Oh, the referee is actually the silver-haired Queen of Annihilation. The Queen is so amazing. Hearing Graphia's voice, the audience below suddenly erupted with enthusiasm. It was clear that Graphia was very popular in the underworld. One of the participants this time seems to be Graphia's younger brother. Won't having Graphia as the referee be biased? Isn't Graphia's brother the famous trash of the underworld? It's said he still only has the strength of a lower-class demon. He's really a disgrace to the family. A mere lower-class demon dares to challenge Riser Phoenix. I don't know where he gets the courage. Exactly. Some demon nobles in the underworld, hearing that Roy was challenging Riser, came with the intention of watching a farce. In their eyes, it was impossible for a piece of trash like Roy to defeat Riser. Only a few people, like the great devil kings, could see Roy's true strength. This person Rias has her eye on is very interesting. CSSK Lucifer looked at Roy and his retainers with great interest. As Rias's brother, he naturally cared about her, and he certainly knew of Roy, though his impression of him remained in the past. He hadn't expected that after not seeing him for a while, Roy's strength would have grown to such a terrifying level. At this moment, CSSK also acknowledged Roy. Is this the man who is so close to Sona-chan? It seems I need to observe him closely. On the other side, Sona's sister, Devil King Seraphal Leviathan, also sized up Roy. 58. Number 58 Section 58 Chapter 58 To her, Roy was a mysterious guy. Even she couldn't see through his strength. This was normal, after all, both possessed the power of a demon king. A moment later, Graphia's voice rang out again. The teleportation points for both sides will be their respective headquarters. Roy Lucifergus's headquarters is the Supernatural Research Club in the old school building, while Riser Phoenix's headquarters is the principal's office in the new school building. Therefore, the promotion of the soldiers will take effect once they enter the opponent's headquarters. Soldier promotion? Hearing about soldier promotion, Makomo was somewhat puzzled. Soldier promotion means that once a person with the soldier rank reaches the opponent's headquarters, their own power can be promoted to the strongest queen level. Roy spoke up to explain. Hearing his words, Nanrika and the others' eyes immediately lit up. If they could be promoted to queen, they might even be able to fight a high-level demon. The duration of this match is until dawn in the human world. Now let the match begin. Dong dong dong. The school bell rang, signaling the start of the match. Roy, what should we do? In the Supernatural Research Club, Seiko licked her lips and asked, the excitement on her face no longer hidden. Roy thought for a moment and felt there was no need to arrange any tactics. They could just push through the middle as a group. He was just about to say so when Saya interjected, as for arranging tactics, leave it to me. The genius beautiful girl. Looking at Roy's contemplative expression, based on Saya's understanding of him, she knew exactly what he was going to say, so she took the initiative to step forward and take on this task. Hearing this, Roy nodded and said, then let Saya arrange the tactics. Since it was a complete stomp anyway, it wouldn't hurt to let Saya show off a bit. Hearing his words, all the girls turned their gaze towards Saya. Ahem, my strategy is as follows. I've divided the entire battlefield into 3 lanes, which makes it easier to assign personnel. As she spoke, Saya took out a prepared map. 3 clearly visible routes were marked on the map, as simple and clear as Summoner's Rift, making it easy for the girls to understand at a glance. First, Kanae, Kochu Shinobu, and Nanrika will take the top lane. In the mid lane, it'll be me and Aoi, along with Isa as support. Aoi's Venonat has a radar skill and can discover enemies at any time. Kanao, Makomo, and Seiko, you guys take the bottom lane. Finally, the jungler roles will be filled by Nezuko and Mitsuri Ne. Your task is to support the other 3 lanes at any time. I've gathered intelligence on Riser Phoenix. The only one who can pose a threat to us is his queen, Yubaluna. If she dares to show up, she will immediately face a combined attack from Nezuko and Mitsuri Ne. That is my strategy. Chapter 69. The game begins? Let's just push through the middle in one go. Clap, clap, clap. Hearing Saya's tactics, Roy couldn't help but applaud. As expected of Saya, amazing. He hadn't expected Saya to arrange things so well, even using tropes from games, making it simple and easy to understand. He really wanted to ask Saya if she had played League before. The strength assigned to the 3 lanes was almost equal, and if they pushed simultaneously, there was no need to worry about enemy soldiers entering their own headquarters. Moreover, with Nezuko and Mitsuri ready to support at any time, it could be said to be foolproof. Even if they encountered Riser's queen, Yubaluna, they could handle it calmly. Hearing Roy's praise, Saya immediately tilted her delicate chin up proudly. The other girls also looked at Saya with admiration. Everyone, put this on first. At this time, Roy took out light orbs the size of a pinky nail and handed them to everyone. What is this? Kanroji Mitsuri took the light orb and sized it up curiously. This is a communication device. You just need to wear it in your ear to talk over long distances. Saya took a light orb and stuffed it into her ear, then explained to everyone. It seems Saya understood the function of this light orb very well. Exactly, that's it. Roy nodded with a smile. Hearing this, all the girls put on the communication devices. Then without further ado, let's begin according to Saya's tactics. Yes, the girls responded in unison. Then Roy set out together with the girls. That's right, Roy didn't plan to wait at the headquarters. Anyway, it was impossible for the enemy soldiers to bypass their defensive lines and enter their headquarters. Pushing through in one wave was what he wanted. Sona, who was currently watching the match, frowned when she saw Roy planning to go all out. In her view, such recklessness was not a good thing. Rias, on the other hand, had no objections to Roy and the others' tactics. She knew the strength of Roy, Seiko, and the others. Leaving the old school building, they split into 3 paths. Roy chose to go with Saya and the others. After all, Saya's group of 3 seemed to be the weakest among the 3 lanes. However, if the enemy dared to underestimate them, they would definitely suffer a huge loss. Because Saya had a Gyarados with the strength of a high-level demon, the 3 lanes advanced rapidly, and the first to encounter the enemy was the bottom lane. Situation 3 enemies have appeared in the bottom lane. The Pokemon Venonat was the first to discover the enemy's traces, and Kanzaki Aoi hurriedly informed everyone through the communication device. Hearing this, the 3 girls in the bottom lane, Kanae, Makomo, and Seiko, immediately became alert. Ha 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 ha, to dare to appear so blatantly, you really don't take us seriously. Idiots, you've already fallen into our trap. Let them taste our power. As 3 voices rang out, 3 figures jumped out. Appearing before them were 3 of Riser's soldiers, Il, Nell, and Ni. Just as the 3 finished speaking, all around Kanao, Makomo, and Seiko, red magic circles appeared one after another, surrounding them, emitting an aura of destruction. Ha ha ha, this is the explosion magic said by the queen. You can announce your retirement now. The 3 girls looked arrogantly at Kanao, Makomo, and Seiko, who were trapped in the magic circles. The next moment, the red light of the magic circles intensified and instantly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. Rolling smoke and dust filled the entire area, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Outside the field. Oh no, they actually fell into Yubaluna's trap. Sona frowned as she looked at the area shrouded in explosions. She was well aware of Yubaluna's strength. They probably wouldn't be taken down by such an attack. Tsubaki Shinra, standing nearby, pushed her glasses up. Since Grafia hadn't announced anyone's retirement, Tsubaki Shinra guessed they hadn't been defeated. Of course, it was impossible for Seiko and the others to be defeated like this. This was just a trap casually set by Yubaluna. If it were a lower-class demon, they would likely be heavily injured. But Kanao, Makomo, and Seiko were all, without exception, at the level of mid-class demons. Although these explosion magics were strong, they couldn't do anything to them. As the smoke and dust in the field cleared, to everyone's surprise, the three girls were standing there completely unscathed. What? They aren't injured at all? How is that possible? When Il, Nell, and Ni saw the three of them unharmed, their eyes widened in disbelief. Too weak. Sensing the strength of the three girls, Seiko shook her head in boredom. What she craved was fighting the strong, not these three lower-class demons small fry in front of her. Then Seiko moved, her figure as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of the three girls, Il, Nell, and Ni. A flash of blade light passed, and then she sheathed her sword. So fast. How could? Damn it. Before the three girls could finish their startled words, they fell with a thud and vanished as points of light. Because they were heavily injured, they were teleported out of the alternate dimension. 3 soldiers of Riser Phoenix have been defeated. At this moment, Grafia's majestic voice came from above. Great, the plan is a success. Saya clapped her hands in excitement. 59. Number 59 Section 59. Chapter 59. Sister Seiko is amazing. Isa also said happily. Hehe, these are just 3 lower-class demon soldiers. Seiko, who had gotten a triple kill, felt quite bored. 4 enemies are approaching on the top lane. They are 100 meters ahead of you. At this moment, Kanzaki Aoi's Bononet discovered enemies again. Are they coming for us? Finally, things won't be so boring. Nanrika took out her light spear sword, her face filled with fighting spirit. The 3 of them quickly rushed toward the enemy's direction, making no effort to conceal themselves. Inside the school's massive gymnasium. Stop hiding, I know you're here, servants of the Lucifuge family. Just as Nanrika and the 2 others entered the stadium, a voice rang out. The 2 sides officially met. Leading the group was a young girl dressed like Chun-Li, named Xuelin, who held the Rook class. Behind her was a blue-haired girl in red clothing, holding a wooden stick, named Mira, who held the Soldier class. In the original work, she was the girl who instantly killed Hyodo Issei upon their first meeting. The remaining 2 twin little loli, named Nilu and Iru, were also of the Soldier class. Nanrika recognized the group instantly, thanks to the intelligence prepared by Akano. Of course, in the underworld, Riser Phoenix's retainers were not a secret. HMPH, we don't need to hide to deal with you, Nanrika said disdainfully. Oh, so it's just 3 soldiers. Xuelin put one hand on her hip and introduced herself proudly. I am the Rook, Xuelin. I am Mira, class, soldier. I am the soldier, Iru. I am also a soldier, Nilu. Oh, you actually introduced yourselves? Nanrika looked at them in surprise, then smiled and said, in that case, my name is Nanrika, class, soldier. Kochu Shinobu, soldier. Kanae Kocho, soldier. The Kochu sisters also introduced themselves. Alright, enough with the pleasantries. Nanrika waved her hand, then confidently said to the Kochu sisters, I'll handle that Rook. Then I will choose that soldier. Kanae Kocho smiled and looked at Mira. Do I have to bully 2 children? Kochu Shinobu reluctantly looked at the remaining 2 little loli, Nilu and Iru. Well then let's go. Saying that, Nanrika charged out first. Seeing this, the Kochu sisters exchanged a helpless glance and then charged out as well. The 3 women engaged their respective opponents. Kochu Shinobu's opponents, Nilu and Iru, only had the strength of lower-class demons, and facing the peak mid-class demon Kochu Shinobu, they couldn't even touch her. Kochu Shinobu, feeling playful, teased the 2 little loli with her ghostly speed. Kanae was up against Mira, who possessed the strength of a newly advanced mid-class demon. But she was no match for Kanae. However, Kanae clearly didn't intend to end the fight quickly, instead suppressing her strength to battle Mira. Finally, there was the battle between Nanrika and Xuelin, where their strengths were comparable. As a Rook, Xuelin's defense and strength were both formidable. Although Nanrika's defense and strength were inferior to Xuelin's, the light spear sword in her hand was incredibly sharp. This made Xuelin extremely wary, and she dared not clash head-on. For a time, Xuelin was actually suppressed by Nanrika and fell into a disadvantage. After the 2 fought for several rounds, it's time to end the fight. Nanrika suddenly stopped her attack and looked excitedly at the somewhat disheveled Xuelin. HMPHI won't lose. Xuelin snorted coldly. Hearing this, the corner of Nanrika's mouth curled up slightly. The spear of light in her hand spun, and then she inserted it into its sheath. She was seen holding the light sword with both hands, focusing intently on Xuelin. Wind breathing, second form. Claws purifying wind. With a low shout, Nanrika swung forward, releasing 4 claw-shaped wind blades whose power was enough to cut through the enemy's weapon. What? Facing such an attack, Xuelin was visibly stunned. Seeing the wind blades approaching, she had no choice but to use her arms to block in front of her body. TZZ TZZ TZZ. Ah! Xuelin screamed, blood splattering. After blocking the 4 claw-shaped wind blades, her arms were already mangled and bloody, clearly leaving her unable to fight. Xuelin was then teleported out of the alternate dimension. Seeing that Nanrika had dealt with the enemy rook, the Kochu sisters stopped playing around and quickly finished off their opponents. 3 soldiers and 1 rook belonging to Riser Phoenix have been defeated. Graphia's authoritative voice came from the sky once more. Hearing this voice, Roy's side immediately cheered. Riser Phoenix's side, however, was not so happy. His retainers were defeated one after another, while the opposing side suffered no losses. Riser sneered, "Don't tell me you think you've won just like that. I am Riser Phoenix." He then turned to Yubaluna beside him. "All of you go, let them witness the power of the Phoenix." Yes, Yubaluna and the remaining few retainers acknowledged, then flashed out. On Roy's side, the communication devices were filled with laughter and cheers. Saya's plan is truly amazing. Isa looked at Saya with a face full of adoration. Taking down 7 of their retainers so easily, "Saya, you performed well." Roy also offered a generous compliment. The other girls also praised Saya through the communication device. "Ahaha, it's nothing, it's just that the opponents were relatively weak." Saya felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and quickly waved her hand. The group continued to advance. Kong Pang, Kong Pang. Just then, Venonat, who was walking ahead of Kanzaki Aoi, suddenly turned around and chirped at her a few times. With the familiar contract in place, Kanzaki Aoi instantly understood what Venonat meant. She then turned to Roy and said, "Lord Yi, Venonat has spotted enemies approaching ahead. The number is 808. It seems Riser has sent all his retainers over." Riser had a total of 15 retainers. 7 were defeated, and all the rest were sent here. It seems Riser probably wants to deal with the 4 of them first. After all, they have 2 support members and Roy, who is supposedly a weakling. The only one worth noting is Saya's familiar. However, Riser even sent Yubaluna, proving that the opposing side already had a way to deal with the familiar. As they spoke, Riser's retainers appeared before them. "I am the knight who serves Lord Riser, Karamane. Let's have a fair fight." The first one to jump out was a woman holding a longsword, who was Riser's knight. Seeing this, Kanzaki Aoi proactively stepped forward to meet her. "I am the soldier who serves Lord Roy, Kanzaki Aoi. I accept your challenge." Kanzaki Aoi was a Demon Slayer Corps member who had passed the final selection. Unfortunately, due to her cowardice, she later stayed at the Butterfly Mansion and became a medical attendant. But after turning into a devil, possessing the strength of a mid-class demon, her cowardice had significantly improved. Facing Karamane, who also had the strength of a mid-class demon, she did not back down. "Well said, soldier of the Lucifuge family." Karamane looked at Kanzaki Aoi, who had stepped forward, with some appreciation, then shouted and charged forward. And Kanzaki Aoi also met her head-on. Clang, clang, clang bang, bang, bang. Both were masters of the sword, and they clashed in the blink of an eye. Karamane, honestly, all she thinks about is swords, swords, swords. And when she decides to sacrifice a piece, she looks so reluctant. She's really foolish. Just then, a young girl walked out, muttering helplessly. The girl wore a Lolita princess dress, had golden, spring-like twin tails, and her delicate little face carried a hint of arrogance. It was Riser's younger sister, Lavier Phoenix. Revil glanced at Roy and said, "It's rare to see a handsome guy, too bad he's a weakling. It seems Miss Rias has poor taste in men." Saya and Isa immediately glared angrily upon hearing Revi's words. "She's quite pretty, but her mouth is venomous." 60. Number 60 Section 60 Chapter 60 Saya crossed her arms and mocked them disdainfully. Then she added, "So you're saying those 7 who were taken out were just bait? Ha ha ha, it seems you're not stupid, that's right. The 7 of them were bait to split your combat power. Now that we're going to finish you off, we've definitely won." Revil said quite proudly. It seemed this plan was her idea, as Roy and the others hadn't hidden themselves at all. So, from the very beginning, the 7 members of Riser's team who were defeated were bait, released by the opponent. However, hearing Revi's words, Roy didn't feel like he had been tricked at all. He even found it a bit amusing. When Kanzaki Aoi told everyone that the remaining 8 enemies were all rushing toward them, Nanrika's group of 3 from the top lane, Seiko's group of 3 from the bottom lane, and the junglers Nezuko and Mitsuri had already surrounded them. Kuoh Academy wasn't that big, they could arrive within a minute. In fact, Nezuko and Mitsuri would be even faster. When the encirclement was formed, Riser's retainers wouldn't be able to escape even if they had wings. Saya, I'll leave it to you. As he spoke, Roy pulled Isa to the side. No problem. Saya agreed. This was what she wanted to do anyway. Then she looked at Revil and the others and said, if you want to finish us off, then come at us. Magikarp, come out and get to work. The corners of Saya's mouth curled up as she threw a pokeball, and a golden light flashed out from it. Roar! A massive Gyarados appeared on the field. A tyrannical aura raged through the area, and several girls on the opposing side who had seen Gyarados before immediately felt their legs go weak with fear. Revil, who had never seen Gyarados before, also turned pale with fright. Wait, I'm not participating in the battle. The frightened Revil quickly waved her hands. She didn't want to fight such a terrifying familiar. Humph, I don't care. Magikarp, go get them, use Hydro Pump. Saya didn't care whether Revil participated in the battle or not. She pointed at the opponent and gave Gyarados the command. Chapter 70. The Might of Gyarados. Upon hearing its master's command, Gyarados let out a roar, and then a massive column of water erupted from its mouth. The water column was like a torrential flood, spraying towards Revi's group with unstoppable force. Seeing this, Isabella and several other retainers instantly blocked the way in front of Revil. But facing such a violent water column impact, even they weren't sure they could block it. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yubaluna waved her staff and a huge red magic circle appeared in front of them. Then, a red beam of destruction magic shot out, meeting Gyarados' Hydro Pump. Rumble! The Hydro Pump and the destruction magic collided, causing a massive explosion. The entire field was shrouded in mist. After a moment, the mist dissipated. A large crater with a diameter of about 10 meters had appeared at the center of the explosion. Such astonishing destructive power caused Riser's retainers to turn pale with fear. Already terrified of Gyarados, they became even more fearful. Kanzaki Aoi and Karamane, who were fighting nearby, were also forced to stop. However, Saya frowned at the sight. She knew how powerful Gyarados' Hydro Pump was. It could flatten even a small hilltop. Yet it had been easily blocked by the opponent. As expected of Riser's queen, Saya looked at Yubaluna with a solemn expression, thinking about what to do next. Letting Gyarados rush in for close combat wouldn't work. The opponent had more people, and if Gyarados got bogged down, Saya herself would be in danger. Although Roy was behind her, Saya wanted to show off. How could she let Roy take action? Now it seemed she had to use an even more powerful move. Only by seizing the initiative could she win. Otherwise, who knew what magic the opponent's queen would use? Magikarp, use Hyper Beam. Saya decisively gave the command. Originally, Gyarados wouldn't have learned such a powerful move like Hyper Beam right after evolving, but there were TMs brought back from the Pokemon world, so Gyarados had learned the powerful skill Hyper Beam ahead of time. Gyarados let out a roar, and then an energy ball accumulated in its mouth. The energy ball slowly grew larger and was spat out in the next moment. A beam of light that destroyed everything shot toward the opposite side, and Revil and the other girls suddenly felt the approach of death. With such a powerful destructive move, if they were hit head-on, it was very likely they would die instantly. Even the teleportation function of the alternate dimension wouldn't have time to send them out. Fortunately, Yubaluna reacted in time, and she exerted her full strength to cast explosion magic. A huge magic circle appeared, and a red destructive beam shot out to collide with Gyarados' Hyper Beam. Explosion magic versus Hyper Beam. Both were extremely destructive moves. Like a beam struggle in Dragon Ball, the two energy beams were at a stalemate in the air. In the next moment, the Hyper Beam shattered the explosion magic and continued shooting toward Yubaluna's group. Rumble! There was another earth-shattering explosion. Except for Karamane, the rest of Riser's retainers were all engulfed by the explosion of the Hyper Beam. After a long time, the dust settled. A large crater with a diameter of dozens of meters appeared again where the Hyper Beam had hit. Only Yubaluna and Revil were in the crater, both of them looking battered and in a sorry state. The other girls were nowhere to be seen. It seemed they had already retired. Sure enough, 1 rook, 1 knight, 1 monk, and 2 soldiers of Riser Phoenix have retired. Graphia's majestic voice rang out in the sky once again. Unexpectedly, under this hyperbeam from Gyarados, 5 of Riser's retainers had retired directly. This showed just how powerful the move Hyperbeam was. At the last moment, thanks to Yubaluna's full effort to use magic for defense, although she didn't completely block the Hyperbeam, it had significantly weakened the power of the Hyperbeam, so the 5 who retired were not in any serious danger. If Yubaluna herself weren't a high-level demon, even she would have retired under the Hyperbeam. As for Revil, she had an immortal body and wasn't eliminated. Phoenix Flame rose from her body, and in the blink of an eye, her injuries were completely healed, though her small face remained deathly pale. How is it possible? To the side, Caramane looked at Yubaluna in the deep pit with a face full of shock. One had to know that Yubaluna was the strongest among these retainers. Yet she hadn't expected that even she wouldn't be able to completely block the attack of that terrifying familiar. If she hadn't been fighting the opponent's soldier on the side, she wouldn't have doubted for a second that she would have also retired. So amazing. Kanzaki Aoi looked at the destruction caused by Gyarados, dumbfounded. Magikarp is just too powerful. Isa's mouth hung open, also stunned by the destructive power. Roy, however, wasn't surprised at all. Despite the lack of expressiveness in the anime, the destructive power of Pokemon was actually very strong. The legends of Gyarados in ancient times weren't just legends. Gyarados truly possessed the power to destroy towns. Outside, at the venue of the raiding game in the underworld, many demons were shaken by Gyarados's powerful destructive force, and for a moment, there was a flurry of discussion. A dragon species I've never seen before. It doesn't seem to be a dragon from Dragon Valley. Demon King Searsx Lucifer said after taking a curious look at the dragon Saint Tanny beside him. It's indeed not a dragon from Dragon Valley. Rather, it's not any known type of dragon. Dragon Saint Tanny used his massive claws to stroke his chin before answering. Dragon Saint Tanny was originally one of the 6 Dragon Kings. He later voluntarily reincarnated as a demon and took the place in the underworld where dragon apples grow as his territory. There were many dragons in his territory, so he knew dragons better than anyone. On the other side, Sona was also very shocked by Gyarados's power, but she was more curious than anything. She wondered where Roy had captured such an unprecedented familiar. Thinking of this, Sona curiously asked Rias, you should know where Roy captured this familiar, right? Hearing this, Rias pursed her lips and smiled, then shook her head and said, if Sona wants to know, go ask Roy. She wouldn't reveal Roy's secret. Hearing Rias's words, Sona could only helplessly turn her gaze toward Roy on the field. She became increasingly curious about this younger brother of hers. On the field, Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri suddenly appeared beside Roy, followed by Seiko and the others who also rushed over. The girls were also stunned as they looked at the ground destroyed by Gyarados. Gyarados's strength had exceeded their expectations. Even if Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri were to erupt with their full power, they probably wouldn't be able to cause such destruction. Truly remarkable. If I'm not mistaken, you're only a monk, right? Yubaluna stood up, supporting her heavily injured body. There was no sign of defeat in her gaze as she looked up at Saya, as if victory was still within her grasp. Seeing this, Saya frowned and said, I am a monk, that's right. You're heavily injured now and have no combat power left, aren't you? Just surrender. Ha ha ha. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 61. Number 61 Section 61 Chapter 61 Hearing Saya's words, Yubaluna couldn't help but burst into laughter. I am Lord Riser's queen. With that, Yubaluna took out a small red bottle from her cleavage, inside of which a red liquid flowed like flames. Then, without hesitation, Yubaluna opened the cap and drank it all in one gulp. The next moment, Yubaluna's injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her aura returned to its peak. In the blink of an eye, Yubaluna had recovered to her prime state, as if she hadn't been injured at all. Hey, you can use potions in a game? That's way too cheap. Saya looked at the seemingly uninjured Yubaluna, somewhat dumbfounded. Using potions and such was simply too much of a cheat. HMPH These are Phoenix Tears, which can instantly heal any injury. They are a secret treasure of our family, and no more than 2 bottles can be used in a game. With her wings of flame burning, Revil flew in the air, proudly explaining the facts to everyone. How can it be like this? It's practically a foul, Nanrika said somewhat indignantly. HMPH don't you also have mother's smile? Revil retorted once more. Hearing this, Nanrika was suddenly left speechless. Isa was participating in the game as a monk. How could she be compared to an item? However, Nanrika couldn't be bothered to argue with her. You don't think you can win just because you've healed your injuries, do you? You're surrounded by us. Saya crossed her arms, looking at the two of them with disdain. She knew that the scales of victory had always been tilted in their direction, so she didn't care at all about the other side's cheating methods. Your familiar probably can't release an attack like that again, can it? Yubaluna gave a cold sneer. At those words, Saya looked at Gyarados. Gyarados had just forced out a high-level move, Hyper Beam, and was now quite exhausted. It seemed that, for a short while, it indeed wouldn't be able to release another Hyper Beam. So what if it can't? Saya still appeared completely undaunted, because even if Gyarados couldn't fight, there were still Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri. The combat power these two could erupt with was not in the least bit weaker than a high-level demon. The gap between a mid-class demon and a high-level demon was immense, which was why Yubaluna felt so certain of victory. In her eyes, everyone on Roy's side except for Gyarados was nothing more than mid-class demon. In strength, she was confident she could easily deal with them. Yubaluna sneered without answering and slowly flew into the air. Taste my explosion magic. With a wave of her hand, the sky was suddenly filled with red magic circles of all sizes, their destructive aura making one's heart tremble. Yubaluna actually wanted to take out Roy and everyone else in a single move. Seeing this, Roy couldn't help but curl his lips slightly and said softly, Nezuko, Mitsuri, go ahead. Roy had no intention of taking action himself. Facing Yubaluna's full power strike, only the two of them could handle it with ease. Yes, X2. The two girls responded and then simultaneously unfurled their demon wings. Demonization. Nezuko gave a soft shout. The petite Nezuko instantly grew up, becoming a tall, mature woman. Her original clothes became a bit small, tight against her body, yet revealing her voluptuous figure. Furthermore, a full demon horn grew from her forehead, and her body was covered in willow-like patterns. These patterns didn't look ugly. Instead, they possessed a strange sense of beauty. Fully demonized, Nezuko already possessed the strength of a high-level demon. On the other side, Kanroji Mitsuri was not to be outdone. With a soft shout, she had already activated her markings. On the left side of her neck, pink heart-shaped patterns appeared, the sign after activating the markings. After activating her markings, Kanroji Mitsuri's physical stats increased significantly, also reaching the level of a high-level demon. Seeing the aura erupting from the two girls, Yubaluna's expression in the sky instantly became extremely solemn. She had originally thought that only that familiar could pose a threat to her. She never expected that two more high-level demon combatants would suddenly appear. This was going to be difficult. Yubaluna's original plan was to first deal with the opponent's familiar, then rely on the Phoenix Tears to recover her strength and deal with the rest. How could she have known that the strength of Roy's side would completely exceed her expectations? Now she was in a bind and could only brace herself and push forward. Seeing Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri charging up, Yubaluna made a grand sweep with her hand. All the magic circles erupted with red explosive fireballs, smashing toward the two of them. Boom, rumble, rumble. In an instant, the sky was a sheet of fiery red, shrouded in smoke. However, according to the law of smoke but no damage, an explosion of this level could not harm the two of them. Whoosh whoosh. Sure enough, Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri charged out from the dust and smoke. They only looked a bit disheveled in their clothing and appeared otherwise uninjured. Nezuko's regenerative power was too strong. Even if she were injured, she could recover in an instant. Furthermore, being of the Rook rank, her innate defense was already very high. As for Kanroji Mitsuri, her physical defense was already unnaturally high to begin with, let alone after fusing with a Rook piece. With the two combined, her defense could be described as terrifyingly strong. In the next moment, the two of them rushed in front of Yubaluna. Blood Demon Art, Exploding Blood, Love Breathing, Fifth Form. Swaying Love, Wild Claw. Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri struck simultaneously. Nezuko threw a punch accompanied by blood-red flames. Meanwhile, Kanroji Mitsuri swung her blade, performing a series of continuous slashes. Facing their swift attacks, Yubaluna only had time to prop up a defensive magic circle. However, it was useless. The defensive magic was shattered in an instant. Then Nezuko's fist landed on her, and the blood demon art began to burn on her body like fire. At the same time, Mitsuri's slashes also fell upon her, instantly carving out several wounds. Yubaluna didn't expect their attacks to be so fierce. She smashed into the ground like a falling meteor, kicking up clouds of dust. Queen, Yubaluna, Karamane and Revel cried out in alarm when they saw Yubaluna being knocked down. The two girls never expected that the powerful Yubaluna would be defeated in an instant. Riser Phoenix's queen retired. Graphia's voice rang in everyone's ears. As soon as the words fell, Yubaluna, who had smashed into the ground and was already unconscious, turned into points of starlight and was teleported out. Yubaluna, who possessed the strength of a high-level demon, was actually instantly killed by the combined efforts of Nezuko and Mitsuri. Mitsuri is really amazing, Kochu Shinobu exclaimed in admiration. Back in the Demon Slayer Corps, Kanroji Mitsuri was already very powerful among the Hashira, much more so than Kochu Shinobu. After being reincarnated as a demon, this gap had grown even wider. Nezuko is also very impressive. Kanae quite admired Nezuko. She was so young, yet more powerful than all of them. Chapter 71. Total crushing of Riser. Outside the field, Nezuko Onisan is so amazing, and Mitsuri Onisan too. Everyone hurry and cheer for them. Surely Alice looked at the two who were showing great prowess and excitedly spoke to the Butterfly Mansion trio beside her. The three little lawless from the Butterfly Mansion had been assigned the task of cheering by Roy, so they were very diligently cheering for everyone. Rias, standing nearby, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing the opponent's queen defeated. They really are impressive, to have dealt with the Bomb Queen so easily. Akano believed that if she were to face the Bomb Queen Yubaluna, she definitely wouldn't win so easily. Moreover, if the opponent used the Phoenix Tears, there was a high probability she would be defeated. Nezuko is very strong. Kaneko looked at Nezuko, her eyes filled with a bit of envy. The two were around the same age, but the gap in strength was so large that it made her feel a bit dejected. Although she had learned breathing styles, the newly learned techniques didn't offer a very large boost to her strength yet. Sona and her retainers were also very surprised by Roy's strength. The appearance of Gyarados had already been enough of a surprise for them. When Gyarados lost its combat capability, Sona was even a bit worried. She never expected that among Roy's retainers, two more rooks with high-level demon strength would appear. This left her somewhat shocked. At this moment, Sona discovered that she didn't understand her younger brother Roy at all. Thinking about her agreement with him, a blush suddenly crept onto her cheeks. The venue of the Underworld's rating game. Seeing Riser's queen defeated and Riser's side falling into a disadvantage, the crowd of demons in the arena was suddenly in an uproar. The little guy from the Lucifuge family is actually quite impressive to think he dealt with Lord Riser's queen so easily. Have you noticed? So far, not a single one of the Lucifuge kids' retainers has retired. Yeah, this is just too strong. Wasn't the little guy from the Lucifuge family known as a waste? Why is he so strong? Lord Riser is in danger now. Hearing people praise Roy and disparage Riser like this, some who were on good terms with the Phoenixes were displeased. He's just an extra demon. How could he possibly be Lord Riser's opponent? The Lucifuge waste, no matter how hard he tries, it's useless. 62. Number 62 Section 62 Chapter 62 Yes, because Lord Riser is immortal. That's right, even if the trash from the Lucifuge family is somewhat capable, he can't do anything against an immortal body. In an instant, voices belittling and mocking Roy grew louder in the arena. This was normal, as Roy was a notoriously famous piece of trash. Riser, on the other hand, was one of the strongest of the Underworld's new generation and possessed the broken ability of immortality, so the majority still favored Riser. The scene returned to the field. After dealing with Yubaluna, the gazes of the girls on Roy's side were all focused on the remaining Revil and Karamane. Seeing so many eyes on her, cold sweat immediately began to pour down Karamane's forehead. Flapping her flaming wings while flying in the air, Revil wiped the sweat from her brow and waved her hands awkwardly, saying, "Hey, don't look at me, I'm not a combatant." Seeing this, Roy couldn't help but chuckle, yet he didn't trouble the two of them. Instead, he looked toward the principal's office in the new school building, which was Riser's base of operations. "Riser Phoenix, how much longer are you going to sit there and watch the show? If you don't come over, all your retainers will be eliminated." Hearing Roy's words, the girls all looked toward the new school building. "Ha ha ha ha, you clowns, did you think that by taking out my retainers, you could defeat me?" Dressed in a sharp red suit, Riser finally couldn't resist flying over. Even though almost all of his retainers had been eliminated, he remained incredibly arrogant. "Big brother, Lord Riser." Seeing Riser finally emerge, Karamane and Revil finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally decided to stop being a shrinking turtle, Riser Phoenix?" Roy said mockingly with his arms crossed. "Humph, you're just a mere piece of trash from the Lucifuge family. What right do you have to fight me for Rias? Also, I'll pay you back for that punch the other day." Riser looked at Roy with contempt, his voice growing quite angry toward the end. He remembered being ambushed and punched by Roy that day vividly. He considered it a disgrace. Trash? Hearing Riser call him trash left and right, Roy shrugged and said nonchalantly, since you think I'm trash, do you dare to make a bet with me? What? Hearing his words, Riser was clearly stunned. Let's bet on the outcome of this rating game. If you win, I'll accept the title of trash. Conversely, if I win, you must admit that you are the real trash. How about it? Do you dare to bet? After speaking, Roy looked at Riser provocatively. Riser could not withstand such provocation and agreed on the spot. Ha 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 ha, a mere piece of trash dares to bet with me? I accept. Seeing Riser agree, Roy sneered inwardly. It seemed the title of trash would follow Riser for the rest of his life. Roy, let us handle this. Kanroji Mitsuri and Nezuko volunteered. Riser Phoenix possessed the strength of a highest-level demon. Only the two of them present could fight him. However, Roy shook his head and said, since the opponent is the king, I will take the field personally. As the saying goes, king against king, general against general, so Roy decided to step up himself. Furthermore, with Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri's current strength, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Riser. Nezuko's blood demon art was very powerful, but in the original story, even Riasa's power of destruction, which was said to destroy everything, could do nothing against Riser. He estimated that Nezuko's blood demon art wouldn't pose a threat to him either. Good luck, Roy, defeat this arrogant guy. The girls cheered for Roy. Humph number 1 can be a match for Big Brother. Revil spoke up Tsunere Lee from the side. Hearing this, Saya and the others glared at Revil. That please ignore me. Facing the gazes of the girls, Revil felt immense pressure. She had no choice but to awkwardly back down and run behind Riser. Seeing Revi's behavior, Roy couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. He actually had quite a good impression of Revil, this Tsunere girl with the drill-shaped hairstyle. In the original story, after Riser was defeated by the protagonist, Revil became a fanatical admirer of the protagonist. Roy wondered if he defeated Riser this time, would Revil admire him instead? Speaking of which, Revi's drill-shaped hair would probably be very bouncy if pulled. As he thought about it, Roy's mind began to wander. Putting those thoughts aside, Roy slowly stepped forward. He made a grasping motion with his right hand, and ice crystals bloomed in his palm, transforming into the Ice Rose sword. With the corner of his mouth slightly upturned, Roy's figure gradually faded and then disappeared before everyone's eyes. What? Riser was momentarily stunned upon seeing this. Where are you looking? Suddenly, Roy's voice appeared behind Riser. Only then did Riser realize that Roy had already reached his back. What had been left in place was merely an afterimage. Then, Riser discovered to his horror that he had been cut in half without even noticing. It all happened so fast that Riser couldn't react at all. However, an injury of this level posed no threat to Riser. It healed in the blink of an eye. Haha, quite capable, but it's useless against me. Riser regained his arrogant expression and threw a crimson flame from his hand. This was the Phoenix Flame, a flame capable of burning all things. Ice breathing, first form, piercing ice icicles. Facing Riser's flames, Roy casually slashed with the Ice Rose sword. This ice breathing technique was created by Roy based on water breathing, and combined with his own ice talent, it could unleash powerful force. Countless serial ice bullets were fired out like a flock of birds. Riser's flames were extinguished in the blink of an eye, and the remaining ice bullets continued to shoot toward Riser. In the next moment, Riser's body was riddled with holes like a sieve. How is this possible? This is the Phoenix Flame. How could it be extinguished by ice magic? Riser had a look of disbelief, which then turned into rage. They had only exchanged blows for a moment, yet he had been beaten into such a pathetic state. While the opponent was completely unharmed, how could he not be furious? Ordinary ice magic certainly couldn't extinguish Phoenix Flame, but Roy's ice, like Riser's fire, belonged to a bloodline talent. His ice power was not inferior to the Phoenix of the Phoenix family. Seeing Roy remain silent, Riser angrily released even more Phoenix Flame. The entire sky was dyed a bright crimson. Looking at the sky full of fire, Roy's lips curled slightly as he swung his blade once more. Ice breathing, second form, Ice Dragon Swirling Tail. A massive ice dragon was slashed forth. After a silent roar, it charged into the Phoenix Flame. The ice dragon rampaged through the sky full of flames, and within a few breaths, more than half of the Phoenix Flame was actually extinguished. Damn it, what kind of magic is this? Riser watched in disbelief as all of his Phoenix Flame was extinguished. After extinguishing the flames, the ice dragon dove from the sky and performed a tackle directly toward him. Rumble. Facing the ice dragon's speed, Riser had no time to dodge at all. The earth cracked, and dust billowed up. When the dust cleared, everyone discovered the scene. A massive crater had been smashed into the spot where Riser had just been standing. This scene immediately caused an uproar among the demons watching the match. Is this a joke? How could the trash of the Lucifuge family possibly defeat Lord Riser? Hee, you forget that Lord Riser is immortal. An attack of this level can't possibly defeat him. Exactly, Lord Riser is the strongest. Go, Lord Riser. Back in the arena. After a moment, Riser slowly flew up from the crater. The arrogant expression had long since vanished from his face, replaced by a look of pure rage. But in the next moment, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, Roy Lucifergus, I admit your strength, but it is impossible for you to defeat me. Riser seemed to have figured something out, and his confidence returned. His original plan was to rely on his immortality to wear Roy down, even though Roy had more people on his side. Besides, he could still use the Phoenix Tears once, so he wasn't afraid of a battle of attrition at all. Having realized this, Riser stopped making useless attacks and instead looked at Roy with an arrogant face. Roy saw through Riser's plan at a glance and curled his lip in disdain. Riser, do you really think I have no way to deal with you? Hearing his words, Riser remained arrogant. Whatever tricks you have, bring them on. He didn't believe Roy could have any ability that could threaten him. Seeing this, Roy gave a light chuckle and thought to himself, you're in for a rough time in a moment. 63. Number 63 Section 63 Chapter 63 He slowly extended his palm toward Riser, and Roy slowly uttered a few words. Secret Art, 9 Dragons Profound Ice. The surrounding temperature plummeted as if it were the dead of winter, causing Riser to shudder uncontrollably. This reminded him of the moment he was struck by the ice dragon earlier. That coldness caused his blood to congeal, and even his phoenix flame seemed suppressed. The speed of his recovery also slowed down significantly. In the next instant, 9 massive blocks of ice appeared in the sky, which then gradually took the form of 9 ice dragons. The ice dragons were as lifelike as carvings, a truly spectacular sight. Upon seeing these ice dragons, Riser felt an indescribable sense of fear well up in his heart. Then, the ice dragons surrounding Riser let out silent roars and spiraled toward him in a tackle. There was no violent explosion, nor were there clouds of dust. As the 9 ice dragons collided, they instantly transformed into an iceberg surrounded by 9 ice dragons. Riser was instantly frozen inside, the expression of terror on his face frozen in place. So beautiful, Isa couldn't help but marvel as she looked at the iceberg surrounded by 9 ice dragons. Roy's technique was like a work of art, powerful, domineering, and exquisitely beautiful. The girls were all dazed by the sight. Is it settled? Saya looked at Riser frozen inside and turned to ask Roy. Of course. Roy nodded as if it were a matter of course. Although he hadn't used his full strength for this 9 Dragons Profound Ice, it wasn't something Riser could break free from. I don't believe it. My brother has the Phoenix Flame. How could he possibly be frozen? Hearing Roy's definitive words, Revil immediately retorted from the side. She was very aware of the power of the Phoenix Flame. There was no way he could be frozen just like that. She firmly believed her brother would surely break through the ice at any moment. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no change in Riser. The expression of fear remained on his face. What's going on? The girls were also very confused. If Riser had lost his combat capability, he should have been teleported out immediately. Riser Phoenix has lost his combat capability. The winner of this rating game is Roy Lucifergus. Graphia's majestic voice rang out from the sky once more. At the same time, a beam of red magic shone upon the iceberg, and the iceberg formed by the 9 dragons profound ice melted instantly. The frozen Riser also turned into points of starlight and was teleported out. At this moment, his sister Graphia's voice reached Roy's ears, and through her explanation, he finally understood. It turned out it wasn't that the teleportation hadn't occurred, but because Riser was sealed inside the iceberg, the teleportation had failed. After understanding, Roy couldn't help but chuckle. The person who had just melted his 9 dragons profound ice was likely someone from the Phoenix family. To be able to melt his iceberg instantly, they must have at least Demon Lord level strength. It seemed the Phoenix family was indeed not simple. It made sense, as the Phoenix family was a very famous demon noble in the underworld. Since they controlled such a heaven-defying artifact like the Phoenix Tears, how could the family not have someone with Demon Lord strength? Roy shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Chapter 72 The Engagement Banquet with Rias. Following Graphia's announcement of the conclusion, Revil gave Roy a complicated look before being teleported away along with Caramane. Immediately after, Roy and his group were also teleported out. The rating game between Roy and Riser had thus come to an end. The demons watching the match were in an uproar. They never expected Riser Phoenix to lose so utterly. It could be said that Riser was crushed the entire time, until the game ended. He hadn't defeated a single retainer on Roy's side. Even his pride and joy, his immortal body, had been of no use. Such a result immediately set the demons talking. Lord Riser was actually defeated so easily, it's simply unbelievable. Lord Roy is just too strong. It's said Lord Roy used to have the title of trash. I wonder which idiot spread that. Haha, I don't know if Lord Roy was trash before, but Riser is going to be stuck with the title of trash from now on. Riser only has himself to blame for being too confident. These demons hadn't forgotten the bet between Roy and Riser. Whoever lost had to admit they were trash. Although the rating game between Roy and Riser was over, this matter was far from finished. Through word of mouth among the demons, the entire underworld soon knew about it. Cyroorg Biel was the head of the new generation's 4 elites. He was once similarly a trash, who couldn't use magic. Yet through frantic training, he attained power, reaching the pinnacle of speed and strength, and was known as the Lion King. When this Lion King learned of the matter, he immediately became very interested in Roy. As a fellow trash, who had turned his life around, he expressed great anticipation for a rating game against Roy. When this news spread, it caused another uproar in the underworld. Another person paying close attention to Roy was Diodora Astaroth, a young black-haired demon with squinted eyes. He was a blood relative of the current demon lord Beelzebub, and he was also a nun-con, finding pleasure in specifically tormenting nuns and saints. In the original story, after he took an interest in Isa, who was a saint, he feigned a serious injury to get Isa to save him, and after she was exiled by the church, he intended to take advantage of her, but unfortunately, Roy had beaten him to it. Now seeing Isa again, he once more harbored petty schemes in his heart. Setting aside the matters of the underworld, after Roy left the alternate dimension, he invited Rias and Sona. They returned to his castle together to prepare for a celebration. After returning to the castle, the laughter of the girls never stopped. The overwhelming victory in the rating game made them all very happy. Shizuka, Seiko, and Kanae went together to prepare dinner. Roy and the others took Rias and Sona to the living room to rest. During this time, he also notified his sister Graphia, inviting her to join the celebration. In the living room, Rias and Akeno were whispering to each other, occasionally glancing in Roy's direction. Rias's cheeks were slightly flushed, looking breathtakingly beautiful. Meanwhile, Sona seemed to have something on her mind, quietly sipping her tea. At this point, Roy noticed that Isa's mood seemed a bit low. So he asked curiously, "Isa, what's wrong? Shouldn't you be happy that we won the rating game?" But I didn't help with anything at all." Isa looked at Roy with teary eyes. Roy had wondered what it was, but he hadn't expected it to be this. He couldn't help but chuckle as he rubbed Isa's head, saying, "Silly girl, how could Isa not have helped? You're the team's healer." Hearing the term, healer, Isa's face turned red. Then she worriedly added, "But I didn't even use Mother's smile." "Silly, isn't it better that you didn't use it? That means nobody got hurt." Upon hearing this, Isa suddenly realized. "Do you understand now?" Isa had grown up in the church and hadn't attended school, but she understood this kind of logic as soon as Roy explained it. In the evening, the celebration began. Everyone was very happy and started drinking alcohol. Even Roy, who usually didn't drink, couldn't help but have a few extra glasses. As the saying goes, one is not drunk by the wine but by one's own mood. Roy, feeling dazed, went back to his room to rest. Just as he lay down, he noticed 2 figures pressing close to him. In his daze, Roy subconsciously pulled them both into his arms, one on each side. A faint, delicate fragrance reached his nose, clearing his consciousness slightly. It was Kochu Shinobu and Kanae. He was very familiar with the scent of each girl. He knew them so well that he definitely wouldn't mistake them. What surprised him was why the Kochu sisters had come over. Shouldn't it have been Seiko and the others? What Roy didn't know was that tonight, Kanae had taken the initiative to bring Kochu Shinobu along. Back in the Demon Slayer world, Shinobu had promised Roy, as long as he could save her sister, she would let Roy eat her. At that time, Roy indeed saved her sister Kanae, but Roy felt that doing so would be taking advantage of someone's plight. Furthermore, he didn't like forcing people, so he had never made any other moves. While he didn't act, Kanae was anxious. She knew very well how much her sister liked Roy. But since neither of them would bring it up, as the older sister, she had to give Shinobu advice. Unexpectedly, Shinobu didn't want to come alone and insisted on dragging Kanae along. With no other choice, the 2 girls came together. Roy didn't know any of this. He only knew that there was no reason to refuse a delicious meal already at his lips, so he pulled the 2 girls in for an intimate night. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the engagement ceremony with Rias. Roy took Seiko and the others on a train heading to the underworld, which was different from ordinary trains. With an interior like a private jet, the train was extremely luxurious and very fast. A moment later, they arrived at the castle where the engagement was to take place. By the time they entered, the place was already packed. The great demon lords and most of the famous demons of the underworld had arrived. It could be said that this engagement ceremony was very prestigious. Afterward, Roy was pulled by his sister Graphia to greet various demons, a process of tedious etiquette that was incredibly dull. 64. Number 64 Section 64 Chapter 64 Roy finally breathed a sigh of relief when the engagement with Rias concluded and the cocktail party began. He pulled Rias, who was now his fiancée, to sit down beside him. Looking at the bashful Rias, Roy couldn't help but smile. After many twists and turns, Rias finally belonged to him. However, the other girls nearby weren't as happy, especially Isa, that little jealous jar. She puffed out her cheeks like a hamster with its mouth full of food and glared at Rias. Seeing Isa like this, Roy couldn't help but find it funny. Just then, a tall and burly figure walked over. Yo Siroarg. Roy waved and greeted him. Earlier, under his sister's guidance, he had met the Lion King, the head of the new generation's 4 elites. It was worth mentioning that because Roy had easily defeated Riser Phoenix, the people of the underworld had bestowed upon him the title of the new generation's 5th elite. Yo Roy. Siroarg greeted him back. Roy, I am officially challenging you to a rating game. As soon as Siroarg said this, it immediately drew the attention of everyone around them. A rating game? Why? Roy was also a bit confused as to why Siroarg would challenge him to a rating game. Don't misunderstand, I'm just excited by the prospect of a good hunt, Siroarg explained. Hearing this, Roy felt relieved. Siroarg's personality was naturally that of a battle maniac, and Roy had just defeated Riser, who was also one of the 4 elites, so his strength was obvious to all. Thus, it was only natural for him to invite Roy to a rating game. However, was Siroarg treating him as prey? Thinking of this, Roy couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. I see. Then I accept your invitation. When will the match be? He agreed decisively and then asked about the time of the match. Siroarg was in no hurry to state the time. Instead, he asked, I heard you don't have a queen yet, Roy? That's right. Roy nodded. He hadn't made it public that his own sister had become his queen. Then let's discuss the match time after you've found a queen. Hearing this, Roy couldn't help but smile. Siroarg was indeed a man of honor. Because he knew Roy lacked a queen, he proactively scheduled the match for after Roy found one. No problem. Roy agreed immediately. Hearing their conversation, the surrounding devils immediately burst into a frenzy of discussion. Lord Siroarg actually issued a rating game challenge to Lord Roy. I wonder who is stronger, Lord Siroarg or Lord Roy. I'm so looking forward to their rating game. I think it's Lord Siroarg. After all, he's the head of the new generation's 5 elites. Haha, on the contrary, I think Lord Roy is stronger because he crushed Riser Phoenix, who is also one of the 5 elites. Ignoring the chattering devils, back with Roy and the others, Rias felt a bit strange when she heard Roy admit he didn't have a queen. They all knew Graphia was his queen. Hey, if I let sister play, there would be no suspense. But if I don't let her play, that guy's pride would get in the way and he wouldn't agree to the match. So, this is the only way. Looking at the confused girls, Roy shrugged helplessly and explained. At the same time, he thought to himself that it seemed he really did need to recruit another queen. As for when the rating game with Siroarg would start, he didn't really care. The girls finally understood after hearing this. Just then, another person walked toward them. This person had black hair and red eyes, with a squinty-eyed look. It was Deodora Astaroth. They say people with squinty eyes are up to no good, and the person before him was no exception. Mr. Roy, I am Deodora Astaroth. I've come with a presumptuous request. Deodora gave a very gentlemanly bow. Oh? Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't say it, it'll be better for everyone that way, Roy said casually. He had no intention of standing up and remained there with his legs crossed. He didn't even give him a direct look, just continued drinking his tea. Roy hadn't even gone looking for trouble with this guy yet, and here he was jumping out on his own. Seeing this attitude, Deodora Astaroth was furious inside, but he didn't show it. Instead, he continued with a smile, I'll be blunt then. I hope to exchange monks with you. Hearing his words, Isa, Shizuka, and the other monks immediately glared at him, as did the other girls. One had to know that they viewed each other as family. How could they use family members as bargaining chips for an exchange? However, the final decision-making power lay with Roy, so the girls all looked at him. No exchange. Now get lost. Roy waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. Faced with such an insult, Deodora's expression didn't change at all. I understand, Deodora said with a smile, as if he had truly given up. Yet he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he approached Isa and reached for her hand. Slash. A cold light flashed, and just as Deodora reached for Isa, his hand was chopped off. Blood sprayed out, and only then did Diodora react. Ah! The pain of his arm being severed immediately made Diodora scream in agony. The commotion here immediately drew the surrounding devils to watch. Master, several girls with somewhat vacant expressions, dressed in maid outfits, gathered around Diodora. These girls were the saints or nuns that Diodora had abducted using various means. Unfortunately, almost all of these girls had been broken by torture. Roy Lucifergus, how dare you? Diodora clutched his severed hand, looking at Roy in disbelief. He never imagined that Roy would suddenly strike and cut off his arm. Hearing his words, Roy shrugged indifferently and said, I told you to get lost, but you wouldn't listen. You even tried to lay a hand on my Isa. Are you looking for death? His arrogant attitude immediately made Diodora incredibly angry, but he didn't dare to act because those attending Roy and Rias's engagement ceremony were all people friendly with the two families. If he dared to make a move, he would surely die a miserable death. In the end, Diodora could only leave dejectedly with his retainers. I feel like that guy won't let this go, Cyroorg said, standing beside Roy. Hey, I won't let it go either. Watching the departing Diodora, Roy couldn't help but narrow his eyes, a cold light of murderous intent flashing within them. Isa had been framed by this guy, and now he still had designs on her. How could Roy possibly let him off? However, on the surface, he couldn't initiate a direct battle. Because ever since the death of the god and demon kings, the number of devils in the underworld had plummeted. Therefore, the great demon kings had established rules prohibiting devils from harming one another. That was why Roy hadn't killed Diodora directly just now. After all, with his current strength, he hadn't yet reached the point where he could ignore the rules of the underworld. But that didn't mean he wouldn't kill Diodora, because if Diodora wanted revenge, he would inevitably collude with Chaos to obtain the power of the snake. It wouldn't be too late to deal with him then. Roy, seeing him protect her so fiercely, Isa looked at him with teary eyes, deeply moved. Haha, Isa belongs to me for life. I won't let anyone take you away, Roy said, patting Isa's small head. Wah! Hearing his words, Isa was even more moved. After the engagement banquet ended, Roy returned to his ordinary daily life. Rias also moved into his castle to live, as was her right. Chapter 73. Kiryu Aika actually dares to bite me. Every day for school, Roy would teleport to the Supernatural Research Club with Rias and the others, then head to their respective classrooms for lessons. Department head, you've finally come to school. Great, the department head has finally appeared. Wah! The department head didn't abandon us. As soon as Roy arrived at the classroom, Kiryu Aika, Murayama, and Katase gathered around him, crying and complaining. They had taken so many days off to prepare for the rating game against Riser. 65. Number 65 Section 65 Chapter 65 Since Rias was the one who applied for the leave, Roy didn't have time to tell them, which made the three girls worry for a long time. Ahaha, sorry, I had some things to handle, so I took many days off and made everyone worry. Looking at the three girls who cared so much about him, Roy was also somewhat moved. The department head is too much, making us worry for so long. Murayama and Katase hugged Roy's arms from both sides and began to charm him. There must be compensation. Kiryu Aika adjusted her glasses and said, that's right, there must be compensation. Facing the three girls who were acting cute and charming him, Roy had no choice but to agree. So, what compensation do you want? Go on a date with us this weekend. Seeing him agree, the three girls quickly stated their compensation. Alright. Seeing that the three girls had even chosen the location, Roy realized he had been played. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't refuse such a request. Behind him, Isa and Saya looked at the three girls unhappily, but they didn't say anything. The other classmates in the classroom looked at Kiryu Aika, Murayama, and Katase with envy. Only they could charm the male god so casually. Just then, the teacher arrived, and they returned to their seats to start the lesson. During class, Kiryu Aika nudged Roy with her elbow. What's wrong? Roy turned his head and whispered into Kiryu Aika's ear. Her ear tickled by his breath. Kiryu Aika leaned into his ear with a slight blush and whispered, Department head, I've learned a new move recently. Do you want to try it? Oh, Roy guessed in his heart, could she have learned the breathing styles? Calculating the time, it had been almost a month. When he taught the three girls water breathing, he said that if they could learn the breathing styles within a month, he would give them a surprise. This surprise was naturally to take them as retainers. Of course I want to try it. Roy agreed immediately. Hearing his words, Kiryu Aika's face turned even redder. Then she glanced at the teacher lecturing on the podium and, while the teacher wasn't looking, she lowered her head and lay on Roy's lap. Eh? What are you doing? Roy asked in a confused whisper. Doesn't the department head want to try the move I learned? Kiryu Aika's movements didn't stop. Hey, have you been reading erotica manga again? MMPH. Hearing Kiryu Aika's whimpers, Roy understood her words. She had just happened to see it by accident. Hey, be careful, don't bite it. MMPH. Looking at the teacher lecturing on the stage, Roy couldn't help but sigh. As expected of an erotica girl, she's so bold that she actually dared to bite me during class. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, school was over. By the way, I seem to hear some talk today that many people in school have been taking leave or leaving early lately. What's going on? Roy packed his books, looked at the empty seats in their class, and asked Kiryu Aika in confusion. It's true, but after a checkup, it was found to be just anemia. Kiryu Aika pushed up her glasses and explained. However, these girls all have one thing in common, and that is being busty. In short, the whole thing is very strange. Oh, I see. This situation made Roy think of something that had appeared in the original story. It started with an alchemist who excelled in researching magical creatures and had escaped from the underworld. This alchemist had refined a type of magical creature that could absorb women's essence and magic power. After absorbing enough magic power, it would bear berries that would enlarge a woman's breasts. In the original story, Murayama and Katase fell victim to it. Looking at the two girls who were fine, Roy sighed in relief. It seemed the two had not been affected, perhaps because the incident had just begun. However, this matter needed to be resolved quickly. Don't worry about this matter. I won't be going to the kendo club today. You guys train well. After saying that, Roy walked out of the classroom with Isa and Saya. X3. Kiryu Aika, Murayama, and Katase looked at the departing Roy in confusion. Didn't he usually go to the kendo club? Why was today an exception? Also, this matter today was full of strangeness, making the three girls curious to find out more. So the three girls decided to look for clues and uncover the secret of this matter. On the other side, Roy took Saya and Isa to the Supernatural Research Club to meet up with Rias. Then they teleported back together. Back home, Roy also mentioned the students taking leave from school. And he voiced his suspicion that there should be a magical creature at work. Kuoh Academy was Rias's responsibility after all, so Roy didn't want to overstep. After all, he still had to give Rias enough respect. Hearing his words, Rias was just about to go out to find traces of the magical creature. At that time, news came from the Gremory family in the underworld that an alchemist, specializing in magical creatures, had escaped. Combining that with Roy's words, Rias immediately understood that the school incident was definitely the work of this alchemist. Then Kaneko, we have work to do. Rias stood up and activated the teleportation magic. Yes, department head, X2. Akeno and Kaneko agreed and then stepped into the magic circle. Since I have nothing else to do, I'll go with you. Roy also stepped in. But my magic circle, leave it to me. Roy knew what Rias wanted to say. Her magic circle couldn't transport others, only herself and her retainers. But his magic circle could. With a wave of his hand, an ice-blue magic circle covered Rias's crimson magic circle. The next moment, they disappeared from the room. In an abandoned factory, they found the alchemist who was conducting research. Good day, alchemist who escaped from the underworld. Orders have been issued to arrest you. I suggest you surrender. Rias slowly walked toward the alchemist, her calm words carrying an air of dominance. A Rias like this is truly charming. Roy couldn't help but praise. Oh my, the spotlight has been completely stolen by Rias. Akeno chuckled, covering her mouth. I surrender against the princess of the Gremory family and the heir of the Lucifuge family. I wouldn't stand a chance anyway, right? The alchemist didn't resist and directly raised his hands in surrender. Seeing this, Rias said to Akeno beside her, Akeno, after arresting him, use the magic circle to send him to the underworld for trial. Understood. Akeno agreed and stepped forward, the lightning in her hand turning into a rope to bind the alchemist. Did the matter just end simply like that? Not quite. The bound alchemist suddenly burst into laughter, looking as if his scheme had succeeded. It's useless even if you catch me. What I wanted to do is already done. After leaving those words, the alchemist was directly teleported away. It seems this matter isn't over. The thing causing trouble at school should be the magical creature created by this alchemist. Rias understood after hearing the alchemist's final words. It's simple. We just need to find this magical creature and deal with it. Roy snapped his fingers and smiled. The next moment, he activated his magic circle and disappeared with Rias and the other two girls. Back when he learned about this at school, Roy had notified Kanzaki Aoi to take Venonat to find the magical creature's traces. Kanzaki Aoi did not disappoint. Under the protection of Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsuri, she found the magical creature's location. In the original story, this plant-type magical creature was very powerful after absorbing a lot of essence and magic power. Even Rias was no match for it, so after discovering the magical creature, Kanzaki Aoi did not act recklessly but immediately notified Roy. A blue magic circle appeared in front of Kanzaki Aoi and the other two girls. Lord Roy, the magical creature is over there. Kanzaki Aoi pointed to an open space not far away, where a magical creature that looked a bit like Aoso the Demon World flower was ingrained there. 66. Number 66 Section 66 Chapter 66 On a side path, scattered female students walked sluggishly and blankly toward the magical creature. The creature extended two tentacles, sucking the magic power and essence from the students. The girls who had their essence drained didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, they simply walked back slowly. It seems those girls haven't been affected too much, but since I've discovered you, in the name of Gremory, I shall destroy you. Rias stepped forward, bringing Akeno and Kaneko with her. Rias, how about I handle it instead? Hearing this, Rias turned to him with a sweet smile and said, no need, this is something I should do. Hearing Rias say that, Roy sighed. She really is a strong-willed woman, but he liked that about her. Never mind, he'd just step in later if needed. Let's go. With a sharp cry, Rias took the lead and charged, releasing destruction magic from her hands. Beside her, Akeno flew into the sky, her entire body flickering with lightning. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck down toward the creature. Kaneko, on the other hand, was simple and brutal. She grabbed a large tree nearby that would take several people to encircle and used it as a weapon. She swung it in a massive sweep. Facing the trio's attack, the plant-type magical creature woke up, and a bird-beak-like head emerged from its massive corolla. With a screech, countless tentacle-like vines formed a large net, blocking the path in front of it. The attacks from Rias and the other two girls hit the large net, but they surprisingly had no effect at all. What? Seeing that her attack had no effect, Rias was stunned. However, the creature wasn't just there to take a beating. It instantly shot out several vines to entwine Rias and the other two. Swish swish swish. Just as the vines were about to wrap around the three girls, Roy moved with ghost-like speed and instantly rescued them. Honestly Rias, you need to learn to rely on your fiancé. Roy held Rias in a princess carry, lecturing her slightly. I'm sorry. Rias apologized sheepishly. It was true, although she was engaged to Roy, she didn't want to rely on him for everything. She wanted to be a woman who could stand on her own for Roy's sake. Seeing her apologize so obediently, Roy finally smiled. Leave the rest to me. Rias agreed cutely and obediently, then stood behind Roy. Looking at the creature before him, a cold glint appeared in Roy's eyes. He reached out his palm and grasped at the empty air. Secret art, thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara of ice, one of the ultimate techniques of Ice Blue Moon. In an instant, a 100-meter-tall thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara made of ice rose up. Then, the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara moved, its countless arms striking toward the creature like machine guns. Rumble. The thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara's punches landed heavily, causing the earth to tremble, the mountains to shake, and clouds of dust to billow up. When the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara stopped and the dust cleared, the area where the creature had been was in ruins, with the ground for hundreds of meters around having collapsed from the force of the punches. Looking again, there was no sign of the creature anymore, only some unknown liquid left behind to prove it had ever existed. Rias and the girls were all stunned by Roy's overbearing move, 100-meter-tall thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara performing a physical beatdown. It was pure violent aesthetics, utterly shocking. So powerful. This is way too strong. As expected, Lord Roy is the best. Kanzaki Aoi and the other girls were so shocked their mouths were hanging open. Roy, just how many ultimate moves do you have? Rias couldn't help but ask curiously. How many? Roy rubbed his chin and said seriously, I still have many more. Come to my room tonight, and we can discuss them. Hearing this, Rias gave him a look, her face flushing crimson. How could she not understand Roy's implication? So tonight, should she go or should she go? Seeing her shy expression, Roy stopped teasing her. He clapped his hands and said, since the matter is settled, let's head back. Just as Roy was about to open a teleportation circle, he seemed to discover something. He stopped and looked in a certain direction. A lost demon seems to have appeared over there. Hearing Roy's words, Rias frowned. After the last cleanup, almost all the lost demons around Komu town had been eliminated. She didn't expect another one to appear in such a short time. This is my dereliction of duty. Don't blame yourself, Rias. Let's go take a look first, Roy interrupted her. Then, the group moved toward the location of the lost demon. Before long, they found it. To their surprise, this lost demon was actually fighting three young girls. No, it was more accurate to say the three girls could only constantly dodge the lost demons' attacks. Roy recognized the three girls at a glance. They were Kiryu Aika, Murayama, and Katase. It turned out that when school ended in the afternoon, Roy had told them not to worry about the students taking leave and leaving early. However, Kiryu Aika was simply too curious about Roy's attitude, so she dragged Murayama and Katase along to find the reason why students were taking leave. They followed the students who were bewitched by that creature all the way, but they didn't expect to encounter a lost demon. To protect those bewitched students who had no power to resist, the three girls had no choice but to fight the lost demon. And that was the scene Roy and the others saw. If the three girls hadn't been practicing breathing styles for nearly a month, they probably would have been eaten by the lost demon long ago. Gia, you three little cuties, stop running and let us eat you quickly. This lost demon was nearly 5 meters tall, with a pair of crimson eyes and an ugly appearance. Standing before the three girls, it was like a giant. Chapter 74, taking 3 more retainers. HMPH, how dare you bully my juniors? I'll destroy you. Rias snorted coldly and was about to step forward to eliminate the lost demon. However, Roy grabbed her. Facing Rias's confused gaze, he smiled and explained, "Don't be in a hurry, let's watch for a bit." Hearing his words, although Rias was confused, she was no longer in a hurry to go over its breathing styles. Looking at the three girls who were constantly dodging, Rias's eyes lit up as she finally recognized it. These 3 juniors had all practiced breathing styles. And since only Roy knew breathing styles, what was the relationship between these 3 girls and Roy? Rias looked at Roy inquisitively. Haha, I just saw that they had some talent for swordsmanship, so I taught them breathing styles, Roy explained. But their breathing styles haven't even reached the entry level yet. If they face this lost demon, it will be very dangerous. Kanroji Mitsuri saw at a glance that the 3 girls' breathing styles had not reached the entry level. Without reaching the entry level, they were no match for this lost demon. I believe they can do it. Roy looked at the 3 girls and spoke with confidence. The 3 girls were just a tiny bit away from reaching the entry level of their breathing styles. Once they reached it, with the 3 of them working together, defeating this lost demon shouldn't be a problem. And this battle was exactly what they needed. Aika, what should we do? If this continues, we're all going to die. Murayama asked Kiryu Aika while dodging the lost demon's attacks. Exactly, why don't we run? On the other side, Katase also panted and made a suggestion. We can't. If we run away, those girls over there will definitely be eaten, Kiryu Aika said resolutely. When they first encountered the lost demon, its attack had accidentally injured one of the bewitched girls. Now that girl was unconscious. If they ran away, she would be dead for sure. But if we don't think of something, we'll all die here. Murayama's words made Kiryu Aika fall into silence. It was 3 lives on their side versus 1 life for that girl. The weight of the situation seemed obvious. However, Kiryu Aika simply couldn't bring herself to abandon that girl and run away. Was there really no way? In this moment of crisis, Kiryu Aika's heart actually felt calm, and her breathing became regular. Breathing? 67. Number 67 Section 67. Chapter 67. Kiryu Aika suddenly remembered when Roy taught them the breathing styles. At that time, Roy had casually used a single sword strike to easily cut down a wooden stake. Recalling Roy's sword strike, Kiryu Aika's eyes immediately lit up. She took a sharp breath, and the air visibly rushed into her mouth. At this moment, she felt her entire body fill with strength. This was water breathing. A smile appeared on her face, and Kiryu Aika instantly rushed towards the lost demons. Murayama and Katase gasped when they saw her move. They watched as Kiryu Aika easily dodged a punch from the lost demons, then slashed her sword across the lost demon's arm. Poochie. Blood splattered. Kiryu Aika had actually wounded the lost demons using only the wooden sword in her hand. Murayama and Katase were stunned. However, Kiryu Aika frowned as she looked at the wound on the lost demon's arm. A wound of this severity was useless against the lost demons. Immediately, she dodged the lost demon's attack again and retreated. Kiryu Aika said to Murayama and Katase, "Quickly use the breathing styles, only then can we defeat this guy." Breathing styles? Murayama and Katase were not fools. They connected this to Kiryu Aika's previous strike. They instantly recalled when Roy had taught them the breathing styles. At that moment, Murayama and Katase's breathing changed. Unconsciously, they had mastered the basics of the breathing styles, and their previously tired bodies were now filled with strength because of it. Seeing that they had also grasped the breathing styles, joy flashed in Kiryu Aika's eyes. Just then, some information suddenly appeared in her mind. Kiryu Aika's eyes brightened, and she immediately shouted to Murayama and Katase, "Let's go." "Yes, X2. Murayama and Katase acknowledged her. The three of them then charged together toward the lost demons. Murayama and Katase drew the lost demons' attacks. Kiryu Aika then leapt up, reaching the neck of the lost demons. Water breathing, first form. Water surface slash. With a fierce cry, Kiryu Aika's wooden sword brought forth a wave of water, slashing toward the lost demon's neck. Poochie. Blood spurted out. The head of the lost demons had actually been completely sliced off. Bang! The massive body of the lost demons crashed to the ground. Seeing that the monster was finally dead, the three girls, Kiryu Aika, immediately collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, abandoning all pretense. "We finally killed it, phew. How can there be such terrifying things in this world?" "Right, Aika, what move did you use just now?" Murayama asked, looking at Kiryu Aika. That move just suddenly appeared in my mind. "I don't know either." Kiryu Aika shook her head. Just then clap clap clap. "Well done." Suddenly, a voice rang out next to the three girls. Department head? X3. The three girls simultaneously called out the person's name. Seeing this, Roy couldn't help but let a smile appear on his lips. He then took the three girls, Kiryu Aika, along with the girl who was lying unconscious nearby, and returned to the castle. In the lounge, after Roy finished explaining to the three girls, Kiryu Aika, they finally knew what the monster was called. Lost demons. It turned out such things existed in this world, and the department head was actually a demon noble. Although they didn't know what a demon noble was, it sounded very impressive. "Do you remember? When I gave you the breathing styles, I said that if you mastered them within a month, there would be a mysterious reward." Roy looked at the three girls and smiled. "A mysterious reward? What is it? I'm so excited." Hearing about the mysterious reward, the three girls, Kiryu Aika, looked at him expectantly. "The mysterious reward is this." Saying this, Roy took out 3 soldier pieces. "Chess pieces?" The three girls looked at him in confusion. "These are demon chess pieces. As long as you merge with one, you will be reborn as my demon retainer." "Reborn as demons? Become the department head's retainers?" The three girls keenly grasped the keywords in Roy's statement. "After becoming the department head's retainer, does that mean we can be with the department head?" Kiryu Aika adjusted her glasses and asked seriously. "That's not wrong to say." "Then I accept." Kiryu Aika unhesitatingly took a piece from Roy's hand. Kiryu Aika already admired Roy greatly. It could even be called a somewhat pathological adoration. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so bold as to bite him during the day. Now that she had this opportunity, of course, she wouldn't refuse. Seeing Kiryu Aika accept without hesitation, Murayama and Katase also reached out and grabbed a chess piece. Their adoration for Roy was in no way inferior to Kiryu Aika's. Seeing this, Roy couldn't help but let his lips curl into a slight smile. Afterward, he began preparing the reincarnation ritual for the three girls. Before long, the three girls successfully reincarnated. "Congratulations, you've gained 3 more excellent retainers." Rias looked at Roy, her eyes filled with admiration and envy. To think that she, Rias, was one of the 5 great elites of the new generation, and the princess of the Gremory family, yet she only had Akano and Kaneko as retainers so far. Why hadn't she encountered excellent retainers herself? Rias looked at the three girls, Kiryu Aika, feeling a little sour inside. Seeing Rias like this, Roy couldn't help but laugh. "Rias, your standards are just too high. Actually, the potential of ordinary people is also very great." Exactly I said so long ago, but Rias just wouldn't listen. Akano, who was standing nearby, also chimed in with a smile. "Akano." Rias puffed out her cheeks, slightly displeased that Akano was also helping to criticize her. However, she agreed with their words internally. Take the three girls, Kiryu Aika, for example. They were originally just ordinary people. They had no sacred gears, nor any special bloodlines. Yet, simply by learning the breathing styles for a month, they could defeat a lower-class demon. After being reborn as demons, the strength of the three girls was already close to that of a mid-class demon. With a bit more training, they would be 3 retainers no weaker than Kaneko. How could Rias not be envious of this? At the same time, she decided internally that starting tomorrow, she must diligently search for talented students at Kuoh Academy. To celebrate Roy gaining 3 more retainers, Shizuka and the others prepared a very lavish dinner. After dinner, Roy waited alone in his room. Seiko and the others spontaneously arranged for someone to come and accompany him every night. So Roy didn't bother managing this matter. Instead, he was very much looking forward to seeing who it would be tonight. Pata. The door was opened. In the pitch-black room, a graceful figure quietly walked over. Rias? Don't talk. Rias shyly covered his mouth. Earlier, when destroying the monster, Roy had jokingly told Rias to come over tonight to discuss ultimate moves. He hadn't expected Rias to actually come. Seeing this, Roy held nothing back, deploying all sorts of ultimate moves. The two didn't sleep all night, only stopping at dawn. The peaceful daily routine began again. However, that day, Rias unexpectedly brought back a girl. In the castle lounge. Her name is Anbai Kuoh. She is the captain of the tennis club and comes from the Anbai family of monster tamers. She is now my monk. Rias introduced her with a smile. After Roy's lecture a few days earlier, Rias had lowered her standards for finding retainers. She unexpectedly discovered Anbai Kuoh, but at the time, Anbai Kuoh was unwilling to become her demon retainer. It took a great deal of effort for her to succeed. 68. Number 68 Section 68 Chapter 68 Nice to meet you all. Anbai Kuoh bowed and greeted everyone. She was a girl with long wavy blonde hair and a fantastic figure. Roy recognized her. This girl hadn't appeared in the anime, but she had been in the manga. When she was being forced into an engagement by her father, she had sought help from Rias. However, Anbai Kuoh was supposed to look down quite a bit on the demons within Kuoh Academy. He didn't know how Rias had convinced her to become a retainer. Looking at her behavior, she didn't seem to hate demons all that much. After the introductions, Rias said to Akano and the others, "We just happened to receive a mission today to clear out some lost demons. It's a good chance for everyone to get to know each other. Let's get ready to head out." "Hey, I don't have anything else to do anyway, so I'll go with you." Roy stood up and expressed his intention to join them. Rias nodded and agreed upon hearing this. "Department head, we want to go too." Kiryu Aika and the other two girls raised their hands, indicating they wanted to go as well. The three of them would come to Roy's castle to train after school, but they still returned home at night. Nezuko, Saya, and the others also looked at him expectantly. "Alright then, let's all go together." Helplessly, Roy had to agree to let them all go, except for Shizuka and Seiko, who were preparing dinner. "Come back soon." In the kitchen, Shizuka waved to them with a ladle in her hand. "Don't worry, we'll definitely be back before dinner." Saying that, Roy activated the teleportation circle, and the group instantly disappeared from the lounge. "This is the place, right?" Roy surveyed the abandoned warehouse in front of him. "That's right, the lost demon is inside." Rias nodded. "Yes, I can smell the scent of a lost demon." Kaneko also detected the demon's trail. Since a subjugation order was issued from above, it proves this lost demon is dangerous. So we must be careful, Rias instructed everyone. Hearing this, Roy shrugged, completely unconcerned. Looking at the many retainers behind him, he actually felt a bit of pity for the lost demon. This lost demon surely wouldn't expect to be greeted by a group beating from so many people. Opening the warehouse doors, the group filed inside. As soon as they entered the warehouse, they saw a frail blue-haired girl leaning behind a section of water pipe, panting. Someone's injured. Kiryu Aika, who didn't understand lost demons, saw the girl lying there and thought someone was hurt. Just as she was about to go up, Roy pressed down on her head. "Idiot, that is the lost demon." A lost demon? Kiryu Aika and the other two girls looked at the cute girl in utter confusion. They found it hard to believe such a cute girl was a lost demon. Roar! Just then, the cute blue-haired girl's face suddenly turned hideous. She transformed into a spider-type monster and rushed over with a hiss. Kiryu Aika and the other two were startled by this sudden change. "Kaneko, Akano, Go Kuoh, this is your first time participating in a lost demon subjugation, so watch from the side for now." Rias quickly gave commands. "You guys can step in as you like too." Roy waved to the girls behind him, indicating they could also take action. After the previous incident of eliminating the alchemist's monsters, Rias no longer refused his help. Hee, look at my Growlithe." Alice giggled, then took out a Pokeball and released Growlithe. Woof woof. Upon appearing, Growlithe barked excitedly twice. "Growlithe, use Ember." Alice's small hand pointed at the lost demon. Woof woof. Hearing its master's command, Growlithe immediately entered a combat state. A burst of flames spewed from its mouth, landing on the lost demon. Unfortunately, it didn't cause any damage to the lost demon. This was normal. After all, this lost demon had the strength of a peak mid-class demon. Growlithe was still too young, but that didn't stop Alice from enthusiastically commanding it. In battle, with Kaneko and Akano holding the front, she wasn't in any danger. Seeing Alice having so much fun, Makomo, Nezuko, and Isa also released their own Pokémon. Come out Squirtle. Come out Vulpix. Come out Pikachu. Squirtle, use Water Gun. Squirtle. Vulpix, use Fire Spin. Awoo. Pikachu, use Thundershock. Pika Pika. Although the attacks of the 3 Pokemon didn't hurt the lost demon, they served as a distraction. P.S. Chapter 63 was banned today, but it's available to read now. I'm very sorry to everyone, so as an apology, I'm adding an extra chapter. Also, thank you for the flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation votes, tips, and reminders. The author will work hard. Chapter 75, The Arrogant and Silly Girl Duo. Eh? What kind of magical beasts are these? And by Kuoh looked at Alice and the others' familiars, feeling suddenly curious. Coming from a family of magical beast tamers, she had never seen this kind of magical beast before. HMPH, it's called Growlithe. Pretty impressive, right? Alice introduced it boastfully. It really is impressive. And by Kuoh nodded. At this moment, Akano finally made her move. Resonate through the heavens heavenly thunder. A bolt of golden lightning struck, and the lost demon was instantly charred to a crisp. Oh my, it looks like it's over. Akano looked a bit disappointed. She hadn't expected the lost demon to be so unable to withstand her lightning. Since the mission is over, let's head back, Rias said to everyone. Hearing this, Roy also nodded. It was time to go back, otherwise Shizuka and the others would get anxious waiting. However, just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, and 2 figures appeared at the warehouse entrance. I could smell the stench from far away. So it's demons. Demons' territory really is a mess. 2 haughty and arrogant voices came from the mouths of the 2 girls in front of them. One had short blue hair, the other had brown twin tails, and both were wearing white church robes. Roy recognized them at a glance. These 2 girls were the church duo, Xenovia and Fujiwara Irina. He hadn't expected to encounter them here. You 2 must be members of the church. What are you doing in demon territory? Looking at the 2 girls from the church, Rias asked with some surprise. Just as well, we have matters to discuss with you demons. Xenovia crossed her arms with an arrogant look. This isn't the place for a meeting. Why don't we go back and talk? Looking at the arrogant church duo, the corner of Roy's mouth curled into a slight smile. It seemed these 2 were like newborn calves who didn't fear tigers. Xenovia and Fujiwara Irina didn't object upon hearing this. Subsequently, Roy opened a teleportation circle, and they all returned to the castle together. In the meeting room, both sides sat opposite each other. Thank you very much for accepting this meeting. I am Xenovia. I am Fujiwara Irina. The 2 girls first introduced themselves. So, what exactly do you want to talk about? Rias crossed her arms and looked at them. 69. Number 69 Section 69 Chapter 69 Fujiwara Irina didn't waste words and began her narration, excluding the one that was already lost. The other 6 Excalibur holy swords are kept by the 3 factions of the church. However, 3 of them were stolen by the fallen angels. Stolen? Hearing that the holy swords had been stolen, Rias and Akano were clearly stunned. Roy, on the other hand, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. They had the nerve to say it so righteously after they were stolen? Currently, we only possess the remaining open black lens bracket Holy Sword of Destruction close black lens bracket and Xenovia said as she looked at Fujiwara Irina beside her. Fujiwara Irina immediately pointed at her arm with a proud face and took over the conversation. And the open black lens bracket Holy Sword of Mimicry close black lens bracket. Here with me, seeing that they took the initiative to reveal the holy swords they possessed without being asked, Roy just felt a bit speechless. They just revealed their trump cards like that. Is that really okay? If these 2 really encountered bad people, they'd probably be sold off as playthings and still be counting the money for the other party. So, what do you want us to do? Rias asked. This time it's between us and the fallen angels. If the demons here get involved in unnecessary interference, it will be very troublesome, Xenovia said indifferently. It wasn't hard to see from her words that she was threatening Rias not to interfere in their affairs. PFF hehehehe. Seeing this, Roy couldn't help but laugh out loud. 2 greenhorn little girls with only the strength of mid-class demons, actually threatening Rias herself on her own turf. Is there anything funnier than this? What are you laughing at, you guy? Fujiwara Irina looked at Roy very unpleasantly. I thought of something happy? Roy said, suppressing his laughter. What happy thing? Fujiwara Irina seemed to have her interest piqued. Yesterday I saw a calf that actually dared to provoke a tiger. Ha ha ha, don't you think it's funny? Calf? Tiger? What do you mean? Obviously, the 2 girls, who had been brainwashed by the church since childhood, had never heard of the idiom, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. On the other hand, Saya and Seiko beside him understood Roy's words and all showed a trace of a smile. Idiot. The 2 girls, unable to figure it out, turned their heads and ignored Roy. Are you trying to say that we would join forces with the fallen angels and have ill intentions towards the holy swords? Although Rias still had a smile on her face, there was some anger in her eyes. To demons, holy swords are forbidden objects. Joining forces with fallen angels is not impossible. Zenobia shrugged and said as if it were a matter of course. Hearing her words, Rias could no longer suppress the anger in her heart, and her aura involuntarily radiated out. Unfortunately, these two idiots still didn't realize it. Zenobia continued with a confident face. If that's the case, I will completely eliminate you, even if you are the sister of the Demon King. PFF ha 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 ha. Roy could no longer hold it in and laughed out loud. This Zenobia is really too good at talking. If anyone else said this, even if they didn't kill the two directly, they would cause trouble behind their backs. This is simply making enemies for oneself and still being smug about it. Zenobia and Fujiwara Irina glared at him. You guys are laughing at us, you haven't stopped since the beginning. Fujiwara Irina stood up, slapped her hands on the table, and looked at Roy angrily. Ha 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 ha, you just realized? I'm laughing at how you're really overestimating yourselves. Just the two of you dare to come to my territory to provoke us and even say you'll eliminate us? Who gave you the confidence? Is it the two holy swords in your hands? Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Roy mocked them mercilessly. Hearing this, the two girls were instantly furious. Their hands were already on their holy swords, and they seemed ready to strike. You must be the person who defeated Riser Phoenix a while ago. To dare to look down on us, I'll let you see the power of the holy sword. Fujiwara Irina said coldly. Oh? It just so happens that I also want to teach you two idiots a lesson. Saying that, Roy snapped his fingers. Seiko. Yes. Seiko stepped out from behind him, then walked up to Zenobia and Fujiwara Irina with a smile. Please follow me to the training room, you two. HMPH fine by me. Fujiwara Irina snorted coldly, and then the two girls followed. They weren't even afraid of the Demon King's sister, so how could they be afraid of Roy? After a while, everyone arrived at the training room in the castle. The training room was very spacious, enough for them to fight. Seiko, Kanao, you two will be their opponents. Zenobia and Fujiwara Irina only had the strength of mid-class demons, but they had holy swords in hand. Even against a peak mid-class demon, they could put up a fight. However, Seiko and Kanao were not ordinary peak mid-class demons. Dealing with the two of them was enough. Then let's begin. Zenobia and Fujiwara Irina both threw off the church robes they were wearing. It would be bad if the church found out, wouldn't it? On the premise of not killing anyone, please let me enjoy myself a bit. The two girls said some big words while simultaneously releasing the holy swords in their hands. Hee, it would be best if I can make you enjoy yourself. Seiko chuckled, her fighting spirit becoming more and more intense. Kanao looked at the opponent quietly without saying a word. In the next moment, both sides were fighting together. Seiko's opponent was Zenobia, and Kanao's opponent was Fujiwara Irina. Clang clang clang, dang dang dang. The battle between the two sides was very intense from the start. Known as the Slashing Princess, Zenobia held the Holy Sword of Destruction. Every slash was heavy and powerful, with amazing destructive power. However, facing an opponent as incredibly fast as Seiko, she didn't have an advantage. Every powerful slash from Zenobia was easily dodged by Seiko. On the other side, the battle between Kanao and Fujiwara Irina was completely one-sided. Kanao wouldn't enjoy the fun of battle like Seiko. She would only go all out and defeat the enemy in the shortest possible time. This was what Kochu Shinobu said when teaching her how to kill demons. Flower breathing, fourth form, Crimson Hinagoromo. Kanao held her blade and launched an upward, curved double slash. So fast, Fujiwara Irina scrambled to block Kanao's attack, but in her heart, she was crying out about her bad luck. Damn it, why is someone younger than me so powerful? Kanao possessed extraordinary vision. By observing the opponent's shoulders, gaze, fingertips, elbows, knees, and other minute movements with her eyes, she could predict the opponent's next move. How could a newcomer like Fujiwara Irina be her match? In just a moment, Kanao's blade was held against Fujiwara Irina's neck. Fujiwara Irina was so scared she broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to move. On Seiko's side, seeing that Kanao had already dealt with her opponent, she stopped playing around. Thunder breathing, second form, Rice Spirit. A flash of lightning appeared around Seiko, and she instantly appeared in front of Zenobia. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, she unleashed a five-fold lightning-shaped strike. What? Seeing Seiko suddenly appear in front of her, Zenovia's face showed horror. Clang 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 clang. 5 sounds of clashing blades rang out, a huge force was transmitted, and in the next moment, Zenobia was sent flying. The holy sword of destruction in her hand flew right out of her grasp. You lost. Seiko's blade pointed at the fallen Xenovia as she said with a flushed face. Her 5 slashes just now had only hit the holy sword of destruction. Otherwise, Xenovia would already be dead. We lost. Having been defeated so easily, Xenovia and Fujiwara Irina had to admit that they were indeed arrogant. However, no matter what, we must carry out the plan regarding the destruction of the holy swords. Xenovia stood up in a disheveled state and said firmly. After saying that, the 2 girls prepared to leave. 70. Number 70 Section 70 Chapter 70 Before leaving, Xenovia's gaze lingered on Isa for a moment, as if she wanted to say something. However, in the end, she didn't say anything. Wait, who exactly is the fallen angel who stole the holy sword? Rias called out to the 2, wanting to know exactly which fallen angel had stolen the holy sword. It is a cadre of the fallen angels, Kokabiel. Fujiwara Irina turned around and answered. Just the 2 of you want to deal with a cadre of the fallen angels? Are you looking for death? Roy looked at the 2 of them speechlessly. In his view, Xenovia and Fujiwara Irina trying to deal with Kokabiel was simply overestimating their own strength. One must know that Kokabiel is a fallen angel who survived the battle between the Demon Lord and God during the last war. His strength is at the Demon Lord level. We have already made our resolve. Even if we die, we must destroy the holy sword. Fujiwara Irina smiled faintly, her tone very firm. Shortly after, the 2 of them left. Roy didn't stop these 2 idiots either. He knew Kokabiel's goal was to provoke a war between the 3 parties, angels, fallen angels, and devils, so he would definitely target Rias and Sona, and perhaps him as well. As for Xenovia and Fujiwara Irina, they were just sent by the church to their deaths. It was better to let them suffer a bit first. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for Rias to take them in as retainers. That's right, Roy intended for these 2 to become Rias's retainers. After all, what belonged to Rias was also his. However, he also needed to become stronger next, because what he had to face next was Kokabiel, who possessed Demon Lord level strength. Of course, a single Kokabiel wasn't much, but when the time came, people from Chaos would intervene, and the variables would be too great. So he absolutely had to become stronger. Back in the room, Roy checked the system in his mind. After a period of time, the system's travel function had refreshed 3 new worlds. The first world, Attack on Titan. This world, how should one put it, is a world belonging to titans. However, these titans might be very formidable compared to ordinary people. But for Roy, the most powerful of these titans were only equivalent to mid-class demons at best. To him, this world had little value. Perhaps Mikasa could be taken as a retainer, but that wasn't what he wanted right now. The second world, Rascal does not dream of Bunny Girl Senpai. Another slice of life world, but isn't living all for the sake of my senpai? Maybe when he had time in the future, he could be a lecher and bring my senpai back. The third world, Akame ga Kill. When he saw this world, Roy's eyes instantly lit up. It seemed his queen was there. S-Death, a super S-queen with a fine figure, who is extremely bloodthirsty toward enemies but extremely lenient toward her subordinates. She has a full queenly aura, yet when facing love, her personality is so gentle it could kill someone with sweetness. Her strength is extremely terrifying. The original work mentioned that if one wanted to defeat this woman, at least 50,000 elite troops and over 10 Tigu users, including Akame, would be required, but in reality, the required combat power far exceeded those statistics. In the original work, S-Death used her strength alone to confront more than 10 Tigu users and an army of 1,000,000, demonstrating unparalleled strength. Such formidable strength, in Roy's view, was at least at the level of an ultimate class demon. Because those at the Demon Lord level all possess the ability to destroy a city, and it felt like S-Death was still a bit short of that. However, she has a bug-like ultimate move, Mahapama. Even a Demon Lord cannot underestimate her. It's decided, he must conquer S-Death and make her his queen. And because this world was too dark, bloody, and violent, Roy only intended to take Seiko with him. After all, the others were far too innocent, and he didn't want them to experience such things. Subsequently, Roy called Seiko to the room, and the 2 of them disappeared from the room. Chapter 76, Petting Akame. The world of Akame ga Kill. The 1,000-year-old glorious imperial capital has rotted. What appears to be a prosperous capital is nothing more than a corrupt hell on earth, filled with monsters wearing human skin. This is a dark world, a story unfolding between the assassin organization Night Raid and the Empire, the headquarters of Night Raid. As the leader of Night Raid, Najashiten gathered all the members of Night Raid in the conference room. Quiet next, I will introduce our new members to everyone, Najashiten said to everyone with a smile. Clack. The door to the conference room was opened, and 1 man and 2 women walked in. The man looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, with short silver white hair and an extraordinarily handsome face. His eyes were exceptionally bright, and his temperament was elegant and noble. What a handsome youth. The members of Night Raid Present all turned their attention toward him. And the girl beside him was also unusual. She had long purple hair reaching her waist, an exquisitely beautiful face, and a tall figure, holding a long sword in her hand. This attire made the members of Night Raid couldn't help but look at Akame. The attire between the two looked quite similar. The last one had long pink hair, wore a pair of headphones, and had a lollipop in her mouth. She had a fine figure and a lively temperament. This is Roy, this is Seiko, and this is Chelsea. The three of them were sent from above to join our night raid. Najashiten reached out and introduced them to everyone. Please take care of me, everyone. Roy looked at the night raid members before him, his lips curling slightly. He and Seiko had actually arrived in this world yesterday. However, the location they descended upon was a town in the north, and the first step of Roy's plan was to join Night Raid. After all, he also intended to take several of the girls in Night Raid as retainers. So he took Seiko and found the rebel army headquarters, using magic to control the leader of the rebel army. As a devil, there are many magic spells for controlling the human heart. Ordinary people simply cannot resist them. Subsequently, Roy had the leader of the rebel army arrange for him and Seiko to join Night Raid. Incidentally, he had Chelsea leave her original team to join Night Raid along with them. Along the way, Roy and Seiko also got to know Chelsea initially. Please take care of us, everyone, X2. Seiko and Chelsea also greeted everyone. Looking at her up close, Akame is really very cute. After the greetings, Chelsea approached Akame with great interest. She toyed with a strand of Akame's hair and even rubbed Akame's small head. That action was like that of a female hooligan, making Akame's face turn slightly red from the teasing. What are you doing all of a sudden? Akame said embarrassedly. Akame has butt-length black hair, crimson eyes, a competitive gaze, and a pretty face. Although she overeats, she has a good figure. She is a cute girl who has the catchphrase, eliminate during battle. I'm Chelsea. Since we are both assassins, let's get along well. When joining a new team, one naturally has to blend into the team atmosphere as quickly as possible. And Chelsea chose Akame as her breakthrough point because, within the rebel army, Akame was the only one who had completed a similar number of missions as Chelsea. Chelsea still had some understanding of Akame. Here, this is for you. Chelsea gave a mischievous smile, then took out a lollipop and handed it to Akame. Akame looked at the lollipop being handed over, her eyes instantly lighting up, and she snatched the lollipop away. You are very welcome. Seeing this, Maine, Leonie, and the others couldn't help but have their eyes twitch. Akame was actually won over so easily. Ha ha ha, since everyone will be companions from now on, I can't be stingy either. Roy laughed, then he reached out with his right hand, and a blue magic circle appeared in the air. He reached into the magic circle to rummage around, then pulled out a plate of fragrant roast chicken. The Night Raid members present saw such a miraculous scene and were so surprised they couldn't close their mouths. This was storage magic, which Roy had also only recently learned. Its effect was like a spatial ring, which could be used to store items. Roy had placed many good things inside it. Akame, this is for you. Roy handed the roast chicken to Akame. The golden and crispy roast chicken emitted an enticing fragrance. Akame couldn't help but swallow her saliva, completely ignoring her previous surprise. She instantly took the roast chicken, her speed so fast it left an afterimage. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 71. Number 71 Section 71 Chapter 71 You are very welcome, Roy. Compared to Chelsea's lollipop, Akame naturally preferred meat more. Akame was a thorough carnivore through and through. Damn it, Akame's preferences have been completely figured out. On the side, the green-haired Lubick grumbled unwillingly. Lubick was a green-haired youth who possessed the Tegu cross-tail. Haha, don't worry, you guys have some too. Saying that, Roy once again took out some gifts from the magic circle. Maine, this is for you. A beautifully packaged tube of milk was handed to Maine. Maine was a tsundere girl with pink twin tails who possessed the Tegu romantic canon. What is this? It was the first time Maine had seen such exquisite packaging, so she was a bit curious. This is delicious milk. If you drink this, you can grow up quickly. Roy smiled and patted Maine's small head. Hearing this, Maine's face immediately darkened. She looked down at her own petite figure, clearly misunderstanding something. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Roy, she shouted in shame and anger. Damn it you guy, explain to me what you mean by grow up quickly. Haha, Maine, don't misunderstand. If you don't like it, I'll exchange it for something else. Saying that, Roy moved to take back the milk carton. However, Maine hugged the milk carton and dodged to the side. HMPH, how can you take back a gift you've already given to someone else? Maine gave a cute HMPH. She had already caught the scent of the milk just now and wanted to taste it. She couldn't bear to give it back. As long as you like it, Roy couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Another tsundere pink twin tail. Just like Saya, this was his favorite character trait. Afterward, Roy gave everyone a gift. Even the boss Najashiten got one. Even I have one. Chelsea looked in surprise at the gift handed to her, then looked at Roy. This guy was actually better prepared than she was. She had only thought about starting with Akame to quickly integrate into the team. But Roy had actually taken care of everyone. This person is not simple. That was Chelsea's first impression. Seeing everyone happily accepting their gifts, the corners of Roy's mouth curled into a slight smile. Most of these gifts were just food, drinks, or small toys. They weren't expensive, which was why the night raid members accepted them so readily. It seemed the first step of the plan was a preliminary success. Roy wanted to make the girls of Night Raid his retainers, but it wasn't that simple. He couldn't exactly force them. So, to make the girls of Night Raid willing to become his retainers, he had to go through life and death trials with them. Only then would they acknowledge him and be willing to become his retainers. And the first step was to build a good relationship with them. Roy, seeing your method of taking things out of the void just now, do you possess a space-type Tigu? As the boss, Najashiten asked the question that everyone in Night Raid was curious about. Hearing this, Roy smiled and said, something like that, but it can only be used for storing items. That's still very impressive. Leonie crossed her arms and praised him. Actually, what I'm good at is swordsmanship. Roy patted the long sword hanging at his waist. Oh? Since you're good at swordsmanship, then partner with Akame for the time being, Najashiten said with a smile. She then looked at Seiko and Chelsea. Seiko will partner with Shield. As for Chelsea, I believe you are no stranger to being an assassin. Hearing this, Lubick couldn't help but doubt. But Miss Chelsea doesn't look like an assassin. Don't judge based on appearance alone. The number of missions Chelsea has completed is almost the same as Akame's. Her strength is very formidable. Najashiten explained. The members of Night Raid were a bit surprised to hear this. Chelsea listened to Najashiten's praise with a face full of pride. Others might not know, but Roy knew how powerful Chelsea was. Chelsea's Tigu was Gia Foundation, a makeup-type Tigu. However, rather than calling it makeup, it was no different from a transformation technique. After using the Tigu, one could completely transform into another person. Whether it was height, build, voice, or movements. If it wasn't someone close, they wouldn't be able to tell at all. In the original story, Chelsea relied on this Tigu. She would go deep behind enemy lines and transform into someone the enemy trusted. Then she would deliver an unexpected fatal blow. Her record could be described as very glorious. Unfortunately, in the end, her head was cut off by Harem and hung on a flagpole. It was truly tragic. Thinking of this, Roy looked at Chelsea with a strange expression. Chelsea noticed Roy staring at her and turned her head to look at him curiously. Seeing her look over, Roy smiled and said nothing. Alright, next, everyone get to know each other. Missions will be arranged starting tomorrow. After saying that, Najashiten left. Afterward, Roy began his partnership with Akame. The first task was actually preparing lunch for the Night Raid headquarters. Fortunately, Roy's cooking skills were also quite good. Moreover, with seasonings brought over from the high school DxD world and different cooking methods, this lunch made the Night Raid members cry out in delight, wishing they could lick the plates clean. Akame, the little foodie, was even more impressed by Roy's cooking skills. In the afternoon, Akame took him to the river to catch fish. Standing by the small river under the waterfall, Akame started taking off her clothes without a word. Wait, Akame, are you going to catch fish? Roy stopped Akame and asked. Yes. Akame nodded. Then leave the fishing to me. Roy patted his chest, deciding to show off a little. He reached out his hand toward the river surface. Blue magic power transformed into a giant hand and scooped through the river. Dozens of tuna were scooped up in his hand. Afterward, Roy put all the fish directly into his storage magic. Such a simple way of catching fish left Akame behind him stunned. So powerful. Akame looked at Roy with a face full of admiration. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. He waved his hand and laughed. Then next is meat. After saying that, Akame led Roy into the deep forest. The fish were already caught, so next was meat. Dangerous creatures often appeared in this forest. These so-called dangerous creatures were no different from fierce beasts, only the name was different. Before long, the two encountered a giant wild boar dangerous creature, 5 or 6 meters tall. Given the size of this wild boar, it was at least a second-class dangerous creature. Standing before them, it was like a small mountain. Watch out, here it comes, Akame said to Roy, then rushed forward. She couldn't use her Tigu, Murasama, for hunting ingredients because Murasama carried a cursed poison. So Akame pulled out a short sword, leapt toward the dangerous creature, and slashed at its neck. *PSH. Blood sprayed out. This strike carved a long wound on the back of the dangerous creature's neck. However, facing this massive dangerous creature, such a wound was nothing. The dangerous creature ignored Akame on its head and charged straight forward. Roy, get out of the way, Akame shouted anxiously. The direction the dangerous creature was charging was exactly where Roy had been standing. Without moving, boom, the dangerous creature crashed directly into the spot where Roy was standing. For a moment, a cloud of dust was kicked up. 72. Number 72 Section 72 Chapter 72 Roy. Akame watched the scene in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Roy, who had just become her comrade, had died just like that. In an instant, tears flowed uncontrollably. Yo Akame, why are you crying? As the dust settled, to her disbelief, the giant dangerous creature had already fallen to the ground. And standing to the side, Roy was completely unharmed. Roy had originally intended to show off, but he didn't expect Akame to actually start crying out of worry. Roy immediately began to comfort her with an embarrassed look on his face. Akame, don't cry. See, aren't I perfectly fine? Not a single scratch. As he spoke, Roy patted his chest to show that he was perfectly alright. However, Akame didn't believe him at all. With an expressionless face, she began to pull at Roy's clothes, wanting to check his body for injuries. Left with no choice, Roy had to let her perform the inspection. After finishing the check, Akame finally blushed and let out a sigh of relief. Having confirmed that Roy was not injured, she also turned a bit red from her own bold actions. Don't take such risks next time. If you're careless, you could lose your life at any moment. Seeing that Roy wasn't hurt at all, Akame began to lecture him. Roy could only listen obediently to Akame's lecturing. In his heart, however, he thought, there isn't anything in this world that can kill me yet. Helpless, Roy had to take out a plate of secret roast duck from his storage magic. The moment he took out the secret roast duck, Akame's eyes immediately lit up. Her lecture to Roy came to an immediate halt. Roy couldn't help but find it a bit funny as he handed the secret roast duck to Akame. Akame wasn't polite either. She took it and started eating. This trick really is effective, Roy thought to himself with a sigh. At the same time, while Akame was eating the roast duck, he gave her an affectionate head pat. Akame didn't seem to mind his stroking and continued to eat the roast duck. Seeing this, Roy became even bolder, petting Akame as if he were stroking a cat. He had to admit, Akame's hip-length long hair felt truly silky to the touch. After Akame finished eating, Roy used storage magic to put the giant dangerous creature inside. Afterward, he returned to the base with Akame. Once Roy released the giant dangerous creature, Leonie, Main, and Shiel all came over to take a look. Yo Akame, good job, you hunted such a large dangerous creature again today. Main patted Akame on the shoulder and praised her. No, it wasn't me who killed it. Akame shook her head. Eh? If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Main looked at Akame in astonishment. Roy killed it. Akame pointed her finger at Roy. Huh? Hearing Akame's words, the members of Night Raid were all stunned. No one doubted Akame's words. Haha, it seems the newcomer is exceptionally strong. Leonie laughed heartily. She then walked over to Roy's side and threw an arm around his neck. Good job, from now on, big sister Leonie will be looking out for you. Roy had no choice but to deal with this bold older sister, passively feeling the warmth of her chest. Leonie had beautiful blonde hair and golden eyes. She was a busty woman with a bold personality. She possessed the Tigu, Lion King. After using it, she would transform into a blonde, busty, beast-eared girl. Very nice. Chapter 77 Big Sister Leonie. The next day, during the day, he continued to stay busy and inseparable from Akame. It wasn't until evening that Najishiden called the two of them over. There has been a report that among the nobles in the imperial capital, a sadistic family has appeared. They use sweet words to lure people from out of town, then subject them to their favorite tortures, toying with them until they die. After Leonie's investigation, it has been confirmed as fact, so your mission is to eliminate this family. Najishiden slowly explained the mission details. Hearing this, Roy felt it sounded somewhat familiar. Luring outsiders for torture? Isn't this the mission where Night Raid first appeared at the start of the story? However, looking at it now, things were a bit different from the original plot, as only the two of them were assigned to this mission. But then again, that sadistic family, they were just ordinary people after all. There was no need for all the members of Night Raid to take the field. Yes, boss. Akame nodded, indicating she understood the mission details. This is Roy's first time participating in a mission, so Akame, you need to look after him a bit. Najishiten instructed once more. I understand, boss. Akame looked at Roy and nodded again. They accepted the mission, and then the two of them turned to leave. It was a dark and windy night, perfect for killing. Roy and Akame traveled through the night, and after a short while, they arrived at the sadistic family's manor. The manor was still brightly lit, with figures moving about, and some guards could be seen patrolling. The mission begins. You must be careful, Akame reminded him once more. At this moment, Akame was serious and meticulous, as if she had become a different person, completely unlike her usual somewhat dorky self. Understood. Roy nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Akame vanished in a flash. On the way there, Akame had already assigned the tasks. The two of them would flank from both sides, one in front and one behind, trying their best not to let a single person escape. Seeing Akame leave, Roy stretched his limbs. Then, he walked openly toward the main gate, having no intention of hiding at all. Who is it? The guards at the gate saw Roy slowly approaching and immediately called out to question him. However, Roy didn't say a word and continued to walk at a leisurely pace. Stop right there, or I'll fire. The guards at the gate all raised their guns and aimed them at him. Bang bang bang. Seeing that the intruder still didn't speak, the guards at the gate fired directly. Roy drew his long sword and swung it casually, deflecting all the bullets. The next moment, Roy's figure flashed, appearing in front of the guards, and he delivered a slash. PSH. Several heads flew into the air, and blood sprayed out like a water pump. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding his blade, Roy expressionlessly walked past the headless corpses. The house not far away became brightly lit. They had clearly discovered the situation over here. A large number of guards came rushing toward him with shouts. Seeing this, the corners of Roy's mouth curled slightly. Ice breathing, first form, piercing icicles. With a swing of his sword, ice bullets filled the sky, shooting out like a flock of birds. Facing the overwhelming ice bullets, the group of guards panicked and tried to turn and run. However, before they could even turn around, the ice bullets had already pierced through their bodies. PSH PSH PSH. In an instant, the sound of a series of ice bullets passing through flesh was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Dozens of guards were annihilated in an instant, leaving only a bloody scene behind. Without pausing for a moment, Roy continued to walk forward with an expressionless face. In the house not far away, the noble young lady Arya and her parents saw this scene, and a wave of terror immediately spread through their bodies. Then, with a scream of terror, they ran toward the back door. Little did they know that there was also a god of death at the back door, harvesting lives. Arya's parents happened to run straight into Akame. Eliminate. Akame killed the two of them without the slightest hesitation. Yo Akame, are things settled on your end? At this time, Roy had also fought his way over. He greeted Akame upon seeing her. Hearing this, Akame looked at the slain noble couple and frowned, saying, there should still be a noble young lady. She probably ran that way. Roy looked through the window toward a lonely warehouse standing in the distance. He and Akame had flanked them from front and back. If these people wanted to escape, they would definitely run to the left or right. 73. Number 73 Section 73 Light Chapter 73 Take her out, and our mission will be complete. Saying this, Akame hurried over there. Roy followed closely behind. The two moved extremely fast, and before they reached the warehouse, they finally caught up with the noble young lady, Arya, along with the few guards beside her. Be destroyed. Akame showed no mercy, instantly slaying the guards blocking their path. Roy flashed over in front of the noble young lady, Arya. Arya was so frightened when a person suddenly appeared before her that she collapsed onto the ground. Don't kill me, I'll give you whatever you want. Arya looked at Roy in front of her with terror. Sorry young lady wearing human skin. Your actions have forfeited any right to beg for forgiveness. Blood splattered, and a head rolled off. Roy instantly decapitated her without hesitation. Well done, to be able to strike without hesitation even against such a cute girl. Akame showed a slight smile as she looked at Roy. If he hadn't known Akame, Roy would have thought she was mocking him. This person isn't cute at all. She's just a devil wearing human skin. Roy waved his hand. Akame nodded in strong agreement. Speaking of which, this warehouse should be the place this family specifically used to abuse people, right? Roy surveyed the warehouse before him, feeling it resembled the location mentioned in the original story somewhat. Saying this, Roy walked to the warehouse door and casually used his sword to slash the door open. He and Akame walked inside. What greeted their eyes was a scene like the 18th layer of hell. People inside were either tied up or hanging, all having suffered cruel torture. A foul, fishy smell wafted over, making Roy feel nauseous. He already knew this world was extremely dark and cruel, but he hadn't expected to still underestimate it. Akame, standing beside him, showed no change in expression upon seeing the hellish scene. However, beneath her calm gaze, threads of killing intent surged. Roy didn't want to stay here for another second. Just as he turned around, he heard a voice from a cage deep inside the warehouse. "Let us out quickly." Clang, clang, the sound of chains being dragged echoed. Roy turned his head and saw a man and a woman bound by chains in that cage. There were actually survivors. Roy hadn't expected that in this place resembling hell on earth, someone would still be alive. He approached the cage, casually cut through the lock on the door, and then severed the chains binding the two people. "You two come out first." After speaking, Roy turned and walked out. He didn't want to stay in this place for another moment. "You two were probably tricked by the noble young lady here and brought to this place, right?" Akame calmly looked at the man and woman. The two were somewhat weak, but they didn't appear to have been abused, suggesting they had just been tricked. "That's right. We thought this family was kindly taking us in, but after eating, we fainted. When we woke up, we were locked in here." As he spoke, fear flashed in the young man's eyes. Inside this warehouse were all sorts of people who had been brutally tortured to death. If the people before them hadn't rescued them, the outcome was unimaginable. "The kind person you mentioned refers to her, right?" Roy pointed towards Arya, who was being dealt with separately. The young man followed the direction Roy pointed, and his pupils contracted sharply. "Yes, it's this woman." The young man pointed fearfully at Arya on the ground. "She lures people from outside with sweet talk, then inflicts her favorite tortures, playing with them until they die. This is the true face of this family." "Young man, you were very lucky." Looking at the man and woman before him, Roy also recognized them. They were Tatsumi's companions from the original story, Ieyasu and Seo. He didn't expect to meet them here. It seemed they had only just been captured and hadn't suffered any abuse yet. It could only be said that they were lucky. "Take this bag of money and return to your village. The imperial capital is no place for people like you." Roy tossed a bag of money to the two, then turned and left. "Mission complete, let's go," he said to Akame beside him, and then the two flashed and disappeared from the scene. "Thank you for saving us." Ieyasu thanked them while looking at the place where the two had vanished. He then picked up the money bag and helped Seo leave slowly. He decided that after finding Tatsumi, they must leave the imperial capital. "Leave this man-eating beast." At the night raid hideout, "You completed the mission well." Najenda praised Roy and Akame. The rookie completed his first mission easily. "Not bad, boy." Leone, standing nearby, threw an arm around his neck and gave him a thumbs up. Roy glanced at the snow-white expanse before him, feeling somewhat speechless, passively enjoying Leone's warmth. "Then, Roy will partner with Leone from now on." Najenda smiled as she looked at the two. "Ha, big sis, Leone will take good care of you, boy." Hearing Najenda's arrangement, Leone immediately beamed. Only Akame, standing nearby, lowered her head, feeling somewhat disappointed upon hearing this arrangement. "All right, Leone, start reporting the mission." Najenda crossed her arms and motioned for Leone to report the intelligence. Yes. When it came to serious matters, Leone became focused. She let go of Roy, took out two portraits and said, "This mission's targets are Oka of the Imperial Capital Guard and the oil merchant, J-Mayer." According to the client, Oka accepted a large amount of bribes from the oil merchant, J-Mayer. Then, whenever J-Mayer commits a crime, Oka helps him find scapegoats. Many people have been wrongly imprisoned to this day. Leone reported the mission intelligence calmly with her arms crossed. "Have you confirmed the facts?" Najenda asked after lighting a cigarette. "I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. There is absolutely no mistake," Leone stated with absolute certainty. "Very well, we accept this commission. It is up to us to punish such heinous people." Blowing out a smoke ring, Najenda decided to accept the mission. Although getting rid of the oil merchant J-Mayer is simple, dealing with Oka won't be easy. Leone continued, because when Oka isn't on duty, he's usually drinking in the bustling district near the palace, and the security around the palace is extremely tight. If we send someone who is wanted, it will be very dangerous. Leone was indeed responsible for intelligence gathering, knowing the situation within the imperial capital like the back of her hand. "Then who should go?" Najenda asked, looking at Leone. "Mimi." Leone raised her hand. "I haven't been declared wanted yet. I shouldn't be wanted either." Roy raised his hand and smiled. "How about I take care of Oka? Should we wait for Main and the others to return?" Akame suggested with some worry. But who knows when they will return? Leonie pointed out the issue. Hearing their words, Najenda extinguished the cigarette butt in her hand, then looked at Roy and asked, "Can you manage it?" Upon hearing this, the corner of Roy's mouth curved up, and he smiled confidently. 100% certainty. Being too arrogant can get you killed. Akame looked at him seriously. "Don't worry, Akame, no one in this world can kill me yet." Roy patted Akame's head. "Then it's decided. Roy will strike to kill Oka, and Akame and Leonie will deal with the oil merchant J-Mayor." "No problem." Yes. The three accepted the mission without hesitation and immediately set off. On the bustling street outside the Imperial Capital Palace, Leonie meticulously explained the layout of the bustling street and the location where Oka would appear. "Well, did you remember everything?" Leonie patted Roy's shoulder and asked. 74. Number 74 Section 74 Chapter 74 It's no problem, don't worry. Roy gave her a reassuring look. "Then I'll leave it to you. Akame and I will go deal with the oil merchant." Leonie ran off after saying that. Sighing, Roy walked boredly through the bustling street. To think that he, a dignified demon king, actually had to do such boring things. But for now, Akame's favorability shouldn't be low, and Leonie seems to treat him quite specially as well. Next up, Shiel, who is about to die soon, should be winnable. Thinking of this, the corner of Roy's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. After wandering the bustling street for half a day out of boredom, he finally found the guard team Captain Oka inside a tavern. At this time, Oka was drinking with some people. In that case, it wouldn't be easy to strike, although with his strength, he could do whatever he wanted here. But as an assassin, he naturally had to act like one. So Roy was in no hurry to kill Oka. Instead, he found a seat in the tavern, ordered some side dishes, and ate slowly. On the other side, Akame and Leonie had already sneaked into the oil merchant's home. The oil merchant, who was just an ordinary person, was killed without any power to resist. Well, that was easily handled. I wonder how things are going on Roy's end. Having dealt with the oil merchant, Leonie stretched and said, "Let's go take a look." Akame said expressionlessly, "Eh? I didn't expect Akame to care so much about that kid." "Well then, let's go see." Leonie laughed and teased Akame. The two then headed toward the bustling street together. Before long, they arrived at the bustling street. Since Akame was a wanted criminal, they couldn't get too close. So the two of them stood on a nearby rooftop, looking in the direction of the bustling street. Just then, they saw Roy walking out of a tavern. "Roy's out. I wonder if he succeeded." Leonie watched the direction of the bustling street intently. After leaving the tavern, Roy walked forward casually. Just then, a patrol from the guard team walked toward Roy. "Oh no, it's the guard team. Has Roy been discovered?" Watching from not far away, Leonie frowned with some worry as the guard team appeared. "No." Akame spoke two words in a cold voice. Just as Akame said, the guard team members simply brushed past Roy. They hadn't discovered his identity. Chapter 78 Teaching Main How to Shoot. Just then, at the entrance of the tavern Roy had just left, Guard Captain Oka walked out. "Hello, Captain." "Hello, Teacher." "Hello, Captain Oka." The members of the guard team greeted Captain Oka one after another upon seeing him. Keep up the patrol." "Yes, sir." After a brief greeting, the guard team continued their patrol while Oka walked toward Roy's direction. Roy calmly changed direction and also walked toward Oka's position. On this bustling street teeming with people, the two brushed past each other. With his back to Oka, a smile appeared on the corner of Roy's mouth before he walked away. Meanwhile, among the guard team patrolling nearby, Selyu Ubiquitas, who was walking at the very back, only felt a flash of light pass before her eyes. She instinctively turned her head and saw her teacher, Oka, suddenly stop in his tracks. Immediately after, Oka slammed onto his knees and then his entire head fell right off. Teacher. Selyu Ubiquitas trembled all over, looking at the scene in disbelief. The other members of the guard team were drawn by Selyu Ubiquitas's reaction and immediately discovered the scene as well. "This is bad. Captain Oka has been killed. Quick, seal off the area. We must find the murderer. We absolutely cannot let the killer escape. The person who killed my teacher, I will definitely kill him." In an instant, the entire bustling street fell into panic and chaos. Meanwhile, Roy had already left the bustling street and was walking through an alley. "Hey, nice job, Roy. Not only did you take down Oka, but you even made a fool of the guard team." Leonie and Akame suddenly descended from above, patting him and praising him. "That strike was very impressive." Akame gave a rare word of praise. That's right. When Roy and Oka brushed past each other just now, he had delivered a strike. It was just that the strike was so fast that no one around noticed until Oka had taken a few steps forward and collapsed. This kind of assassination was simply perfect. If Akame and Leonie hadn't been watching closely, even they wouldn't have noticed. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Roy was slightly modest. To be praised for taking out a small fry like that. His words seemed a bit arrogant to Leonie, but to him, it was indeed very modest. Back at the night raid hideout. Well done. It looks like Roy has already gotten into the swing of things. Najashiten praised. Then tomorrow, you'll partner with Main. No problem. Roy nodded in agreement. Boss really went to a lot of trouble to help Roy get along with everyone. Leonie sighed with her arms crossed, then added, but Main isn't exactly an easy person to get along with. Indeed, Main's Tsunere personality was certainly hard to deal with. However, once you gained her recognition, it would be completely different. Achoo. Main, who was on a mission, suddenly sneezed, feeling like someone was talking behind her back. Early the next morning, Najashiten gathered all the members of Night Raid. Someone has already intruded near our hideout. According to Lubek's barrier reaction, there should be 8 people in total. Najashiten said, looking at the Night Raid members. To be able to find this place, they're quite capable. They're probably assassins from the foreign tribes. Leonie said dismissively with her arms crossed. To her, foreign assassins were nothing more than small fry. Move out. Leave none of the enemies alive. Najashiten gave the order decisively. Yes. Subsequently, all members of Night Raid set out, searching for the intruding enemies starting from the hideout. Because Najashiten had requested him to partner with Main yesterday, Roy and Main were walking together. Honestly, why'd I have to partner with a newcomer? As the two searched for traces of the enemy in the mountains, Main looked at Roy and said with some dissatisfaction, because she usually partnered with Shiel, and Shiel would protect her. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about her own safety and could focus entirely on sniping enemies from afar. Now that her partner had suddenly been changed, she was naturally unhappy. Hee, don't worry, Main, I will never let you come to any harm. Roy walked up to her side and said with a smile, what are you talking about, idiot? Main blushed slightly at Roy's confession-like words. Just then, a foreign figure suddenly rushed out from the nearby woods, lunging straight at Main. What? This sudden foreigner was extremely fast, and even Main didn't have time to react. Just as the attack was about to land on her, Roy's figure flashed, and he blocked her path. Watch out. Main couldn't help but cry out. Don't worry, it's already over. Roy gave Main a head pat and smiled. Hearing this, Main was stunned, then looked behind Roy. She saw that the lunging foreigner had already been decapitated. Instantly, Main felt a surge of security in her heart, but her Tsunere nature made her swat away Roy's large hand. She gave a proud huff and said, I suppose that's a barely passing grade. Seeing her being dishonest with her feelings, Roy couldn't help but find it amusing. Then, the two continued to search for traces of the foreigners. Atop a mountain peak, Main finally found her target. 75. Number 75 Section 75 Chapter 75 HMPH. After that crisis just now, I can exert even greater power. This distance is enough for me to hit him. Through the scope of the romantic cannon, Main saw the moving member of the foreign family. The next moment, she pulled the trigger. A golden pillar of light suddenly shot out. Rumble. In an instant, the targeted foreigner was blown to pieces. Main's Tigu, romantic cannon, looked like a giant machine gun and possessed immense power. Moreover, it could grow stronger as the situation became more dire. The greater the danger she faced, the stronger the power the romantic cannon could unleash. In the original story, General Bode, who was as famous as Esdeath in the Empire, died under Main's romantic cannon. This showed just how terrifying its power was. Done. Main put away the romantic cannon with a look of satisfaction. However, at that moment, a foreigner leapt out from a nearby tree and swung a blade. But this time, the target wasn't Main, it was Roy. Just as the blade in the foreigner's hand was about to strike Roy, a handgun was suddenly pressed against the foreigner's head. Sayonara. Bang. Blowing away the smoke from the muzzle, Roy coolly twirled the spear of light in his hand. Roy, is your Tigu a gun as well? Main was completely stunned. When that foreigner jumped out, she thought Roy would cut him down with a sword. She never expected Roy to pull out a gun. Seeing the energy bullets fired from the muzzle, Main naturally assumed it was a Tigu. It's just a toy. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Really? Main looked at Roy in disbelief. He was giving her such a precious weapon just like that? Of course. Here, Roy handed the spear of light to Main. Seeing this, Main didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to take the spear of light. After playing with it for a bit, Main immediately fell in love with it. Her romantic cannon was indeed powerful, but it was also quite inconvenient to use, especially when enemies got close. Now with this spear of light, close quarters combat would be very convenient. Come, Main, let me show you how to use it. As he spoke, Roy began to teach Main how to use the spear of light hand in hand. Although Main didn't have magic power currently, this spear of light could use ordinary bullets. It could also use spiritual energy as bullets, which was how the romantic cannon was activated. However, the romantic cannon was troublesome to use and was a modular type, requiring her to carry a large box on her back every time. If she were hit by a sucker punch, it would be dangerous if she didn't have time to assemble it. The spear of light wasn't that troublesome. It was small, lightweight, and its power was not weak. Once Roy taught her the method of use, Main liked the spear of light even more. Thanks, as long as it's not something excessive, I might just agree to your requests. Accepting the spear of light with a heart full of joy, Main glanced at him and then spoke in a Tsunere manner. Hearing this, Roy smiled and said, if Main could call me by my name properly, I would be very happy. Main had always called him newbie, and seemingly never used his name. It seemed she hadn't fully accepted him as a companion yet. Hearing his words, Main said without hesitation, that's easy. Roy. When she called out his name, the atmosphere seemed to change, and the two looked into each other's eyes. Main's pretty face flushed instantly, and she felt as if her cheeks were burning. Mission complete, we should head back quickly. Unable to stand the ambiguous atmosphere, Main said those words and then she shouldered the romantic cannon and fled the scene. Looking at Main's flustered escape, Roy couldn't help but find it a bit funny. The next day, Roy continued to partner with Main. Today, according to Najashitan's request, they needed to investigate the situation in the imperial capital. Early in the morning, Roy arrived at the door of Main's room and knocked. Main, are you up yet? We need to go on the mission. Wait a moment, I'm coming. A panicked voice came from inside the room. After a good while, Main finally walked out gracefully. She shot a glance at Roy and gave a huff. It turned out she was changing clothes just now when she suddenly heard Roy's voice, which startled her and caused quite a scramble. Seeing this, Roy shrugged helplessly. Main's reaction was exactly as he expected. Afterward, the two went to the dining hall one after the other, preparing to eat breakfast. It was worth mentioning that today Seiko and Akame were partners. Seiko's culinary skills were naturally beyond reproach, earning her constant praise from the members of Night Raid. After breakfast, Roy and Main arrived on the streets of the imperial capital. I'm a bit full. Main rubbed her stomach with a satisfied look. Well then, let's start investigating the situation in the imperial capital. Main looked full of enthusiasm. Of course, Roy knew that the investigation she spoke of was actually just shopping. However, while shopping, she wouldn't forget to investigate the capital's situation. Hurry up and keep up coming. Roy smiled and walked to Main's side. Standing together, the two looked like a young couple. The comments from some passers-by made Main's face flush involuntarily. Subsequently, the two began to wander around as if on a date. They ate ice cream together, browsed the mall for clothes, and played small games. Main's smile never faded the entire morning, while Roy became the bag carrier. Fortunately, he had storage magic, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to carry everything. For assassins walking in the darkness, perhaps only at times like this would Main release her true nature. Thinking of this, Roy couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for these girls. Gulp, gulp ha. In a pavilion under a cherry blossom tree, Main took a large gulp of ice-cold fruit juice and let out a satisfied sound. I bought so many clothes today indeed. Pink clothes look the best in spring. Main's eyes curved like crescent moons as she sighed with emotion. So, was today's date fun? Roy also took a sip of cold juice and asked. Of course it was fun. Main answered without hesitation. However, the next moment Main seemed to realize something, and her cheeks flushed instantly. Idiot, what date? This was clearly just an investigation of the imperial capital. Main stood up excitedly and shouted at Roy. Alright, I get it. It's not a date, it's an investigation of the capital. It took quite a while for Roy to soothe Main's agitated mood. Main sat back down, took a sip of juice, and fanned her cheeks with her right hand, as if doing so could cool down her face, which looked like glowing sunset clouds. But when she thought of everything she did with Roy today, her face just wouldn't cool down. The two were silent for a long time, until the juice was all finished. Main finally stood up and smiled. Alright, mission complete, we should head back. Roy also smiled and nodded. Then the two returned to the Night Raid base. In the evening, Najashitan issued a new mission once again. The target this time is a distant relative of Minister Honest, Iokarl. Speaking to this point, Najashitan's expression became ice cold. He uses Minister Honest's name to kidnap women and commit atrocities against them, torturing them until death. At the same time, the 5 mercenaries from the Kanoji guarding that fellow are equally guilty. This is a very important mission, so the entire Night Raid will be deployed. Najashitan gave the order with a cold expression. Yes, actually, this mission wasn't difficult. The 5 mercenaries from the Kunoji were just small fry. However, since the members of Night Raid had no other tasks, Najashitan had them go together. Before long, the members of Night Raid were already lying in ambush outside Eokarl's mansion. For this mission, Main would first perform a long-range snipe. After killing Eokarl, the 5 mercenaries from the Kunoji would surely give chase. At that time, the others would just need to deal with the pursuing mercenaries. It was very simple. On a hilltop directly facing the mansion's main gate, Main had already found the best sniping position. 76. Number 76 Section 76 Chapter 76 Roy was by her side, responsible for protecting her. Go for it, Main. I'm a genius sniper, after all. The moment he steps out of the mansion, I'll snipe him. Saying that, Main took a deep breath and then raised the romantic cannon. Through the scope, she focused intently on the mansion's main gate. Her focused expression was quite striking, as if nothing could interfere with her sniping. Chapter 79 This is the daily life of Night Raid. At this moment, their position was at least 5,000 meters away from Eokarl's mansion. An ordinary sniper rifle couldn't possibly reach that far, and even if the range was sufficient, accuracy would be a major issue. Therefore, this sniping mission was extremely difficult. At this moment, everyone from Night Raid waited in silence. He's out. Through the romantic cannon's scope, Main spotted Eokarl's figure. In the next instant, Main pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the night. In the distant mansion, Eokarl was killed instantly with a headshot. Beautifully done. Roy clapped and praised her. HMPH of course. Hearing his praise, Main was very pleased and raised her delicate chin in a tsundere manner. However, the people from Kunoji have likely discovered this place, so we'd better hide quickly. Main nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. Then, the two of them hid in a nearby large tree. Sure enough, before long, someone from Kunoji came searching. Damn it, did they escape? I won't be able to explain this now. The mercenary from Kunoji gritted his teeth as he looked at the empty spot. Then there's no need to explain. Bang! A voice sounded behind the mercenary, and a bullet shot toward his back. However, facing this sudden sneak attack, the mercenary from Kunoji actually dodged the shot with an incredible movement. Even Main was somewhat surprised that her shot had been dodged. But Main didn't stop, continuously pulling the trigger of the spear of light in her hand. Bang, bang, bang. Yet the mercenary from Kunoji managed to dodge all of them with his agile movements. Just as the mercenary was about to close in, a gunshot rang out from the other side. A bullet forced the mercenary back. The one who fired was Roy. At this moment, he held a black spear of light, with wisps of smoke still rising from the muzzle. Main looked at Roy in shock. She looked at the black spear of light in his hand and then at the white spear of light in her own. She immediately thought of couple's accessories, and her face flushed slightly. Don't just stand there, finish him off, Roy reminded her. Hearing this, Main snapped back to her senses. Then, the two of them began using the Kunoji mercenary as a target for practice. Of course, this was because Roy wasn't being serious. He was just treating it like playing a shooting game with Main. Facing the combined fire of the two, the mercenary couldn't get close at all. Jumping and dodging about, he was soon riddled with bullets like a hornet's nest. Done. Mission complete. Main imitated Roy's cool movements, spinning the spear of light before holstering it. Seeing this, Roy couldn't help but chuckle. Well then, let's head back. Afterward, the two of them met up with Akame and the others and returned to the Night Raid base. Together, an assassin's life isn't filled with missions every day. Roy and the others had been resting for the past few days. Early in the morning, Roy saw a shirtless Brand training in the courtyard, drenched in sweat. Yo young Roy, want to come train together? Seeing Roy pass by, Brand issued a hearty invitation. No thanks, I have things to do. Roy waved his hand awkwardly in refusal. Brand had gay tendencies and Roy didn't want to get too close to him. Roy, it's time to prepare the meal. Akame walked over and said at that moment. Oh then let's go. Roy nodded with a smile. Although Akame was partnered with Seiko, she really liked asking Roy to cook with her. This wasn't because Roy's cooking was better than Seiko's, but because she craved the delicacies in Roy's storage space. Seiko, you come and help prepare breakfast too. Seeing Seiko approach, Roy invited her. Okay, Seiko agreed with a smile. Before long, a hearty breakfast was ready. Haven't Main and Shiel woken up yet? Roy asked curiously, looking at their empty seats. It happens often, Akame said while eating. As assassins, they often fought at night, so it was normal to wake up late during the day. Though, it didn't seem like they had a mission yesterday. I'll go wake them up. You guys eat first. Saying that, Roy stood up to go wake the two of them. Arriving at Sheely's door, he knocked and shouted, "Hey Sheel, get up for breakfast." Only a low moan came from the room. It was only because Roy was a demon and had very sensitive hearing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have heard anything at all. He had no choice but to push open the door. Coming to the bedside, Sheel, with her hot figure in oversized pajamas, was still fast asleep in a daze. Sheel, time to get up." Roy reached out and nudged Sheely's fragrant shoulder. Is that Roy?" Still dazed, Sheel finally opened her eyes. However, the direction Sheel was speaking in seemed a bit off. She was actually talking toward the wall. Seeing this, he felt somewhat helpless. Nearsighted plus an airhead, it really was both funny and sad. Glasses. Sheel sat up and fumbled around for her glasses in a daze. "Here." Roy picked up the glasses from the side and handed them to Sheel. "Great, thank you." Sheel took the glasses and put them on with a look of gratitude, completely unaware that she was exposing herself. Roy helplessly helped Sheel tidy her clothes and said, "Sheel, get up quickly and get ready for breakfast. I'm going to call Maine now." "I know," Sheel answered blankly. Then Roy went to Maine's room and knocked on the door as well. "Maine, get up for breakfast." Knock. "Let me sleep for a bit longer, Z's." Maine's faint voice came from the room. Helplessly, Roy opened the door and walked in. Looking at Maine, who had no sleeping posture to speak of, he directly pulled her cheeks with both hands. "Maine, wake up already." Woo. Maine's cheeks were being pulled, making her wake up from the pain. "Roy, you jerk." Seeing that it was Roy pulling her cheeks, Maine immediately tried to bite his arm. "Ha, missed me, hee." Just as Maine was about to bite him, Roy quickly let go, wearing a mischievous grin. "Damn it, I'm definitely going to bite you to death." Maine looked at him, gritting her teeth. 77. Number 77 Section 77 Chapter 77 You should get dressed first, I'll wait for you in the dining room. Roy glanced at Maine and then quickly slipped away. Hearing this, Maine looked down and saw that she had already exposed herself. Her face quickly turned beet red, and she let out a scream. Maine wished she could pick up her romantic cannon and blast a few holes in Roy, but unfortunately, he had already escaped. A moment later, Sheel and Maine finally arrived in the dining room, properly dressed. The moment she saw Roy, Maine looked like she was gritting her teeth in anger, yet she could do nothing about him. Slap. Maine slammed the table, staring intently at Roy as she shouted, "I want milk." There was no choice. A fight was out of the question. So, she could only demand some milk to compensate for her losses. Roy hadn't expected Maine to say that, but as for milk, he had plenty. "Here you go." He took out a small bottle of milk and placed it on the table in front of Maine. HMPH. Maine gave a dainty huff and ignored him, picking up the milk and drinking it. Stare. Beside them, Akame was staring at him fixedly with her eyes. "This is for Akame." Seeing everyone staring at him, Roy simply handed out a bottle to each person. Roy is treating Maine a bit too well. Could it be that he has designs on her? After taking a sip of milk, Chelsea looked at Roy and teased him with interest. What you jerk." Hearing Chelsea's words, Maine glared at her like a cat with its fur standing on end. "It's true, isn't it?" Chelsea shrugged. HMPH. If anything, this guy is best to Akame. Maine crossed her arms and gave a dainty huff. Hearing this, everyone thought about it and realized it seemed true. Usually, as long as Akame asked for food, Roy would bring it out without hesitation. Akame, who was busy eating, paused upon hearing Maine's words, her face flushing slightly as she lowered her head to continue eating. "It's only right to have a good relationship with everyone," Roy explained awkwardly, then reached out and quickly took the lollipop from Chelsea's mouth. "Eating too many lollipops will give you cavities." As he spoke, he unhesitatingly stuffed the lollipop into his own mouth and crushed it with a bite. Chelsea was stunned by his action, and her pretty face soon turned slightly red. "Haha, well done, Roy. Do you intend to start a harem?" Leonie slapped Roy on the shoulder and laughed heroically. Hearing this, Roy's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. "Hey big sis, although that is my intention, don't say it out loud. Isn't this just forcibly increasing the difficulty for me?" "Don't worry, I won't let big sis Leonie off either," Roy said, gritting his teeth. Even with Leonie's heroic personality, she was stunned by his words for a moment. But soon, the smile on Leonie's face vanished. "If we can survive until the end, maybe I'll say yes to you." As soon as Leonie said this, everyone suddenly fell silent. Indeed, they were a group of assassins with no guarantee of seeing tomorrow. It wouldn't be surprising if they were killed tomorrow. How could they be qualified to discuss such things? Hearing her words, Roy couldn't help but feel speechless. "Leonie, you really are a conversation killer. You've completely dampened the good atmosphere." With no other choice, Roy patted Leonie's shoulder and stood up. "Everyone, rest assured, as long as I am here, none of you will die." I promise. His powerful confidence seemed to infect everyone. Brand also stood up and said loudly, well said, no one will die. HMPH, talk about arrogant, but I won't die that easily. Main huffed Sunere Lee. With everyone's declarations, the atmosphere finally recovered. Ah young Roy, you're quite heavy-handed. Beside him, Leonie rubbed her shoulder and let out a strange cry. HMPH, it serves you right for always ruining the atmosphere. Main said gloatingly. After eating, the group didn't leave but went together to the open space outside the base. This was because Seiko had proposed a duel with Akame, and Akame had agreed. Both were masters of swordsmanship, and their attire was somewhat similar. They knew how powerful Akame was, but as for Seiko's true strength, the members of Night Raid were unclear. They were all very interested in the duel between the two, and even Najishiten came out to watch with quite some interest. Akame, please, please. After both were ready, Seiko took the initiative to attack. Thunder breathing, first form. Thunderclap and flash, sixfold. Right from the start, Seiko went all out because she could sense Akame's strength. Akame's strength had already reached the level of a high-level demon. However, since it was a spar, both were using wooden swords. Without her Tigu, Akame's strength was greatly reduced. Seiko, on the other hand, had no weapon restrictions, but her strength was only at the peak of a mid-class demon. Looking at it this way, their strengths were roughly equal. Thunderlight flickered around Seiko, and in the next instant, she was already in front of Akame. Bang bang bang. Both were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged countless strikes. This evenly matched battle made the blood of the Night Raid members boil with excitement. Go Akame. Go Miss Seiko. I didn't expect Miss Seiko's strength to be this great. Yeah, Akame has always been the trump card of our Night Raid. I didn't expect the newcomer Miss Seiko to be just as powerful. However, Akame is at a bit of a disadvantage since she can't use her Tigu. Is the lightning on Miss Seiko's body her Tigu? The Night Raid members were discussing animatedly. Both women were rare geniuses. Although Akame couldn't use her Tigu, her years of life and death combat experience were not something Seiko could compare to. However, Seiko had her own advantages, namely the speed and various secret techniques brought by thunder breathing. Conversely, the secret techniques of Tigu users could only be used through their Tigu. So, when facing Seiko's endless stream of secret techniques, Akame found herself struggling to keep up. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, extreme speed. This move could greatly enhance Seiko's speed and the power of her slashes. Everyone saw a flash of lightning, and Seiko appeared behind Akame. When everyone reacted, they found that Akame's wooden sword had been cut into two pieces. I lost. Akame silently turned to look at Seiko. Seiko shook her head and said, Akame, you couldn't use your Tigu, so I took advantage of that. If you used your Tigu, I might not be your match. Before mastering the secret technique of the one-cut killer, Murasama, the strength Akame could exert was only at the level of a newly ascended high-level demon. However, Seiko also had a trump card, which was the markings. After the markings are activated, they can significantly improve physical fitness and compensate for some of the strength gap. At that time, she would be able to fight even a high-level demon. In short, the strength of the two was roughly equal. Clap clap clap. What a wonderful battle. Najishiten clapped her hands and smiled. Having a companion like Miss Seiko is truly reassuring, unlike a certain someone, Main said, glancing at Roy as if deliberately looking down on him. Roy's strength is very great. Akame, who had partnered with Roy the most, stood up and said, yes, Roy is much more powerful than I am. Seiko also agreed. Hearing this, the Night Raid members looked at Roy in disbelief. Ahem, let's keep it low-key. Everyone just needs to know that as long as I'm here, no one will die. Roy waved his hand. Yes, that would be for the best. 78. Number 78 Section 78 Chapter 78 Najishiten nodded, not refuting his words. HMPH how arrogant. Although Main was willing to believe his words, her Tsunere nature still prompted her to make a sarcastic remark. Chelsea and the others nearby also became increasingly curious about Roy. With such formidable strength, why hadn't there been any word of him before? In any case, a peaceful day passed, and the group faced yet another challenge. Chapter 80 Stroking Leonie's tail. Night. In the meeting room of the Night Raid base, Najishiten issued another mission. The target this time is the serial killer everyone in the imperial capital is talking about. He's Zenku the Beheader, who appears late at night and specializes in decapitation. He was originally an executioner in the imperial capital's largest prison, but due to the empire's tyranny, he executed countless people and went mad. Now he appears throughout the imperial capital, killing indiscriminately. After speaking, Najashiden looked at the members of Night Raid and said, "So, the mission this time is to eliminate him?" "Yes," everyone replied. "Then, in pairs, let's head out." Next, the members of Night Raid split into pairs. Roy was assigned to Chelsea's group. Subsequently, all members of Night Raid set out for the imperial capital to find Zanku the Beheader. At this time, because of Zanku the Beheader, many guard team members were patrolling the imperial capital. After Roy and Chelsea arrived at their assigned area, he pulled Chelsea aside to wait quietly. Seeing that he wasn't actively searching for Zanku the Beheader, Chelsea asked curiously, "Roy, aren't we going to look for Zanku the Beheader?" "No need, Zanku the Beheader will come out on his own." Roy leaned against the wall and gave a mysterious smile. Chelsea hesitated whether to listen to him. She could transform into a cat. That way, she could search without fear of being discovered by the guard team. Just as Chelsea was hesitating whether to go look for him herself, Roy spoke up. "He's here." Just a moment ago, he felt a gaze full of malice linger on him for a while. Instantly, he identified the owner of that malicious gaze. It was indeed Zanku the Beheader. At this moment, Zanku the Beheader was standing atop a very high tower, looking down at them. None of the Night Raid members escaped his gaze. "Ah? Where?" Hearing him say he had arrived, Chelsea immediately scanned the surroundings but couldn't find Zanku the Beheader anywhere. "Over there." Roy pointed to where Zanku the Beheader was located. Chelsea looked in the direction he pointed, and her pupils suddenly constricted. Indeed, that man was Zanku the Beheader. "Wait for me here for a moment, I'll go take him out." Roy left those words and vanished from the spot in a flash. "Hey wait," Chelsea was about to speak, only to realize he was already gone, and she hurriedly chased after him in a panic. Even assassins have shown up. This city really is dangerous. Gia. So, which head should I start cutting first? Standing on the high tower, Zanku the Beheader looked down at the Night Raid members and couldn't help but let out a few eerie laughs. "I think you can start with your own head." A figure's voice sounded behind Zanku the Beheader. "Who?" Zanku the Beheader turned around abruptly and shouted. He saw a handsome youth standing there, appearing out of nowhere. Zanku the Beheader immediately recognized him. This person was one of the assassins he had just been observing. "So it's an assassin from Night Raid, ha 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 ha." Zanku the Beheader laughed loudly, not taking him seriously at all. "Are those your last words?" Roy shook his head. He didn't have the habit of wasting words with people. A long blade appeared in his hand, and in the next instant, Roy slashed out without hesitation. Poochie. Blood splattered as a large head fell off. "Why couldn't I see it?" Before dying, Zanku the Beheader squeezed out a few words with a look of confusion. Roy understood what he meant. It was Zanku the Beheader's Tegu, 5 visions. A Tegu with 5 abilities: insight, farsight, X-ray vision, precognition, and illusion. They could respectively read minds, observe from afar, see through obstacles, see the future, and cast illusions. Just now, Zanku had activated precognition, but he saw nothing, hence his confusion. In the original story, Zanku the Beheader could trade a few blows with Akame thanks to his Tegu. His strength was not weak, but once the Tegu became useless, he was only fit to be instantly killed by Roy. After all, Roy was a demon king, and the difference in strength was too vast, so 5 visions couldn't see his future. "Roy, where is Zanku the Beheader?" At this time, the members of Night Raid also rushed over one after another. "There, isn't that him?" Roy casually pointed to the headless corpse on the ground. The Night Raid members were dumbfounded. In just this short while, Zanku the Beheader had been killed? "This is indeed Zanku the Beheader." Chelsea pointed to the head that had rolled to the side and said, "The thing on his forehead should be the Tegu." Lubick stepped forward, took the Tegu from the head, and said, "Then the mission is complete. Now we just need to head back, right?" This mission was really easy. Leonie stretched and sighed with emotion. "That's true, then let's head back." Chelsea strongly agreed with Leonie's words. Subsequently, all members of Night Raid returned. The next morning, when Roy woke up, he found someone lying by his bed. "Hey Shiel, why did you fall asleep here?" Shiel stood up groggily, rubbed her eyes, and said, "Because from today on, Roy is my partner. Please take care of me." Hearing this, Roy was somewhat speechless. He didn't expect that for this reason, she would come to his bedside so early. He knew that Shiel loved sleeping in very much. Next, the two began today's mission. Calling it a mission, it was actually just the two of them getting to know each other. Because Shiel was an airhead and was always clumsy and unable to do anything well, she wasn't assigned any daily chores at the base. The two went to the riverside together, where Sheil suddenly showed a motherly side and gave Roy a lap pillow. Then, Sheil began to tell her story. Sheil grew up in the downtown area of the imperial capital. Because she had no special talents and couldn't do anything well, she was often ridiculed. Once, she killed someone for a close friend and was later retaliated against, resulting in the murder of her parents. But when those people came to take revenge on her, she killed them all cleanly and efficiently. After killing, Sheil discovered her talent. She had been clumsy and unable to do anything right since childhood, yet she was extremely talented when it came to killing. So she voluntarily became an assassin and later joined Night Raid. That was Sheil's past. After hearing Sheil's account, Roy couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, everyone has their own use. Sheil, who couldn't do anything else well and would even trip on flat ground while walking, had a very high talent for killing. It could be said that Sheil was born to be an assassin. Afterward, Roy also briefly shared his own experiences, though they were half true and half false. And so, a pleasant day passed. During the day, Roy and Leonie went to the Commoners Street together. Today was the day Roy and Leonie were partners, with the goal of investigating the Commoners Street in the imperial capital. It was said there was a faction producing drugs similar to hallucinogens. In the slums, they lured women with money and controlled them with drugs, making them sell their bodies to earn money. Roy and Leonie's mission was to eliminate this faction. After investigating during the day, the two finally found the gang. At night, the two prepared to take action. Alright, it's about time to start working and pay back the loan, Leonie said with one hand on her hip, looking a bit excited. Because she came from the slums, she often used her money to help the people there. Because of this, she had borrowed a lot of money from Night Raid, and she could now be said to be working to pay it back. By the way, little brother Roy, you haven't seen your big sister's Tigu yet, have you? As she spoke, Leonie leaned in close to him with a mysterious look. 79. Number 79 Section 79 Chapter 79 I've certainly never seen it before. Roy nodded, then watched closely. Transform. Open black lens bracket Lionel close black lens bracket. Leonie gave a low shout, and her short golden hair grew long, reaching down to her waist. Two beast ears sprouted, a tail grew from her backside, and her palms turned into beastly claws. She became a beautiful beast-eared girl. After her transformation, Leonie's physical strength and sense of smell increased exponentially. Haha, how's that? Pretty impressive, right? Every time I transform like this, I get so excited, so very excited. After finishing her transformation, Leonie looked both proud and excited. It really is impressive. Oh, this tail. Roy nodded with a smile, then with a curious look, he grabbed Leonie's tail and stroked it. Whoa, what do you think you're doing? Quote, Leonie jerked her tail back from his hand and glared at him, her face flushing crimson. Because the tail was a sensitive spot for Leonie. Cough, well, I was just curious. We should hurry up and carry out the mission. Roy gave an embarrassed cough and then slipped away. Leonie watched him leave with a huff, but she had no choice but to let go of her tail and follow him. The two arrived on a rooftop, and Leonie reached out to lift a tile and look down. The entire room below was filled with swirling purple smoke. Dozens of women were smoking in a daze, enjoying the pleasure the smoke brought them. This smoke was a hallucinogenic drug developed by this organization. It was highly addictive and caused immense damage to the body. Just then, the door to the room below opened. Two men, one tall and one short, walked in. Looking at the women before him, the tall one-eyed man smiled greedily. Not bad, not bad. As long as you earn money for me, I'll give you more drugs. Yes. Hearing his words, the many women before him answered in a dazed unison. Once controlled by the drugs, these women were forced to use their bodies to make money until they died. Boss, look at her. A lackey pointed at a woman lying on the ground. Looks like she's done for. Dispose of her like trash. The tall one-eyed boss waved his hand dismissively. Go get some more women from the slums. Those women will do anything for money anyway. Yes, boss. With that, the two turned and left. These people really deserve to die. Roy looked indifferently at the two departing men. Among those women just now, there was someone I knew from the slums. Leonie said in a low voice. This is infuriating. Let's finish off the targets quickly. Seeing such a scene, Leonie was completely enraged. Roy and Leonie then followed the tall and short pair to a reception room. Inside the reception room, people were discussing how to expand the market for their drugs. Boom. Suddenly, the door was smashed open, and Roy and Leonie walked straight in. Trash, today is your doomsday. Intruders, kill them. The group wasn't slow to react. As soon as the two entered, they immediately called their subordinates to attack. However, as mere ordinary humans, how could they be a match for Roy and Leonie? Without holding back in the slightest, everyone in the room was wiped out in moments. Phew, clearing out the trash really is refreshing. Leonie stretched and smiled. Hearing this, Roy's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, since it's still early, let's go check on Maine. Eh? Hearing his words, Leonie was stunned for a moment, then teased. And you say you don't have feelings for Maine? Why else would you be so concerned about her? Big sister Leonie, I never said I didn't have feelings for her actually. I have the most feelings for you. Big sis. Roy shrugged helplessly. HMPH, you little pervert. Leonie crossed her arms and pouted. We should get going. If we don't go now, it'll be trouble if Sheil gets bitten in half later. Reconstructing a body would weaken one's strength, Roy couldn't help but think. Then, the two rushed toward Maine and Sheil's location. At this time, Maine and Sheil had finished their mission and were preparing to return to the base. Unexpectedly, they were intercepted halfway by Selyu Ubiquitas of the guard team. To avenge the guard team captain and her mentor, Oka, she had been searching the imperial capital for a long time. When watching the anime, Roy had been shocked by the character Selyu. She looked like a very cute girl on the outside, but she held twisted ideals in her heart and considered herself the embodiment of justice. To defeat evil, she had undergone inhumane body modifications. Her entire body was riddled with modifications. The pain must have been unimaginable. But for the sake of her justice, Selyu endured it all and gained great power. Selyu also possessed a biological type Tegu, magical beast transformation, Hecatoncheires, which she named Kuoh. Its trump card, Berserker, could significantly increase its strength. Now that the two sides had met, a fight to the death broke out immediately. Maine faced the biological Tegu Kuoh, while Sheil faced Selyu herself. Originally, it was 2 against 1, giving them an absolute advantage. However, after Sheil cut off Selyu's arms, Selyu immediately ordered Kuoh to go berserk. The situation reversed instantly. Maine was caught off guard and grabbed by Kuoh, looking as if she would be crushed to death. Fortunately, Sheil turned back to rescue her, cutting off Kuro's arm and saving Maine. But the situation suddenly changed again. Selyu fired a sneak shot that hit Sheil in the heart. At the same time, Kuoh nearby opened its giant maw and lunged to bite Sheil. Sheil, lying on the ground, Maine watched everything in despair, screaming Sheil's name piercingly. Just then, a massive ice pillar flew in from afar, pinning Kuoh to the spot. Simultaneously, 2 figures appeared. The newcomers were Roy and Leonie. Sheil, seeing Sheil lying in a pool of blood, Leonie's killing intent surged as she looked at Selyu. Go to hell. In her rage, Leonie lunged in front of Selyu in the blink of an eye and struck her with a full power punch. The punch blew a massive hole through Selyu's body, killing her instantly. But Leonie wasn't satisfied yet. Seeing the guard team members gradually surrounding them, a cold light flashed in her eyes as she charged at them. Meanwhile, Roy went to Sheil and picked her up, bringing her to Maine's side. Beside them, Maine, whose body was riddled with fractures and whose arm bones were broken, struggled to stand up, but Roy held her down. Maine, I'm so glad I could be of use in the end. With only a breath left, Sheil turned to look at Maine and forced a slight smile. Sheil. Maine was now sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 81. Winning over the dorky Sheil. Hey, you two, don't make it sound like a final farewell. I already said I wouldn't let you die. Roy shook his head helplessly. He took out a small bottle and handed it to Maine, saying, Maine, drink this. This small bottle contained a drop of phoenix tears. As long as one wasn't dead, no matter how severe the injury, drinking this would allow them to recover instantly. Then, he said to Sheil in his arms, Sheil, are you willing to become my retainer? He greatly admired Sheil. In the original story, even after being bitten in half by Kuoh, she could still release her Tegu's trump card to help Maine escape danger. It showed how incredibly resilient her will was. At this point, Sheil's breath was as thin as silk. Her lips moved slightly as she slowly forced out 2 words. I'm willing. Roy nodded in satisfaction. As long as she was willing, things would be easy. Using his magic power, he levitated Sheil in the air, and then a blue magic circle appeared beneath her feet. In the name of Roy Lucifergus, I command. You, Sheil, shall become my devil retainer and be reborn as my soldier. As Roy chanted, the magic circle shone brilliantly. He took out a soldier piece and slowly merged it into Sheil's body. A pair of demon wings quietly appeared behind her. After a moment, the light dissipated, and Sheil descended. 80. Hash 80 Section 80 Chapter 80 Opening her eyes, Sheil tilted her head, a big question mark written all over her face. She was clearly supposed to be dead, so why was this happening? To the side, Maine and Leonie were stunned by the sight. Sheil had actually been resurrected by Roy. The sight of a dead person being brought back to life gave the two of them a massive shock. Sheil. Maine threw herself into Sheely's arms and began to cry. She had just drunk the phoenix tears and her injuries had completely healed in an instant. However, she was in no mood to pay attention to that miraculous item right now. There, it's okay, don't cry. Though she didn't know what had happened, Sheil still patted Maine's shoulder to comfort her. Little brother Roy, what on earth is going on? Leonie hooked her arm around Roy's neck and asked. Haha, well, let's talk about that after we get back. Since it was exposed, Roy simply stopped hiding it. Returning to the night raid base, Leonie and Maine were reporting on their mission, and when they mentioned Sheely's resurrection, everyone in night raid looked at Roy in disbelief. Could someone really achieve such a heaven-defying feat? Facing the doubts of the night raid members, Roy shrugged and said, you can just think of this ability as a healing-type imperial arm. He didn't offer much more explanation. Hearing his explanation, although the night raid members still had many doubts, they didn't press further. They speculated in their hearts that perhaps Sheil hadn't actually died at that time, which was why she could be healed. Only Maine and Leonie understood that things were definitely not that simple. Sheil, how are you feeling now? Najashiten asked curiously. Boss, I feel very good right now. Eh? Sheil, where are your glasses? Akame, standing nearby, looked at Sheil in confusion. One must know that Sheil was severely nearsighted. Without her glasses, she couldn't even walk. Eh? My glasses? Sheil only then realized that she wasn't wearing her glasses, yet she could see very clearly. It seems I don't need glasses anymore. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on Sheely's face. It seems that even Sheely's nearsightedness has been cured, Najashiten said thoughtfully. Amazing. Not only were her injuries healed, but even her nearsightedness was cured. The night raid members all found it somewhat incredible. With the incident concluded, the lives of the night raid members settled into a rare period of peace. The next day, early in the morning, Roy was woken up by the sound of knocking on his door. Who is it? Roy, get up quickly. It was Maine calling him to get up. Impatient, she pushed the door open and entered. Eh? Sheil? Why are you here? Maine looked at Sheil, who was leaning against the bedside, in surprise. Sheil then stood up groggily. Because Sheil is now Roy's retainer, so of course I have to serve Roy. Eh? Esser serve? Maine looked at Sheil in shock, then looked at Roy. County, could it be that you two have already done that kind of thing? Maine pointed her finger at the two of them, trembling. Eh? That kind of thing? Sheil tilted her head innocently, her confused look making Roy unable to help but find it funny. Alright, Sheil, don't explain anymore, you're just making it sound worse. Maine, don't go guessing wildly either, we haven't done anything. Roy explained helplessly. Humph, you're already a retainer, who knows if you've done anything. Maine crossed her arms and turned her head away, speaking in a huff. It's also possible for Maine to become my retainer if she wants. I'd very much welcome it. Roy walked up to Maine and smiled. Wah, what are you saying I don't want to? With her face flushing red, Maine swung her twin tails and ran away as if escaping. Only after she was a bit further from Roy's room did Maine mutter softly, idiot, how can you just invite someone so casually? Clearly, Maine was willing to accept Roy's invitation. Unfortunately, Maine was too Tsunere, and with Sheil present, there was no way she would agree so easily. In fact, when Roy saved Sheil yesterday, Maine's favorable impression of him had skyrocketed. Because Sheil had fallen into danger to save her, if Sheil had died, she would have blamed herself for the rest of her life. One could say that Roy saving Sheil made her even more grateful than if he had saved her own life. After eating, a pleasant day began. Going fishing with Akame, enjoying a lap pillow from Sheil, bickering with Maine from time to time. This kind of life was incredibly comfortable. However, this temporary peace was merely the prelude to a storm. On this day, Najashiten summoned all members of Night Raid. Is everyone here? Najashiten looked around at the Night Raid members. Noticing no one was missing, she nodded and continued, I have some bad news. Esdeath has successfully suppressed the north and has already returned to the imperial capital. Hearing Najashiten's words, the expressions of the Night Raid members turned solemn. Although they hadn't seen Esdeath's strength with their own eyes, judging from Najashiten's tone, it wasn't hard to guess just how terrifying Esdeath was. Leonie and Chelsea, you two go to the imperial capital to investigate Esdeath's movements. Understood. X2. The two nodded. I'm actually curious to see what kind of person she really is, Leonie said with a smile, looking very interested. Hearing this, Najashiten paused and warned sternly, she is an extremely cruel and bloodthirsty, dangerous individual. Act with caution. Understood, understood. Leonie waved her hands dismissively as if she didn't care. HMPH, if you're that careless, you'll die because of it sooner or later. Chelsea, biting on a lollipop, was merciless with her words. That's right, Leonie, I have to warn you this time as well. Don't even think about trying to kill Esdeath just because you think there's an opening. Even 10 of you are no match for her right now. If you're sliced to pieces by Esdeath, even I won't be able to save you. Roy placed a hand on Leonie's shoulder and spoke seriously. Eh? Is Esdeath really that strong? Leonie could ignore Chelsea's words, but she had to take Roy's words seriously. Of course. To defeat that woman, it would take at least 50,000 elite soldiers plus 10 Imperial arm users, including Akame. Najashiden stated her solemn estimation, but in reality, the combat power required far exceeded that number. In the original story, after the Supreme Imperial Arms was defeated, Esdeath held off over 10 Imperial arm users and a million-strong army single-handedly. Although this scene didn't appear in the animation, this achievement was real. In the end, after consecutive battles, Esdeath finally fought Akame. Only after Akame realized Murasama's ultimate technique and baited out Esdeath's trump card did she finally fall to Akame's hand. This showed just how powerful Esdeath was. The Night Raid members couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing Najashiden's words. I understand. Leonie finally nodded seriously, indicating she wouldn't act recklessly. Seeing that Leonie was finally being serious, Najashiden nodded in satisfaction. She then added, at the same time as Esdeath's return, a series of assassinations of civil officials has occurred in the imperial capital. The victims include 4 civil officials and their guards, totaling 61 people. Of course, those aren't the problem. The problem is that this flyer with Night Raid written on it was left at the crime scenes. After saying that, Najashiden held up a flyer for everyone to see. Are they planning to frame us? Brand immediately understood what was happening. Leaving a flyer after killing someone, it's obviously a frame-up. Lubick shrugged. People thought so at first, but now it's been concluded that we did it. Najashiden continued. Why? If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 81. Number 81 Section 81 Chapter 81 Main asked in confusion, because the victims were all accompanied by first-class guards. If it were ordinary mountain bandits, they wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Najashiden replied. Najashiden answered. In other words, the opponent is deliberately choosing stronger targets to attack, and the only ones capable of doing such a thing would be people with strength comparable to our Night Raid. Main also saw through the opponent's methods. The only ones capable of this are Esdeath's subordinates. They intend to draw out the real Night Raid to eliminate us. Najashiden looked at everyone with a serious expression. Since that's the case, why don't we just beat them at their own game and take them out? Roy smiled indifferently. Exactly. Since they dared to act like this, we'll give them a lesson. Leonie shouted excitedly. The others also agreed with their words. Good, in that case, let's show them the strength of Night Raid. Najashiden stood up and looked at everyone. There are 2 civil official candidates who might be attacked next, so we will split into 2 groups to protect them. Seiko, Akame, and Shiel in one group. Roy, Lubick, and Brand in another group. Yes. 0 requesting flowers. After Najashiden gave the order, everyone immediately set off for their mission locations. The mission location for Roy's side was in the outskirts of the imperial capital, on a large luxury passenger ship moored at the starting point of the Grand Canal, the Dragon Boat. This passenger ship was exactly where Esdeath's subordinates, the 3 beasts, were lying in ambush. The 3 of them then moved into action. Roy and Lubick boarded the ship directly disguised as tourists, while Brand, being a wanted man, had to sneak on board and find a place to hide. Before long, the ship started and slowly sailed out of the port. Once the ship was far from the port, a crisp and pleasant sound of a flute drifted over. Is it starting? Roy leisurely sipped tea and ate snacks, letting out a light chuckle. This kind of flute music, capable of making people weak and unconscious, had no effect on him whatsoever. However, for ordinary people, the effect was significant. As the flute music continued to play, the tourists in the hall began to fall one after another. In a short while, only Roy remained in the entire hall, still sitting there leisurely drinking tea. Oh? Someone actually hasn't fallen yet? A burly man holding 2 large axes walked over. This person was Daidara, one of the 3 beasts under Esdeath. He used the axe Tegu, the double-sided axe, Belvic. Only someone with extraordinary arm strength could wield it, but its attack power was correspondingly extreme. It could be split in the middle into 2 axes and thrown like boomerangs. As long as the user had strength, they could track the enemy. Seeing Roy's leisurely manner, Deidara was instantly shocked. How are you completely unaffected? Hey, such trivial tricks are useless against me, Roy said, slowly taking a sip of tea. I see, so you're from Night Raid then die. With a loud shout, Deidara held his two large axes and swung them down toward Roy with a mountain-splitting strike. However, Roy never even looked at him directly. As Deidara reached him, a flash of blade light flickered across his neck. Poochie. A large head flew up, and blood gushed from the neck like a fountain. Roy didn't have the habit of showing mercy, nor did he have the habit of wasting words with enemies. With just a casual strike, he instantly killed Deidara. Throughout the process, he hadn't even moved, as if he had just casually crushed an ant. Just then, the sound of glass breaking was heard. Two figures appeared from the second floor, pouncing at him from the left and right. These two were the remaining members of the three beasts. Niao, who used the flute Tegu, military music Dream, Scream, and Valley, who used the ring Tegu, Water Dragon Possession, Black Marlin. Roy, watch out. At this moment, Brand and Lubick also rushed over. Seeing Roy being surrounded, they immediately called out a warning. Hearing this, the corner of Roy's mouth curled slightly, and the Ice Rose sword appeared in his hand. Ice breathing, third form, profound ice slash. The Ice Rose sword in his hand slashed out with extreme speed. A cold light flashed, and the pouncing Niao and Valley were instantly decapitated. However, not a single drop of blood spilled, as their bodies had already been frozen solid. This move, Profound Ice Slash, could instantly freeze the entire body of the enemy hit. Clatter. The two frozen corpses fell from the air and instantly shattered into countless ice fragments. Pity these two. They didn't even get a chance to use their Tegu before being insta-killed. So strong. Brand and Lubick watched this scene with wide eyes, their internal shock beyond words. Alright, Lubick, collect their Tegu. We're getting ready to head back. Roy sat back down and took a sip of tea. Yes, unknowingly, Lubick seemed to have become like Roy's subordinate. Without questioning him at all, he directly took the three beasts' Tegu and put them away. Brand took the helm, and before long, the dragon boat docked again. Carrying the three Tegu, the three of them returned directly to the Night Raid base. So these are the Tegu used by the three beasts. In the Night Raid base, Lubick reported the mission's progress and handed the three Tegu over to Najashitan. By the time they returned, Akame and the other two had also been notified to return. Well done. This significantly weakens Esdeath's forces. Najashitan nodded with great satisfaction. Actually, the three beasts were all killed by Roy alone. Lubick scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Hearing this, everyone looked at Roy, though they didn't seem surprised. They all knew that Roy's strength was very formidable. Well then, I will personally take these Tegu back to headquarters. Command of Night Raid will be temporarily left to Roy. Saying this, Najashitan looked at Roy. No problem. Roy agreed with a smile. His strength was the strongest and most mysterious in Night Raid, which was why Najashitan felt at ease leaving Night Raid in his command. After giving a few more instructions, Najashitan left in a hurry with several Tegu. After Najashitan left, Roy looked at the Night Raid members and said, although the boss has temporarily left, we cannot slack off. Lubick, Leone, and Chelsea will go to the Imperial capital tomorrow to gather information. The rest of you stay on standby. Yes, the Night Raid members replied in unison. They admired Roy greatly, so they were very cooperative. Chapter 82, The target is Kuoh. The next day, Leone, Chelsea, and Lubick went to the Imperial capital. Roy, on the other hand, went into the deep forest with Akame to look for dangerous creatures that could serve as ingredients. By the way, Akame, you seem to have a younger sister, right? Can you tell me about her? As the two walked along, Roy suddenly asked Akame beside him. Akame seemingly didn't expect him to suddenly bring this up. After a moment of silence, Akame seemed to fall into childhood memories. She said slowly, when we were little, Kuoh and I depended on each other, living on the streets. Later, we were bought by an imperial agency and trained as assassins. Akame slowly recounted her and Kuoh's experiences. After listening, Roy also fell somewhat silent. Both had cruel childhoods. This led the two sisters, who originally depended on each other, to ultimately end up in a tragic conflict of love and death. He remembered that in the original story, Kuoh eventually died by Akame's blade. In the anime, killing one's last remaining family member with one's own hands, that kind of pain is unimaginable. Thinking of this, Roy smiled and patted Akame's small head, saying, although you were forced apart, Akame still loves Kuoh, right? Yes, so Kuoh must be killed by my own hands, Akame said with a serious face. Hearing this, Roy couldn't help but be a bit speechless. These two, why is it always about killing the other with their own hands? Silly, how can you say that, Akame? She's your only family. Exactly. Because she's family, I can't watch her continue to be used by the Empire. Truly a stubborn one. Roy felt a bit of a headache. Then doesn't Akame want to let Kuoh leave the Empire? Then Akame could be with Kuoh again. 82. Number 82 Section 82 Chapter 82 It's impossible. I once invited Kuoh to leave the Empire with me, but she refused. She even thinks I betrayed her. Akame's expression turned somewhat somber. You dummy, that's because you didn't make Kuoh understand just how dark the Empire truly is. Roy said with earnest sincerity. It was true, they had been raised as assassins since they were children and had never attended school or read books. How could they understand what was right and what was wrong? Akame only came to understand this after personally experiencing the death of her close friend, Martha. It was also at that time that Akame met Najishiten, the leader of Night Raid, and finally made up her mind to leave the Empire. But how could Kuoh, who was even younger than Akame, possibly understand? She could only learn from the higher-ups that her sister had betrayed the Empire, leading her to believe that her sister had also betrayed her. But there's nothing I can do. Akame looked at him blankly. With Akame's taciturn personality, how could she possibly persuade Kuoh? If she could have, Kuoh would have left with her long ago. In that case, leave this matter to me. Roy patted his chest confidently. Hearing his words, Akame was immediately moved. There was no doubt she loved Kuoh. If Kuoh could really come back thinking of this. Akame nodded to him and said, "Thank you, Roy." "Haha, no need for thanks. If you really want to thank me, then become my retainer," Roy said half-jokingly. Upon hearing this, Akame's small face turned bright red. I'm willing." "What? Akame, you agreed?" Roy suspected he had misheard. "I'm willing." Akame lowered her head in shame and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "That's great, Akame. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Kuoh back to you." Roy happily stroked Akame's small head. He made up his mind, he had to bring Kuoh back. "Oh, we have our ingredients. Akame, let's go." Roy's eyes lit up as he suddenly spotted a tiger-like dangerous creature. Akame saw it too, and her mouth immediately began to water. Eliminate. The next morning, Roy brought Seiko to a library in the imperial capital. Lubick was already waiting for them at the entrance. "Please come in." With that, Lubick turned and opened the door, leading the two inside. Before long, they arrived at the innermost part of the library. Lubick turned a few switches, and the bookshelves slid open to both sides, revealing a staircase leading underground. "Haha, how is it? This is the secret base I'm so proud of." Lubick looked quite smug. Not bad." Roy nodded. The three of them then entered an underground secret room together. "Yo-ho, welcome to our secret hideout in the imperial capital." As soon as Roy entered, Leonie, her face flushed from drinking, hugged him and gave him a face full of her chest. "Hey Leonie, why did you drink so much?" He helplessly pushed Leonie away and placed her on the sofa. "By the way, has there been any news in the imperial capital lately?" Roy asked after sitting down. The current topic circulating in the imperial capital is still the special team Esdeath newly formed called the Hunters. Chelsea answered while biting on a lollipop. In the eyes of the foreign tribes, Esdeath might be a devil-like existence. But in the imperial capital, she was a hero highly respected by everyone. That was why the news of Esdeath forming the Hunters was spreading through the capital. Then what about intelligence on the Hunters? Roy asked again. Hearing this question, Chelsea, Leonie, and Lubick all looked a bit embarrassed. It seemed they hadn't gathered any intelligence on the Hunters, perhaps because the team had only just been established. Seeing this, Roy smiled nonchalantly and said, "It's fine. After all, the Hunters have only just begun to form." He knew the Hunters very well. In the original story, there were 6 members. They were, Harem, who possessed the Imperial Arm March of the Dead, Yatsufusa. Wave, who possessed the Imperial Arm Carnage Incarnate, Grand Rook. Selyu Ubiquitas, who possessed the Imperial Arm Magical Beast Transformation, Hecatonkir. Ran, who possessed the Imperial Arm Thousand Mile Flight, Mastema. Dr. Shishiru, who possessed the Imperial Arm Glorious Hands of God, Perfector. And Boris, who possessed the Imperial Arm Inferno Invocation, Rubicant. However, Selyu had already been killed by Leonie, and her Imperial Arm had been recovered. He didn't know how many people were in the current Hunters. "So, is there any other news from the imperial capital?" Roy asked once more. He guessed that Esdeath's martial arts tournament to find a spouse should be held around this time. This was an opportunity to get close to Esdeath. He could use this chance to enter the Hunters and then get close to Kuoh. After all, he had already promised Akame that he would bring Kuoh back. If he didn't enter the Hunters, it would be almost impossible to persuade Kuoh. Furthermore, that guy Wave was also a threat. In the manga plot, Harem was won over by Wave, so he had to be on guard against that. Speaking of which, the martial arts tournament recently hosted by S-Death has already caused quite a stir. As she spoke, Chelsea picked up a flyer and handed it to him. Roy took it and looked. As expected, it was this on the surface. It was a martial arts tournament, but in reality, it was likely for selecting members for the Hunters and, even more so, for choosing S-Death's romantic partner. I must participate in this competition. Hearing his words, the others were stunned. Why? Chelsea asked, voicing everyone's confusion. Well, if I'm not mistaken, the winner of this tournament should be able to join the Hunters. That way, we can obtain intelligence on them. Roy made up some random reasons. But that's too dangerous, Leonie objected. Chelsea and Lubeck also looked at him with concern. Only Seiko didn't question his words at all. Haha, don't you guys know my strength? Besides, I'm not going there to do anything dangerous. I'm just gathering intelligence and then finding a chance to slip out. Roy waved his hand to reassure everyone. The others had no choice but to agree. Later, under Lubeck's lead, they arrived at the venue of the martial arts tournament. The place was already bustling with noise and people. Wow, there are so many people, Leonie exclaimed in amazement. You guys find a place to watch the match, I'm going to sign up first. After saying that, Roy went to register. Meanwhile, Seiko, Leonie, and the other two found a place to sit. These people are just too pathetic. After watching for a while, Chelsea became a bit bored. The strength of the people on the stage was simply too weak, giving her no interest at all. That person is actually not bad. He's said to be a Kanoji 8th Dan, Lubeck said, looking at the two people fighting in the arena. When is Roy going to appear? I'm about to fall asleep, Leonie yawned. Having drunk quite a bit of wine earlier, she was already feeling sleepy. It should be soon. Seiko watched the arena intently, waiting for Roy's turn to go up. On Roy's side, after finishing his registration, he sat to one side and waited. He suddenly remembered that this tournament was also when S-Death would choose a romantic partner. So, did he meet S-Death's requirements? He thought about S-Death's criteria for choosing a partner. First, regardless of anything else, the most important thing is to value future potential. One must aim to become a general-level figure and train oneself accordingly. Second, to have the courage to go hunting dangerous creatures with her, even empty-handed. Third, to be someone like her, who grew up in the border regions rather than the imperial capital. 83. Number 83 Section 83, Chapter 83. Fourth, he must be younger than me, so that he is easy to dominate. Fifth, it is best if he possesses a pure smile. He completely fulfills the first four of these 5 conditions. Only the last one, possessing a pure smile, is relatively difficult. Roy didn't consider himself a pure person, but he should still possess a pure smile. However, a pure smile is not that easy to show. Perhaps he could smile unintentionally, but forcing it would be out of the question. But judging by these requirements, it seems the last item isn't strictly necessary. Roy rubbed his chin. It looked like he completely met the requirements. Originally, he intended to conquer S-Death using strength, as S-Death believed in the law of the jungle. The strong can dominate the weak. But looking at it this way, he seems to have the potential to be a kept man. Thinking of this, Roy couldn't help but curl his lips. Just then, a soldier came over to inform him that he could enter the arena. Subsequently, Roy followed the soldier onto the fighting stage. He saw that his opponent was a 3-meter-tall fellow with a bull's head. Are there orcs in this world? Or minotaurs? Roy was full of questions. Meanwhile, the spectators in the stands, upon seeing the opponent of the massive minotaur warrior, who was just a child, immediately erupted in jeers. Hey kid, why don't you go home and drink milk? Ha ha ha, a kid this small dares to participate in the martial arts tournament? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? You should just surrender quickly. Exactly, this isn't the place for you. Roy didn't react to the shouting of these people. He just needed to use his actions to shut them up. And just as he stood on the fighting stage, S-Death, on the high platform nearby, noticed him instantly and immediately became interested in him. Roy was a demon noble, coupled with the strength of a demon lord-level expert, so his aura was naturally extraordinary. Ordinary people couldn't notice it, but S-Death could sense his difference. The match begins. Wave, acting as the referee, announced the start of the match. Taste my crushing iron fist. The moment the match started, the Minotaur lunged forward with a ferocious expression. Seeing his ferocious look, Roy couldn't help but grin, getting the urge to tease this Minotaur. He saw Roy casually dodge the Minotaur's fists with his hands in his pockets. Seeing how lightly he was being taken, the Minotaur immediately became furious. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The Minotaur roared and his fists became faster. However, his fists couldn't touch Roy at all. Instead, he was the one who became exhausted and breathless. Damn it, kid, if you have guts, stop dodging. the Minotaur said, panting heavily. Oh, alright then it's time to end the fight. After speaking, Roy suddenly appeared in front of the Minotaur and made a funny face at him. Naya Naya Naya. The next moment, the Minotaur collapsed, his eyes bulging out. Looking at the fallen Minotaur, Roy couldn't help but show a mischievous smile. The spectators present didn't understand this scene at all. He just made a funny face, so why did the opponent fall down? That's enough, the victor is Roy. Referee Wave announced loudly. The audience immediately burst into cheers. That young man is amazing. Ran, standing beside Esdeath, exclaimed in admiration and then said, that young man seemed to just make a funny face. But in reality, he threw 3 punches in an instant. It was just that his speed was too fast for ordinary people to see. What an impressive young man. Esdeath stared blankly at Roy and nodded unconsciously. She was seen touching her cheek with one hand, standing up with a slight blush. I found him, Esdeath muttered to herself. Are you referring to a Hunters member? This young man certainly qualifies. Ran, hearing this from beside her, thought that the selection for the Hunters had been finalized. In every aspect, Esdeath said, and then slowly walked down from the high platform and onto the fighting stage. Your name is Roy, right? That's a very nice name. Esdeath came up to Roy and smiled. That's right, the match just now was very exciting. Now, I shall give you a reward. Saying this, Esdeath walked toward him with a smile. Watching Esdeath's actions, Roy was full of questions. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Did Esdeath take a liking to him? Wait, he didn't show any pure smile. In fact, even he didn't realize that his mischievous grin had also made Esdeath feel favorable toward him. They say beautiful women are very cute when they deliberately act adorable, but handsome men acting adorable are also very cute. Esdeath had just been attracted by his mischievous smile and his unique aura. Watching Esdeath walk while pulling something out of her embrace, Roy felt helpless. Esdeath took out a collar and tried to put it over his head, but Roy merely shifted slightly and dodged it. Oh, so the gift is a collar. Sorry, but I can't accept this kind of thing. Roy shrugged playfully. That's not up to you. Esdeath chuckled softly, then picked up the collar and tried to put it on him again. Hey, General Esdeath, I already said this isn't suitable for me, you should give it to someone else. Roy dodged while laughing playfully, as if playing hide and seek with Esdeath. Oh no, Roy has been targeted by Esdeath, what should we do? Leonie watched the two people chasing each other on the stage, feeling a headache. I think Roy is flirting, and with Esdeath, no less. But that's not bad. If Roy can manage to turn Esdeath against them, that would be great. Chelsea said, arms crossed with a lollipop dangling from her mouth. Boss Roy is too amazing. Lubick was utterly impressed by Roy. Chapter 83, unexpectedly conquering Esdeath. Ran, on the high platform, also had a headache now. He hadn't expected Esdeath to personally go down and try to take the young man away. What surprised him even more was that the young man could last so long against Esdeath. However, he had to stop the two of them now, because the people in the viewing stands, after Esdeath appeared, erupted in strong enthusiasm, watching it like a show. Roy, your speed is quite fast. Even though she hadn't caught Roy after chasing him for so long, Esdeath was even more satisfied, because this meant that Roy's strength was very high. Oh, it's alright, you won't catch me. You should keep that collar for yourself. Roy shrugged and waved his hand modestly. Oh, is that so? Esdeath showed a brilliant smile. Then she knelt down and placed one hand on the ground. Freeze! With a soft shout, starting from Esdeath's palm, the ground instantly froze into solid ice a foot high, and this solid ice instantly spread toward Roy. Seeing this, Roy couldn't help but chuckle. Playing with ice? He was quite skilled at that too, but now was not the time to play with ice. He performed a back jump and hid behind Wave, who was acting as the referee nearby. Immediately afterward, the frost spread over and instantly froze Wave's feet. Hey Captain, it's me. However, as soon as Wave finished speaking, the frost began to spread upward from his feet, freezing his entire body in the blink of an eye. Seeing Wave frozen, Esdeath paused for a moment, then stopped her intention to continue freezing Roy. At this time, Ran walked over and said to Esdeath, Captain, let's take him back first. That works too. Esdeath nodded, and then released Wave from the ice. Achoo achoo. Wave, who was released, immediately sneezed several times and shivered from the cold. 84. Number 84 Section 84 Chapter 84 Hey, are you alright, man? Roy couldn't help but laugh as he patted Wave on the shoulder. Hearing this, Wave rolled his eyes. If it weren't for this guy, would he have ended up frozen like that? You'll be coming with us, right? At that moment, Ren looked at him and smiled. Of course. Didn't you say there'd be a reward for winning? Roy replied with a smile. That's right, then let's head out. The four of them then headed toward the imperial capital together. Along the way, Estet's face was slightly flushed, and she would peek at him from time to time, just like a young girl in love. Roy couldn't help but narcissistically think that it seemed Estet truly had taken a liking to him. As expected, he really did have the talent to be a kept man. He had intended to conquer through strength, but alas, his looks were just too outstanding. During the journey, Ran mentioned the matter of him joining the hunters, and Roy naturally agreed. Before long, they arrived at the hunters' meeting room. The other members of the hunters were all there. Among them, Roy immediately spotted Kuoh sitting to the side, munching on snacks. Sensing Roy staring at her, Kuoh pulled her snacks close to her chest and looked at him warily, saying, "I'm not sharing with you." Seeing this, Roy's mouth couldn't help but twitch. They really were sisters, both were total foodies. However, Akame preferred meat, while Kuoh had a sweet tooth. Now then, let me introduce everyone. His name is Roy, and from now on, he's a member of the hunters. He's also the man I've set my heart on. Estet spoke bluntly, explicitly using the words, "the man I've set my heart on." This made Roy feel a bit awkward, as if it were being announced that he had become someone else's property. "Please take care of me, everyone." Roy still greeted everyone with a smile. Then, he took the initiative to walk over and sit in a seat next to Kuoh. Wave, who was still shivering from the cold, looked at the occupied seats and was instantly dumbfounded. After introducing everyone to each other, Estet told them about the hunter's first mission. The mission was to eliminate a group of mountain bandits, a very simple task. Subsequently, the entire hunters squad set out. By evening, they finally arrived at the bandits' stronghold. "Destroying this place is our first operation as the hunters. Everyone must do a splendid job." Ran, acting as the commander for this mission, spoke to the group. "Yes," several voices replied in unison. Estet and Roy stood not far away, watching the others take action. The 5 members of the hunters launched a direct frontal assault. How could mere bandits possibly stand against 5 Tegu users? In no time, the stronghold was breached. "Does Roy dislike me?" At that moment, Estet looked at Roy and spoke seriously. Hearing this, Roy was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "How could that be? Actually, I like Estet very much too." Hearing his words, Estet's pretty face instantly turned slightly red. "Actually, this is the first time I've felt this way. The feeling of liking someone, it's not a bad feeling at all." Hearing her words, Roy was speechless in his heart. He had come here to win over Kuoh, so how did he accidentally win over Estet instead? "Well, I'll go help out too." Seeing the atmosphere becoming a bit too intimate, Roy quickly made his escape. It wasn't that he didn't like Estet, but in this current atmosphere, he felt like he was the submissive one. Indeed, if he wanted to win over Estet, he should be the one to do the conquering. With that thought, he arrived inside the mountain stronghold. Looking left and right, he quickly spotted Kuoh's position, and Wave was also not far away. Roy's heart stirred, and he quickly approached a bandit behind Kuoh who was raising a gun to ambush her, sending him flying with a kick. This left Wave, who was rushing over and wanting to show off, feeling incredibly depressed. "Kuoh, are you alright?" "No, I noticed him a long time ago." Kuoh replied blankly. Roy was choked up and a bit speechless. Kuoh was certainly a blunt one. "Here, this is for you." He took out a lollipop and handed it to Kuoh. Seeing the lollipop, Kuoh's eyes instantly lit up. She grabbed it without hesitation and stuffed it into her mouth. "Thanks." Behind them, Wave saw that he had won Kuoh over with a single lollipop, and his jaw dropped in shock. After gaining a small amount of favor, the mission to wipe out the stronghold was completed. Afterward, the group returned together. That night, Estet invited Roy to her room. Roy didn't refuse and followed her to her room. He had originally thought Estet wanted to say something to him, but he didn't expect that as soon as they reached the room, she went into the bathroom to take a shower. What kind of development was this? Could it be? During the boring wait, Estet emerged after a short while. "I've kept you waiting." Estet stood before him, wearing only a shirt. The sight made Roy's heart race, but he quickly calmed himself down. "It's fine." Roy shook his head with a light smile. "Well, I'm not sure what I should do at a time like this. If I just follow my instincts, it should be fine, right?" Estet closed her eyes and spoke with a hint of bashfulness. Such blunt words made even Roy feel a bit lightheaded. However, he still firmly shook his head and said, "No." Hearing this, Estet was stunned for a moment. "Why?" Roy shrugged helplessly and moved to the door in a flash. After opening the door, he looked back at Estet and smiled. "Now is not the time." "Wait." Estet reached out to stop him. "As for that, there's no need. Mr. Ran has already arranged a room for me." After saying that, Roy walked out and closed the door behind him. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was a matter of dignity. Roy then prepared to go back to his room to rest. However, as he was about to reach his room, he suddenly noticed Kuoh sitting alone on the roof, eating snacks. His eyes lit up. Wasn't this the perfect time to use his talk no jutsu? With that thought, Roy made a few leaps and sat down beside Kuoh. I'm not sharing these snacks with you. Kuoh clutched her snacks and interrupted him with a wary look. Cough. Kuoh's words made him choke slightly. His eyes darted around, and then he also took out a bag of candies, tore it open, and ate one. The sweet fragrance of the candy immediately reached Kuoh's nose, making her eyes fixate on the candy. I'll share mine with you. Roy smiled slightly and handed the candy over. Thanks. Kuoh wasn't polite either. She took the candy and stuffed one into her mouth. Tasting this unprecedented sweet flavor, Kuoh's eyes happily narrowed into slits. Hey Kuoh, you should have an older sister named Akame, right? Looking at the cute Kuoh, Roy suddenly asked. Hearing his words, Kuoh was clearly stunned for a moment. She's my family, but she has already betrayed the empire. I really want to see her soon. Once I see her I'll kill her myself because she's my favorite sister. Kuoh smiled morbidly. Hearing this, Roy couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. What was with these two sisters? Why were they always thinking about killing each other? Akame told me about when you were little Kuoh. Don't you want to go back to how things were? Kuoh was silent for a while, then shook her head. We can't go back, because Akame has already betrayed the empire, and betrayed me. Then, has Kuoh ever thought about why Akame betrayed the empire? Kuoh remained silent. She had actually thought about this question, but with no result. Her sister Akame's betrayal was so sudden, without any warning. 85. Number 85 Section 85 Chapter 85 Because the Empire forced Akame to kill her own best friend. This also made Akame realize the darkness of the Empire. She feared the next mission would be to kill you, Kuoh, which is why she chose to betray the Empire and take you with her. Unfortunately, you didn't respond to her. Hearing his words, Kuoh was dazed, even forgetting to eat the snacks in her hand. These reasons would be easily understood by a modern person, but for Kuoh, who had never attended school, she simply didn't understand. And no one had ever explained such things to her before. After a long silence, Kuoh slowly shook her head and said, "There's no going back. There's simply no going back." After saying that, Kuoh jumped down from the roof and returned to her room. Even after understanding these reasons, Kuoh still had no intention of leaving the empire. Because she had been injected with drugs as a child to forcibly enhance her physical abilities. These drugs placed a heavy burden on her body. Furthermore, she had a strong dependence on the drugs and needed to take them regularly. The snacks she ate were actually these drugs. Without them, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Watching Kuoh leave, Roy sighed helplessly. It seemed his persuasion skills weren't up to par. He also understood Kuoh's physical condition. Even with the constant medication, she wouldn't last much longer. In the original story, it wasn't so much that Kuoh wanted to kill her sister Akame, but rather that she wanted to die by her sister's hand. Perhaps that was what she was thinking now as well. It seemed that if he wanted to convince Kuoh, he would have to find another way. The next day, early in the morning, Roy found Kuoh eating snacks alone in the meeting room. After a moment's thought, he sat down and casually brought out various snacks, placing them in front of Kuoh. Upon seeing this, Kuoh's eyes immediately lit up, and she almost started drooling. Eat up, Kuoh, these are all for you. Looking at Kuoh's little gluttonous expression, Roy couldn't help but laugh. Thank you. After thanking him, Kuoh didn't stand on ceremony and began eating the snacks on the table. Hey Kuoh, it's almost time for lunch. Are you still going to eat snacks? Wave, who was nearby, walked over with a cup of tea and advised her as he looked at the pile of snacks on the table. Mind your own business. After a curt reply, Kuoh continued eating her snacks. It's still better to eat more seafood, Wave insisted, refusing to give up. And end up smelling like salted fish just like you? Kuoh glanced up at Wave. Really? Do I have that kind of smell? Hearing Kuoh's words, Wave was startled and immediately sniffed himself. Haha, of course you do, salted fish uncle. Roy hadn't expected Kuoh to have a humorous side and couldn't help but chuckle. Eh? Uncle? Wave was completely bewildered. He was only 20 years old. How had he become a salted fish uncle? Roy pointed at himself and said, I'm only 17, and Kuoh is likely younger than me. So naturally, you're the salted fish uncle. Hearing this, Wave actually felt it made some sense. But he really was only 20. Just as he was about to continue complaining, the door to the meeting room opened. After Esdeath entered the room, she said to Roy, we're heading out to Mount Fikma. The next few days will be hunting time. Oh, sounds good. Roy nodded. Wave and Kuoh will go too. While hunting dangerous creatures, we'll also look for the members of Night Raid. Understood. Upon hearing this, Wave and Kuoh nodded in agreement. Kuoh and I will be responsible for the east, while Wave and Roy will take the west. We'll swap after nightfall. Roy and I will be in a group. As she spoke, Esdeath looked at Roy with a beaming smile. Because she had been rejected the previous night, she had specifically sought out the married Boris to ask for dating tips. After being told that she needed patience and to demonstrate her strength to capture Roy's heart, Esdeath arranged today's hunt specifically to show off her power in front of Roy. Wait, I have an objection. Roy suddenly raised his hand and spoke. Oh? What objection does Roy have? Esdeath looked at him with interest. I want to be in a group with Harem. Hearing this, Esdeath was stunned for a moment before smiling. Fine. In her view, since she would be with Roy at night anyway, it didn't matter who he was with during the day. Subsequently, the four of them set off for Mount Fikma. They arrived at Mount Fikma, a place with sparse vegetation and shrouded in mist. Roy and Harem searched for dangerous creatures together. By the way, Harem, if I could restore your body, would you choose to leave the Empire and reconcile with Akame? Roy suddenly asked the Harem beside him. After a moment of silence, Harem looked at Roy with a wary expression and asked, You keep trying to convince me to leave the Empire. Who exactly are you? Although Harem hadn't studied much, it didn't mean she was stupid. Roy's repeated attempts at persuasion had made Harem suspicious of his identity. Sigh, there's no other way. Roy shrugged with a look of helplessness. Clang. Sensing danger, Harem drew her imperial arms. March of the Dead, Yatsufusa. That's not going to work, Harem. As he spoke, Roy's figure suddenly appeared behind Harem. Chapter 84. The battle between Akame and Harem. Harem's pupils suddenly constricted, but before she could even turn around, a hand chop landed on the back of her neck. Ugh! With a low groan, her eyelids suddenly became heavy, and Harem fainted. Catching Harem around the waist, Roy felt very helpless. He had promised Akame he would bring Harem back, but he hadn't expected it to be in this manner. There was no helping it. Harem was just so stubborn. Sighing, Roy held Harem and then unfurled his demon wings to take to the sky. Mount Fikma wasn't far from the night raid base. In just half an hour, Roy landed at the base's entrance. I'm back. His loud shout brought everyone from night raid running out. Roy is back. That's great, eh? Roy, who is the little girl in your arms? You didn't kidnap her from somewhere, did you? With his return, the night raid base immediately became lively. However, everyone's attention soon shifted to the young girl in his arms. Cough everyone, stop guessing. This is Akame's sister, Harem. As he spoke, Roy looked at Akame and said, Akame, I've brought your sister back. So she's Akame's sister, they really do look alike. Everyone looked at Akame and then at Harem, finding that the two were indeed very similar. Akame walked to Roy's side and looked at the Harem in his arms, her expression somewhat sorrowful. The two sisters, who once relied on each other, had been separated for years and turned into enemies because of the Empire's darkness. Meeting again now, there was a profound sense that things had changed forever. What happened to Harem? Seeing that her sister showed no signs of waking up, Akame asked with some concern. Well, you know Harem isn't that easy to convince, so I knocked her out and brought her straight back, Roy said, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, he had originally intended to persuade Harem to follow him back of her own accord, but he ended up having to use force. Is she a member of the Hunters? Chelsea, standing nearby, guessed. Correct, Harem is indeed a member of the Hunters, and a very powerful one at that. Roy then said to Akame, I have a plan. If he wanted Harem to stop being so stubborn, he would have to let her die once. Because killing her sister Akame had always been Harem's obsession. Combined with the fact that Harem knew she wouldn't last much longer, this obsession had only deepened. His plan was to have Akame kill Harem, and then he would resurrect her. This would not only resolve the obsession between the two sisters but also restore Harem's body. More importantly, Roy would gain another retainer, Hihi. It was truly killing multiple birds with one stone. After hearing his plan, Akame didn't hesitate for long and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three of them went to an open clearing, waiting for Harem to wake up. Harem soon regained consciousness. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Akame's figure. 86. Number 86 Section 86 Chapter 86 Big Sister Harem. The two looked at each other, falling into deep memories. How nostalgic. Big Sister always used to protect me, but in the end, you still betrayed me. Harem stared blankly at Akame, smiling slightly. Hearing this, Akame recalled the time when the two of them depended on each other, and she began to narrate slowly. We were all alone, taken in by the only place that needed us, and we became assassins for the Empire, eliminating the source of trouble in advance so that chaos wouldn't be caused, allowing people to find happiness. We were constantly indoctrinated with such concepts as we were raised into adults. We always followed these orders, killing those seen as betrayers of the Empire. because we believed that was the right thing to do. Listening to Akame's narration, Kuoh became agitated and shouted, But why did Big Sister betray the Empire to join Night Raid? Why? Do you know how much pain I felt being left behind? So since I've only thought about killing Big Sister every day, if you kill me, will you be redeemed? Akame looked at Kuoh calmly and asked, Haha, there is no such thing as redemption. It's just that by doing this, Big Sister will become my possession alone. As she spoke, Kuoh smiled brilliantly and drew her Tigu, Myobu, against Akame. At the same time, two figures appeared behind her, the puppets controlled by Yatsufusa, Natala and Doya. If that's the case, then let's fight to the death. Akame also drew Murasama and pointed it at Kuoh. In the next moment, the two were locked in combat. Kuroh's strength was very formidable. In the original story, she used the 8 puppets controlled by Yatsufusa to hold off everyone from Night Raid. Although more than half of the 8 puppets were eventually destroyed, Kuoh managed to retreat unscathed. Later, when facing Chelsea's assassination attempt, she even successfully counter-killed her, showing just how strong Kuoh was. Without having mastered Murasama's trump card, Akame's strength was a level weaker than Kuroh's. However, at this moment, Kuoh clearly had no intention of going all out. The two girls questioned each other while fighting, but unfortunately, neither could convince the other. Suddenly, Kuoh intentionally left an opening. Seeing this, Akame rushed forward without hesitation. Both their blades thrust toward each other, as if they intended to die together. But just as Kuoh was about to stab Akame, her blade shifted, missing entirely. Akame's blade, however, pierced straight through Kuroh's body. Kuoh. At that moment, Akame was stunned. Kuoh hugged Akame and whispered softly in her ear, Big sister, I love you the most. Akame felt a shock go through her whole body, and tears flowed down involuntarily, blurring her vision. At this moment, the long-standing feud between the two came to an end. At this time, Roy walked over, looked at the deceased Kuoh, and couldn't help but sigh. It was obvious that in the end, Kuoh had intentionally died by Akame's blade. She chose this to end her mistaken life. In that case, he would give Kuoh a life where she could start over. Seeing him walk over, Akame looked at him with hope. Don't worry, Kuoh will definitely have a new life, I guarantee it. Patting Akame's small head, Roy picked Kuoh up. He then used magic power to wrap around Kuoh, making her float in the air. A huge magic circle with blue light unfolded. Then, a majestic and grand contract incantation slowly issued from Roy's mouth, sounding solemn and magnificent. In the name of Roy Lucifergus, I command. You, Kuoh, shall become my retainer demon and be reborn as my knight. A night piece merged into Kuoh's body, and demon wings unfolded. After a long time, Kuoh slowly descended. Opening her eyes, Kuoh looked at Roy in front of her with some confusion. Kuoh, you have been reborn. Now, you belong only to me. Roy patted Kuoh's head and smiled. Yes, master. Seemingly understanding his words, Kuoh revealed a brilliant smile and then threw herself into his arms. Kuoh, just call me Big Brother. Yes, Big Brother. Beside them, Akame saw that Kuoh had been resurrected and also showed a brilliant smile. Big sister. Kuoh looked at Akame and then threw herself into Akame's arms as well. Yes, Kuoh. The two sisters hugged tightly, as if they had returned to their childhood when they depended on each other. Having finally solved Kuoh's problem, Roy also breathed a sigh of relief. He felt great pity for the two of them, who had endured so many hardships since childhood. Just then, the two hugging girls separated, and Akame walked up to Roy. With a slightly flushed face, she said, It's time to fulfill our promise. Promise? Could it be? Immediately, Roy joyfully pulled Akame into an embrace. Is Big Sister going to become Roy's retainer too? That's great, this way we can be together forever. Kuoh watched her sister with a smile on her face. Hearing this, Akame became even more bashful. Roy didn't waste any more time and directly began the reincarnation ritual. In the name of Roy Lucifergus, I command. You, Akame, shall become my retainer demon and be reborn as my knight. Another night piece flew out and slowly merged into Akame's body. Both Akame and Kuoh possessed speed-type combat styles, so using night pieces was perfectly appropriate. In a short while, Akame's reincarnation was successful. After becoming demons, the two girls' strength reached the peak of a high-level demon, just one step away from becoming a demon king. However, crossing that threshold would not be so easy. Afterward, Roy led them back to the Night Raid base, holding one in each hand. After learning the story between the two sisters, everyone in Night Raid felt immense pity for Kuoh. That evening, to celebrate Kuoh's rebirth, everyone prepared a vast amount of delicious food together. Akame and Kuoh, the two little foodies, didn't stop eating until their bellies were round. The next day, bang, Akame rushed into Roy's room, pushed the door open, and shouted, "Roy, it's bad, Kuoh is gone." Huh? Roy, who was sound asleep, woke up in a daze. Akame, what are you saying? I said Kuoh is gone. Akame spoke with anxiety on her face, not even paying attention to Shiel, who was lying by the bed. Kuoh is gone? Roy only felt a giant question mark in his head. At that moment, Roy's blanket was lifted from the inside. A small head with jet black hair popped out. It was Kuoh. Big sister, what are you talking about? Kuoh rubbed her eyes and spoke groggily. Seeing Kuoh crawl out from Roy's bed, the corners of Akame's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Originally, last night, Akame had slept with Kuoh, but when she woke up this morning, Akame found that Kuoh was missing. That's why she had rushed to Roy's room, only to find that Kuoh was actually in Roy's bed. At this moment, Akame only felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. Sleeping in Big Brother's bed is so comfortable. Does Big Sister want to join too? Kuoh invited Akame with a smile. Hearing this, Akame's face turned slightly red, but she still nodded and said, "Okay." Seeing their conversation, Roy was somewhat speechless. Why are they all coming over? This small bed can't fit everyone. He sighed helplessly. It seemed he would have to enlarge the bed today. Looking at Shiel, who was still asleep by the bed, Roy couldn't help but complain. And this dummy, I told her not to sleep by the bed, but she just won't listen. He had no choice but to carry Shiel back to her bed before getting up. On the other side, Esdeath had originally agreed to swap shifts in the evening. She was prepared to show off her strength in front of Roy. But when evening came, Roy and Kuoh did not appear. Soon, Esdeath and Wave began searching for the two of them. Initially, Esdeath thought they had encountered some accident, which was why they were late. However, after searching to no avail, Esdeath finally realized that Roy and Kuoh had likely already left. This immediately made Esdeath quite sad, while she simultaneously resolved to find Roy no matter what. Meanwhile, another member of the hunters, Dr. Shishiru, led his stylish squad and followed the clues left by Roy. Roy probably never expected that Dr. Shishiru would actually find them, considering he had flown back through the sky. 87. Number 87 Section 87 Chapter 87 Evening, Night Raid Base. Lubick suddenly ran up to Roy in a great hurry. "Boss, this is bad. The barrier I set up on the perimeter detected a lot of people. They're heading straight for us." "Oh?" Roy looked at Lubick with some surprise, wondering who would be looking for them at this hour. Nevertheless, he still gave the order, "Assemble all members of Night Raid and prepare for battle." Yes. Once all members of Night Raid had gathered, Roy led the group to a mountain peak. They could clearly see strange-looking people wearing white masks crawling forward as they approached. Besides that, that's Dr. Shishiru. Kuoh recognized the newcomer at a single glance. If Dr. Shishiru had appeared, then Esdeath. Thinking of this, Kuoh observed further, but she didn't find Esdeath or the rest of the hunters. It seems only Dr. Shishiru has come. Roy hadn't expected Dr. Shishiru to actually show up, especially since he had flown back from the sky. However, compared to the original story, Dr. Shishiru arrived a day later, perhaps because finding clues had been more difficult, but it didn't matter. In the original, Night Raid was successfully ambushed by Dr. Shishiru because everyone was drinking and neglected their duties. This time, however, being prepared, they naturally didn't fear the opponent. Brand, Lubick, Akame, you go to the left. Seiko, Leonie, Shiel, you go to the right. Main, Chelsea, Kuoh, you stay with me for the frontal assault. Everyone, move out. The goal is to completely annihilate the enemy. Also everyone be careful of poison gas and the opponent's infantry. These people can self-destruct. Roy directed them swiftly. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Then, the entire Night Raid team set off, directly surrounding Dr. Shishiru and his stylish squad. The current Night Raid was not something the one from the original story could compare to. Now, not only were Shiel and Brand safe, but they also had Roy, Seiko, Kuoh, and Chelsea. Their strength could be described as unprecedentedly powerful. Then, the slaughter began. Dr. Shishiru's ordinary infantry couldn't stop the killing of the Night Raid teams at all. Even his superior modified humans, Keima, Hisha, Kakugyo, and Kyosha, faced with 3 members of Night Raid at once, were only fit to be instantly killed. What's more, Akame's current strength was no longer below Esdeath's. Dr. Shishiru's stylish squad collapsed the moment they made contact. "This is bad, Lord Shishiru. We've been ambushed by Night Raid. The enemy is extremely powerful, and more than half of the stylish squad is already dead or wounded." Beside Dr. Shishiru, a woman with large ears was constantly reporting to him. This large-eared woman was none other than Mimi from the reconnaissance trio. She was a human who had undergone ear enhancement, and her hearing was incredibly powerful. Hearing this, Dr. Shishiru took out a controller and said expressionlessly, in that case, these research materials are no longer needed. With that, he pressed a button on the controller. In the next moment, the bellies of the infantry suddenly began to swell. Rumble. Instantly, the entire battlefield was filled with the sound of explosions. However, the night raid members had taken cover in advance thanks to Roy's warning, so not a single person was injured. Lord Shishiru, not a single one of the opponents is injured. At that moment, me from the reconnaissance trio reported. Hearing this, Dr. Shishiru's expression suddenly turned ugly. How is the release of the poison gas going? Lord Shishiru, because the wind is blowing against us today, the poison gas cannot spread out. Hannah from the reconnaissance trio reported. There's no other way. In this situation, we shouldn't force it. Let's run first. Seeing that all his methods were useless, Dr. Shishiru decisively turned around to flee. Lord Shishiru, the reconnaissance trio and the gold and silver guards followed immediately when they saw Dr. Shishiru running. They didn't want to die either. Chapter 85. Settling the two sisters. Rumble. On a distant hilltop, a golden beam of light exploded in front of Dr. Shishiru and the others. The group was instantly halted. Damn it, it seems they have no intention of letting us go. Dr. Shishiru's face looked somewhat hideous. Lord Shishiru, we will protect you. The gold and silver guards stood behind Dr. Shishiru to block the way. No, no, no. Facing so many Tegu users, the two of you alone cannot possibly hold them back. As he spoke, Dr. Shishiru showed a look of hesitation. He took a syringe out of his pocket, a crazed expression appearing on his face. Second secret trump card. It seems I have no choice. Immediately after, he injected himself directly, and the liquid in the syringe flowed into his body. In the next moment, Dr. Shishiru's body began to throb and swell. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. This is the ultimate style. After a crazed shout, Dr. Shishiru's entire body expanded rapidly. In just a few breaths, he had swelled into a giant several dozen meters tall. So beautiful, as expected of Lord Shishiru. The gold and silver guards looked up at the giant Dr. Shishiru, unaware that they were already in danger. You are my precious nutrients, come and become one with me. Dr. Shishiru shouted crazily, then grabbed the few of them and threw them into the massive mouth on his belly. After a sound of chewing, Dr. Shishiru's body grew larger again, only stopping once he had become a 100-meter tall giant. The night raid members were all stunned. He's simply a monster, Chelsea remarked. How disgusting. Maine looked on with a face full of disdain. I'm actually quite interested in his corpse. Harem, standing nearby, looked at the giant with great interest. She was wondering whether to collect this giant into Yatsufusa's corpse puppets. This giant just has a large body. He has too many weaknesses. Watch me. Roy looked at the giant before him with disdain. Secret art, thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara of ice. He reached toward the sky, and a block of ice appeared in the air. Then, the ice instantly expanded, transforming into a 1,000-meter tall Avalokiteshvara. Immediately following that, the 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara moved, looking down at the 100-meter tall Dr. Shishiru. At this moment, Dr. Shishiru was nothing more than a child in front of the 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara. In an instant, countless fists whistled as they smashed down toward him. Dr. Shishiru looked at the sky full of fists with utter terror, and then he began to scream even more crazily. I still have so many human experiments I want to do, how can I die here? However, in the next moment, the countless fists annihilated him. Once everything had settled, a massive crater spanning 1,000 meters was left in the original spot. Not even a trace of the giant Dr. Shishiru had transformed into could be seen. Then, the 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara of ice dissipated into a sky full of ice crystals. The members of Night Raid all looked at this scene with faces full of shock. Was this done by Big Brother Roy? Too strong. This is simply a power like that of a god. Is this Roy's true strength? Roy looked at everyone's shocked expressions with satisfaction. This show of power was perfectly executed. This was the second time he had used this move. The first time he used it, the Avalokiteshvara was only 100 meters tall. But this time, he had gone all out, directly condensing a 1,000-meter tall 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara of ice. Faced with Dr. Shishiru's 100-meter giant, it was a direct crushing victory. Is everyone all right? Seeing that all the Night Raid members had rushed over, Roy asked with concern. We're fine. Everyone shook their heads. Little brother Roy, that move of yours just now, it was amazing. Leonie stepped forward with a grin, putting her arm around Roy's neck and praising him. Ha ha ha, just a small trick. Roy waved his hand modestly. 88. Number 88 Section 88 Chapter 88 Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. A 1,000-meter tall ice giant is just a small trick? Then what would a big trick be? Just then, a gust of wild wind swept in. A dangerous creature that looked somewhat like a flying fish flew over from the distant sky. Look, what's that? Mane pointed toward the horizon. Don't worry, the boss is back. Roy crossed his arms, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, as the flying fish-like dangerous creature drew closer, everyone could see Najashiden standing on its back along with a person wearing a cloak. Yo, looks like everyone is alright. Najashiden and the person behind her jumped down from the back of the flying fish. Boss, you're finally back. That's great, boss. Boss, the person behind you is? Won't you introduce him to everyone, boss? The members of Night Raid clamored all at once. Najashiden smiled and said, then let me introduce him to you. With that, she pulled back the cloak of the person behind her. It was a man with blue hair and horns, wearing a very tidy white outfit. He is the new Tegu I obtained from headquarters, the speed of light, Susanoo. It's actually a humanoid Tegu. How incredible. Leonie couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The others also looked at Susanoo with wonder. Alright, putting that aside for now, I originally heard from the prophet at headquarters that danger would appear here, which is why I rushed back. As she spoke, Najashiden scanned the surrounding battle traces and froze when she saw the 1,000-meter-wide crater in the battlefield. It looks like the battle is already over, but this fight must not have been simple. Hearing this, the members of Night Raid knew what Najashiden wanted to say and turned their eyes toward Roy. Ha ha ha, don't worry, boss. Aren't we all perfectly fine? Nothing else is important. Roy laughed and waved his hand. That's true. Najashiden nodded, not asking too many questions. She then added, since the enemy has appeared here, it means this base has been exposed. So everyone, pack your things quickly. We're leaving here tonight. Yes. The group immediately sprang into action. Before long, everyone had packed their belongings and boarded the flying fish dangerous creature, flying off into the distance. Najashiden didn't stop until they were far enough away from the original base. Then, everyone disembarked from the flying fish dangerous creature. Boss, there's nothing here. Are we going to sleep in the wilderness? No, I still want to take a hot bath. Me too. Seeing the desolate surroundings, Mane and the other girls began to complain. Don't worry, everyone. We'll have a new base very soon, Najashiden said nonchalantly. Let everyone see the ultimate move of my new Tegu. Ultimate move? Hearing Najashiden's words, everyone looked confused. Only Roy was somewhat speechless because he knew Najashiden's so-called ultimate move was just being an all-rounder at housework. Susanoo, go, Najashiden ordered. Yes. Susanoo nodded in response and immediately began to act. First, he chopped down trees to build a house, taking only a few hours. Under everyone's amazed gazes, a large house took shape. If ordinary workers were to do it, it wouldn't be finished in half a month. Then Susanoo began to cook, and in just a short moment, he had prepared a feast. The astonished group didn't stand on ceremony and began to eat immediately. After eating their fill, everyone comfortably entered their respective rooms to rest. The peaceful and leisurely daily life followed. Every day, Roy accompanied Harem and Akame to slay some dangerous creatures around the new base, gathering ingredients along the way. Then he would bicker with Mane or Chelsea, or enjoy a knee pillow from Shiel or Leonie. Meanwhile, after Dr. Shishiru acted on his own, Death discovered Dr. Shishiru's disappearance the next day. At the same time, some of the research materials in Dr. Shishiru's research base were completely gone. Subsequently, Death followed the clues left by Dr. Shishiru. She found the Night Raid base, but unfortunately, it was already empty. Death could only return in disappointment. What she didn't expect was that some of the research materials in Dr. Shishiru's research base hadn't actually all been taken away. The remaining research materials and dangerous creatures were controlled by Shira, the son of the Prime Minister. Shira's personality was no less cruel than the Prime Minister's, being both brutal and lecherous. Relying on his father's position as Prime Minister, he had always been doing evil. He controlled the Tegu, dimensional formation, Shambhala, which was a spatial teleportation type Tegu. After he took control of the humanoid dangerous creatures left by Dr. Shishiru, he sent them out around the imperial capital to attack passing merchants and civilians. Everywhere, his goal seemed to be to lure out Night Raid. Sure enough, a few days later, Najashiden gathered everyone in the meeting room. Our target this time is the new type of dangerous creatures that have been appearing around the imperial capital recently. They mostly move in groups, some even possess intelligence, and their individual abilities are very strong. They attack everything around them. Many martial artists who wanted to test their skills have failed the challenge. Although the hunters and imperial soldiers are driving them out every day, their numbers have not decreased so far. So our mission this time is to slay these dangerous creatures. After hearing Najashiden's words, the members of Night Raid began to discuss. If even the Empire's full efforts at extermination have no effect, it doesn't seem like a trap, Main said slowly, rubbing her delicate chin. To put it bluntly, this operation is helping the Empire, right? Seeing that everyone had doubts about this mission, Najashiten lit a cigarette and spoke again. According to the boss's words, those dangerous creatures should be buried. Akame agreed to the mission without any hesitation. Since there are special reasons this time, it shouldn't matter if we help the Empire, right? Shiel also nodded in agreement. Well, helping the Empire isn't a problem, but I hope we won't run into Imperial soldiers. Leonie shrugged her shoulders. As soon as she said this, everyone looked at her as if they were looking at an idiot. We are night raid, of course we'll move out at night after the Imperial soldiers have rested. Najashiten rolled her eyes at her. Hearing this, Leonie finally understood and looked embarrassed. Sigh, we actually have to risk danger to go to the Imperial capital to subjugate dangerous creatures? Shouldn't this kind of thing just be left to the hunters? Everyone is still a bit naive. Chelsea, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, spoke as if she couldn't understand everyone's thoughts. The group fell somewhat silent upon hearing this. Hee, Chelsea, that's where you're wrong. Your vision is really too small. Roy looked at Chelsea and gave a light laugh. Eh? Chelsea looked up, not understanding his meaning. Who said this operation is to help the Empire? Roy's lips curled slightly as he continued. It won't be long before the Empire is taken by us. Clearing these dangerous creatures now is actually just helping ourselves. Hearing his explanation, the members of Night Raid suddenly realized, and even Najashiten hadn't thought of this point. So, helping the Empire is also helping ourselves. Chelsea also realized this. Exactly. Roy nodded with a smile. Since no one has any objections, then next, everyone will pair up and begin the mission. Subsequently, Najashiten began to assign the teams. Shiel and Main in one group, Akame and Leonie in one group, Lubick and Brand in one group, Roy and Seiko in one group. Wait. Suddenly Kuoh interrupted Najashiten's words. I have to be in a group with brother. As she spoke, Kuoh tightly hugged Roy's arm and wouldn't let go. Kuoh, you can't be so willful. 89. Number 89 Section 89 Chapter 89 At this moment, Akame, who was beside her, looked at her and lectured her. I don't care, I want to be in a group with Big Brother. Kuoh shook her head and said, just let Kuoh be in a group with me. Roy dotingly rubbed Kuoh's small head and said, after Kuoh turned into a demon, she seemed particularly attached to him, even more so than she had ever been to Akame. Alright then, Najashiten sighed and said, then Chelsea will be in a group with Seiko. Yes. Afterwards, Najashiten assigned everyone their respective areas for killing dangerous creatures. At night, all members of Night Raid set out. To avoid wasting time, Roy and Kuoh directly unfurled their demon wings and flew to the area they were responsible for. The two of them landed on a mountain peak filled with barren hills and rubble. This should be the place. Roy looked around, and his powerful perception immediately detected the aura of many dangerous creatures. Over there, Kuoh. Let's go. Yes, Big Brother. The two of them quickly rushed towards the location of the dangerous creatures and found them. In a short while, these were 3 dangerous creatures that looked like crawlers. Big Brother, leave them to me. Kuoh drew Tigu, Myobu and said, okay, do your best. Roy nodded and smiled. Hearing this, Kuoh also showed a hint of a smile and instantly charged out. These 3 dangerous creatures had the strength of mid-class demons and were quite strong, but they had the misfortune of encountering Kuoh. In just a few breaths, Kuoh had slain them. And just then, a dangerous creature in the form of a wyvern flew over from afar. It's Esdeath. Roy saw Esdeath standing on the wyvern's head at a glance. Esdeath had obviously discovered them as well, and she controlled the wyvern to fly towards them. He suddenly felt a bit of a headache. How should he explain things later? Forget it, I'll just lay my cards on the table, I'm not pretending anymore. Bang! When the wyvern dangerous creature flew over their heads, Esdeath jumped straight down. A large crater was smashed into the ground and dust billowed up. Roy, I've finally seen you again, I'm not dreaming, am I? As the dust cleared, a blushing Esdeath could be seen staring intently at him. Then, she instantly arrived in front of Roy and pulled him into a hug. Roy helplessly allowed Esdeath to hug him. However, Kuoh behind him was not willing to let her big brother be snatched away. Let go of Big Brother. A somewhat angry Kuoh instantly arrived beside the two of them. She pushed Esdeath away and then stood entirely in front of Roy to block her. Kuoh, Roy is the person I love. Even if it's you, I won't show mercy. Esdeath, who had been pushed away, was a bit angry. With a cold expression, she drew the rapier at her waist and pointed it at Kuoh. Humph, I won't give Big Brother to you. Kuoh's current strength was no longer inferior to Esdeath's, so she naturally wasn't afraid of her. As she spoke, she also drew Tigu, Myobu. It looked like a scene of carnage was about to begin. Roy hurriedly stopped the two of them. Death, calm down, and Kuoh too. As he spoke, he pulled Kuoh behind him, and Kuoh obediently sheathed her blade. Death also calmed down. Roy and Kuoh, why did you leave the Empire? Having calmed down, Death only wanted to know why the two of them had left without saying goodbye. Haven't you realized it by now? Death, actually, I'm with Night Raid. Roy stopped hiding it and continued. Joining the hunters was just to take Kuoh away. I see, Night Raid, huh? Death lowered her head and muttered to herself, the brim of her military cap obscuring her face, making it impossible to see her expression. Suddenly, Death looked up and smiled. Then there's no other way. It seems I'll just have to capture you and bring you back. As she spoke, she was about to take action. Wait, Death. Roy stopped Death's movement. I know I can't persuade you to leave the Empire, but for those of us who believe in the survival of the fittest, it doesn't matter who we serve, right? Hearing this, Death nodded. Her willingness to be a general in the Empire was merely to enjoy the pleasure brought by war. In that case, tomorrow at this same place, let Night Raid and the hunters have a battle. If we win, then you should naturally submit to me. Conversely, if you win, we will submit to you. How about it? Hearing his words, Death immediately showed a confident smile and said, fine, I agree. Death was extremely confident in her own strength. Moreover, she originally believed in the law of the jungle, where the strong dominate the weak. Such a battle, one could say, was exactly to her liking. The reason Roy proposed this battle was also because he didn't want to waste any more time. Because he had almost finished winning over the girls of Night Raid, and for Death, all that was left was to defeat her. His purpose for coming to this world was nearly complete, so this game of all-out contention could come to an end here. Chapter 86, the final battle with Death. And just then, Death suddenly held her sword. Pointing at a nearby pile of rubble, she said, the person hiding there, I've already discovered you. Come out quickly, otherwise, I will attack. Roy and Kuoh also looked at the pile of rubble. Both of them had also discovered someone hiding there. Quite capable. I thought I was hidden very well. As expected of the one called the Empire's strongest. Actually, I don't intend to get involved in your affairs. A man wearing a hooded coat walked out as he spoke. For him, letting Death eliminate Night Raid was a good thing. As for the possibility of Night Raid winning against Death, he hadn't considered it. Humph, since you know our secret, don't think about leaving. Roy looked at him coldly and said, he saw at a glance that this person was Shira, the son of the Prime Minister. As for this person, Roy was determined to kill him, because in the manga plot, Shira was guilty of terrible crimes. He had once led people to humiliate and kill the wife and daughter of the hunter member Boris while they were visiting his grave. Afterwards, he had set his sights on Harem, not to mention he was the Prime Minister's son. No matter which reason, he was doomed to die. Oh, Shira glanced at him contemptuously, then sneered, you think you can keep me here? Tegu, Shambhala, activate, Shira shouted loudly, and then a purple magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Trying to teleport us away? Ridiculous. Roy knew teleportation magic. Even if he were teleported away, he could teleport back. Moreover, too slow. Looking at Shira with disdain, he then took one person in each arm. Holding Death and Kuoh, he rushed out of the teleportation circle's range. Shambhala's activation time was too slow. Although it only took 2 or 3 seconds to teleport, it was still too slow. 2 or 3 seconds were enough for him to kill Shira many times over. The Death of the original work only fell for it because she didn't understand the Tegu's effect. Looking at the 3 people who had left the teleportation range, Shira was stunned for a moment, but Roy wouldn't be stunned. With a flash, he arrived in front of him. The ice rose sword in his hand swept across Shira's neck without the slightest hesitation. How is this possible? Shira's face bore an expression of disbelief, and in the next moment, his entire body was frozen in ice. Death looked at the ice rose sword in Roy's hand, feeling a bit surprised and a bit excited. He could actually control ice just like herself. As expected, she hadn't misjudged him. At this moment, Death's gaze towards Roy became even more fervent. Feeling Death's fervent gaze behind him. 90. Number 90 Section 90 Chapter 90 Roy turned around helplessly and said, Death, you can go back now. No matter the outcome tomorrow, we will be together, won't we? Hearing this, Death smiled and nodded, saying, that's true. She then called for her flying dragon dangerous creature, mounted it, and left. Meanwhile, Roy and Kuoh returned to the Night Raid base together. Once all the members of Night Raid had returned, he told everyone about the agreement he had made with Death. After hearing his words, everyone in Night Raid was a bit dazed. Najashitan's brow was furrowed even tighter. Regarding Death's strength, she believed no one understood it better than she did. precisely because she understood how terrifying S-Death was. Such a direct confrontation seemed inadvisable to her. However, even before she had returned from headquarters, she had been ordered to respect Roy's decisions no matter what, so this matter put her in a difficult position. The reason the headquarters had issued such an order was, of course, due to Roy's arrangements. From the very beginning, he had controlled the leader of the rebel army. The entire rebel army was in his hands. When he first arrived in this world, he had set his sights on the Tegu. Tegu are very powerful, like S-Death's Tegu, demon god manifestation, demon's extract. Then there's Akame's one-cut killer, Murasama. These are existences comparable to Longinus, while other Tegu are also at the level of sacred gears. The reason Roy controlled the rebel army leader was because he wanted to incorporate this world into his own back garden. When the time comes, as long as he finds the method for creating Tegu, he will possess an endless supply of sacred gears. This would play a crucial role in the development of the Lucifuges family. Ultimately, Naja Shitan agreed to Roy's plan. The members of Night Raid didn't object either, as they all understood Roy's power. Furthermore, even without Roy, Akame and Kuoh were enough to defeat S-Death. The next day, all members of Night Raid set out for the location agreed upon with S-Death. Upon reaching the location, they found that S-Death was already waiting there with the hunters. The current hunters were truly in a pitiful state. Seryu and Dr. Shishiru were dead, and Kuoh had run off with Roy. Now, only Wave, Ran, and Boris remained. On the other hand, Night Raid's strength was overwhelming. Not only had none of the original Night Raid members died, but Kuoh, Seiko, and Roy had joined, and even Najashitan had come along. Yo S-Death, you're here early. Roy smiled and waved a greeting. Hee, I can't wait to defeat you and keep you by my side forever. S-Death smiled, her face slightly flushed. Oh, S-Death is quite arrogant, isn't she? Well, let's talk about the rules first. Since there are only 3 people on your side, I will also send out 3 people for one-on-one battles. The final match will be between the 2 of us. How about it? Roy suggested. No problem. S-Death agreed without hesitation. In her view, whether Wave and the other 2 won was not important. The battle between her and Roy would be what decided the victory of this competition. However, it wouldn't be bad to have some appetizers before the final showdown. Boris, you go first, S-Death said to Boris beside her. Yes, Captain, Boris answered and then walked out. Boris possessed the Tegu Purgatory Invitation, Rubicant, which was like a flamethrower. It could spray flames that couldn't be extinguished by water and could also launch lava from a distance. His ultimate move was a large-scale self-destruction. It was extremely powerful, but the Tegu would be destroyed after the explosion. Does any of you want to take the field? Roy turned to look at the Night Raid members. Let me do it. Brand was just about to say he would go, but he was interrupted by Akame. Seeing that Akame had already stepped out, Brand shrugged helplessly and stepped back. Alright, then let Akame go. Remember, don't kill him. Roy reminded her. He didn't dislike Boris. Boris wasn't an irredeemable person, so there was no need to kill him. Akame nodded and then walked out. Perhaps it was destined. Akame still faced off against Boris, just like in the original story. The difference was that Boris, this marksman, didn't have the support of Kuroh's Yatsufusa corpses, while Akame's strength had grown significantly. The result was no surprise. In just an instant, the winner was decided between the 2. Akame's blade was held against Boris's neck. With just a slight nick, Boris would be killed. You won the first round. Next, Wave, you're up. Seeing Boris lose so decisively, S-Death's expression didn't change at all as she sent Wave onto the field. Yes, Captain, Wave answered. Wave's personality was similar to Tatsumi's and his Tegu was a replica of Incurcio, named Grand Chariot. Although its performance couldn't match Incurcio, his own strength was recognized by S-Death. On Roy's side, seeing Wave taking the field, Brand immediately stepped forward. I'll take this match. No problem. Roy nodded. Both of them used armor-type Tegu, and Grand Chariot was created with Incurcio as its prototype. At this moment, it felt like a duel of destiny. However, in terms of raw strength, Brand was ultimately superior. After all, Wave was still young, and in terms of Tegu performance, Incurcio was also stronger than Grand Chariot. As expected, Brand eventually defeated Wave. Seeing this, Ran, the last member of S-Death's side, stepped forward voluntarily. Then I shall be the next to take the field. As he spoke, Ran used his Tegu to fly directly into the air. His Tegu was 1,000-mile flight, Mastema, which was essentially a pair of white wings. It could fire countless feathers as attacks, and its ultimate move could reflect projectiles. Moreover, since he was flying in the sky, ordinary people couldn't reach him. On Roy's side, let me handle this one. He's flying in the sky, only I can reach him. Maine walked out with a confident look, holding her romantic cannon. But Roy shook his head and said, "You won't do. The opponent's Tegu can block long-range attacks, completely countering your romantic cannon." Hearing this, Maine was a bit disgruntled. There, let's leave this match to Kuoh." Roy rubbed Maine's head and then said to Kuoh beside him, "Kuoh, go ahead." "Yes, brother." Kuoh agreed happily. She was very happy to be able to help her brother. Then, she activated her demon wings and flew up. Compared to Ran's Tegu, the demon wings were clearly more flexible. Once Ran lost his aerial advantage, he was instantly defeated by Kuoh. Clap, clap, clap. Splendid battles. This is much more interesting than the martial arts tournament. Death clapped with a smile on her face. "Then next is our battle." Roy walked forward slowly, his face also covered in a smile. "Good luck, Roy. Go for it, little brother Roy. Defeat her." "Brother, you must defeat her." The members of Night Raid all cheered for him. "Then let me feel your strength." Death drew the rapier at her waist and pointed it directly at Roy. And in Roy's hand, the Ice Rose sword also appeared. In the next moment, both of them vanished from their spots simultaneously. Clang 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 tang tang tang. The two of them began to compete in swordsmanship. Death's swordsmanship was forged through danger and slaughter on the battlefield. It was pure killing swordsmanship. Every move and every stance was incredibly powerful. Roy's swordsmanship, on the other hand, was created by gathering the strengths of various schools. There were no flashy movements. Every strike held immense power. Coupled with the breathing styles he had learned, his swordsmanship was even stronger. The battle between the two left Chelsea and the other girls nearby in utter shock. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.